The divine eye perceives treasures from around the world, gathering them into its embrace. With a gaze that unveils the secrets of heaven, one may behold the esoteric arts and comprehend them instantly. The divine eye, a masterful skill of the martial world, enables one to see through all. Zhang Dong, an ordinary man, embarks on a journey to the pinnacle of his life. Chapter 1. A dragon lies in my left eye. In the afternoon, in Ningxing, Jiangbei province, a high-speed train comes to a halt at the station. As Zhang Dong steps out of the train station and gazes at the bustling crowd, nostalgia washes over him. 3 years prior, he had resolutely ventured abroad to earn a better living, enduring a grueling work environment and relentless pressure, all for the sake of saving for a down payment on a home. 3 days ago, while laboring in a mine, he unearthed a crystal containing a dragon-like creature the size of a worm. Intrigued, he excavated the crystal, inadvertently injuring his finger in the process. Blood dripped onto the crystal, and in that instant, it transformed into a crimson thread, swiftly burrowing into the crystal as if it possessed life, subsequently absorbed by the dragon-like entity. Upon consuming the blood, the creature stirred slightly before, to Zhang Dong's astonishment. It metamorphosed into a golden light that penetrated his left eye, transforming into a golden worm. At that moment, Zhang Dong felt a warmth in his left eye, accompanied by peculiar pain and itch. He then perceived a golden dragon soaring in his vision, a majestic being that surveyed the world from above. Consequently, he gained the extraordinary ability to see through objects, revealing not only their essence, but also their age and origin. The surreal experience felt dreamlike, yet he realized his life had irrevocably changed. Upon exiting the station, he ambled across the street, intending to grab a bite to eat. After enduring an 8th-hour flight and more than 3 hours on the train, with nothing but an airplane meal to sustain him, he was ravenous. As he walked, a white Qian sped toward him, screeching to a halt just inches from his body. Startled, Zhang Dong was about to voice his displeasure when a woman hurriedly emerged from the vehicle. She was enchanting, adorned in a flowing red gown that resembled flames. Her figure was alluring, and her beauty striking, with cascading waves of hair. As she approached, a fragrant breeze enveloped him, delightful and captivating. "I'm so sorry. Are you all right?" she inquired, her voice laced with genuine concern. The woman was incredibly beautiful, a perfect 10 by Zhang Dong's standards. Her figure was exquisite, radiating a noble and ethereal aura, though her pallor suggested she was unwell. Awestruck by the sight of such a stunning woman, Zhang Dong found himself momentarily speechless. Finally replying, "I'm fine." I could see that moment his left eye twitched, and his gaze pierced through her clothing, revealing her flawless skin. Whoa, so ample, so fair. Taken aback, Zhang Dong, despite having anticipated his newfound ability, was still startled by the unexpected revelation, his pupils dilating slightly. Perceiving his gaze, the woman assumed he was frightened and quickly reassured him. "I'm truly sorry." His heart raced. Feeling embarrassed for staring, he hastily averted his eyes, repeatedly assuring her it was nothing. Just then, the woman suddenly clutched her abdomen, her expression contorted in pain, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Alarmed, Zhang Dong asked what's wrong. The beauty, doubled over in discomfort, instinctively grasped his arm, her pain evident as she bit her lip. Zhang Dong noticed his left eye twitch again, and his gaze fell upon a swirling mass of dark energy in her abdomen, where a black worm writhed. He was astonished. Could this worm be the cause of her agony? As she clasped his arm, the black worm seemed to recoil in fear, and the surrounding dark energy diminished significantly. Her pain subsided, and relief washed over her. However, moments later, she released his grip, only for her abdominal torment to return with a vengeance. "Ah!" she cried out, instinctively seizing his hand once more. As before, her pain retreated, leaving her feeling unburdened. Zhang Dong observed this curious phenomenon whenever she touched him. The worm would curl up, the dark energy receding, and her discomfort dissipating. Confused, the woman released him again, and within moments, her agony surged anew, more intense than before. Terrified, she grasped his hand, unwilling to let go. Zhang Dong marveled at her delicate grip, feeling a flutter of emotion within him. The woman bit her lip and explained, "I apologize that I was driving when the pain struck suddenly, and I nearly hit you." Zhang Dong replied, "It's all right. Are you feeling any better now?" She sighed, "Much better. I've been feeling unwell since this morning, but I thought little of it, never anticipating it would escalate to this extent." As she spoke, Zhang Dong's stomach growled, the pangs of hunger overwhelming him. He quickly said, "It's fine, really. You should head to the hospital. They'll grab something to eat across the street." Reluctant to release his hand, fearing the return of her pain, she suggested, Why not ride with me? I know a restaurant with excellent food. May I treat you? Since he needed to eat, Zhang Dong pondered her offer and eventually agreed. They climbed into the luxurious white Qian, Zhang Dong taking the passenger seat. The woman started the engine, driving with her left hand while her right hand clutched Zhang Dong's left hand tightly, resembling a couple in love. This Qian, equipped with a 4.0T engine, boasted a plethora of features and was valued over 2 million, its performance formidable. Sitting in the vehicle, Zhang Dong mused that once he profited from his newfound ability, he too would acquire a car like this. As she drove, the woman introduced herself. Her name was Yiro, 24 years old, currently employed at the prestigious Minggu Xian, which specializes in art appraisal, auctioning, and investment consulting, renowned in the industry for its impeccable reputation. Zhang Dong replied nonchalantly, I work. Yiro responded, that's commendable. Stealing a glance at her, Zhang Dong inquired, Miss Yi, do you intend to hold my hand indefinitely? Yiro blushed, embarrassed. As long as I hold your hand, my stomach doesn't hurt. Please, let me hold on for a little while longer. Zhang Dong pondered, Miss Yi, have you recently consumed anything unclean? She shook her head, no, everything I eat is clean and hygienic. Attempting to withdraw his hand, Yiro panicked, exclaiming, no. As soon as he did, her abdominal pain returned, prompting her to grasp his hand once more, as if clinging to a lifeline. Chapter 2. The Enchanting Yiro. Zhang Dong chuckled wryly and remarked, Miss Yi, if my girlfriend were to see this, I would find it difficult to explain. Yiro, with an almost pleading tone, implored, I beg you, please help me. She swiftly shifted the topic and inquired, Zhang Dong, is your girlfriend in Ning City? Zhang Dong nodded. She works at a cosmetics company not far from here. Yiro, displaying her astute intelligence, smiled and teased. After 3 years abroad, aren't you worried she might find someone else? A slight heaviness settled in Zhang Dong's heart. It was a scenario he had contemplated, yet preferred not to dwell upon. He sighed softly and replied, my girlfriend wants me to buy a house in the provincial capital. However, with the exorbitant housing prices there, and not wanting to burden my parents, I have no choice but to toil abroad for a few years to save some money. Yiro asked, so, have you managed to save a considerable amount? Zhang Dong scratched his head and said, my girlfriend mentioned her father fell ill and incurred significant expenses, so I've been steadily transferring the money I earned over the years to her. Yiro's eyes widened in surprise. How much have you sent? Including what I borrowed from friends, approximately 600,000. Yiro exclaimed, 600,000. Zhang Dong sighed. When she encounters difficulties, I cannot just stand by and do nothing. Yiro smiled. Indeed, you are both caring and loyal. Zhang Dong smiled wryly, feeling as though Yiro's praise was insincere. Before long, they arrived at a restaurant. The establishment boasted a pleasant ambience, with cars lining the entrance, and the staff warmly ushered them into the dining area. They chose a table with a double sofa, allowing them to sit close together without hindering their handholding. As they chatted, Yiro retrieved a beautifully crafted wooden box from her handbag. Upon opening it, she revealed a stunning small cup. Zhang Dong, though not well-versed in antiques, recognized the cup and inquired, is this the famed chicken cup? Yiro nodded, indeed. Now, can you guess if it's genuine or a replica? Zhang Dong took the cup, scrutinizing it carefully. Suddenly, his left eye twitched. A dragon seemed to swirl in the air, fixated on the cup. He then beheld myriad layers of images emerge from the cup, all belonging to the Qing dynasty, officials, emperors, artisans, and some inscriptions among them. As these pieces of information coalesced, he swiftly deduced that the chicken cup before him must be an imperial artifact from Emperor Qianlong's reign. It was a replica from the Qianlong era. Upon realizing this, he exclaimed. Yiro's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. Qianlong had a great fondness for chicken cups, prompting the creation of replicas. Despite being a replica, its value remains exceptionally high. A cup like this is worth at least 10 million. And what about the authentic chicken cup? Zhang Dong asked. The genuine chicken cup is even more precious. If it were to go to auction, it would fetch at least 2 to 300 million. Zhang Dong gasped, so expensive. Yiro replied, of course. Rarity confers value. There are very few chicken cups from the Changhua period, only a handful in the world, so it is only natural for them to be costly. As the waiter brought their dishes, a ravenous Zhang Dong devoured his meal voraciously. Observing his hearty appetite, Yiro ordered a few more dishes, watching him eat with an amused smile. During the meal, Yiro shared a wealth of knowledge regarding antique appraisal and even sent him an electronic book about jade identification. Zhang Dong, who aspired to engage in stone gambling, quickly skimmed through the book while savoring his meal. Due to the presence of a dragon-like entity in his left eye, He could effortlessly remember and fully comprehend the contents of the book after a single glance. After dining, Zhang Dong noticed that Yi Ro was still grasping his hand, and he could not help but say, "Miss Yi, let me first assist you with your abdominal pain." Yi Ro's beautiful eyes sparkled. "Do you have a solution?" Zhang Dong nodded, suddenly releasing her hand and stepping aside. Yi Ro immediately panicked, her complexion pale and beads of sweat dotting her forehead, as the abdominal pain surged once more. "Help me." She quickly reached for Zhang Dong. He then grasped her hand, and the black insect within her calmed down, her pain receding like a receding tide. "Do you see? I can alleviate your abdominal pain," Zhang Dong declared. "Indeed, the moment I grasp your hand, the pain subsides." "Yiru musitov," Zhang Dong, peering into the insect, remarked, "Miss Yi, once the insect in your abdomen stirs, you will experience pain." Yi Ro's eyes widened in both shock and fear. "Are you saying there's an insect inside me?" Zhang Dong affirmed, "Yes. However, that insect is quite afraid of me. Whenever there is physical contact between us, it becomes docile." Yi Ro, possessing remarkable intelligence, realized she might be able to rely on Zhang Dong's help to eliminate the insect entirely. After contemplating, she proposed, "Zhang Dong, I need to conduct an experiment. I will touch different parts of your body to test the insect's reaction. I hope you can inform me of its responses." Zhang Dong thought to himself that she must not be reckless, yet he nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Yi Ro touched various parts of Zhang Dong's body, his legs, abdomen, arms, and chest. She discovered that the closer she got to his head, the more subdued the insect became, and the pain dissipated more swiftly. Zhang Dong's observations were similar. When Yi Ro's hand brushed against his face, the insect nearly quaked in fear, trembling as if on the verge of expelling its bowels. After inquiring about Zhang Dong's findings, Yi Ro formed a judgment in her mind. Biting her lip, she instructed, "Close your eyes." Zhang Dong, unsure of her intentions, complied and shut his eyes. In the next moment, her warm lips approached, exhaling a fragrant breath, and he instantly widened his eyes, overwhelmed by a sensation that was both exquisite and exhilarating. At that moment, Yi Ro's beautiful eyes were tightly shut, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. After a brief moment of tension, Zhang Dong felt a flame ignite within his abdomen, compelling him to embrace Yi Ro's delicate waist. Just then, a golden ray shot forth from his left eye, penetrating through Yi Ro's mouth and precisely locating the black insect within her. This golden ray was, in fact, the golden insect manifested from the dragon-like entity within his left eye. The black insect, frightened, curled up and trembled. Yet the golden ray showed no mercy, devouring the black insect in one swift motion, causing the dark smoke to dissipate. Sensing the peculiar sensation in her abdomen vanish, Yi Ro gently pushed Zhang Dong away. Zhang Dong, still captivated, maintained a stance, gazing at her in a daze. Yi Ro wiped her mouth and shot him a glance, asking, "Did you find it insufficient?" Zhang Dong scratched his head, quickly responding, "Yes, it was quite thrilling." Chapter 3. The Height of Shamelessness. Yi Ro lightly punched him. Then, after a brief pause of half a minute, she found that her stomach had indeed ceased its pain. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she laughed. "My hypothesis was indeed correct. Since merely holding hands can suppress the insects, surely if we were to kiss, the insects would be even more frightened. You see, I am completely pain-free now." Zhang Dong had just realized that the black insect had been devoured by the golden one. He chuckled, "Miss Yi, the insects have fled. You shall no longer suffer from abdominal pain." Yi Ro sighed in relief. "That is wonderful. The pain in my abdomen felt worse than death." "Thank you, Zhang Dong." As he spoke, Zhang Dong glimpsed a beautiful scene and suddenly felt warmth in his nose. Overwhelmed by stimuli, a trickle of blood flowed forth. He touched his nose and felt a wave of embarrassment, quickly saying, "I need to wash my hands." Watching Zhang Dong flee in a fluster, Yi Ro smiled softly, whispering, "What a hopeless fellow." In the restroom, Zhang Dong's mind was filled with the enchanting figure of Yi Ro, a vision he could not shake off. Suddenly, he felt a warmth in his left eye and then perceived the condition of his own body. This ability, known as internal sight among practitioners, allowed him to see his body in exquisite detail, a feat no one had achieved before. He observed that within his left eye, the golden insect was gnawing on the head of a black one, while the golden insect radiated golden waves of light that permeated his entire being, bringing him immense comfort. He had long known about the unique capabilities of his left eye, which not only allowed for treasure discernment, but also offered remarkable long-distance and microscopic vision. In matters of sight, all his parameters far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Yi Ro smiled and asked, "Would you like to order another dish?" Zhang Dong replied, I'm full. Thank you, Miss Yi. After a pause, he inquired, Miss Yi, is there a place in Ningxing where one can gamble on stones? Yiro was taken aback and asked, You wish to gamble on stones? Zhang Dong nodded earnestly. Yes, I do. Yiro smiled. Well, you've come to the right person. I also need to select some jade. Why don't we go together? Zhang Dong grinned. Sound good. Yiro made a phone call to the company's purchasing manager and Mr. Go, an expert in jade. Knowing the high risks associated with stone gambling, she wanted to ensure Zhang Dong wouldn't suffer losses, thus seeking out an expert to assist him. After the call, she remarked, I've summoned Mr. Go, a master in the stone gambling realm. Having him with us will ensure greater security. While waiting for their arrival, Zhang Dong seized the opportunity to finish reading a book on jade appraisal to enhance his knowledge. Half an hour later, a sharply dressed man and an elderly gentleman arrived at the restaurant. They were Lu Feng and Mr. Go. After a brief introduction, the four of them boarded a business vehicle heading towards Jade Street. Ningxing, the capital of Jiangbei province, is renowned as the second largest jade distribution market in the nation, with Jade Street being its most famous thoroughfare. Spanning 3 kilometers, the street is lined with hundreds of shops and numerous jade processing workshops. Despite the modest size of these small stores, they housed raw jade materials worth millions, even tens of millions. The vehicle halted at the eastern end of Jade Street, and the group alighted to walk. Shops flanked both sides, and there were numerous stalls along the roadside. Lu Feng pointed to a sizable store and said, Miss Yi, that shop has quite a selection of old pit materials. Shall we take a look? Yiro nodded. Yes, let us go this way. I also need to procure some materials for the company. As several individuals entered the shop, they were greeted by a display of various jade materials adorning the counter and floor. Some were gambling materials, others were clear pieces, alongside a multitude of windowed stones. The establishment was spacious, divided by a screen in the center. Upon entering, Zhang Dong immediately recognized a familiar woman's voice emanating from beyond the partition. Zijuan, haven't you chosen yet? I'm utterly exhausted. A man's mischievous laughter followed. Last night, I had you twice. Why didn't you complain about being tired? The woman playfully chided. How annoying. There are others here. Zhang Dong's body stiffened. Was that not the voice of his girlfriend, Luo Donley? Yiro, noticing his sudden change, gently inquired, What is wrong? Zhang Dong shook his head, remaining silent. The man scoffed. What a fool. Dying abroad would suit him. The woman retorted with a laugh. Let us not speak of death. I spent over 400,000 on cosmetic procedures, after all. The man chuckled. You're right. That money was well spent. You look far better now than before. Indeed, the woman was Luo Donley, who shot the man a disapproving glance. Stop trying to flatter me. If you and found me lacking in beauty, would I have resorted to surgery? The man, Zhou Zijuan, replied with pride, Of course, my woman must be beautiful. Otherwise, how would I hold my head high when we go out? Come, give me a kiss. No way, Luo Donley pouted. Zhang Dong clenched his fists, fully comprehending the betrayal. This woman had not only deceived him, but had used his hard-earned money for her transformation, all to please another man. His muscles tensed, and his face turned ashen, fury swelling within him. Yiro sensed his turmoil and asked, Is she your girlfriend? Zhang Dong's eyes reddened. Overwhelmed by a torrent of anger, pain, humiliation, and resentment, trembling uncontrollably. Feeling his rage, Yiro grasped his hand firmly, softly saying, This isn't your fault. Moreover, such a woman isn't worth your sorrow. At that moment, she also noticed how closely Zhang Dong and she were standing, and compared to her exquisite beauty and noble demeanor, Luo Donley, a mere artificial beauty, seemed utterly diminished. Surprisingly, instead of feeling guilty, she was filled with a peculiar anger. Confronting Zhang Dong, Who is she? How dare you seek another woman? Zhang Dong gazed at this familiar, yet unfamiliar woman. She was no longer the image he remembered. Her facial muscles were rigid, her chin sharp, presenting a quintessentially artificial visage. Furthermore, her bosom and posterior were enhanced, bearing the unmistakable marks of surgery. Yi Ro coldly remarked, How shameless. Zhang Dong worked abroad for 3 years for you, during which you claimed your father was ill, and he sent you money. Yet you squandered it on cosmetic procedures and sought other men. How can you face your own conscience? Chapter 4, An Eye-Opener. Zhou Zijuan, however, continued to gaze at Yi Ro, captivated by her extraordinary beauty, a true gem among mortals. With a jovial smile, he extended his hand. Beautiful lady, allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhou Zijuan, in the jewelry business. Yi Ro, unfazed, replied coolly, I do not shake hands with strangers. Luo Donley, growing increasingly furious, stood up, pointing at Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong, who exactly is she? Yi Ro was utterly appalled by Luo Donley's behavior. She deliberately wrapped her arm around Zhang Dong's, leaning in closer as she proclaimed, "Of course, I am her boyfriend. I am a natural beauty and have no need for cosmetic surgery." The words pierced Luo Donley like daggers, igniting a fury within her, for despite her expenditure of over 400,000 on plastic surgery, she could not compare to Yi Ro's innate beauty. It was a humiliation she could hardly bear. To make matters worse, her wealthy boyfriend was currently fixated on this woman with a smirk. Zhu Zijuan even complimented Yi Ro with a smile. This young lady is truly a paragon of beauty, worthy of admiration. However, Yi Ro remained indifferent to him, which only fueled his irritation. Zhang Dong fixed an icy gaze upon Luo Donley and coldly inquired, "Do you have something to say?" Luo Donley huffed, tightly linking her arm with Zhu Zijuan's, and proclaimed with pride, "Zhang Dong, the truth is, we were never right for each other from the start. The Zhou family is in the jewelry business, with assets exceeding 100 million. As the heir, Zijuan has an incredibly bright future. What can a mere worker like you possibly offer in comparison? Only a fool would not choose him as a boyfriend. Is it wrong for me to select him?" Yi Ro frowned and replied, "It is your freedom to choose your partner. But you should not deceive others nor use someone else's money for your surgery. Your actions are shameless and despicable." Luo Donley retorted angrily, "He's the fool. I never asked him for money." Zhang Dong's temper flared, his veins throbbing with rage, wishing he could strike down this shameless woman. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Yi Ro declared sternly, "In 3 years, Zhang Dong has given you 600,000. You have 1 month to repay this debt, or I will expose your disgraceful deeds to the media and pursue legal action against you." Luo Donley, taken aback and furious, shrieked, "Who do you think you are? This has nothing to do with you." Yi Ro replied calmly, "I am Zhang Dong's girlfriend, so it certainly concerns me." Luo Donley's expression shifted to one of concern, and she immediately began to act coy towards Zhu Zijuan, who, feeling slighted by Yi Ro's dismissal, coldly remarked, "Miss, this matter does not involve you. It would be best for you to mind your own business." He then pointed a threatening finger at Zhang Dong, warning, "If you dare to cause trouble, you will regret it." Zhang Dong, already seething, snapped at the provocation and threw a punch, striking Zhu Zijuan squarely on the nose, causing blood to pour forth. "Ah, he hit someone," Luo Donley screamed. Zhang Dong, blinded by rage, retaliated with 2 resounding slaps to Luo Donley, leaving her dazed. Yi Ro quickly intervened, while Lu Feng and Elder Gu approached the scene. "Just wait." Zhu Zijuan, wiping his bloody nose, called for help, yet he refrained from retaliating, sensing he was outmatched. Zhang Dong's expression was as cold as ice as he glared at him. For 3 years, he had toiled in a foreign land, sweating for a promising future together. Even upon discovering his ability to see through things, his first thought had been to provide her with a better life. Yet, this was the treatment he received in return. Yi Ro patted his arm and reassured him, "Such trash is not worth your anger. Aren't you interested in betting on stones? Let me take you for a look." Zhu Zijuan, still nursing his swollen nose, had finished his call and glared at Zhang Dong, saying coldly, "You dare to hit me? This is far from over." Zhang Dong raised an eyebrow defiantly. "Go ahead and call for help. I'll be ready." Ro Danley wore a disdainful expression as she remarked, "Zijuan, do not pay him any mind. He is merely a lowly worker, unworthy of your ire." With an air of superiority, she continued, "Zhang Dong, do you intend to gamble on jade as well? Such an exquisite commodity is far beyond the comprehension of someone like you. It will be prudent for you to keep your distance. Unlike our Zijuan, who has come to Jade Street with the intention of procuring jade worth 10 million. Zhang Dong retorted coldly, "Is jade truly so refined? I could wager on it with my eyes closed." Zhou Zijuan, filled with incredulity, scoffed, "Your boasting is quite impressive." Zhang Dong fixed his gaze upon him, declaring, "Your so-called wealth is insignificant before me. Allow me to enlighten you." Yiru, well aware of the adage that different fields are like different mountains, signaled to Elder Gu to assist in observing the situation. Zhang Dong approached a pile of jade materials, scrutinizing them meticulously. These were all high-stakes bets, the stone skins intact, varying in size. Some were priced at a few thousand or tens of thousands, while others were valued at hundreds of thousands or even millions. Seeing Zhang Dong, this seemingly naive youth, daring to gamble on jade, Zhou Zijuan regarded him as a fool, deriding, "Young man, do you think gambling on jade is so simple? Let me tell you, it is akin to stepping into a casino. Outsiders lose 9 out of 10 times." Zhang Dong paid him no heed. His eyes could perceive the internal structure of the raw stones, drawing from the knowledge gleaned from books. He discerned that within one watermelon-sized stone lay an ice-type section approximately 20 centimeters in diameter, adorned with beautiful green veining and a vibrant hue. Some areas were entirely green, suitable for crafting rings. Overall, it could yield 7 or 8 bracelets and various small items, with each bracelet valued at no less than several hundred thousand. Upon glancing at the price tag, he noted the stone was priced at 880,000. He recognized it as a viable option and promptly declared, "This is the one." Elder Gu, in his 50s, slender in build with small yet spirited eyes, illuminated the raw stone with a powerful flashlight. After a moment, he remarked, "Overall, it appears decent. However, the risk is substantial, and 880,000 is not a trifling sum." His implication was clear. He would steer clear of this stone due to its high risk. Zhou Zijuan, sneering, continued to mock him, "Young man, it is evident that you are a novice. Such cement-skinned stones seldom yield high-quality goods. The one you selected is doomed." Zhang Dong shot him a sidelong glance. "Is that so? Then, would you dare to wager with me?" Furrowing his brow, Zhou Zijuan, unafraid of gambling, inquired, "What are the stakes?" Zhang Dong replied, "If I lose, I shall pay you 880,000. Conversely, should I win, you will owe me the same amount." Zhou Zijuan's family had navigated the jade market for years. He had been steeped in its lore from a young age and understood the slim chances of this stone appreciating. He clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Very well. Should you win, I will pay you 880,000. But if you lose, you must pay me the same amount." Lu Feng and Elder Gu subtly shook their heads, thinking to themselves that this fellow was nothing short of reckless, wagering on something without certainty. Was he merely a spendthrift? Yet, Yi Ro regarded Zhang Dong with a keen eye. Having witnessed previous events, she found him enigmatic and believed he would not gamble lightly. His willingness to do so indicated a measure of confidence. Realizing that Zhang Dong might not have sufficient cash on hand, he signaled Lu Feng to initially settle the payment of 880,000 and instructed him to fetch the material from the adjacent workshop. Zhang Dong was well aware of where to find the green hue and promptly marked a small circle with his pen, indicating to the craftsman to make a direct cut. Typically, such materials are first opened to inspect the interior before deciding on a cutting approach. Zhang Dong's method prompted Old Gu and manager Lu to shake their heads in disapproval. However, Yi Ro remained silent, and they chose not to voice their opinions. Zhou Zijuan stood by with his arms crossed, a sardonic smile on his face. "Kid, prepare 880,000. There's no way this material will appreciate." Zhang Dong replied, "What's the rush? Well, once we cut it." In less than 5 minutes, a 3-centimeter thick slice of the raw stone was cut off. Upon receiving the material, Old Ji's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Ice type. Xingyang green. It's appreciating." Having spent a lifetime in the gambling stone business, his discerning eye quickly made the judgment. Lu Feng's heart raced. Could it be that he truly was a master of stone gambling? Chapter 5. With Principle and Interest. Zhou Zijuan's expression darkened as he approached with a powerful flashlight, scrutinizing the material before stubbornly stating, "Appreciating? I find this material quite ordinary." Old Gu retorted with a smirk. "Look closely. This is indeed ice-type yang green, with several beautiful flecks. This piece alone can yield at least 7 bangles, each valued at no less than 350,000. And these areas are entirely green, perfect for ring faces. The value of this material cannot be less than 2,800,000. Zhou Zijuan clearly had no intention of conceding, scoffing, "Your word alone doesn't count." Yi Ro's expression turned icy, her voice cold, daring to renege on Ming Guxian's account? "You possess quite the audacity. 880,000, not a penny less." The reputation of Ming Guxian was indeed formidable, and the Yi family backing it was not to be underestimated. Zhou Zijuan realized that evading this debt was impossible, his complexion darkening further. Yi Ro continued, "If you refuse to acknowledge the debt, I will ensure the word spreads, labeling your Zhou family as untrustworthy. In the jewelry business, nothing is more feared than a lack of integrity. At that point, your cost will exceed 880,000. Understanding he could not escape, Zhou Zijuan huffed heavily, grinding his teeth. "It's merely a few 100,000. Why would I stoop to defaulting?" He then promptly transferred the 880,000 to Zhang Dong. Yet, he remained resentful. 880,000. Luo Donley had only swindled this kid out of 600,000, a slight he could not swallow. With a scheming glint in his eye, he proposed, "Zhang Dong, are you willing to gamble with me again?" After reviewing the transfer notification, Zhang Dong replied nonchalantly, "Sure. I'm in until the end." Zhou Zijuan suggested, "There's a jade shop ahead. Let us each select a piece of material and see who profits more. Are you game? Zhang Dong, possessing the ability to see through the material, was unperturbed and inquired, "What is the wager this time?" Zhou Zijuan fixed his gaze on him. Whichever material proves most valuable, the other must pay the difference based on the actual worth of the jade. For instance, if my jade is valued at 1 million and yours at 800,000, then it's a win for me, and you owe me 1 million. What do you say? Are you daring enough? Zhang Dong replied, "What is there to fear? You go first. I'll be there shortly." Zhou Zijuan snorted, disregarding Luo Donli, and turned to head towards the jade shop. Elder Gun no longer dares to underestimate Zhang Dong. He cautions, "Mr. Zhang, the materials at the Jade Pavilion are rather expensive, and the proprietor possesses significant connections." Yiro chuckles, "It matters not. Irrespective of winning or losing, this expenditure will be accounted for by the company." Lu Feng hastily interjects, "General Manager Yi, it is prudent to keep personal and business matters distinct." He is concerned that should Zhang Dong incur losses, it may adversely affect Ming Guxian. Zhang Dong responds, "General Manager Yi, this is a personal affair. I would appreciate it if Miss Yi could advance the funds for the materials shortly. Once I earn a profit, I shall reimburse you." Yiro perceives Zhang Dong as confidence and smiles in agreement. Not long after, the group makes their way to the Jade Pavilion. Lu Zhongyu, the proprietor of the Jade Pavilion, is quite renowned locally. A decade prior, he ventured to Myanmar with $50 million to gamble on jade and returned with over 3 times his investment, achieving instant fame. Subsequently, he established a high-end jade shop on this Emerald Street. Upon seeing his distant cousin, he wore a bemused expression and inquired, "Zijuan, how may I assist you?" Zhou Zijuan promptly replied, "Cousin, I recall that you have a few prized pieces in your collection. Could you sell me one?" Zhou Zijuan smiled and added, "The items are for sale. If you can meet my price, you may acquire them all. However, the least expensive piece is priced at 680,000. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" Zhou Zijuan nodded vigorously, "Yes. But cousin, could you devise a means to ensure my material holds more value than another S?" Lu Zhongyu pondered for a moment and suggested, "That is simple. Those pieces are worth millions at the very least. If I sell exclusively to you and not to him, it shall be exceedingly difficult for him to outmatch you." Zhou Zijuan's eyes brightened. "Thank you, cousin. Once I triumph over that lad, I shall certainly reward you handsomely." Lu Zhongyu waved his hand dismissively. "No need for a reward. However, I must caution you, should fortune favor your opponent and he triumphs against all odds, do not blame me for not having assisted you." Zhou Zijuan laughed. "How could that happen? Such a surge in jade prices occurs but a few times a year. I refuse to believe this fellow's luck will remain unwavering." After their discussion, Zhang Dong and Yi Ro's group arrived. Upon observing the array of jade displayed in the hall, Zhang Dong's eyes lit up. The materials were decidedly costly, with prices starting from several hundred thousand to even millions. Zhou Zijuan approached, exuding confidence, and remarked, "Zhang Dong, you must choose wisely." Luo Donli, having overheard the conversation between Zhou Zijuan and Lu Zhongyu, felt even more triumphant. She clutched Zhou Zijuan's arm and taunted Zhang Dong. "There's a saying, sudden wealth does not bless those of impoverished fate. If you lose, do not weep bitterly." Zhang Dong cast a disdainful glance at her and retorted coldly, "Luo Donli, Zhou Zijuan is destined to lose, for you have brought him misfortune." Luo Donli, incensed, exclaimed, "You are the true harbinger of misfortune." In a fit of anger, she slammed a bank card onto the table. "I shall wager against you, betting that you will surely lose. There are 650,000 within this card. Should you lose, you must compensate me the same." Zhou Zijuan was taken aback and queried, "Donli, where did you procure such funds?" Luo Donli replied with a smile, "This money is my earnings from work, originally intended for my dowry. However, now that an overconfident fool is challenging you, I shall undoubtedly support your side." Yiro promptly instructed Lu Feng to verify the funds. Lu Feng took the card and, after consulting the bank, quickly confirmed that there was indeed 650,000 within. He nodded at Yiro in acknowledgement. Luo Donli, brimming with confidence, remarked, "I'm afraid I'll be earning another 650,000 from you." Zhang Dong, disregarding the two, meticulously selected raw stones. It must be noted that while the treasure market housed numerous fine materials, only 2 truly captivated his interest. Among them was a piece priced at 990,000, weighing over 60 kilograms. This was a piece of Muna material with a thick rind, a color band along its surface, and some cracks, a stone with high risk in gambling. Upon his inspection, he discovered that the interior contained vast expanses of high-grade ice green. However, it was somewhat concealed, and the light could not penetrate fully. Based on his acquired knowledge, this material was worth several tens of millions. He promptly declared, "I'll take this piece." In contrast, Zhou Zijuan directly extracted a raw stone weighing 200 kilograms from within. This stone, bearing several color bands, was quoted at 880,000. Witnessing Zhou Zijuan pull out such a substantial piece, Yiro furrowed her brows and remarked, "Zhou Zijuan, is this really necessary? There is no comparison between a piece worth just under 10 million and one worth 1,000,000. Zhou Zijuan retorted, "Messieurs, I certainly haven't stopped him from choosing the more expensive materials, have I?" Before Yiro could respond, Zhang Dong interjected calmly, "It's all right. The value of expensive materials isn't necessarily high. I'll wager with this piece to prove my point." In truth, he had already inspected Zhou Zijuan's stone. Its internal quality was indeed decent, yet it held no surprises, with an actual value not exceeding 10 million. Chapter 6. Raking in Tens of Millions. Gulao opened his mouth to say something, but Lu Feng tugged at his sleeve, silencing him. The parties settled their payments and, subsequently, moved the materials to the neighboring workshop for processing. Zhang Dong marked a line on his stone, instructing the craftsman to cut along it. Zhou Zijuan, being more cautious given the value of his piece, requested the craftsman to first open a window. Once Zhang Dong's cut was completed, the spectators gasped in astonishment at the vibrant green revealed through the window. High-grade ice green. Gulao was the first to voice his excitement, raising his brows in surprise. Yiro leaned in for a closer look and exclaimed joyfully, "It's a significant increase. Gulao, please provide an estimate." Gulao gestured with his hands, smiling. "At least 20 bracelets can be made. The leftover material can also yield numerous smaller items. Such high-grade ice green bracelets could be valued at a minimum of 3 million each. That totals to 60 million. Adding in the other smaller items, its value won't be less than 75 million. Lu Feng's expression was complex. He gazed deeply at Zhang Dong, unable to comprehend how he had achieved this. Was it merely luck? Luo Domli swallowed hard, exclaiming, 75 million. If only I were still Zhang Dong's girlfriend. Wouldn't that money belong to me? She unconsciously inched closer to Zhang Dong, only to be pulled back by Zhou Zijuan, who glared at Zhang Dong and said through gritted teeth, "Don't celebrate too soon. My material hasn't been opened yet." The crowd then shifted their attention as Zhou Zijuan's stone was revealed. Just as Zhang Dong had observed, this material held no surprises. It was riddled with too much cotton, merely approaching the ice type, and only half of its green section was present, with an improper color. Zhou Zijuan understood that he might have lost, yet he remained undeterred, insisting that the craftsman split the stone open at 1/3 of its length. Elder Go shook his head slightly and remarked to Yiro, "Missy, the material from young Master Zhou is merely of average quality. After being fashioned into a bracelet or pendant, its worth will not exceed 7 to 8 million. Yiro felt a sense of joy for him and turned to Zhang Dong, saying, "Zhang Dong, the material you purchased is quite commendable, if you are inclined. You might consider selling it to Minguxuan." Zhang Dong nodded and then looked at Zhou Zijuan, stating coolly, "According to our wager, you owe me 75 million. Yiro commented, "Some individuals may very well retract their words." Zhou Zijuan remained silent, his expression grim, yet his heart raced with anxiety. 20 minutes later, the stone was split open. And indeed, there was no surprise to be found. The two pieces of material were of mediocre quality, riddled with inclusions, and worth at most 10 million. Yiro declared, "Young Master Zhou, the outcome is clear. You should pay up." Zhou Zijuan turned his head and retorted fiercely, "What money are you preparing? That material is worth no more than 5 million, inferior to mine." Lu Feng could not help but scoff. "Zhou Zijuan, if you cannot afford to play, then do not participate. Otherwise, you will end up humiliated." Zhou Zijuan snorted coldly. 75 million was an insurmountable amount, and he would never admit defeat. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Miss Yi, my Zhou family is not to be trifled with." Zhang Dong fixed his gaze on him and inquired, "If our positions were reversed, and I were the one to deny my obligations, what would you do?" Zhou Zijuan glared at him, enunciating each word, "I can give you the money, but dare you to accept?" He was clearly threatening Zhang Dong. However, the latter remained unfazed, replying calmly, "If you dare to give, I shall dare to take." Yiro interjected, "Zhang Dong's material, when crafted into jewelry, is worth at least 75 million. Even at the lowest selling price, it will not be less than 60 million. Zhou Zijuan, with a darkened expression, stated, "I do not have that much cash. I can transfer 30 million now, and the remaining amount I will owe. Zhang Dong was unafraid of being cheated and replied, "That is acceptable." Soon after, he received a text notification of the transfer. 30 million sent in 6 installments to his account. At this moment, Luo Donley's face turned pale. That 650,000 was hard-earned money from her job at the nightclub last year, and now it was lost just like that. Yet, even Zhou Zijuan could not back out, and she certainly could not either. Under Yi Ro's watchful gaze, she reluctantly transferred 650,000 to Zhang Dong. Receiving the bank notification, Zhang Dong said, "For the remaining 30 million, please write me an IOU." Zhou Zijuan, this time, complied readily, swiftly completing the IOU. With the note in hand, Zhang Dong and his companions left with determination. Luo Donley's heart ached, and she softly said, "Zijuan, it's all right. He was merely lucky." Suddenly, Zhou Zijuan struck her across the face, sending her sprawling to the ground. He glared at her fiercely, saying, "If it weren't for you, this foul woman, would I have lost 60 million? 60 million. I could have entertained 100 women more beautiful than you. Get lost and go as far as you can." Boss Lu Zhongyu observed the entire scene and questioned Zhou Zijuan, who wore a face full of rage. "Are you dissatisfied?" Zhou Zijuan replied venomously, "Cousin, I must make him pay." Lu Zhongyu, a man seasoned by life's tempests, chuckled. "Young man, you are too impulsive. Revenge does not always require violence. He has taken 60 million from you. Would it not be more satisfying to make him lose 200 million instead?" Zhou Zijuan paused. "Cousin, do you have a clever plan?" Lu Zhongyu, "Next month, a warlord in Myanmar will privately sell raw stones in large quantities and of exceptional quality. I am on good terms with the general, and I will arrange a game that guarantees he will be left with nothing. If you're still not satisfied, I can also ask the general to eliminate him." Upon hearing this, Zhou Zijuan's eyes sparkled, and he said, "Uncle, I am entirely relying on you." Lu Zhongyu nodded vigorously, understood. Meanwhile, Zhang Dong did not hesitate, selling 2 pieces to Minggu Xian for 36 million. Thus, he instantly acquired over 90 million in funds. As the business vehicle headed towards the company, Yi Ro's beautiful eyes sparkled as she playfully asked, "Zhang Dong, what are your future plans?" With a smile, she continued, "Would you be interested in becoming an art appraiser at Minggu Xian?" Chapter 7. The Divine Eye Shatters Illusions. Zhang Dong was taken aback. Pointing at himself, "Me?" Yi Ro nodded, "Of course. Your discerning eye is a rare talent." She elaborated, "The base salary is 30,000, plus a year-end bonus. What do you think? Would you like to consider it?" Zhang Dong felt a stir in his heart. He did not mind the salary. However, he was an outsider in appraising antiques and lacked sales channels. If he could work at a professional institution like Minggu Xian, it would not only facilitate learning, but also make monetization more convenient. With this in mind, he nodded, "All right, I am willing to give it a try." Half an hour later, the vehicle arrived at the office building housing Minggu Xian. Minggu Xian is a subsidiary of Minggu Group, which boasts an annual revenue exceeding 20 billion and profits in the tens of billions, making it an industry leader. Among them, Jiangbei Minggu Xian is one of the 4 major branches of Minggu Group, accounting for 30% of the turnover. Yi Ro is the actual controller of Jiangbei Minggu Xian. Minggu Xian consists of 7 major departments. As they walked through, employees greeted Yi Ro respectfully, addressing her as President Yi. The two entered an opulent office, which included a bedroom, an office, and a reception room. Yi Ro invited Zhang Dong to sit down and then called her secretary, a fair-skinned, beautiful woman in a white professional suit, to assist Zhang Dong with his employment procedures. After running back and forth a couple of times, Zhang Dong received his ID badge and related items. He smiled and said, "President Yi, I am not tired." Lu Feng was also in the office, and upon hearing Yi Ro's remark, he frowned slightly. He knew that Yi Ro's bedroom was never used by others. Today, allowing this newcomer to rest there made him quite displeased, casting a cold glance at Zhang Dong. At that moment, Yi Ro slightly furrowed her brows and pressed her hand against her neck. Zhang Dong, with keen observation, asked, "Is President Yi uncomfortable with her neck?" Yi Ro replied while pressing her delicate neck, "It might be due to sitting in the car for too long. My neck muscles are sore and painful. It's nothing serious. It's an old ailment that will improve in a couple of days." During his time working abroad, Zhang Dong learned a set of massage techniques from the locals, which proved effective for ailments like stiff necks and back pain. He immediately offered, "Missy, I know some massage techniques. Let me help you. It might alleviate your discomfort." Lu Feng, hearing this, became anxious and quickly interjected, "No way. With President Yi's esteemed status, you cannot just offer to massage her." Yet, Yi Ro was quite pleased. Waving her hand at Lu Feng to signal him to step out, and then smilingly said, "Oh really? Then please help me out." Lu Feng could only watch helplessly as Zhang Dong placed his large hands upon Yi Roshue's fair and delicate neck, squeezing it gently before he resentfully pushed the door open and departed, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. During the massage, Zhang Dong occasionally caught a glimpse of a subtle beauty just below her collar, causing his heart to race, prompting him to quickly avert his eyes and resume his earnest work. Moments later, a few strands of faint golden light began to materialize between his fingers. These golden rays were released by the tiny creatures residing in his left eye, vibrating within his body. Now, as these golden lights permeated Yi Ro's being in conjunction with the massage, she felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, the soreness swiftly dissipating, replaced by an exquisite lightness and ease. "Zhang Dong, your massage technique is truly remarkable. My neck no longer aches," she exclaimed in admiration. 15 minutes later, the massage concluded. Zhang Dong remarked with a smile, "It seems that your relationship with your grandfather must be quite close." Yi Ro replied with a slight smile, "When I was very young, my father remarried and showed no concern for me. My grandfather, worried that I might be mistreated by my stepmother, kept me by his side until I reached adulthood." Upon finishing her story, she retrieved some literature on antique appraisal from a nearby bookshelf and handed it to Zhang Dong. "These are books that I often read. You might find them enlightening and gain some experience in art appraisal." Zhang Dong treasured the books, immediately settling down in the parlor to peruse them. In less than an hour, he had read through 3 volumes. Just as he was about to delve into the 4th, the workday came to an end. Yi Ro smiled and said, "That was incredibly relaxing. To express my gratitude, I would like to treat you to dinner tonight." Zhang Dong inquired, "Is there a place nearby where we could have a drink, Miss Yi? Tonight it's my treat." Yi Ro glanced at him and nodded. "There is." The two took the elevator down to the parking level. As Yi Ro was the first to exit, the parking lot was deserted and enveloped in silence. Not far away was her parking space, where a Porsche sat quietly. After walking a few steps, Zhang Dong suddenly caught a whiff of a sweet, metallic scent. In an instant, the surroundings shifted, the lights vanished, leaving only Yi Ro standing beside him. She too halted, astonished as she surveyed the area, whispering, "Zhang Dong, aren't we in the garage?" Zhang Dong's expression remained unchanged. With a surge of warmth in his left eye, a dragon-like creature materialized in midair, coldly surveying the ground. In an instant, he saw through the illusion, and the scene returned to normalcy. Soon, he spotted a man in a black trench coat and mask approaching from a distance, muttering incantations as if casting a spell. Yet, Yi Ro remained ensnared in the illusion, unable to perceive the threat, her hand tightly gripping Zhang Dong's. "Do not fear," Zhang Dong reassured her, feigning an air of being trapped in the illusion, suspecting it was merely a trick of the mind. Upon hearing the term ghost wall, the man in the black coat revealed a chilling smirk, swiftly closing the distance between them and producing a long black needle aimed at Yi Ro's nape. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Dong delivered a powerful kick to the man's groin, causing the needle to clatter to the ground as the assailant's mouth gaped open in silence, his body slowly descending to a crouch. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Dong unleashed a punch to the man's face, blood splattering forth. Instantly, the illusion shattered, and Yi Ro witnessed the grim sight of the trench-coated man. Zhang Dong coldly demanded, "Who sent you?" As soon as a question was posed, a vehicle sped towards them, prompting him to hastily pull Yi Ro behind a pillar. The car screeched to a halt, and 2 masked individuals leapt out, swiftly abducting the man in the trench coat before the vehicle roared away with a cacophony of tires screeching against the pavement. Emerging from their concealed position, Yi Ro's lovely face was etched with frost as she remarked, "Zhang Dong, fortune favored us with your presence. Otherwise, I might have met my demise." Zhang Dong inquired, "Director Yi, who were those individuals?" Yi Ro fell into a contemplative silence, seemingly pondering something profound. After a brief moment, a chilling smile crept across her lips as she declared, "The only person capable of employing dark arts against me is her." Unable to contain his curiosity, Zhang Dong asked, "Director Yi, who is this woman you speak of?" Chapter 8. Fortuitous Discoveries at the Night Market. "My stepmother. Ever since my grandfather entrusted me with the operations of Ming, Gu Xian and Jiangbei province, she has been relentlessly targeting me. She wishes for her biological daughter to ascend. Yet that scheming woman possesses no ability beyond her cunning." Zhang Dong understood that in affluent families, interests often lead to intricate rivalries, prompting him to advise, "Director Yi, you must exercise utmost caution in the future." Yi Ro gazed at Zhang Dong, whose earlier actions had instilled a sense of security within her. Zhang Dong from now on. You shall not only serve as Ming Guxian's appraiser, but also as my personal bodyguard. I shall grant you a double salary. Zhang Dong chuckled. No need for a double salary. One is sufficient. Unacceptable. For 2 roles, you shall receive 2 salaries. Henceforth, your base salary will be 60,000, Yi Ro replied, her demeanor revealing a rare glimpse of the domineering CEO she was. Zhang Dong acquiesced. Very well, thank you, Director Yi. Before entering the vehicle, he conducted a quick scan to ensure its safety before starting the engine. As mealtime approached, Yi Ro commanded Zhang Dong to drive to a roadside stall, stating, "The skewers here are delightful. We shall not return until intoxicated." Zhang Dong nodded in agreement. They ordered several dishes, dozens of skewers, and 2 crates of craft beer. As they consumed the beverages, their conversation grew increasingly animated, with Yi Ro sharing tales of her lineage and experiences over the years, while Zhang Dong reciprocated with his own stories. Having consumed half the beer, 5 men clad in black vests exited the establishment. 1. A burly man in his 40s adorned with tattoos, immediately fixated on the enchanting Yi Ro, his eyes gleaming with desire, fueled by alcohol and ill intentions. He grinned and approached her, taking a seat beside her and attempting to lay a hand on her delicate shoulder. Yi Ro frowned, leaning towards Zhang Dong for protection, causing the man's hand to fall empty. He smirked. "Hello, beautiful. Let us get acquainted." As he reached out to touch her face, Zhang Dong's expression hardened. He seized the man's wrist and shouted, "What do you think you're placing your hand?" The tattooed man glared menacingly and retorted, "Mind your own business, or you'll regret it." He sprang to his feet, throwing a punch aimed at Zhang Dong's face. In that instant, Zhang Dong's adrenaline surged, his left eye twitching, as he focused intently on the unfolding scene. Time seemed to slow, akin to a cinematic slow-motion sequence. Though astonished, Zhang Dong reacted swiftly, tilting his head and simultaneously delivering a punch to the man's chin. His movements, however, were noticeably slower than his perception, and it was only after the man missed his punch that Zhang Dong's fist connected with his jaw. The impact resonated. A dull thud echoed as the tattooed man was struck down to the ground. The remaining 4, unwilling to stand idly by, immediately surrounded him. Zhang Dong seized a chair and charged forward, their movements appearing to him as sluggish as those of turtles. He was able to land precise blows each time. With a resounding crash, he felled one individual and then swung the chair leg, striking the second man on the head, leaving him bleeding profusely. The last 2, throwing punches, were met with Zhang Dong's deft maneuvering, causing them to crash heavily to the ground, their front teeth shattered, clutching their mouths in pain. Witnessing this scene, Yi Ro was profoundly impressed by Zhang Dong's bravery and ferocity. Fueled by anger, Zhang Dong was ready to deliver a few more kicks, but Yi Ro grasped his arm. Shaking her head, "Stop. I'll call the police." Moments later, a police car arrived. The officers seemed to recognize Yi Ro and treated her with great courtesy, asking her a few questions before taking the assailants away for questioning. Zhang Dong was only asked a few perfunctory questions. The scene was chaotic, and Zhang Dong voluntarily compensated the owner 300 yuan. The opportunity for further drinking was lost, and the 2 had no choice but to leave. Back in the car, Yi Ro suddenly said, "There's a world-renowned ghost market in the city. It opens at 9:30. Would you accompany me for a stroll?" With nothing pressing on his agenda, Zhang Dong readily nodded. "Sure, let us go together." Since they had both consumed alcohol, they took a taxi to the ghost market. The so-called ghost market is located within a natural park on the outskirts of Yun City. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by dim yellow lights that flickered like will-o'-the-wisps. Zhang Dong remarked, "Yi, with the lights so dim, can we see anything clearly?" Yi Ro chuckled. "We can use a flashlight. But the items at the ghost market can be both genuine and counterfeit. As for whether one can purchase authentic pieces, that depends on one's skill." Finally entering the ghost market, they passed a stall selling calligraphy and paintings, where Yi Ro paused to examine a piece. Due to the insufficient light, she switched on her flashlight. Zhang Dong's gaze wandered over the stall until it was captured by a short scroll painting. He noticed that the artwork revealed layers of imagery, informing him that this piece was a work of Emperor Huizong from the Northern Song dynasty, once collected by renowned figures throughout history. The painting depicted 7 types of birds, aptly named the 7 Birds painting. However, upon unrolling the scroll, he discovered that it portrayed instead the popular 8 Steeds painting. The authentic 7 Birds painting was cleverly concealed within the scroll. Maintaining a facade of composure, he inquired of the vendor, "How much for the 8 Steeds painting?" The vendor glanced at him and replied, 5,000. This is a work by a modern master, quite rare. Seeing his interest, Yi Ro quickly took a look and shook her head vigorously. This 8 steeds painting is merely a mass-produced craft. It's worth at most 200. The vendor, visibly displeased, retorted, Miss, if you're not buying, that's fine, but please refrain from making unfounded statements. Zhang Dong smiled and said, Boss, I quite like this painting. Could you possibly offer a discount? 1,000, and I'll take it. The painting was something the vendor had acquired years ago in the countryside for a mere 10 yuan. Rumored to be a collection of a certain wealthy landlord from back in the day. Naturally, he didn't take the rumor seriously and thought that selling it for several hundred would be a profit. Now, with Zhang Dong offering 1,000, he feigned a troubled expression, saying, Young man, let us do this. It's clear you have a connection with this painting, so I'll let it go for 1,500. I can't go any lower. Leaving the stall, Yi Rou smiled and remarked, Although the painting holds little monetary value, if it truly delights you, it is worth the price. Zhang Dong offered no further explanation and suggested, Let us explore other items. The two wandered through much of the night market, yet encountered nothing of remarkable interest. While some items were appealing, their prices rendered them impractical purchases. Nonetheless, Yi Rou managed to find a few treasures she cherished, making the outing worthwhile. He promptly approached a golden Buddha statue standing over 30 centimeters tall, exclaiming, The craftsmanship is impressive. How much for this statue, good sir? The proprietor, a one-eyed elderly man clad in ethnic garb with a patch over his left eye, extended a finger and declared 10,000. Yi Rou frowned. This statue does not resemble an antique. It is made of plaster. 10,000 is exorbitant. The old man replied, My dear, this statue is gold-plated, and artisans with such skills are rare. Zhang Dong nodded in agreement, saying, Very well, 10,000 it is. Ignoring Yi Rou's protests, he decisively purchased the statue. Upon exiting the ghost market, Yi Rou sighed, Spending 10,000 on a plaster Buddha, you are truly devout. Zhang Dong chuckled. Then, finding a secluded spot, he suddenly flipped the statue over and struck the base with his fist. The plaster shattered instantly, and he reached inside, retrieving a tome of golden scriptures. The book comprised over 30 pages, each crafted from thin sheets of gold, densely inscribed with text. Zhang Dong glanced at the cover, where 3 ancient characters read Ling, Fei, Jing. Yi Rou gasped, A golden scripture. Zhang Dong, this is incredible. How did you know there was something valuable inside? Zhang Dong replied with a grin, It was merely a guess. As Yi Rou perused the scripture, she marveled, This artifact must be at least 1,000 years old. In an auction, it would fetch no less than several million. Zhang Dong, feeling a sense of pride, remarked, Bought for 10,000, not a bad deal, right? Yi Rou gave a thumbs up, You've struck gold. After checking into a hotel, Zhang Dong first retrieved the 8 horses painting and, using some tools, unrolled the scroll. Inside, he extracted a tightly rolled artwork, which, upon unfurling, revealed the 7 birds painting by Song Huizong. He pondered the potential value of this painting and resolved to ask Miss Yi for her insight the following day. Setting the painting aside, he began to examine the golden scripture. The classical Chinese text appeared obscure and utterly incomprehensible. Just as he was about to abandon his efforts, he felt a warmth in his left eye, and a dragon-like entity materialized, coiling around the scripture. Suddenly, the Ling Fei Jing illuminated, radiating a golden glow that unveiled 12 sequences of images, each depicting a golden figure repetitively performing a set of movements. He noticed that within the golden figures, different colored energies circulated, seemingly representing a form of martial arts technique. Zhang Dong was taken aback. Was this not akin to the martial arts manuals found in wuxia novels? Astounded though he was, he instinctively began to practice the first set of movements. However, after completing merely a third of the sequence, he felt an overwhelming discomfort. At that moment, the golden light emitted from his left eye began to take effect, alleviating his discomfort and bringing a sense of ease to his body. Gritting his teeth, he persevered to complete the first set of movements. Upon finishing, he sensed a new energy coursing through him, akin to a small mouse darting about within. Subsequently, he diligently followed the energy circulation path within the golden little figure, exerting his utmost to control the flow of energy through the meridians. Cultivation is an exceedingly arduous endeavor, attainable only by those with exceptional talent and guidance from eminent mentors. However, Zhang Dong, bolstered by the power of his left eye, successfully completed the first set of movements, thereby acquiring his initial surge of true energy. The first attempt was challenging, yet subsequent attempts became significantly smoother. With each repetition, the true energy within him grew denser. After practicing 10 times, the true energy became remarkably substantial, flowing like a gentle stream through his meridians. Zhang Dong, wary of overexertion, decided to rest after 10 repetitions, soon succumbing to a deep slumber. Upon awakening the following day, he discovered his skin was coated with a layer of dark, greasy substance, exuding a pungent odor. Startled, he hurried to the bathroom to wash himself. Just as he finished and changed into fresh attire, the doorbell rang. Today, Yi Ro donned a splendid purple dress, exuding both elegance and beauty. With a smile, she inquired of Zhang Dong, "Did you rest well yesterday?" "Quite well," he replied. "Yi Zong, could you help me with something?" He invited Yi Ro into his room and carefully retrieved the painting of the 7 birds, slowly unfurling it before her. Yi Ro's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Heavens! This is the 7 birds painting by Song Huizong." Zhang Dong nodded. This painting was concealed within the scroll of the 8 horses painting. Its owner must have devised this method of concealment out of concern for its safety. Yi Ro took a deep breath and remarked, "What a treasure! This painting is worth at least several million. Zhang Dong, if you're willing to part with it, I can arrange for it to be auctioned. The commission fee can be halved." Zhang Dong smiled. "Very well, let us proceed with the auction." Yi Ro appeared elated, scrutinizing Zhang Dong with delight as she remarked, "You're impressive. Your true self remains concealed, with both the golden scriptures and the 7 birds painting. You are indeed a master at uncovering hidden gems." Zhang Dong quickly waved his hands. "I merely stumbled upon it. Luck was on my side." "I don't believe that for a second." Shortly thereafter, they dined on a buffet at the hotel. Before finishing their meal, she received a phone call, her expression shifting to one of urgency. She promptly dialed another number, and upon connection, she asked, "Aunt Lu, how was my grandfather?" After listening intently for several minutes, she abruptly hung up, concern etched deeper on her face. Zhang Dong glanced at her, inquiring, "Yi Zong, what has happened?" With a soft sigh, Yi Ro replied, "My grandfather hasn't shown up for 2 days, and I worry for his safety." Zhang Dong asked, "Why not call your grandfather?" Yi Ro shook her head. "His phone has been unreachable since last night. Something must have occurred. Otherwise, that woman would not be so anxious to eliminate me." Zhang Dong suggested, "Why not ask your father?" A hint of disdain crossed her features as she replied, "He is entirely under that woman's control. Consulting him would be futile." After a moment's contemplation, she declared, "We must go to Haicheng." Zhang Dong was taken aback. Haicheng was over 200 kilometers away, requiring a minimum of 3 hours by car. Yi Ro continued, "I must see my grandfather to ensure he is unharmed." Zhang Dong nodded. As her bodyguard, he felt a sense of responsibility to escort her, saying, "Very well, I shall take Yi Zong to Haicheng." Yi Ro had already arranged for a vehicle to be brought to the hotel, parked in the hotel lot. As the 2 individuals descended in the elevator to the underground parking lot and were about to enter their vehicle, a sudden plume of black smoke erupted from the car's roof, surging toward Yi Ro. Stunned, she found herself incapable of reacting in time. However, Zhang Dong discerned the truth. The black smoke was, in fact, a swarm of malevolent black insects, grotesque in appearance and undoubtedly sinister. Fearing for Yi Ro's safety, he instinctively struck at the swarm. Upon doing so, he felt a warmth in his left eye, accompanied by a resonant dragon's roar in his mind, as a strand of golden light burst forth and swiftly consumed the black insects. Chapter 10. The Arrival of a Noble Benefactor. Still shaken, Yi Ro inquired, "What was that?" Zhang Dong frowned slightly and replied, "A type of insect resembling the ones you had inside you before. Someone must be using these creatures to harm you." Yi Ro's complexion paled. "Poisonous insects. Someone has cast a curse upon me?" Zhang Dong reassured her, "Do not fear. I possess a means to combat these entities. Let us get in the car and leave." Shortly after departing the hotel, they merged onto the highway, with Zhang Dong focused on driving. Throughout the journey, Yi Ro incessantly made phone calls, reaching out to various people and gathering information from different sources. After concluding her final call, she closed her eyes, awaiting further news. After several minutes, her phone rang. Upon listening intently, her eyes welled with tears as she asked, "How long has he been unconscious?" "All right, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Su." Zhang Dong cast a glance her way and inquired, "Yi, do you have any news?" With a gentle wipe of her tears, Yi Ro replied, "My grandfather is in a coma. The situation is dire. Mr. Su informed me that my grandfather can only hold on for another 2 weeks at most." She pondered for a few seconds before adding, "That woman has already dispatched individuals to control my grandfather's residence. I must meet someone to seek his guidance." Zhang Dong asked, "Who is this person?" Yi Ro responded, "An old friend of my grandfather. He is a reclusive sage. If he is willing to assist, there may still be hope for my grandfather." Curious, Zhang Dong inquired, "Where does this sage reside?" Yi Ro replied, He lives on Lingyun Peak. Zhang Dong, surprised, remarked. Lingyun Peak in Qingshan County? You know of Lingyun Peak? Yiro asked. Zhang Dong smiled. I live in Qingshan County. Lingyun Peak is not far from my home. I often hike there during my middle school years. He then activated the navigation system, stating, we will reach Lingyun Peak in about an hour and a half. After a while, he commented, this Taoist priest must be formidable. Yiro nodded lightly, saying, my grandfather once told me that in times of great difficulty, I should seek Master Longyan at Lingyun Peak. He would surely help me. An hour later, they arrived in Qingshan County and soon reached Lingyun Peak. Rising over 1,000 meters, the peak could only be accessed via a winding mountain path, necessitating a climb on foot. Observing the summit shrouded in mist, Yiro offered a wry smile, realizing she was wearing high heels, rendering her unable to ascend. Zhang Dong, noticing her predicament, glanced at the lengthy path and said, Yi, I shall carry you up the mountain. Yiro was taken aback. Carry me? That would be exhausting. Climbing over 1,000 meters, even an unencumbered person would feel sore. Carrying someone would be even more strenuous. Zhang Dong chuckled. It's no trouble. We can rest whenever needed. With no alternatives left, Yiro reluctantly nodded. I appreciate it. Zhang Dong bent down, allowing Yiro to recline on his back, her arms gently encircling his neck. As Zhang Dong felt the soft touch against his back, a rush of emotions surged within him, prompting him to collect his thoughts and stride purposefully up the mountain. Despite carrying another person, he moved with remarkable agility. Half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of a Taoist temple, shrouded in ethereal mist, resembling a realm of immortals. The ground outside the temple was relatively even, and Zhang gently set Yiro down. Her delicate face flushed slightly as she tucked her hair behind her ear and softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your hard work. Zhang Dong grinned. It's nothing. Remarkably calm. He had not even broken a sweat. At that moment, a young Taoist priest, around 15 or 16 years old, emerged. After glancing at the two, he performed a single-handed salute and stated, my master invites you both inside. They promptly entered the courtyard, led by the young priest into the temple. The temple was modest, housing statues of the three pure ones, beneath which sat a Taoist priest in a meditative pose, his eyes appearing neither fully closed nor open. Zhang Dong found it difficult to ascertain the age of this individual. At first glance, he seemed to be in his 50s, but a closer look suggested he might be in his 30s. As he gazed intently, he perceived a thread of energy flowing through the priest's body, following an unusual path. Intrigued, he activated his internal energy to mimic the priest's route. This individual was none other than Master Longyan. The priest smiled faintly. Missy has grown so much. The last time I saw you, you were still a little girl. Suddenly, Yiro knelt before the priest and implored, Master, my grandfather is in a coma. Can you save him? Master Longyan sighed softly. Life, aging, illness, and death have always been thus. It is his fate I fear. His gaze then fell upon Zhang Dong, and he uttered a soft exclamation. Zhang Dong's heart skipped a beat, fearing he had been discovered for secretly learning from him. Master Longyan suddenly chuckled, changing his tone. Bring this young man home. He will awaken your grandfather. Both Yiro and Zhang Dong were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. Master, I do not possess any medical skills. I fear I may be of no help, Zhang Dong admitted candidly. Master Longyan smiled. You are a benefactor in her life. You will surely assist the Yi family. Yiro's eyes brightened. Knowing that Master Longyan never spoke falsely, she bowed deeply. Thank you, Master. Master Longyan nodded. Do not visit your grandfather just yet. Go the day after tomorrow. Yiro was taken aback. Why? Master Longyan shook his head. The timing is not yet right. Despite her inquiries, Master Longyan remained reticent, and she had no choice but to take her leave with Zhang Dong. As Zhang Dong carried Yiro back down the mountain, he remarked with a smile, Miss Yi, it's getting dark. Let us rest in Qingshan County for the night. Master Longyan had mentioned that they would go to Haicheng the day after tomorrow, and there was no rush. Yiro replied, All right, let us rest in Qingshan County tonight. Zhang Dong's home was situated at the eastern end of a quaint town, nestled against the mountains and beside a river, boasting picturesque scenery. The locals had established a camping base, agritourism spots, and fruit-picking gardens, attracting numerous visitors from the city. As Zhang Dong stepped out of the vehicle, Zhang, who was taken aback for a moment, then raised an eyebrow and called out loudly, Zhang Dong, you've arrived just in time. Do persuade my second uncle. Zhang Dong's expression darkened. Zhang who? Have you been eating dirt? Why are you cursing at my doorstep? Zhang Dong and Zhang, who share a rather indifferent relationship, having frequently engaged in physical confrontation since childhood, leading Zhang Dong to treat him with little courtesy. Enraged, Zhang Hu exclaimed, Zhang Dong. You've grown bold enough to shout at me, and attempted to shove him. The energy generated by the golden insect significantly enhanced Zhang Dong's physique, granting him extraordinary vision. Zhang Hu's movements appeared to him as if in slow motion. With a slight sidestep, he effortlessly pulled Zhang Hu off balance, causing him to crash to the ground with a startled cry. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Dong delivered a swift kick, eliciting a pained scream from Zhang Hu. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Dong's parents rushed out. His father, Zhang Baoxing, and mother, Tang Lan, were both simple and straightforward individuals. Zhang Dong inquired, "Dad, Mom, what did Zhang Hu come to our house to shout about?" Tang Lan sighed and explained, "Your uncle wishes to purchase our contracted orchard to sell as burial plots. Your father refuses, and thus they come to hurl insults at us daily." Grasping Zhang Hu, Zhang Dong coldly asked, "Is this true, Zhang Hu?" Zhang Hu retorted angrily, "Zhang Dong, your father is foolish for not profiting." Tang Lan interjected, "Zhang Hu, your father could earn tens of thousands from selling a single burial plot. You want to offer 30,000 to buy out our 50 acres of forest. We will never agree to that." Zhang Dong scoffed. 30,000 for dozens of acres of land? Quite the calculation you have there. At that moment, a middle-aged man rushed over, pushing Zhang Dong aside in anger. "Zhang Dong, what do you think you're doing?" The newcomer, not particularly tall, but radiating an air of authority, was Zhang Hu's father, Zhang Baokai, who also held a prominent position in the village. Zhang Dong stepped back and said, "Uncle, is it acceptable for Zhang Hu to come to our doorstep and spew filth?" Zhang Baokai, furious, replied, "How dare you speak like that? If your parents were sensible, would Zhang Hu dare to insult them?" Zhang Dong coolly countered, "Refusing to be taken advantage of makes us unreasonable. Since you're so sensible, why not start by giving me 1,000,000? Zhang Baokai regarded his nephew with a cold stare. "Zhang Dong, after a few years abroad, you've grown quite bold in your speech." In his youth, Zhang Baokai had trained in martial arts and ventured into other provinces, gaining considerable experience, which contributed to his leadership role. Many villagers harbored a certain fear of him. Zhang Dong declared, "Let us not waste words. I will not sell the land my family has contracted." Zhang Baokai chuckled, "Very well, if you refuse to sell, I shan't force you." With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Hu, and the pair hurriedly departed. Tang Lan expressed her concern. "Xiao Dong, your uncle is quite crafty. I fear he may pose a threat to you." Zhang Dong reassured her, "No need to worry, Mom. Da Huang, now 7 years old, had been Zhang Dong's childhood companion. Though he had been away for several years, Da Huang immediately recognized his young master." Zhang Dong affectionately patted Da Huang's head, remarking, "Da Huang, you've grown plump." That evening, Tang Lan prepared a sumptuous dinner, having just slaughtered a chicken, eager to celebrate her son's return after 3 years abroad. Zhang Dong suggested, "Mom just killed a chicken. Why not invite someone over for dinner? I'll provide the address." Yeo inquired, "Is that convenient?" "Absolutely," he replied. "Great. I'll set out in 10 minutes. Mom, my boss is coming over for dinner," he informed Tang Lan, who was busy in the kitchen. Tang Lan quickly inquired, "Xiao Dong, is it too shabby for your boss to come over for dinner?" Zhang Dong replied, "Not at all. I notice we have plenty of mushrooms in the refrigerator and some ham in the kitchen. We can stir-fry them shortly." Zhang Baoxing asked Xiao Dong, "What business does your boss engage in?" Zhang Dong responded, "She specializes in the appraisal of cultural relics and antiques, and I work alongside her, earning a monthly salary of 60,000. His parents were taken aback, exclaiming, 60,000 a month? Such a high salary." Tang Lan and Zhang Baoxing busied themselves preparing a dish of stir-fried ham, a stir-fried chicken, a plate of sautéed wild mushrooms, bamboo shoots braised with cured meat, a snake soup, and several side dishes, totaling 4 cold and 8 hot dishes. As the meal was nearing completion, a Qian came to a stop at their doorstep. Zhang Dong's home was conveniently located at the village entrance. Soon, Yiro emerged from the vehicle, now donned in an elegant black dress. Upon entering the courtyard, both Tang Lan and Zhang Baoxing came forward to greet her. Even the dog Da Huang wagged its tail in welcome. Yiro, carrying 2 gift boxes, cheerfully said, "Hello, Uncle and Aunt, I hope I'm not intruding." Tang Lan, captivated by the beauty of the young woman, exclaimed, "Not at all. We are delighted to have you here. Please, make yourself comfortable." After inviting her into the living room, Zhang Dong prepared a cup of wild mountain tea, freshly brewed from their own harvest, which was quite delightful. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they settled down to dine. The dishes, though modest in appearance, were authentic hometown flavors, and Yiro offered her enthusiastic praise. After the meal, Da Huang dashed into the house in search of a bone, and Zhang Dong happened to notice a small fragment of a broken leaf lodged between the dog's claws. Emanating a mystérieux aura. Intrigued, He realized that his left eye could perceive it while his right eye could not, indicating the leaf's extraordinary nature. He plucked the fragment and asked De Huang, "Where did you find this?" De Huang sniffed the leaf and immediately darted outside, prompting Zhang Dong to hastily follow, saying, "Yizong, please enjoy your tea. I'll step out for a moment." The pair ventured into the mountains, reaching a nearby summit where De Huang burrowed into a patch of bamboo forest. Within a small hollow, they discovered a medicinal herb. Zhang Dong noticed that the surface of the herb radiated a layer of ethereal light and exuded a fragrant aroma. He snapped a photo with his phone and, upon searching online, realized it was a wild ginseng. Laughing heartily, he patted De Huang on the head, praising its cleverness as the dog wagged its tail joyfully. He procured a sharp stone and, with swift precision, unearthed the ginseng, which measured over 20 centimeters and resembled a human form, weighing at least half a kilogram. As the saying goes, 7 ounces is ginseng, 8 ounces is treasure. In ancient times, 1 pound equated to 16 ounces, thus 8 ounces represented half a pound. The wild ginseng in Zhang Dong's possession exceeded 8 ounces, qualifying it as a treasure. Upon seeing the ginseng in Zhang Dong's hand, Yi Ro's eyes sparkled. She asked, "Is that ginseng?" Zhang Dong nodded. "I'm not very knowledgeable, but after checking online, it appears to be ginseng." Yi Ro carefully accepted the ginseng, examined it closely, and remarked, "This is a mutated form of ginseng, known as treasure ginseng. Your specimen has likely been growing for at least 300 years. While ginseng typically has a limited lifespan, certain mutated varieties can thrive for hundreds or even thousands of years, earning the titles of treasure ginseng or king of ginseng." Zhang Dong chuckled. "So is it valuable?" Yi Ro stated solemnly, "It depends on luck. If we encounter a buyer in need, selling it for 10 million would be no problem." Tang Lan and Zhang Baoxing exchanged glances, astonished by the figure of 10 million. Yi Ro continued, "My grandfather is in a coma. Perhaps it could be of use to him. Zhang Dong, please sell me this wild ginseng." Hearing that ginseng might assist Yi Ro's grandfather, he replied, "As it is something I dug up myself, there is no need for payment. Yi, please take it and use it well." Yi Ro shook her head. "That won't do. I will offer you a fair price." Zhang Dong, who served as Yi Ro's bodyguard, naturally stayed at the hotel as well, though Yi Ro occupied an inner room while he stayed in an outer one. As night fell, he sat cross-legged on the sofa, following the method taught by the Longyan Taoist to circulate his internal energy. Thanks to his left eye's ability to see within, his energy circulation proceeded smoothly, and he quickly completed a full cycle. After one cycle, he felt a notable increase in his internal energy, and his body felt quite comfortable. With prior experience, he no longer needed internal sight for subsequent energy circulation. Thus, Zhang Dong continued his practice for 7 complete cycles before resting. The next morning, he awoke feeling refreshed. Once Yi Ro rose, they shared a breakfast of local delicacies, which Yi Ro particularly enjoyed. Upon reaching the mountain summit, Zhang Dong heard sounds of exertion from the opposite side. They hurried to the peak and found an elderly man instructing 2 young boys in martial arts, each movement precise and deliberate. Chapter 12, Stealing Techniques. Zhang Dong and Yi Ro settled down to rest while observing the man's teachings. The instructions were simple: stances, footwork, and 3 basic punches. The stance was straightforward. Zhang Dong grasped it quickly, even perceiving how the man's internal energy flowed. However, the 2 boys struggled to maintain proper posture, seemingly hindered by an invisible force preventing their success. The footwork appeared easy to him as well, requiring one to walk quickly on the edge of a barrel with a diameter of 1.5 meters without causing it to wobble or slip off, increasing speed all the while. The 2 boys moved slowly, failing to complete even a single round without falling off. The 3 basic punches taught were uncomplicated, repetitive in nature, and the boys managed to mimic them quite well. As they descended to the mountainside, Zhang Dong observed several individuals conversing in his family's orchard, including Zhang Baokai and Zhang, who, across from 3 men who appeared to be negotiating. "Uncle, what are you doing in my orchard?" Zhang Dong approached them. Upon seeing Zhang Dong, Zhang Baokai placed his hands on his hips and remarked, "Xiao Dong, this gentleman is a significant businessman. He intends to develop a cemetery on the mountain. After discussing with him, he has offered compensation of 10,000 per mu for your land. 50 mu amounts to 500,000. I refuse to sell." Zhang Dong replied directly. He understood well that if this uncle could offer 500,000, the profit he would reap would certainly exceed 5 million. 50 mu of forest land could yield at least 3 to 500 burial plots, each fetching 30 to 50,000, resulting in profits of 1 to 2 million. Seeing Zhang Dong's unwillingness, Zhang Baochai's expression darkened. Xiao Dong, do you know who this businessman is? If you do not show him respect, your family's life may become difficult in the future. Among the three men, one middle-aged figure clad in black stepped forward, bearing a serpentine scar across his face, his bulging eyes exuding a menacing glare. He cast a fleeting glance at Zhang Dong and proclaimed, "Young man, you possess only the rights to lease this land. It does not belong to you. Should you refuse, the village may unilaterally sell the land to me, and at that juncture, you shall receive not a single penny." He produced his mobile device, revealing a calculation: 10 acres of apricots, yielding 1,500 pounds per acre, summing to 675,000 pounds over 45 years, valued at approximately 175,000 at 2 yuan per pound. Furthermore, 15 acres of fragrant pears, with an output of 1,200 pounds per acre, would result in 810,000 pounds over the same period, totaling 162,000 at 2 yuan per pound. Zhang Dong, after a series of rapid calculations, retorted, over the span of 45 years, the orchard value at this year's market price is approximately 6,550,000. This figure reflects only the current rates. As the standard of living improves, fruit prices will also rise. Should prices increase by 3% annually, the value after 45 years will reach 3.8 times this year's figure. Therefore, you would need to compensate my family at least 15,720,000. Calculating profits at 40% of that valuation, it amounts to 6,288,000. Upon hearing Zhang Dong's assessment, the expression on Zhang Baochai's face soured, as if he had consumed something vile. He sneered, "Xiao Dong, you're like a toad, croaking too boldly. What audacity! 6,288,000. You truly dare to demand such a sum?" Zhang Dong responded, "In business, it is a matter of mutual consent. If you deem it excessive, you are free to forego the purchase." The scarred man chuckled darkly, saying, "Boy, do you truly believe I can acquire your family's land without spending a single cent?" Zhang Dong met his gaze firmly, replying, "I do not believe it." The middle-aged man snorted derisively and exchanged a glance with his two companions. Both towering figures at approximately 6 feet tall, their muscular frames radiating a chilling intensity. Responding to the silent cue, the two men began to encircle Zhang Dong. Having just witnessed a demonstration of martial prowess, Zhang Dong stepped forward with his left foot, adopting a relaxed stance. Suddenly, the man to his left lunged to grasp his shoulder, while the other reached for his arm, evidently intent on subduing him. Drawing upon the newly acquired martial techniques, Zhang Dong shifted his shoulders, unleashing a surge of internal energy that sent the two assailants sprawling several meters away, one crashing into a fruit tree, the other colliding with a large tree trunk. Both men, incapacitated by the force of his energy, lay on the ground, pallid and drenched in sweat, their hearts racing in disarray. Zhang Dong placed a hand upon the shoulder of the scarred man, who now appeared ashen. Realizing that his most formidable companions had fallen so swiftly, this individual was undoubtedly a master. "Brother, let us converse amicably," he hastily suggested. "Your offer is most reasonable, and we can negotiate." The scarred man nodded fervently. "Indeed, I shall give this due consideration and provide my comrades with a response." Zhang Dong concluded, "You may depart at once." Yes, we shall leave immediately," the man replied repeatedly. Zhang Dong and Yi Ro descended the mountain to leave, while the scar-faced man wiped the cold sweat from his brow, letting out a long sigh of relief. He bent down to assist his subordinate, who waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Boss, I'm utterly exhausted. My body feels completely drained." This man was a formidable opponent, not to be trifled with. The scar-faced man sighed once more, exclaiming, "Who would have thought this young man would possess such remarkable prowess?" Zhang Baochai was taken aback and hastily interjected, "Scar, I watched Zhang Dong grow up. How could I not know his capabilities? He is by no means a master." The scar-faced man cast a cold glance in his direction and asked, "How many years has it been since you last saw him?" Zhang Baochai replied, 3 years. He has been working overseas during that time." The scar-faced man sighed. "That explains it. 3 years is ample time to cultivate a true master." The man seated on the ground spoke up, "Boss, this individual is exceptionally powerful. Perhaps you should enlist him to confront the master hired by He Yuanhu." He Yuanhu was the rival of the scar-faced man, and the two had been in a fierce rivalry in Yun City for many years, with victories alternating between them. However, recently, He Yuanhu had summoned a martial artist from the border province to engage in a bout of skill against the scar-faced man's faction. This bout of skill referred to a contest where both parties would each bring forth a martial artist to compete. The losing side would be compelled to make concessions. In their last encounter, the master summoned by the scar-faced man had suffered a crushing defeat, resulting in significant losses. With tensions once again flaring, He Yuanhu was eager for another bout, and the scar-faced man was troubled by this predicament. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. He slapped his thigh and declared, "Yes, I shall visit him at once." Da Huang, clearly having indulged far too much, had a round, bulging belly and was unable to consume another morsel. Nevertheless, the little girl's enthusiasm was overwhelming, and he found it impossible to refuse. "Uncle!" Upon seeing Zhang Dong enter, the little girl squealed with delight and dashed toward him. Zhang Dong crouched down, embracing her as he laughed. "Little girl, you've grown into quite the young lady." Although he had been working abroad for 3 years, Zhang Dong frequently video-called his niece, so there was no sense of estrangement between them. A young woman in her late 20s emerged from the house. Resembling Tang Lan to some extent, she was Zhang Dong's sister, Zhang Hong. Half of her face was bruised and swollen, as if she had just endured a beating. Chapter 13, Avenge My Sister. Upon seeing the injuries on Zhang Hong's face, Zhang Dong's expression changed, and he inquired, "Sister, who did this to you?" Zhang Hong averted her gaze and quickly replied, "It's nothing. I just fell." Zhang Dong shook his head. "Sister, you cannot deceive me. This injury is from a beating, not a fall." The man responsible for her welfare was Zhang Hong's husband, Li Kongming. "Brother-in-law, did you inflict those wounds on my sister?" Zhang Dong raised an eyebrow, his demeanor steely. Throughout his life, his sister had been his greatest protector. During his childhood, she had carried him on her back to school, and whenever there was something delicious at home, she always ensured that her younger brother was served first, with their parents often occupied with work. It was Zhang Hong who prepared meals for him. Thus, Zhang Hong held a place in Zhang Dong's heart equal to that of his parents, and he would not tolerate anyone mistreating her. Li Kongming hastily waved his hands. "Xiao Dong, how could I ever harm your sister?" Tang Lan emerged from the room, her expression equally grim, stating, "Xiao Dong, it was your sister-in-law's second brother who did this." Zhang Dong erupted in fury. "Who does he think he is to lay a hand on my sister?" When he became enraged, his fury surged so intensely that his hair stood on end. Li Kongming felt a chill in his heart and hastily said, "Xiao Dong, my brother was merely drunk that day. He did not intend to hurt anyone." Dan Lan Sna, did he not intend to? Then why did he not strike someone else? Is my Zhang family so easily bullied? Zhang Dong pulled Zhang Hong aside and asked, "Sister, I am here to support you. Tell me, why did Li Kongliang hit you?" Zhang Dong narrowed his eyes. "Sister, both of you have sons. Your in-laws are excessively biased." Zhang Hong sighed. "Duan's father is a criminal who has committed murder. Both my father-in-law and mother-in-law fear him." She quickly added, "Xiao Dong, do not intervene. It is not a significant matter. It has passed." Zhang Dong shook his head. "No, this cannot be overlooked." At that moment, Zhang Hong noticed Yi Ro nearby and quickly said, "Xiao Dong, is this your boss?" Yi Ro smiled and replied, "Sister, my name is Yi Ro." Zhang Hong urged, "Please, come inside and sit down." Li Kongming remained silent, and the more Zhang Dong observed him, the angrier he became, wishing he could deliver a kick. Suddenly, he asked brother-in-law, "Is Li Kongliang at home?" Li Kongming quickly responded, "Xiao Dong, Kongliang is at the construction site. He has just contracted the town's landscaping project." Before Li Kongming could finish, Zhang Dong stood up and walked outside, while Zhang Hong hurried to follow, but Zhang Dong had already driven off in his Qian. On his way, Zhang Dong happened to see people working on a landscaping project in town. He intended to confront Li Kongliang on the main road on the east side of the town. Li Kongliang was directing a group of workers to plant trees and flowers. This project was secured through connections, with a duration of 1 month, yielding a comfortable income of 70 to 80,000. Beside him stood a bald man in his 50s, who said, "Kongliang, once this job is finished, I will help you find the next one." This bald man, named Du Gue, had a fierce demeanor. He had killed someone in a fight over a decade ago and was sentenced to life imprisonment, only released 2 years prior. Upon learning that his daughter had married and his wife had left him, he sought out Li Kongliang. Initially, Li Kongliang kept his distance from this murderer of a father-in-law, but soon realized that Du Gue had extensive connections and could help him find work, leading him to treat his father-in-law with newfound respect. Li Kongliang smiled. "Father, that will be splendid. Once I earn, I will be sure to honor you." Just then, a Qian came to a halt before them, and Zhang Dong stepped out. Having seen Li Kongliang a few times, he was not well acquainted with him, yet Li Kongliang still recognized him. "Zhang Dong." Li Kongliang sensed trouble and instinctively took a step back. Zhang Dong fixed his gaze on Li Kongliang and inquired, "Li Kongliang, you have quite the audacity to strike my sister." Before Li Kongliang could respond, Du Gue stepped forward, casting a sideways glance at Zhang Dong. Kid, I am aware of the incident involving Kong Liang hitting your sister. She certainly deserved it. How your in-laws decide to allocate their money is their business. It is not for her to dictate. Zhang Dong retorted, Who are you? Du Gue scoffed, I am Kong Liang's father-in-law. Zhang Dong coldly replied, My matters with Li Kong Liang do not concern you. Step aside. Enraged, Du Gue, emboldened by his past prison time and his murderous history, did not regard Zhang Dong with any respect, declaring loudly, Kid, speak with more manners. Ignoring him, Zhang Dong seized Li Kong Liang by the neck and raised his hand to deliver a resounding slap. Slap! Du Gue, filled with rage, swung his fist at Zhang Dong, only to be sent flying by a swift kick. With a resounding clap, Zhang Dong unleashed a flurry of slaps upon Li Kong Liang's face, striking him repeatedly. Grasping his hair, Zhang dragged him to the edge of the pond and forcefully submerged his head in the water. Li Kong Liang strulad disparateri. But he was no match for Zhang Dong's strength and choked on several mouthfuls of water. Finally, Zhang lifted his head from the surface and coldly stated, You will apologize to my sister now and see if she can forgive you. If you refuse, you shall drink your fill today. Terrified, Li Kong Liang shouted, Zhang Dong, I was wrong. I will apologize immediately. Du Gue rushed over to assist his son-in-law, but Zhang effortlessly tossed him into the pond, soaking him thoroughly. Realizing he was outmatched, Du Gue dared not approach again. Thus, a drenched Li Kong Liang drove to Zhang Dong's home, with Du Gue in the car, planning to confront Zhang Dong's parents. At that moment, a Range Rover was parked outside the Zhang residence, with Scar Elder standing beside it, flanked by 6 underlings. Scar Elder slapped him across the face and said, Now that you're here, you expect me to leave empty-handed? Just then, both Li Kong Liang and Zhang Dong's vehicles arrived. As they exited their cars, Scar Elder approached Zhang Dong with a respectful demeanor, clasping his hands together, and said, Young brother Zhang, I sincerely apologize for the previous offenses. I have come to express my regrets. Du Gue, recognizing Scar Elder from his time in prison, turned pale with fear. He knew that Zhang Dong had made an impression on Scar Elder. Zhang Dong was somewhat surprised that this man had come to his home, as he had thought he would not relent. He casually remarked, Are you still interested in purchasing my orchard? Scar Elder quickly waved his hands, responding, I wouldn't dare. It is yours. Whenever you decide to sell, I shall buy at your price without negotiation. Intrigued, Zhang Dong inquired, So, you have other matters to discuss? Chapter 14, Ding Yao Lotus Bowl. Scar Elder nodded, saying, Young brother Zhang, shall we speak in the car? Zhang Dong agreed, and the two entered the Range Rover, which was spacious and comfortable, with each occupying one side. Scar Elder extended 3 fingers, indicating 3 million. Zhang Dong replied coolly, I have no interest in fighting. Seek someone more skilled. While he had acquired some martial arts knowledge, it was newly learned and insufficient against seasoned fighters. As they exchanged a few words, one of Scar Elder's underlings noticed Du Gue and paused momentarily before beckoning him over. The two had been prison mates, with Du Gue serving him by fetching meals and washing his feet, treated like a servant. Seeing the man's gesture, Du Gue, almost involuntarily, trotted over with a beaming smile, saying, Brother Xiong. Brother Xiong responded, What brings you here? Du Gue, with a clever glint in his eye, offered a cigarette and replied, Oh, just passing by. He then gestured towards Zhang Dong, asking, Brother Xiong, do you know Scar Elder? Brother Xiong lowered his voice. This one is formidable. Scar Elder seeks his assistance. He then kicked his son-in-law Li Kong Liang, sternly saying, Aren't you going to apologize? Li Kong Liang was not foolish. He understood that his sister-in-law's brother was not to be trifled with, especially after having just been reprimanded. He promptly followed Zhang Dong into the courtyard. Zhang Hong and others were present in the yard, and upon seeing his younger brother in such a disheveled state, Li Kongming was taken aback and inquired, Kong Liang, what brings you here? Li Kong Liang approached Zhang Hong, knelt down with a thud, and said, Sister-in-law, I was wrong. I offer you my sincerest apologies. Zhang Hong was taken aback and glanced at Zhang Dong. Sister, you may allow him to remain kneeling until he feels at ease enough to rise. Zhang, possessing an inherently kind nature, replied, Let it be. Since he has acknowledged his mistake, there is no need to pursue it further. Li Kongming hurriedly helped his younger brother to his feet, and the two siblings stepped outside to converse. Zhang Dong summoned Tang Lan into the house, presenting her with a card, stating, Mother, this contains 1 million. Please give some money to my sister when you have a chance. Do not mention that it is from me, or else she will surely refuse. Tang Lan, aware of her son as a current financial success, smiled and responded, Very well. Mother understands. She reminisced, in the past, your father and I lacked means, and we didn't prepare much for the dowry, which led to disdain from the in-laws. Now that you have prospered, we must make amends. Zhang Dong nodded. I taught that scoundrel a lesson. Mr. Yi, when shall we depart? Tomorrow, Yi Ro replied. Tonight. There is a trading event in the antique circle of Yun City. Will you accompany me to observe? Zhang Dong, intrigued, asked, what is the purpose of this trading event? Yi Ro explained. It is an age-old tradition where collectors bring a few items to share and discuss. If something catches their fancy, they may purchase it. If an appropriate bid arises, they may let it go. With a smile, Yi Ro added, Isn't there a street for cultural artifacts in Yun City? Let's first explore there and see if we can find some treasures. Zhang Dong agreed, certainly. After enjoying lunch at home, the two drove to the Yun City Antique Market. Renowned throughout the world, Yun City has produced several notable collectors. The antique market itself is quite famous. Hailed as one of the top 10 antique markets in the country, it resembles a commercial street, with various shops lining both sides and spaces left for stalls in the middle. As they reached the street corner, they noticed that the stalls outnumbered the customers, suggesting that the reputation of the top 10 antique markets might be somewhat exaggerated. Zhang Dong had no specific goal in mind. He simply strolled and engaged in casual conversation. Although he appeared to casually glance around, he absorbed the essence of all the items within his gaze. Most of the items at the stalls bore contemporary characteristics, with only a few dating back to over a century ago. Having traversed nearly half the street without any significant discoveries, Zhang Dong spotted a lively shop nearby, bustling with patrons. He suggested to Yi Ro, let's take a look inside. They entered a store specializing in porcelain, where an array of exquisite ceramics was displayed on showcase shelves. Yet, upon inspection, only a handful of the hundreds of items exuded an ancient aura. He picked up a Ming Dynasty bowl, and upon inquiring about the price, was taken aback to learn it was over 300,000. While the bowl was authentic, it was crafted in a folk kiln, and the price was evidently inflated. At that moment, a shrewd middle-aged man in black entered, clutching a blue package tightly, his demeanor tense. The item was something he had purchased in the countryside for merely 1,000 yuan. Later, upon conducting some online research, he felt that this item might possess considerable value, prompting him to seek the counsel of an expert. However, after inquiring at several establishments, he was informed that the object was merely a counterfeit. Upon entering, Zhang Dong immediately noticed the peculiar aura emanating from the item cradled in the man's arms. A careful examination revealed countless images in his mind, and he instantly recognized that the bundle contained a Ding Kiln lotus bowl. Having perused 2 texts on porcelain appraisal, he swiftly arrived at a conclusion. The Ding Kiln, one of the 5 renowned kilns, is celebrated for its production of white porcelain alongside black, green, and red glazes, particularly renowned for its exquisite white porcelain. The bowl in the middle-aged man's possession was indeed a Ding Kiln white porcelain bowl, originating from the northern Song dynasty, though it had spent the majority of its existence concealed within a tomb, only to be unearthed 3 years prior. Thus, with a mere glance, Zhang Dong comprehended the object's history. He approached with a smile and inquired, Sir, are you looking to sell something? The middle-aged man swallowed hard and nodded yes. How did you know? Zhang Dong replied with a grin. Just a hunch. What treasure do you hold? And how much are you asking? The man stated, This is a family heirloom, and I am prepared to sell it for this amount. He opened his right hand, shaking 5 fingers. 50,000? Zhang Dong suggested tentatively. The man shook his head, solemnly declaring, 500,000. Zhang Dong was taken aback. 500,000? Your item must be truly precious. Could you enlighten me on what it is? The old man lowered his voice. I have researched it. This should be a piece from the Yuan dynasty's Ding Kiln. Although it pales in comparison to the Song dynasty's wares, its value is certainly no less than 1 million. Asking for 500,000 is not excessive, is it? Zhang Dong stroked his chin and remarked, I am one who enjoys taking chances. Here, as my offer. I will purchase this item for 300,000 in cash, without inspection. Chapter 15, The Exchange Meeting. The middle-aged man was momentarily stunned, filled with doubt. Without inspection, aren't you afraid it's a fake? Zhang Dong replied. That is why I said I'm taking a gamble. What do you say, old man? Are you willing to take a chance? The middle-aged man had initially intended to accept any offer in the range of 1 to 200,000. But with Zhang Dong's immediate offer of 300,000 without examination, he found it impossible to refuse. After all, he himself was uncertain of the item's authenticity. If he were sure, he would not have settled for 500,000. The middle-aged man promptly agreed, deal. The item is yours. Zhang Dong then escorted the old man to a nearby bank, where he withdrew 300,000 and handed it over. The cash, now nestled in the bag, made it bulge. Fearing the attention of ill-intentioned individuals, the middle-aged man quickly hailed a taxi and departed. Throughout the entire exchange, Yiro had remained silent until this moment, when she remarked, "It's quite impressive to purchase an unknown item for 300,000. Zhang Dong, with a smile, unwrapped the bundle, revealing a shoebox. Upon opening it, he found it filled with old cotton wadding. As he peeled back the cotton, a bowl, pure white as jade, emerged before them. Yiro was momentarily taken aback, then carefully lifted the bowl with both hands for a closer inspection. After half a minute, she took a deep breath and declared, "So thin as paper, white as jade. With a firm texture, lustrous glaze, exquisite patterns, and look at this inscription. I can ascertain it must be a piece from the Northern Song Dynasty's Ding Kiln." Zhang Dong feigned surprise. "It seems my luck is quite favorable." Yiro was perplexed. Could it truly be mere luck? "Zhang Dong in it, yeah. Shall we take this to the exchange fair?" Yiro smiled and replied, "This bowl is worth millions. Of course we can. Let us continue exploring." At that moment, Zhang Dong, having overstrained his eyes, decided to retract his perceptive abilities and merely glanced at things nonchalantly. In the interim, Yiro purchased another item for 450,000, reportedly yielding her a modest profit. After wandering for over an hour, Zhang Dong's spirits revived somewhat. Yet Yiro was already preparing to depart. At the end of the antique street, a stall displayed some aged redwood furniture, predominantly from the Qing dynasty. An elderly gentleman, over 70, sat in a grand armchair with a cane, his eyes half closed. Zhang Dong's discerning glance swept over the cane, revealing a luminous treasure concealed within. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it harbored 45 beads. Drawing from his acquired knowledge, he recognized these beads as exquisite East pearls. Historically used by the emperors of the Qing dynasty, each valued at several hundred thousand in the market. He halted abruptly, pointing at the cane, and asked, "Sir, this cane is remarkable, from the Qing dynasty, I presume?" The old man opened his squinting eyes and smiled. "You have a discerning eye. This cane was once used by Prince Gong and has been passed down through generations. My father acquired it, and I have utilized it for decades." Zhang Dong praised. "What a splendid item. I wonder if you would part with it?" The old man chuckled. "Since I have presented it, I am indeed willing to sell. Crafted from precious wood, adorned with fine gemstones. How about this? If you fancy it, 1 million takes it." 1 million was no trifling sum, and Yiro could not help but interject. "The cane is indeed exquisite, yet the gemstones are mere decorative pieces added later. If you are sincere about selling, I offer you 100,000. Yiro immediately identified the cane as shortcomings, drastically reducing the price to 100,000. The old man shook his head repeatedly. "I want to sell for that. I might as well keep using it." After a round of negotiations, they ultimately settled on a price of 200,000. Curiously, Yiro asked, "What are you doing?" Zhang Dong tapped the cane and remarked, "It's hollow. I'm checking for any contents." Yiro, intrigued, retrieved a screwdriver from her toolbox. Zhang Dong pried the bottom of the cane with force, and a piece of wood splintered open, revealing 2 round beads that rolled out. He then tilted the cane upright, and all 45 beads cascaded onto the seat. Yiro exclaimed, "East pearls." Zhang Dong chuckled. "Each East pearl should fetch at least 2 to 300,000. We've struck gold this time." Yiro gazed at Zhang Dong as if he were a marvel, saying, "You're incredible. How did you know the cane was hollow?" Zhang Dong explained, "When the cane made contact with objects, it produced a distinctly hollow sound, leading me to conclude its interior was empty." Yiro gave a thumbs up. "Impressive. 45 East pearls could be worth a minimum of 10 million. The venue for the exchange fair was named Four Seasons Villa, a luxurious hotel owned by the wealthiest man in Yun City, Li Donghai. Spanning over 3,000 acres and taking a decade to construct, the hotel exuded opulence and grandeur. Presently, the spring and autumn garden of Four Seasons Villa was exclusively reserved, hosting hundreds of collectors from across the nation to meet and exchange their treasures. Within the spring and autumn garden, 3 grand halls stand, each adorned with 60 tables. At this moment, several tables are already occupied by clusters of individuals engaged in lively conversation. Yiro, as the proprietor of Ming Guxian, not only secured a spot at the gathering, but also enjoyed a status elevated above that of ordinary collectors, having been assigned a table at the heart of the hall. Upon locating her seat, Yiro instructed Zhang Dong to retrieve the Ding Kiln bowl, prompting nearby collectors to gather around with great interest. Is this a piece from the Ding Kiln? So thin and as white as jade, could it truly be from Ding?" At this juncture, a bespectacled gentleman approached, clad in a blue suit and adorned with a gold watch valued at hundreds of thousands. He leaned in closer to examine the bowl, adjusting his glasses as he inquired of Yiro, "Is this yours?" Yiro acknowledged with a slight nod, curious to hear his assessment. The man remarked, "This appears to be a later imitation, though the craftsmanship is commendable," offended by the insinuation that their possession was merely a replica. Zhang Dong refrained from a rebuttal and instead asked, "What leads you to that conclusion?" Zhang Dong nodded in agreement, adding, "Your assertion may hold some merit. Thus, I suggest you examine this piece more thoroughly." The bespectacled man paused, taken aback, for his confidence stemmed from having encountered this very bowl earlier in the day. An elderly gentleman had sought to sell it, and he had scrutinized it closely, concluding it was a modern imitation. "That won't be necessary. A single glance suffices," he replied dismissively. Yiro interjected, "Is that so? There are several esteemed porcelain appraisers present. Perhaps we should invite them over for a second opinion." She lifted the porcelain bowl and approached an elderly man with a head of white hair, exuding vitality as he sat sipping tea, surrounded by a few younger companions. Upon her arrival, the elder smiled and said, "Yi girl, what brings you to Yun City?" Yiro responded cheerfully, "Uncle Zhu, I came to partake in the excitement. I found an intriguing item this afternoon. Could you assist me in appraising it?" The attendees displayed expressions of astonishment upon recognizing the elder, Zhu Jiong, a master in porcelain appraisal and a distinguished collector with a treasure trove of over 10,000 exquisite porcelain pieces. Chapter 16, A Glance of Clarity. The bespectacled man approached as well, nodding and stating, "Old Zhu, I believe this item is a forgery." Zhu Jiong took the porcelain bowl, examining it with a magnifying glass for half a minute before setting it aside. Addressing Yiro, "Child, you are quite fortunate. How much did you acquire it for?" Yiro extended 3 fingers, replying, 300,000. Zhu Jiong laughed heartily, "Excellent. The piece is indeed authentic, though it differs from typical Ding kiln porcelain. It was crafted in a co-kiln. Such items from Ding kiln are scarcely documented, but I happen to be knowledgeable about them." The crowd nodded in agreement, and Yiro expressed her admiration. "Old Zhu, if it weren't for your presence, I doubt anyone could have accurately authenticated this bowl." Zhu Jiong chuckled, saying, "I've been seeking items from the Ding kiln. How about letting me have this one?" Yiro smiled. "If you cherish it, please take it for your enjoyment." Zhu Jiong turned to a beautiful young secretary beside him, instructing, "Issue a check for 15 million. After completing the check, he handed it to Yiro, stating, 15 million is neither excessive nor insufficient. Should you have a change of heart, you may reclaim it from me at any time." Yiro agreed, "Very well. I shall proceed as Uncle Zhu suggests." The countenance of the bespectacled man darkened, astonished that he had misjudged the value of the item. He missed a rare treasure from the Ding kiln. However, he quickly regained his composure and chuckled, acknowledging, "Indeed, Mr. Zhu possesses remarkable insight. I have much to learn from you." Mr. Zhu glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, "You are Zhou Wenwu's son?" The bespectacled man nodded, "I am Zhou Tsong. As you rightly mentioned, my father." Zhu Jiong merely grunted in response, choosing not to elaborate further. Zhou Tsong extended his hand towards Yiro, smiling. "You must be General Manager Yi from Minggu Xian?" Yiro did not reciprocate the gesture, replying coolly, "I have heard of your esteemed name, Mr. Zhou." She added, "I apologize, but I am pressed for time." Zhou Tsong frowned slightly. His lineage was no less illustrious than Yiro's, and he felt slighted by her dismissive demeanor. Coupled with his previous misjudgment that led to missing the Ding kiln treasure, he felt a surge of frustration and retorted, "Your visit to Yun City must surely not be solely for the exchange fair, is it?" Hearing the implications in his words, the astute Yiro smiled faintly and inquired, "What is it that Mr. Zhou wishes to convey?" Zhou Tsong lowered his voice, saying, "Let's discuss this in private." They moved to a secluded corner, where Zhou Tsong whispered, "Tonight at midnight, CG Villa will auction off some collectibles. You are aware of this, I presume?" Yiro offered a slight smile, neither confirming nor denying his assertion. Zhou Tsong continued, "I could serve as an advisor to you, General Manager Yi." Noticing Zhou Tsong's persistent attempts to ingratiate himself, Zhang Dong interjected coldly, "How can you presume to advise her when you could not even accurately assess the Ding kiln piece?" Insulted by this remark, Zhou Tsong turned sharply to glare at Zhang Dong, retorting, "Watch your words, young man." Yiro interjected, "There is no need for that. Zhang Dong is a senior appraiser at Minggu Xian, and I trust his judgment." Upon hearing Zhang Dong's title, Zhou Tsong displayed a hint of disdain, thinking him too young and lacking in experience. He remarked, "Do you recall the batch of collectibles that Minggu Xian lost 2 years ago, General Manager Yi?" Yiro's beautiful eyes flickered with a glint of coldness. "How do you know about such confidential matters, Mr. Zhou?" She fixed her gaze on him, asking, "What are you trying to imply?" Zhou Tsong smiled slightly, suggesting, "Shall we find another place to converse?" Zhang Dong's gaze swept across Zhou Tsong, penetrating his coat pocket to glimpse a list containing photographs and names of 32 artworks. These pieces were all catalogued works of art, each holding immense value. The least expensive among them worth over 10 million. As Yi Rou began to speak, Zhang Dong interjected, "Are you implying those artworks will be auctioned tonight?" Zhou Tsong was taken aback, staring at Zhang Dong. "You are aware of this?" Zhang Dong replied, "You mentioned it yourself. There is no secret that remains hidden." Zhou Tsong scoffed, "Even if you know, it is merely peripheral information. Tonight's auction resembles a blind box. Each box contains differing items, some precious, others worthless." Yi Rou remarked, "That has piqued my interest." Zhou Tsong explained, "The organizers have opted for this approach to maintain confidentiality. Only those who successfully bid will know what lies within the boxes. This method serves to protect secrets while also facilitating sales, achieving a dual purpose. However, to my knowledge, the actual value of these items is at least 2 to 3 million, so even if they incur losses, it will not be substantial. If one acquires enough, there remains potential for profit. Thus the attendees do not shy away." Zhang Dong replied, "I'm already aware of everything you have said." Zhou Tsong furrowed his brow, casting a penetrating gaze at Zhang Dong before letting out a soft huff. He addressed Yi Rou, saying, "Yi, we shall meet at the soir." After Zhou Tsong departed, Yi Rou inquired with a smile, "You don't truly have knowledge of the auction, do you?" Zhang Dong replied, "I was merely feigning ignorance." "Yeah. What did he imply regarding the artifacts lost by Ming Guxian?" Yi Rou sighed softly and explained, "The warehouse of Ming Guxian was compromised by a custodian who embezzled a collection of invaluable paintings and calligraphy, amounting to several billion. Subsequently, multiple police investigations ensued, revealing that the custodian had taken his own life, severing all leads." Zhang Dong expressed his astonishment. "Such a colossal loss. Just like that? Which paintings are involved?" Yi Rou recounted several titles, and upon cross-referencing with the lists in Zhang Dong and Zhou Tsong's possession, he realized they were indeed included. A spark of intuition ignited within him as he posited, Zhou Tsong's earlier remarks lead me to surmise that the lost items may resurface at tonight's auction. Otherwise, the organizers would have no need to orchestrate this blind box auction." After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Dong continued, "I shall take it upon myself to select the blind boxes for you this evening." Yi Rou chuckled wryly, "But how much can one truly find relying solely on luck?" Zhang Dong pondered further and remarked, "I possess a keen sensitivity to sense. Were there any common characteristics among the lost paintings?" Yi Rou's eyes sparkled with realization as she responded, "To safeguard against insects and decay, they were stored in camphor wood boxes that contained musk. Thus, all the artworks carried a blend of camphor and musk aromas." Zhang Dong nodded. "That simplifies matters. I shall detect the scent to identify the stolen paintings." Yi Rou beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Zhang Dong, should you recover those lost artworks, Ming Guxian will undoubtedly reward you handsomely." After a moment of reflection, she added, "If only my grandfather were lucid, I would beseech him to grant you 5% of the equity in Jiangbei Ming Guxian." Chapter 17. The Brain-Eating Goo. Zhang Dong chuckled. "A mere collection of paintings. Does it truly warrant 5% of equity?" Yi Rou asserted, "These paintings are the treasures of the store. Their worth transcends monetary valuation. My grandfather devoted immense effort to acquire them, and I cannot allow them to be lost." Zhang Dong nodded. Consider this matter entrusted to me." At the exchange event, each participant brought their items, and Zhang Dong presented the 45 Eastern pearls on the table. Immediately, several elderly gentlemen approached. One with a ruddy complexion picked up 2 pearls for examination, exclaiming, "These are genuine court beads used by emperors. Young friend, might you part with these?" Yi Rou responded, 400,000 each. You may either purchase individually or take the entire lot." Though 400,000 was undoubtedly above market value, Yi Rou discerned the elder's profound admiration for the pearls, likely a relic of the Qing dynasty's elite, and thus deliberately elevated the price. The elder remained silent for a few moments before stating, "I shall take them for 350,000. Yi Rou similet. It appears you are quite fond. Let us each concede a bit for 100,000. The elder chuckled, "I'm not particularly skilled in negotiations. This is my final offer, 370,000. Beyond that, I shall decline." Zhang Dong interjected, 370,000 is indeed acceptable." Yi Rou acquiesced, "Very well. If you insist, we shall settle on 370,000. Before long, the elder transferred 16,665,000 to Zhang Dong's account. The elderly gentleman evidently possessed considerable wealth, transferring over 10 million without a flicker of his eyelid. After his departure, Zhang Dong found his finances considerably bolstered and contemplated selecting a few blind boxes at the auction that evening. At that moment, a commotion erupted from a nearby group. And driven by curiosity, Zhang Dong and Yi Ro positioned themselves at the periphery of the crowd. They beheld an elderly man clad in traditional Tang attire, lying on the ground, convulsing violently and frothing at the mouth, exhaling but not inhaling, appearing on the brink of death. Dang Lao! Dang Lao! Several young individuals nearby urgently called out, yet the elderly man showed no sign of response. Zhang Dong observed the old man's face, which had turned a ghastly shade of blue and purple. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a small white worm, almost imperceptible, perched atop the man's brain, voraciously feeding on his cerebral matter. This worm was a form of poison known as brain-eating worm, capable of stealthily claiming lives. A realization struck Zhang Dong. The elderly man had evidently fallen victim to foul play. But who was the perpetrator? Scanning the crowd, he spotted a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion, whose icy gaze emanated a faint glow. The brain-eating worm was notoriously vicious, posing a threat even to the most skilled individuals. Thus, any cultivator of such a creature was doomed to perish upon suffering a backlash. Amid the ensuing chaos, someone attempted to check the middle-aged man's breath. He was already dead. Conversely, the elderly man in Tang attire slowly opened his eyes. Although a portion of his brain had been gnawed away, he appeared relatively unscathed, save for a drooping left eyelid. "What has happened to me?" he inquired. Zhang Dong replied, "You suddenly collapsed and began convulsing, which frightened us terribly. Are you all right now?" The elderly man sighed and glanced at the deceased middle-aged man, deep in thought. Before addressing Zhang Dong, "Young man, I am deeply grateful for your assistance. I am Tang Kegong." Upon hearing the old man's name, those surrounding them gasped in astonishment. "So it is Tang Lao. He is a master in the field of calligraphy and painting appraisal, an expert on national treasures." Zhang Dong initially intended to elaborate, but reconsidered, realizing that Tang Kegong had likely deduced the situation, so he merely smiled and replied, "It was nothing." Tang Kegong grasped Zhang Dong's hand, refusing to let him leave, then turned to those nearby. "Is that person dead?" With a disdainful grunt, he remarked, "To harm others ultimately leads to one's own demise." Yi Ro approached, smiling. "Tang Lao, I am Yi Ro, the granddaughter of Yi Zhouji." "Oh, you are little Yi's granddaughter. How is your grandfather faring?" I hope he recovers soon." "Young man, what is your name?" "Tang Lao, I am Zhang Dong." He replied with a grin. Suddenly, Tang Kegong bowed deeply before him, startling Zhang Dong, who quickly helped him to his feet. "Tang Lao, please, you mustn't." With utmost seriousness, Tang Kegong stated, "The grace of saving a life is akin to being reborn. How could I not pay my respects?" He retrieved a wooden box from someone nearby and opened it to reveal a round jade pendant, emitting a resplendent spectrum of colors in Zhang Dong's eyes. "Tang Kegong Smai. This is a treasure I acquired 10 years ago. Wearing it is beneficial for one's health. It originates from the pre-Qin era, and I now bestow it upon you. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. As long as I, Tang Kegong, am capable, I shall never refuse." Zhang Dong understood that Tang Lao's promise was no mere empty rhetoric, and promptly replied, "I am most grateful, Tang Lao." Then he seizes the opportunity to inquire, "Old Tang, I have heard that there is an auction tonight?" Old Tang nods. "Indeed, I came specifically for the auction. They say there will be a blind box. What about you? Young friend, are you interested?" Zhang Dong replies, "Old Tang, can everyone participate in the auction?" Old Tang shakes his head. "Only those who have received an invitation can attend. However, it is of no concern. I possess some extras and can provide you with one." Zhang Dong is overjoyed. "Thank you." After conversing with Old Tang for a while, Zhang Dong and Yi Ro continue their search for desirable items at the exchange fair. Yet, today as attendees are all industry experts, and Zhang Dong finds himself unable to seize any opportunities. The items he finds appealing are priced exorbitantly, rendering them impractical. Eventually, he arrives at a table occupied by a man in his 30s, where 36 bronze figurines are displayed, each striking a unique pose. The surface of the bronze figures is smooth, plump, and endearing. However, as Zhang Dong examines them closely, he catches sight of their interiors, discovering that the figurines are intricately filled with mercury, forming a network of meridians. Moreover, these channels are exceptionally delicate, Some are so fine that they are imperceptible to the naked eye, discernible only to his keen vision. He is intrigued, pondering, what could this signify? Chapter 18. Sword and Mirror. The stout man in a gray suit smiles amiably as he observes each passerby. Zhang Dong asks, "Sir, your bronze figures are quite charming. What is their origin?" The stout man replies, "I am uncertain of their exact provenance, but I know they date back to the Zhou dynasty. My father acquired them from an old farmer over 40 years ago." Zhang Dong expresses his interest. "Fascinating. I really like them. Please name your price." The stout man had already contemplated the price and states, 100,000 each. 100,000 for each, totaling 3,600,000 for all 36. This is no modest sum. Yiro interjects, "We are sincerely interested, but the price is rather steep. Could you consider lowering it?" The stout man shakes his head. "These have been with me since childhood. I will not part with them for less." Although Zhang Dong is unaware of the significance of the internal meridians within the bronze figures, he understands the importance of seizing the moment, promptly agreeing, "Very well. 100,000 it is. I will take them all." He immediately transfers 3,600,000 and secures the 36 bronze figures. At this point, Yiro no longer questions Zhang Dong's decisions. She curiously asks, "Zhang Dong, could there be any treasures hidden within these bronze figures?" Zhang Dong chuckles heartily. "Not exactly, but they do possess something rather extraordinary. Let's seek Old Tang's counsel." Having extensive knowledge, Old Tang is approached by Zhang Dong with the bronze figures in hand. Zhang Dong asks, "So, does this imply that the bronze figures contain records of cultivation techniques?" Zhang Dong nods, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, Old Tang." Old Tang, intrigued, inquires, "Young friend, how did you discern that there is mercury inside the figurines?" Zhang Dong responds, "By shaking the figurines. I could hear the sound of the mercury flowing. My hearing is quite acute." Following this encounter, Zhang Dong finds no further appealing items. By 6 in the evening, some remain for a buffet dinner, while others leave directly. Those who stay are predominantly the ones intending to participate in the evening auction. During the buffet, Old Tang sends someone to invite Zhang Dong and Yiro over, and the three of them sit together at a dining table. Old Tang cheerfully remarks, "Young friend, are you aware of the auction rules for tonight?" Zhang Dong, "Old Tang, I have heard that there will be a blind box auction tonight." Old Tang, during the auction, several keywords will be provided, such as the dynasty and category, and the bidding will start at 5 million. The highest bidder shall prevail. Zhang Dong, enlightened, "I thought 5 million was the price for a single blind box." Old Tang, "Certainly not. Some items contained within are valued at 10 million or even over 100 million. How could they possibly be sold for just 5 million? Zhang Dong, "So, aside from the auctioneer, everyone else is unaware of the item's true worth?" Old Tang, "The host will offer hints, and those with experience will have a rough estimate. For instance, if an item is worth 30 million, after the host's prompt, everyone will recognize it as a treasure of that caliber. As for whether it is acquired for 10 million or 50 million, that depends on luck." Zhang Dong's eyes sparkled. "That sounds quite intriguing." Old Tang chuckled, "My young friend, I can assist you in strategizing when the time comes." Zhang Dong smiled. "Thank you, Old Tang." After dinner, Tang Kegong led Zhang Dong and Yiro directly into an elevator. A subordinate produced a card and swiped it. The elevator began its descent, reaching the 3rd basement level. As the doors opened, they were greeted by a foyer where 4 bodyguards clad in black suits stood, scrutinizing each individual's invitation. Those without an invitation would be denied entry to the auction. Tang Kegong possessed 2 invitations, each allowing up to 3 guests, making a total of 6, including his subordinates. Once the checks were complete, they traversed the foyer and entered a lengthy corridor. Beyond the corridor lay a grand hall, featuring a circular platform at its center, surrounded by hundreds of seats. At that moment, the venue was already filled with over 100 attendees, and more continued to arrive. On the platform, the host had begun to energize the crowd. He was a middle-aged man donned in a tailcoat, with long hair and a resonant voice full of vigor. Zhang Dong, Yiro, and Old Tang engaged in light-hearted conversation. After several minutes, the hall was packed, with some attendees left standing in the aisles. At this point, the host announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, the auction is now officially underway. The first item for bid is a piece of calligraphy and painting by a renowned poet of the Northern Song dynasty. The starting price is 5 million, with increments of no less than 500,000. Let the auction begin." The item was held in the host's hands, contained within a long wooden box. Zhang Dong stared intently at the box, his gaze penetrating it to glimpse the contents within. Upon seeing the painting, vivid images flashed before him, and he recognized it as a work by the illustrious Song dynasty figure Su Shi. The painting depicted a beautiful woman amidst a bamboo grove, accompanied by a poem. Recognizing it as one of the stolen treasures from Minggu Xian, a priceless piece, he nudged Yi Ro, signaling her to make a bid. Yi Ro replied, "Many here are familiar with me. You should place the bid." Zhang Dong nodded, observing the price climb to 8 million before he began a bid, offering 8,500,000, 9 million, 9,500,000, 10 million. The 10 million mark was pivotal, as there were many poets from the Song dynasty, and this painting may not necessarily be valued at that amount. At this juncture, only 4 bidders remained: 10,500,000, 11 million. After several rounds of contention, the price reached 15 million, leaving only Zhang Dong and a middle-aged man in the running. Zhang Dong maintained a calm demeanor, incrementally raising his bid by 500,000 each time. Before long, the price soared to 18 million. The middle-aged man hesitated, uncertain about the provenance of the artwork, despite harboring a vague suspicion about its authenticity. 18,500,000, he announced. Yet Zhang Dong remained unperturbed. After a few moments of indecision, the middle-aged man shook his head and ultimately conceded defeat. Zhang Dong acquired the painting for the staggering sum of 18,500,000, garnering admiring glances from those around him, for not everyone dares to spend such a fortune on a blind box of art. The auction continued, but the subsequent lots from the 2nd to the 5th rounds did not captivate Zhang Dong's interest. In his eyes, the final bids exceeded the intrinsic worth of the treasures. In the 7th round, another piece of artwork, a lost creation from Minggu Xian, caught his eye, and he secured it for 12 million, although its true value surpassed 80 million. The 8th lot featured a sword, shrouded in red cloth, revealing only its shape. Zhang Dong sensed an ominous aura emanating from the sword, compelling him to make a purchase. Chapter 19, Yi Zhouji. The host provided minimal keywords, sword and Zhang Tianshi, resulting in limited interest. He effortlessly acquired the sword for 6 million. As the auction progressed, Zhang Dong seized every opportunity to bid on the lost artworks from Minggu Xian, with prices ranging from 8 million to over 20 million, ultimately acquiring 17 pieces in total. Additionally, he personally secured a porcelain piece, a calligraphy work, and an ancient jade, spending a total of 37 million, including the sword. Feeling somewhat lightheaded from the evening's exertions, Zhang Dong had strained his eyes from prolonged scrutiny. Just as he contemplated exiting, an item was presented, a mirror claimed to be from a prehistoric civilization. Intrigued by the notion of an ancient mirror from such a time, he steeled himself to observe closely. Upon inspection, he discovered it was a bronze mirror, hollowed out and inscribed with thousands of minute symbols, which subtly formed a formation. The mirror radiated a golden light, imposing significant pressure on his psyche. Even the creature nestled in his left eye seemed to recoil, as if sensing the mirror's formidable presence. The auction commenced, and he joined the bidding. Generally, the value of ancient mirrors is not substantial, resulting in scant competition. He secured the mirror for 650,000. At this point, he could no longer maintain his focus and refrained from further bids until the auction concluded. Upon exiting the auction venue, Tang Lao requested his attendant to assist in loading the items into the car. Noticing that Zhang Dong and Yi Ro's vehicle was filled to capacity, he generously offered his own Bentley, along with its driver, stating there were no restrictions on its use. Zhang Dong's residence comprised 2 stories, with 2 bedrooms on the 1st floor and 4 on the 2nd. Yi Ro was assigned to an east-facing bedroom on the 2nd floor, with fresh linens and pillows provided. All items were placed in a room on the 2nd floor. Exhausted, Zhang Dong collapsed in a bed and fell into a deep slumber, awakening the following morning around 8 o'clock. Yi Ro had already risen and was engaged in conversation with Tang Lan. Haicheng is a prominent first-tier city in the country, thriving economically, with a resident population exceeding 20 million. On this occasion, Zhang Dong was accompanied by the driver of Tang Lao, and the two embarked on a swift journey towards Haicheng. After a little over an hour, the vehicle entered the city limits, and it took them an additional half-hour to arrive at the residence of Yi Ro's grandfather, Yi Zhuzi. This was an ancient Jiangnan-style building, exuding a sense of rustic elegance. Upon reaching the entrance, 2 bodyguards clad in black approached and knocked on the car door. Yi Ro lowered the window and coldly commanded, "Open the door." The guards, evidently recognizing her, exchanged surprised glances, and one of them said, "Miss, I'm afraid you cannot enter." These individuals were merely executing orders, prioritizing immediate interests. After hearing Yi Ro's words, the guard on the left swiftly responded, "Miss, from now on, we shall heed your instructions." He then gestured for his companion to open the gate. Reluctantly, the companion gritted his teeth and opened the door. allowing Yi Rou and Zhang Dong's car to drive directly into the courtyard. They parked in front of a small building, and Yi Rou hurriedly exited the vehicle. Pushing open the door, inside the parlor sat 4 burly men, adorned with elaborate tattoos, clearly not of benign character. Upon noticing their entrance, they all rose, and one boisterously inquired, "Who are you?" Yi Rou scanned the room and asked, "Where's my grandfather, Yi Zhouji?" Upon hearing her name, the men recognized her identity, and one tattooed man approached with a sneer, saying, "So, it is Miss Yi. Apologies, but you cannot be here." He reached to grasp her shoulder. Yi Rou stepped back, and Zhang Dong positioned himself protectively in front of her, blocking the man's advance. With a swift motion, Zhang Dong pushed the tattooed man back 3 steps. The man narrowed his eyes and remarked, "Not bad, kid." He stomped his foot and swung a punch. Zhang Dong, having only learned 3 moves of boxing, twisted his waist and thrust his elbow forward, striking the man who was sent flying several meters before crashing against the wall, blood spilling from his mouth. The remaining individuals were taken aback, hesitant to act. Zhang Dong asked in a deep voice, "Where's the old master?" One of them, with yellow hair, pointed upstairs and replied, "He is on the 2nd floor." Yi Rou quickly ascended the stairs, with Zhang Dong closely following. In a dimly lit bedroom on the 2nd floor, an elderly man with graying hair lay unconscious on the bed, his complexion pale and breathing weak, emanating an aura of death. "Grandfather," Yi Rou gently called, but the old man showed no response. Overcome with sorrow, tears welled in her eyes. Zhang Dong observed the elder closely and noticed a dark mass on his head, revealing dozens of slender, worm-like creatures. Each worm, mere microns in diameter, resembled noodles, yet their lengths exceeded several decimeters. These creatures clung to the brain, releasing toxins that eroded the mind, inducing a deep coma without immediate fatality. Witnessing this, Zhang Dong was taken aback. Tugging at Yi Rou's sleeve, he whispered, "The old master has been cursed." Yi Rou's eyes flashed with cold determination. "That woman used these cursed insects against me. She must be the one who has cursed my grandfather as well." Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she grasped Zhang Dong's hand tightly. "Zhang Dong, you helped me drive away the insects before. Do you have a way to save my grandfather?" Zhang Dong nodded affirmatively and replied, "I will do my best." He extended his hand to press against the old man's forehead, and the insect within his left eye immediately sensed the gesture, swiftly traversing up his arm and burrowing into the old man's brain, launching itself towards the multitude of noodle-like creatures. At that moment, the old man suddenly exhaled a long sigh. His eyelids fluttered, and he subsequently opened his eyes. Yi Rou was overjoyed, calling out, "Grandfather!" Tears of joy streamed down her face as she exclaimed, "Grandfather, you have finally awakened." She continued, "You've been in a coma for 4 to 5 days. Lao Zhu, please come here." Lao Zhou was an associate of Yi Zhou, often absent for long stretches, sometimes not appearing for half a year. However, whenever he did show up, he invariably assisted Yi Zhou in resolving troubles, and this occasion was no different. After making a phone call, Yi Zhou turned to Zhang Dong and inquired, "Who is this young man?" Yi Rou briefly introduced Zhang Dong, concluding with, "Grandfather, it was Zhang Dong who restored your health. He saved you from the cursed insect." Yi Zhou nodded, smiling. "This young man is quite impressive." At that moment, footsteps echoed from the staircase as a tall young man in his 20s ascended, accompanied by 5 or 6 others. Initially bearing a fierce expression, he froze upon seeing Yi Zhou, then hurried over, saying, "Grandfather, you've awakened. That's wonderful." Chapter 20, Too Much to Bear. The newcomer was Yi Jihuan, the child of Yi Rou's father, Yi Dinghai, and his current wife from a previous marriage, who had come to the Yi family with her mother. Yi Zhou harbored a dislike for this outsider. He grunted in acknowledgement and asked, "Where is your father?" Yi Jihuan replied, "My dad is busy at the company." Yi Zhou commanded, "Call him to come here." "All right." He immediately dialed Yi Jihuan's phone. "You may go now." Yi Zhou waved his hand, signaling for Yi Jihuan to leave, and she quickly retreated. 15 minutes later, a man dressed in a gray Zhongshan suit entered, wearing an old-fashioned cap and keeping his head down. He approached Yi Zhou and said in a subdued tone, "Old master." Yi Zhou responded, "Someone has cast a curse upon me. It may be Wu Hui. Investigate this matter. If it proves true, bring the person to me." Lao Zhou nodded, "Understood, old master." He exited, and Yi Zhou turned to Yi Rou, stating, "From now on, you will serve as the president of Minggu Xian, overseeing all major branches." Yi Rou protested, "Grandfather, I am still young. Such a heavy burden may be too much for me to bear." Yi Zhou waved his hand dismissively. "You have grown up. Your second uncle and cousins are only concerned with indulgence and frivolity. lacking any ambition. Your father is unfit to lead, so this responsibility falls solely upon you. Zhang Dong interjected, "Thank you, old master." The guests who had been in the living room earlier had all departed, and the two shared a light meal. Before they had finished, a middle-aged man entered, his demeanor somewhat flustered, and immediately asked, "Xiao Rou, how is your grandfather?" This man was Yi Dinghai, Yi Rou's father. Yi Rou replied coolly, "Grandfather is fine. He is resting." Yi Dinghai took a deep breath and inquired, "Xiao Rou, did grandfather mention me?" Yi Rou glanced at her father and replied, "He did not mention you." Furrowing her brow, she added, "Dad, aren't you going to check on grandfather?" Yi Dinghai waved his hand dismissively. "If he is fine, I still need to go to the company." He arrived swiftly and departed even more quickly, prompting Yi Rou to shake her head in disapproval. Yi Rou scoffed, "I suspected it would be this way. Wu Hui is not merely an ordinary woman. The Wu family is among the affluent elites of Haicheng, possessing wealth and connections that rival even the Yi family." Yi Zhouji paused in contemplation for a moment before inquiring, "Which esteemed individual has been summoned?" Old Zhou replied, "A Gu master from the southern frontier, though he has sustained injuries and has yet to recover." After speaking, he cast a glance at Zhang Dong, saying, "This Mr. Zhang has struck at his vital point." Zhang Dong recalled his experience in the underground vault. Realizing he had indeed targeted a man clad in a trench coat, likely the Gu master from the south, Yi Zhouji smiled slightly. "I did not anticipate your valor, young Zhang." After a moment's thought, he continued, "Old Zhou, I entrust the remaining matters to you. Find someone to deal with that Gu master and issue a warning to the Wu family." Old Zhou nodded affirmatively, understood. Once Old Zhou departed, Zhang Dong's curiosity piqued, and he asked, "Mr. Yi, who is Old Zhou?" Yi Rou explained, "Uncle Zhou was once a reconnaissance soldier. In those tumultuous times, his wife was wronged and took her own life. He single-handedly infiltrated the local gang and eliminated 49 individuals. The case stirred considerable public attention, and he became a wanted man, fleeing overseas. Upon hearing of his bravery, my grandfather took it upon himself to bring his son, Xiao Kai, to his side, treating him as his own." Zhang Dong stroked his chin thoughtfully. This Old Zhou is rather enigmatic. Before they knew it, night had fallen. Just as he was preparing to have dinner, his mother, Tang Lan, called, "Xiao Dong, your uncle has led a group into our orchard and uprooted many of our fruit trees. Your father tried to intervene, but was beaten." Tang Lan's voice trembled with emotion. Yi Rou inquired, "Is there anything I can do?" Zhang Dong shook his head, "I can handle it." Yi Rou handed him the keys to the Qian, saying, "Consider this vehicle a company provision for you. Maintenance and fuel expenses can be reimbursed." Zhang Dong accepted the keys without hesitation and instructed the driver to take him to Yun City. An hour and a half later, he arrived at his doorstep. Zhang Dong alighted swiftly, rushing into the courtyard where his sister and brother-in-law were present. Zhang Baoxing had a laceration on his forehead, already bandaged. Yet his clothing was stained with blood. "Sister, are they still uprooting the trees?" Zhang Dong inquired. Zhang Hong nodded, speaking with bitterness. "Uncle is clearly bullying us. Those fruit trees were set to bear fruit this year. On what grounds can he uproot them?" Zhang Dong reassured her, "Sister, do not worry. I will handle it." Zhang Hong grasped his arm urgently. "Xiao Dong, don't go. There are too many of them. I have already called the police." Zhang Dong replied calmly, "Rest assured, I will seek assistance." He picked up his phone and dialed the number of Scar Uncle, known as Xiao Wanlong, who had previously sought Zhang Dong's aid, but had been turned down. Once connected, Zhang Dong stated, "This is Zhang Dong." Xiao Wanlong, upon hearing his voice, was filled with delight, exclaiming, "Mr. Zhang, are you willing to assist me now?" Zhang Dong responded, "I can help you with some muscle. Zhang Baokai has gathered a group to uproot my family's fruit trees. Please take care of it." Xiao Wanlong assured him, "Rest easy, Mr. Zhang. I will handle this minor issue." Less than 20 minutes after hanging up, Zhang Baokai and Zhang Hu arrived at Zhang Dong's doorstep, their faces ashen. Zhang Baokai called out, "Baoxing, come out for a moment." Zhang Dong stepped outside, fixing his gaze on Zhang Baokai. "Uncle, was it you who had someone assault my father?" Although Zhang Baochai held some influence in the village, he dared not offend Scar Uncle. Thus, he reluctantly approached to apologize. "Xiao Dong, your father and I merely had a quarrel. In a moment of impulsiveness, I struck him. Please do not be angry." Zhang Dong smirked. "A moment of impulsiveness?" Suddenly, he delivered a resounding slap across Zhang Hu's face, sending him tumbling to the ground, his cheeks swelling instantly. Enraged, Zhang Baochai exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Zhang Dong replied nonchalantly, "Nothing. I merely struck Zhang Hu in a moment of impulsiveness." Chapter 21. The Blind Date CAF. Zhang Baochai's face flushed crimson, struggling to articulate a fitting response. Zhang, who, nursing his injured face, protested. Zhang Dong, on what grounds do you strike me? Ignoring him, Zhang Dong addressed Zhang Baochai. Should you entertain any further thoughts of encroaching on the orchard, do not be surprised if I am less than courteous. Alarmed and furious, Zhang Baochai retorted, Zhang Dong. Do not assume that knowing Scar uncle makes you exceptional. Zhang Dong coolly responded. If you doubt it, feel free to test me. The cold glint in his eyes made Zhang Baochai shudder inwardly. Zhang Dong, I am still your uncle. Is this how you show respect? Zhang Dong replied. Enough of this nonsense. Go inside and apologize to my father. If you choose not to, I shall have Xiao Wanlong speak with you. Zhang Baochai felt utterly humiliated, but had no choice but to comply, lowering his head as he entered the courtyard. Standing before Zhang Baoxing, he said, Xing Bao, I apologize. I am truly sorry. Zhang Baoxing sighed as he regarded his elder brother. Brother, I have been managing those fruit trees for nearly a decade, enduring countless hardships. Please, no more of this. Zhang Baochai stiffly nodded and then turned to leave. Zhang Hong spat on the ground, remarking, You show no semblance of a senior. Zhang Dong inquired of Zhang Hong. Sister, has Li Kalian troubled you again? Zhang Hong nodded. He has become much more subdued. Now he does not dare look me in the eye when we meet. Zhang Dong nodded approvingly, retrieving his phone to transfer 100,000 yuan to Zhang Hong. Sister, did you not mention that Yaya wishes to learn the piano? Purchase her a decent one. Zhang Hong was taken aback and quickly replied, Xiao Dong. Keep this money for yourself. You're not a child anymore. You should marry within the next couple of years, and you'll need funds for that. Zhang Dong chuckled. Sister, please accept it. My monthly salary is 60,000. This amount is negligible. Zanong Gesped, 62 ans. What is your occupation, Xiao Dong? He replied with a smile. I work in artifact appraisal and part-time as a bodyguard. By the way, President Yi also granted me shares in the company. I will receive dividends at the year's end. Zhang Hong genuinely rejoiced for her brother, exclaiming, That is wonderful. Xiao Dong, since you have broken up with Luo Donli, I have asked a friend to introduce you to a young lady. You should meet her. Hearing about a blind date, Zhang Dong felt overwhelmed and quickly responded, Sister, I am busy. I do not have time. Let's discuss it later. Zhang Hong's expression darkened. What do you mean you have no time? Make time for this. I have already arranged for you to meet her at 10:30 at the Hongyan CAF. Zhang Dong sighed, understanding that when his mother summoned him, this matter was already in the works. There was no escaping it. Fine, I will go, he said helplessly. The betrayal of Ro Danley cast a profound psychological shadow over Zhang Dong. If a girlfriend of several years could treat him so, how reliable could a woman introduced through a blind date be? Thus, he resolved to confront this blind date in his own manner. He unearthed an old piece of clothing from his university days and donned it before mounting a dilapidated electric bike. Zhang Hong, trailing behind him, urged him to change into something new, but he sped away, leaving her fuming and stamping her feet in frustration. Half an hour later, Zhang Dong arrived in the bustling city of Yun and located the Hongyan CAF. Upon entering, he quickly spotted Table 7, the designated meeting place. After settling in, he glanced at the time. It was merely 10 past 10, so he ordered a glass of lemonade and began to play games on his phone. At a nearby Table 5, a long-haired beauty sat, clad in attire that revealed her alluring midriff and smooth, flat abdomen. Her beauty rivaled that of Yiro, albeit with a more vivacious charm. A hint of sophistication and a touch of classic elegance. This beauty exuded a lively allure, with large, expressive eyes, long lashes, and a curvaceous figure of at least a C-cup standard. While sipping on a jelly milk tea, she was engrossed in her phone. Beside her sat a short-haired girl. Though less striking, she still boasted a commendable beauty score of 9. The two women shared laughter, seemingly discussing something delightful, their bright giggles capturing Zhang Dong's attention. He cast a fleeting glance their way, prompting the two girls to quickly suppress their smiles. Engrossed in his game, Zhang Dong paid little heed. He was performing exceptionally well, achieving 19 kills. Setting down his phone, he noted the time. It was now 10:30. Taking a sip of his lemonade, he murmured, Where could she be? At that moment, a young man with red hair approached and sat across from the two girls, grinning as he inquired, Ladies, may I occupy this seat? The short-haired girl replied coolly, There are plenty of empty seats. Why not sit elsewhere? The young man's gaze roamed over the long-haired beauty, making her visibly uncomfortable, prompting her to shift back in her seat. Beautiful lady, I am the manager of Love Wild Media, and I believe you possess an exquisite aura, with potential as a model or internet celebrity. Would you be interested in joining my company? The long-haired beauty, utterly skeptical, wrinkled her nose and replied, Not interested. The man chuckled. Such opportunities are rare. Our company has launched many successful internet personalities. Don't you wish to give it a try? Not at all, she retorted. Leaning forward, the man smiled. That's all right. Let us start as friends. As he reached out to touch her hand, she recoiled, her voice rising in anger. What are you doing? Leaning back on the couch, he smirked. Dressed like that? Aren't you just trying to entice men? What an act. Furious. The long-haired beauty shot back. Watch your mouth. I wore this because I just finished a dance performance and had no time to change. Mind your language. It's your mother who entices men, she retorted fiercely, unwilling to be intimidated. Infuriated, the man stood, ready to strike her. Just then a figure rushed in, grasping his wrist and coldly stating, "What is the point of fighting with a woman? If you're interested in a fight, I can oblige." As a man felt the firm grip, a sharp pain surged through his wrist. He had been rude first, and a sudden wave of trepidation washed over him. With a huff, he shook off Zhang Dong's hand and declared, "Forget it. I have other matters to attend to. I hope I won't cross paths with you again." Wow, how courageous and self-assured he appeared. The short-haired girl was momentarily taken aback. The long-haired girl cast a furtive glance in Zhang Dong's direction and remarked with a smile, "Could he possibly be here for a blind date?" The short-haired beauty exclaimed, "Oh, someone is approaching." A woman in her mid-20s sauntered over, clad in a white dress. Her figure well-maintained, though her makeup was somewhat heavy. Her appearance could be rated a 6, falling into the upper-middle tier of attractiveness. She promptly seated herself opposite Zhang Dong, scrutinizing him for a moment. Upon noticing his old attire and the lack of any valuable possessions, her disappointment was palpable as she inquired, "Are you Zhang Dong?" Zhang Dong smiled, "Hello, beautiful. That would be me. Would you care for a drink?" The woman retorted, "By the looks of you, I presume you haven't purchased a car yet?" Zhang Dong jangled the keys to his electric bicycle, saying, "Why buy a car? This is much more convenient." The disdain in her eyes had already begun to show as she pressed on. "Have you bought a house?" Zhang Dong shook his head. "Not yet. My family owns a 2-story house with a large yard, so there's no need for me to buy one." The woman was already on the verge of leaving, but clung to hope, asking, "Is your income between 20 and 30,000? She thought to herself that if Zhang Dong earned a good income, there might still be a conversation to be had. Once again, Zhang Dong shook his head. Not within that range. Excluding bonuses, his base salary was already 60,000, thus far exceeding her expectations. With a cold laugh, she remarked, "With your lack of assets, what gives you the audacity to be here for a blind date?" Zhang Dong, however, remained cheerful, responding, "It's truly unfortunate that you couldn't select me. I wish you the best in finding a suitable partner." The woman abruptly stood up, storming away in a huff, mumbling to herself incoherently. At that moment, the long-haired beauty approached and took a seat opposite Zhang Dong. "May I join you?" she asked with a sweet smile. Zhang Dong nodded, "Of course. Thank you for earlier." "Handsome," she said. It was a trivial matter. Zhang Dong waved his hand dismissively. "Were you on a blind date just now?" she inquired, feeling a bit embarrassed. Zhang Dong replied, "My sister insisted I come. I had no choice." The long-haired beauty smiled coyly. "You certainly listened to your sister." Zhang Dong chuckled. "She raised me single-handedly, and she is stricter than my mother. Alas, the burdens of blood ties." The long-haired beauty introduced herself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qin Yan." Chapter 22. Qin Yan. "Handsome, with your attire for a blind date. It's no wonder the girl turned and left so quickly," Qin Yan teased. Zhang Dong, somewhat proud, said, "I intentionally dressed this way to achieve precisely that effect." Qin Yan gave a thumbs up. "Brilliant." After exchanging a few casual remarks, Qin Yan asked, "So, what do you do for a living?" "I work in antique appraisal," he replied. "Do you work in Yinqing?" she asked with a playful smile. "At Mingguxian in the provincial capital," he answered. "Mingguxian, I know it. It's a major enterprise in Jiangbei. And there's a pawn shop run by Mingguxian in Yinqing." Qin Yan's eyes lit up. Zhang Dong nodded. "Yes, there's indeed such a place." "Handsome, do you know about porcelain?" "My father has amassed a considerable collection of porcelain from various dynasties. Others assert that these pieces are forgeries. Yet he remains steadfast in his belief that they are all genuine. Can you assist in discerning their authenticity?" Zhang Dong chuckled, remarking that if his father enjoys them, it is unnecessary to ascertain their truthfulness. Qin Yan sighed, stating that he has invested the entirety of his savings in various ancient porcelain pieces, and even her mother is unable to dissuade him. Alas, if this continues, our family might end up destitute. "Oh, has he spent such a substantial amount?" Zhang Dong queried, somewhat astonished, for typically, collectors exhibit a degree of prudence. It is rare to encounter someone who gambles their entire assets in such a manner. Qin Yan lamented that over the past 7 to 8 years, he has spent more than 3 million, even selling a house, to fund this obsession. Zhang Dong instantly realized that Qin Yan's father must have been deceived, and after a moment of contemplation, he offered, "All right, I can help you take a look when I have the time." Qin Yan, overjoyed, inquired if he could do so immediately. Zhang Dong, contemplating the lack of pressing engagements, nodded in agreement. "Thank you so much. If you can persuade my father not to be fooled again, I would be willing to repay you in any manner you desire." The notion of repayment sparked Zhang Dong's imagination. At that moment, a short-haired girl approached, astonished as she asked, "No way. Have you two already hit it off after such a brief conversation?" Qin Yan shot her a glare and introduced, "This is Zhang Dong, an antiques appraisal expert from Minggu Xuan. Zhang Dong, meet my dear friend, Yang Rui." Yang Rui smiled. "Hello, handsome. Thank you for your principled intervention earlier." Qin Yan added, "Yang Rui, I have invited Zhang Dong to assist us. Let us have lunch together, and don't forget to bring your boyfriend." Yang Rui giggled. "Sound great? See you at noon." Upon exiting the CAF, Zhang Dong entered a compact electric vehicle. While the car was small and accelerated slowly, it possessed a delightful and fashionable exterior, adorned with whimsical cartoon designs, clearly a vehicle suited for a young woman. After approximately 20 minutes of driving, Qin Yan navigated into an upscale neighborhood and stopped in front of a building. This was a stacked house, with Qin Yan's family residing on the first and second floors, complete with a front and side yard. Such a property in Yin City would undoubtedly be valued at over 5 million, and with renovations, it could easily reach 6 or 7 million. No wonder Qin Yan's father indulges in ancient porcelain. It appears their family is quite affluent. "Father, this is my friend Zhang Dong. He is an appraiser from Minggu Xuan, and I've invited him to help you assess your collection." Recognizing the esteemed name of Minggu Xuan, her father's demeanor brightened, and he set down his pruning shears to greet Zhang Dong with a handshake. "Ah, you are the appraiser. Greetings, I am Qin Zhongin." "Hello, Uncle Qin," Zhang Dong replied. "Please come inside." After exchanging pleasantries in the living room, Qin Zhongin led him upstairs. The second floor housed a spacious room dedicated to storing various porcelain items. Upon entering, Zhang Dong was taken aback. The room was filled with an array of porcelain, blue and white vases, Tang Dynasty figurines, June porcelain wash basins, and Ru kiln jars, an astonishing variety. However, as he surveyed the collection, it became immediately apparent that every single piece was a counterfeit. Not a single genuine item was present. Maintaining his composure, he inquired with a smile, "Uncle Qin, where did you acquire these pieces?" Qin Zhongin replied, "I know a collector who is an expert in porcelain appraisal. He assisted me in selecting these." Zhang Dong picked up a so-called yuan blue and white vase and asked, "Uncle, this vase is quite exquisite. How much did you acquire it for?" Qin Zhongyi felt a sense of pride. "This is the vase I acquired 4 years ago for 150,000. Zhang Dong replied, "The museum possesses a vase identical to your uncle's, valued at 130 million. If your uncle had truly purchased the genuine article for 150,000, its worth would have skyrocketed 1,000-fold. In truth, Qin Zhongyi felt a twinge of uncertainty and couldn't help but inquire, "Xiao Zhang, do you think this vase is authentic?" Zhang Dong, having already examined it, responded, "This vase is a modern imitation, bearing the marks left by the artisan. However, truth be told, the craftsmanship is quite proficient, making it a decent collectible." Qin Zhongyi's countenance darkened, and he pressed, "Xiao Zhang, are you asserting that it is a counterfeit? Do you have evidence?" Zhang Dong retrieved his phone, took a photograph of the vase, and subsequently magnified the image tenfold, revealing a faint inscription of a plum blossom along with fine script stating, "Imitation by Rui Shanzhong." Upon reading this inscription, Qin Zhongyi appeared as though all his vitality had been drained from him, murmuring, "How could it be fake? Boss Wang certified it for me, and I possess a certificate." Zhang Dong reassured him, saying, "Uncle, should you wish to purchase anything in the future, you can consult me. My discerning eye is quite reliable." Feeling dejected, Qin Zhongyi picked up a chicken cup and asked, "What about this one?" Zhang Dong glanced at it and replied, "Though it is an imitation, it is a product of the Republic era and holds some modest value." He then pointed out the flaws in the chicken cup. Qin Zhongyi inquired about over a dozen pieces of porcelain, to which Zhang Dong deemed each one a counterfeit, leaving him profoundly disheartened, his face reflecting his distress. Qin Yan, who had remained silent, remarked, "Dad, I believe that Boss Huang intentionally set a trap to deceive you." Qin Zhongyi closed his eyes and sighed deeply. He had encountered numerous experiences in business and had always sensed something amiss. Only now had Zhang Dong brought it to light. The 3 million worth of items contained not a single genuine piece. He harbored resentment towards himself, pondering what better use he could have made of that 3 million. especially considering the considerable energy he had invested in his collection over the years. Just as Zhang Dong was about to offer some words of comfort, he suddenly noticed a cardboard box in the corner, emanating a faint white glow. Intrigued, he approached and opened the box, discovering two large blue and white dragon pattern plates wrapped in thick cotton paper. As he lifted a plate, vivid images flashed before his eyes. These two plates belonged to the Yongle period. He turned to the despondent Qin Zhongyi and inquired, "Uncle Qin, where did these plates come from?" Qin Zhongyi, disinterested in the plates, replied nonchalantly, "I bought them at a flea market abroad during my studies. At the time, I simply found them beautiful and did not regard them as valuable. Later, I sought an appraisal, and they were deemed replicas." Zhang Dong chuckled. "If these plates are authentic, each could fetch over 20 million. Qin Zhongyi sighed, "Unfortunately, they are not genuine." Zhang Dong countered, "I truly believe both blue and white plates are authentic." A jolt ran through Qin Zhongyi. "Really?" Zhang Dong nodded. "These two plates are indeed artifact from the Yongle period, crafted by the Imperial Kiln. If I were to appraise them, I would estimate each plate's value to be around 30 million. Qin Yin stood in shock. She had invited Zhang Dong to enlighten Qin Zhongyi. Yet now he had uncovered a genuine treasure. "Zhang Dong, are you certain this plate is worth over 30 million? She inquired, astonished. Zhang Dong chuckled, "Of course. That was the market value from a decade ago. It should have appreciated since then. If Uncle Qin wishes to sell, he can take it to Minggu Xian for appraisal, and I can offer a reasonable price." Qin Zhongyi, initially as lifeless as a corpse, with a ghastly complexion, suddenly radiated vitality, bursting into laughter as if he had turned his fortunes around. He patted Zhang Dong's shoulder vigorously. "Xiao Zhang, your connection to Minggu Xian instills confidence in your judgment." Qin Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Zhang Dong, dear brother, do you see any other genuine artifacts my father possesses?" Zhang Dong surveyed the surroundings and, indeed, found nothing else of value. He shook his head. "Only these two plates are authentic." At that moment, a woman entered through the door. In her 40s, with fair skin, she donned a simple white embroidered qipao, exuding an elegance that rivaled that of younger women. "Mom," Qin Yin called out, approaching to link arms with her. "Mom, I have wonderful news. Dad has struck it rich." The woman cast a glance at Qin Zhongyi, then huffed dismissively, "Your father is the champion of squandering. Winning a prize is improbable." Qin Zhongyi, rarely defying his wife, retorted, "Xiao Min, I possess two authentic blue and white plates. Xiao Zhang has stated these plates are worth no less than 60 million. The woman gasped, her beautiful eyes scrutinizing Zhang Dong. Qin Yin quickly introduced, "Mom, this is Zhang Dong, my friend." "Zhang Dong, this lovely lady is my mother. Ms. Zhu Min, hello." "Annie," Zhang Dong greeted. Zhu Min acknowledged with a soft saying, "Please sit in the living room. Since you two are together, do have a good chat. Your father and I have no demands. As long as Xiao Yin is happy, we shall agree." Zhang Dong was taken aback, realizing Zhu Min had misinterpreted the situation. He wished to clarify, but Qin Yin had already spoken. "Mom, we are merely friends." Zhu Min seemed uncertain, but merely nodded, stating, "The young man seems quite decent." She understood her daughter well. If Xiao Yin had not encountered someone she fancied, she would not have brought him home. Zhang Dong scratched his head, wondering if he had just escaped a blind date, only to attract the attention of the girl's mother. After Zhang Dong departed, Zhu Min remarked lightly, "This lad is quite commendable. I wonder what Xiao Yin thinks." Qin Zhongyi, on the other hand, was more open-minded. The child has grown and has her own opinions. Let her be. Then, with pride, he declared, "Xiao Min, look, I made 60 million with just two plates." However, Zhu Min merely rolled her eyes and ascended the stairs, leaving Qin Zhongyi to smile wryly in place. Back at the CAF entrance, Qin Yin proposed, "Brother Dong, shall we have lunch together?" Zhang Dong initially intended to decline, but upon seeing her hopeful gaze, his heart softened. "Sure." Qin Yin beamed. "There's a barbecue restaurant nearby with excellent flavors. Let's dine there." The choice of food was inconsequential to Zhang Dong, who nodded in agreement. After parking the car, they strolled towards the eatery. The barbecue restaurant had opened for a few months, but was already thriving. They ascended to the second floor and settled at a table by the floor-to-ceiling window. Before long, Yang Rui and a muscular young man arrived. The man was in his 20s, clad in a black tank top, with a buzz cut, standing at 6 feet tall. Hands in his pockets, head slightly tilted upward. Yang Rui smiled, "Apologies for keeping you waiting. Allow me to introduce my boyfriend, Family Wei." With a slight smile gracing his lips, Family Wei turned his gaze towards Qin Yin and remarked, "Qin Yin, I have heard about you from Rayer for quite some time." Qin Yin chuckled softly. "Yang Rui has mentioned you 100 times in my presence. Please have a seat." Zhang Dong merely nodded, harboring no intention of forging a friendship with this individual, as it was their first encounter and likely their last. Family Wei, an enthusiast of boxing, felt a pang of jealousy upon seeing Zhang Dong, who appeared less robust and dressed rather unfashionably, yet managed to be accompanied by someone like Qin Yan. Unable to suppress his competitive spirit, he inquired with a grin, "What do you do, brother? With those muscles? You must have either worked on a construction site or trained in some capacity." On the surface, it seemed like a question, yet it subtly belittled Zhang Dong, insinuating that he was merely a laborer. Noticing Family Wei's underlying intent, Qin Yan interjected, "Oh, Zhang Dong is actually an appraiser from Mingguxian." Family Wei responded with feigned surprise, "Ah, so you are an appraiser. Is it the kind that earns money by helping others with authentication?" Haha, implying that Zhang Dong is nothing more than a fraud. Yang Rui, intrigued, asked, "What about that blue and white plate? Is it valuable?" Qin Yan replied with a smile, "My father lost over 3 million in ancient porcelain, but one blue and white plate alone is worth 30 million. Family Wei gasped, 30 million? That is truly extravagant. Finding no angle to challenge Zhang Dong professionally, Family Wei continued, "So, you must have trained in some martial arts then. What do you practice, sanda or kickboxing?" Zhang Dong, feeling somewhat perplexed by the direct confrontation, replied nonchalantly, "I've dabbled a bit in some boxing techniques." Family Wei chuckled, "You've trained in boxing? Not bad, not bad. My master is a renowned local boxing instructor. Why don't we spar a bit? I do like to gauge my current level." Zhang Dong understood that if he did not engage, this individual would persist indefinitely. He replied calmly, "All right, let us have a practice." Family Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement, as this was precisely the outcome he desired. He prepared to deliver a single blow that would send Zhang Dong sprawling, thereby showcasing his masculine allure to the beautiful Qin Yan. He cheerfully said, "Perfect. There is some open space by the entrance. Let us have a friendly exchange." Yang Rui quickly added, "All right, but keep it light." Qin Yan glanced at Zhang Dong and chose not to intervene, trusting that if he were not confident, he would not engage in a spar. They all moved to the vacant area in front of the restaurant. Family Wei swiftly maneuvered his feet, his fists dancing as he assumed a classic boxing stance. Zhang Dong, however, was unperturbed. He only knew 3 moves that he had learned through observation, but they would suffice for dealing with someone like Family Wei. Suddenly, Family Wei threw a punch, initially meant as a test. Yet, Zhang Dong merely tilted his head and closed the distance. In an instant, Family Wei felt a tremendous force strike him, propelling him into the air and sending him crashing down 2 meters away with a dull thud. Lying on the ground, Family Wei felt as though his very insides had shifted. Pain coursed through him, rendering him momentarily voiceless. It was only after several seconds that the sensation began to dissipate. Yang Rui rushed to his side, concern etched on her face. "Li Wei, are you all right?" Finally catching his breath, Family Wei gently shook his head. "I'm fine." He then fixed his astonished gaze on Zhang Dong and asked in a tone of disbelief, "Do you understand ancient martial arts?" Chapter 24, The Nameless Elder. Zhang Dong was unfamiliar with the concept of ancient martial arts, merely responding, "I know a little." Family Wei, gritting his teeth, said, "I was unaware of your prowess. I apologize for my earlier rudeness." Zhang Dong was taken aback. He never expected this person would apologize to him. What exactly was this ancient martial arts he spoke of? He had only learned 3 moves. How could that be considered ancient martial arts? He couldn't help but think of the elder who taught a few use martial skills on the mountain. Qin Yan's charming face radiated admiration as she exclaimed, "Dongge, I had no idea you were so formidable in a fight." Upon returning to the restaurant, the group chatted and dined, with Family Wei being notably more reserved, addressing Zhang Dong as Dongge repeatedly, making it seem as though he were merely Zhang Dong's subordinate. When Qin Yan mentioned Zhang Dong's expertise in appraising the blue and white porcelain plate, Yang Rui gasped in astonishment. "Dongge, you are truly remarkable. From now on, whenever we purchase antiques, we must seek your guidance." Suddenly, Family Wei interjected, "Dongge, tonight is the annual Jiang market. Shall we go take a look?" The Jiang market, a tradition spanning centuries, originally served as a clandestine venue for salt traders. It was later emulated by the general populace, evolving into a discreet method of commerce. As the name suggests, the market is situated in a tranquil stretch of water. Sellers conceal their identities and navigate downstream in boats. If a buyer is interested in their goods, they can negotiate prices from their own vessels. Once an agreement is reached, the buyer boards the seller's boat to finalize the transaction. Due to the anonymity of both parties, the exchanges are notably secretive. Once a deal is completed, both parties quickly depart, rarely to meet again. He inquired, Is cash required for purchases at the Jiang market? Family Wei nodded. Transferring funds leaves a trace. So cash or gold has always been the norm. However, items at the market are generally not exorbitantly priced. What time does it start? It opens at 7 in the evening. Qin Yin chuckled. What is there to prepare? Let us just withdraw cash from the bank. Zhang Dong replied. Isn't there a reservation for withdrawals exceeding 200,000? No need. Qin Yin said, I'll have my aunt assist us. I'll take you there shortly. It turned out that Qin Yin's aunt worked at the bank. After dining, Qin Yin and Zhang Dong arrived at a nearby bank, where Qin Yin waved to the counter, and a stunning woman in her 30s emerged, her makeup immaculate and bearing a resemblance to Qin Yin's mother. Ah, Xiao Yan, what brings you here? And who is this? The woman, dressed in a black uniform and exuding grace, asked with a smile. Aunt, this is my friend, Zhang Dong, Qin Yin introduced. Her aunt smiled, appraising him. Not bad. Quite a spirited young man. Qin Yin continued. Aunt, Zhang Dong wishes to withdraw some cash. We're heading to the Jiang market tonight. With her arms crossed, her aunt inquired playfully, all right, how much do you need? Zhang Dong pondered for a moment. 10 million, please. 10 million was the maximum he could carry, after all. That amounted to over 200 pounds. Her aunt's eyes widened in surprise. 10 million? Zhang Dong nodded, handing her the card. I appreciate your help. She glanced at him, accepted the card, and said, very well, I'll make a quick inquiry. A few minutes later, Zhang Dong approached the counter to complete his withdrawal, receiving 10 million in cash. S eyes widened in astonishment as he remarked, Brother Dong truly conceals his prowess. I never imagined his financial resources were so formidable. Effortlessly withdrawing 1 million in cash. Qin Yin, equally surprised, inquired with a smile, Brother Dong must have acquired quite a few treasures. Zhang Dong replied with a grin. Once we arrive in Jiang City, I can assist you in assessing them. Qin Yin beamed with delight. That will be wonderful. Cleared his throat and added, Brother Dong, could you also take a look for me at that time? Certainly, Zhang Dong assured. With 1 million in cash, the seats of the electric vehicle were cramped. So he had previously contacted Zhang Hong to come pick them up. Shortly thereafter, a Qian pulled up before them and assisted in loading the money into the trunk. Let's meet here at 6:30. He waved goodbye to the trio. Zhang Hong took her place in the front passenger seat, incessantly waving at Qin Yin. Once the car had driven away, she chuckled and asked, Xiao Dong, what do you think? Aren't you satisfied? Look how beautiful Qin Yin is. She's a dance teacher and has even won awards. Zhang Dong replied, Sister, let us discuss this later. Zhang Hong laughed. All right, you two have your conversation. She then added, Xiao Dong, that scar-faced man came looking for you. He waited at the door when he heard you weren't home. Zhang Dong realized it was Xiao Wanlong, who must be seeking him to discuss martial arts. Upon returning home, he indeed spotted Xiao Wanlong's vehicle parked outside. He hurried over and opened the car door for Zhang Dong, smiling, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Dong nodded. When shall we practice? Xiao Wanlong responded, if it suits your schedule. Shall we set it for noon tomorrow? Very well, noon it is. Please provide me with the address. And I shall be there, Zhang Dong agreed. Xiao Wanlong beamed with joy and clasped his hands in gratitude. I appreciate your effort. Upon reaching the mountain, he once again heard the sounds of practice. On the other side of the mountain, the elderly instructor was teaching martial arts as before. 2 young apprentices were present, one tall and slender, the other short and stout. The elder sat on a rock, smoking a pipe, and at that moment, Zhang Dong noticed the elder's right hand and left foot were both twisted, clearly bearing the scars of a grave injury. The elder recognized Zhang Dong and smiled at him. Zhang Dong approached and asked, Elder, what style of martial arts do you teach? The elder chuckled, Young one, after watching me for half a day yesterday, what do you think I teach? The elder's eyes sparkled with interest. Did you comprehend what I demonstrated? Zhang Dong felt a bit bashful. I grasped most of it. The elder set down his pipe and said calmly, Show me what you can do. Stepping back a few paces, Zhang Dong replicated the 3 moves the elder had taught, his fists cutting through the air with a resounding crack, like the sound of firecrackers. Upon completing the 3 moves, a flicker of shock and delight crossed the elder's eyes. Yet when Zhang Dong turned to him, his expression returned to its usual calmness as he remarked, Not bad, though your stance is unstable. You must practice more. Zhang Dong rubbed his nose and asked, Elder, may I learn martial arts from you? The tall and slender apprentice scoffed at Zhang Dong's words. Our master is renowned among the elite. Do you think you can simply become his disciple? The elder disregarded the youth's comment and said softly, If you wish to learn from me, you may. He then glanced at the cigarettes and alcohol Zhang Dong had brought. Zhang Dong quickly responded, This is merely a token of respect for our first meeting. Please accept it. The elder, satisfied at last, chuckled and said, From now on, you shall practice alongside them. Chapter 25. learning the fist. Zhang Dong was overjoyed, replying, "Yes, master." The elder, adopting a serious demeanor, declared, "I have sworn never to take on disciples again in this lifetime. These two merely follow me to learn the art of boxing." Zhang Dong sensed there was an underlying reason for this and inquired, "How should I address you?" The elder replied with a smile, "Call me whatever you wish. Just old Wu will suffice." Zhang Dong responded, "Even if you do not wish to accept me as a disciple, you are still my teacher. Henceforth, I shall address you as Master Wu." The elder waved his hand dismissively, saying, "As you wish." He gestured toward the nearby water tank and instructed, "Walk a few circles on the edge." Having observed the two youths traverse the tank earlier, he nodded and lightly leaped onto the rim, beginning to walk. At first, the tank trembled and he wobbled slightly, but fortunately he did not fall. After 3 or 4 laps, the elder nodded approvingly, commencing to offer guidance and impart techniques. Zhang Dong, empowered by the energy of the goo worm, possessed keen eyesight, allowing him to learn swiftly, soon mastering the art of walking briskly. Once he grew accustomed to it, the elder pointed at the water within the tank and said, "Next, you must cause the water to swirl. The depth must not drop below 20 centimeters." The two youths nearby were astonished. They had been training with old Wu for 6 months, but could only maintain balance for a short time on the tank, and creating a vortex was beyond their capabilities. Could he be a martial arts prodigy? The elder rarely displayed a hint of a smile as he said, "Come down now." He continued, "Not bad. Now, I shall teach you the standing post." Turning his back, he slowly explained, "Our lineage has 3 types of standing post, arranged from easy to difficult: the 5 elements post, the 7 stars post, and the divine mechanism post." Zhang Dong asked, "Master Wu, what type of post did they practice before?" Master Wu chuckled. "They practiced a simplified version of the 5 elements post. The complete form is exceedingly difficult, and they have never managed to master it." He then began to impart the secrets. The 5 elements post requires one to embody a unique force of primordial energy, which is, in essence, the foundation of Tai Chi, though few can truly master it. Most individuals merely mimic its form without grasping its essence. To the two youths, the seemingly insurmountable 5 elements post was swiftly learned by Zhang Dong. While standing, he sensed a powerful resistance surrounding him, compelling him to break through these barriers. At that moment, his true energy coursed through 5 distinct pathways, forming 5 elliptical bands of energy. As the energy flowed, he witnessed the orifices illuminating, experiencing an ethereal sensation. After standing in the 5 elements post for an hour, steam rose from his head, forming a straight white line, measuring 1 foot and 3 inches. At the apex of this white line, the vapor dispersed like 3 blooming lotus flowers, indescribably exquisite. Master Wu observed the white mist with evident excitement in his eyes. Though he restrained his enthusiasm and instructed the two youths, "You may descend the mountain now. Return tomorrow." Upon hearing they were free from practice, the two youths dashed away joyfully. They were not particularly fond of martial arts. Their rigorous training was merely a fulfillment of their elders' expectations. Once Zhang Dong concluded his stance, Master Wu remarked, "Your standing is commendable. Next, I shall teach you a set of techniques based on the 5 elements post, known as the 5 elements cannon fist." The 5 elements cannon fist consists of merely 5 forms, each containing 5 techniques, which can be executed independently or in combination, showcasing formidable power. Despite his physical limitations, Master Wu personally demonstrated the techniques and elucidated their intricacies. Zhang Dong observed intently, practiced diligently, and remarkably captured the essence of the art, achieving a commendable 6 or 7 points of mastery. After a few more pointers, he was able to replicate Master Wu's teachings flawlessly. After an hour and a half of training, Zhang Dong unleashed a punch that resonated through the air, producing a thunderous crack as a burst of energy shot forth for over 10 meters, shattering a nearby withered branch. A light sheen of sweat adorned his brow as he inquired, "Master Wu, may I employ this technique in my demonstration tomorrow?" "Indeed," replied Master Wu. He then shared some wisdom from his experiences in the martial world before sending Zhang Dong on his way. Just minutes after Zhang Dong departed, Qin Yin, Yang Rui, and Fan Liwei arrived and soon spotted his vehicle. "Get in," he beckoned, with Qin Yin taking the passenger seat and the others settling into the back. As the car roared to life, Fan Liwei remarked enviously, "Wow, a top-tier Qian." "It's a company car, not mine," Zhang Dong clarified. Qin Yin chuckled, "Impressive. My mother, even as a vice president, only has a car worth 70 to 80,000. Brother Dong, your standing at Minggu Xian must be significant." Curiosity piqued, Zhang Dong asked, "Which company does your mother serve as vice president?" A state-owned enterprise where she has worked for 20 years, Qin Yin replied. Regrettably, she lacks the connections that the current president possesses. Otherwise, she would have ascended to that position long ago. Yang Rui chimed in, defending her exactly. If it weren't for Annie's exceptional skills, that company would have long since collapsed. After about 40 minutes of travel, they arrived at the riverside dock, where a crowd had already gathered, boarding small boats in batches. Upon inquiring, Zhang Dong discovered that chartering a boat was rather costly at 2,000 yuan. Such exorbitant prices deterred most onlookers. The group opted for a larger black canopy boat, which cost 5,000 yuan but included snacks and tea. As they boarded, the small vessel glided smoothly into the heart of the river. Although the official trading time was set for 9:30 in the evening, many were already engaged in transactions, albeit with relatively few participants present. In the distance, a boat illuminated by lights displayed a collection of bronze artifacts, including an astonishing bronze tripod. Zhang Dong's keen eye discerned that these artifacts were of modern origin, save for one bronze sphere that emanated an ancient aura, seemingly otherworldly. He signaled the boatman to draw closer, and the two vessels momentarily joined together using a connector. Leading the way, Zhang Dong and his companions leaped onto the adjacent boat. Sitting at the bow was a portly middle-aged man, who welcomed them with a cheerful demeanor. Take a look and see if anything piques your interest. Zhang Dong picked up the bronze sphere, noticing intricate floral and avian engravings on its surface. Clearly not a modern artifact, its origins possibly predating the Xia and Shang dynasties. Could it be a relic of prehistoric civilization? Excuse me, good sir, this sphere is quite intriguing. From which dynasty does it originate? He inquired. The owner chuckled. It's likely an item from the pre-Qin era. For you, I can offer it at a modest price of 300,000. Zhang Dong examined the sphere with his inner vision, revealing an extraordinarily complex mechanical structure within, accompanied by various optical components. A thought struck him. 300,000 seems rather steep. I shall take it for 100,000. The proprietor hesitated slightly. If you truly desire it. The price is 150,000. Qin Yin replied, Boss, allow me to add another 5,000. If you truly cannot part with it, then so be it. With Qin Yin's involvement, Zhang Dong swiftly acquired the bronze sphere for 110,000. He remarked, this must originate from a civilization prior to the Xia and Shang dynasties. At that moment, the clouds parted, revealing the luminous moonlight. Inspired, he placed the bronze sphere beneath the moon, meticulously adjusting its position. As the intricate structure within the sphere shifted, it pulsated gently, capturing the moonlight, and then a small aperture opened beneath it, projecting an image. The image, cast onto the deck, revealed a black and white silhouette practicing a certain form of footwork, each step deconstructed into fundamental movements. Moreover, luminous lines appeared along the silhouette's legs and within its body, illustrating the pathways of vital energy. Zhang Dong promptly stowed the sphere, exclaiming, this is quite intriguing. Qin Yin and her companions were awestruck, with Yang Rui exclaiming, is this an ancient form of cinema? This is astonishing. If this artifact were to be revealed to the world, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. Qin Yin grasped Zhang Dong's hand, saying, Dongge, please help me select something as well. Her tone had taken on a somewhat coquettish quality, to which Zhang Dong responded with a smile, certainly. Yang Rui also wished to exhibit some charm, but with her boyfriend Fan Liwei present, she felt constrained. At that moment, their small boat passed by a rather large vessel, its deck adorned with an array of antiquities, old books, paintings, chairs, teacups, and more, easily numbering over 1,000 items. Zhang Dong's keen gaze quickly spotted 2 items emitting a faint glow, and he gestured for the boatman to draw closer. Qin Yin immediately perked up, quietly following behind Zhang Dong. The proprietor, seated on the deck smoking, wore a look of distress. Upon seeing the group board, he merely nodded. Zhang Dong casually surveyed the items, reaching for a clay Buddha statue. Standing about 30 centimeters tall, it was remarkably lifelike, though much of its paint had worn away. Qin Yin eagerly nodded and inquired of the proprietor, how much for this? The proprietor glanced at it, revealing a hint of disappointment, and asked, would you not consider something else? I have many old items here. Zhang Dong replied, let us take it one at a time. The proprietor declared 1,000, and it's yours. In his estimation, this clay Buddha was merely a simple sculpture that had once adorned his great-grandmother's hall, and asking for 1,000 was already quite audacious. Naturally, Qin Yin sought to negotiate, ultimately purchasing the clay Buddha for 600. Fan Liwei, eager to please, asked, Dongge, what do you think I should buy? Zhang Dong pointed to a painting, saying, this one appears worth a look. Fan Liwei picked up the painting. Upon unfolding it, he discovered a landscape piece, though one corner had been water-damaged, rendering it somewhat obscure. Nonetheless, it was faintly recognizable as a work by the renowned Qing dynasty artist Wang Shimin. However, it seemed that this painting had not been unveiled in quite some time, and the proprietor likely had no knowledge of its provenance. Family Wei promptly inquired, "Boss, this painting is quite nice. How much do you want for it?" The proprietor, without rising, merely glanced at the painting's dimensions, stating 50,000. Family Wei exchanged a glance with Zhang Dong, who gave a subtle nod, prompting him to decisively proceed with the purchase. At long last, a valuable item was sold, eliciting a faint smile from the proprietor, who remarked, "I have plenty of old items. Feel free to choose. They are all reasonably priced." Zhang Dong approached a cabinet crafted from rosewood, robust and adorned with exquisite carvings. Within it lay one of the two luminous objects, its interior likely concealing something of great worth. "How much for this rosewood box?" he inquired. "This is top-tier, small-leaf red sandalwood. The price is fixed at 2 million. Qin Yin interjected. "Even if it is small-leaf red sandalwood, it cannot possibly be worth that much. It is merely a box." The seller glared, insisting I said it is a fixed price. "The value is for you to ascertain." Estimating the worth of the paintings inside, he realized that even one was worth more than 2 million, not to mention the considerable value of the rosewood box itself. After a moment's contemplation, he conceded, "All right, I will take it for 2 million. Eagerly, Qin Yin asked, "Brother Dong, does my clay statue of the Buddha hold any special significance?" Zhang Dong chuckled. "The eyes of Guanyin should be made of 2 gemstones." Family Wei quickly inquired, "Brother Dong, what about mine? How much can my painting earn?" He gasped, 300,000? That means a profit of 250,000. "Thank you, Brother Dong." After a brief passage of time, a grand ship appeared ahead, bustling with over 100 people engaged in an auction. Zhang Dong instructed the boatman to draw near and climbed aboard the vessel. At that moment, a beautiful Tang Sankai camel was being auctioned, its price already exceeding 3 million. With a single glance, Zhang Dong recognized its authenticity. It was then that he spotted Luo Donley among the crowd, her companion no longer Zhou Zijuan, but a middle-aged man in his 40s. Luo Donley nestled against his arm, laughing, "Brother Xiong, can such a small item truly be worth 3 million? Brother Xiong chuckled, "You do not understand. This is Tang Sankai, and fine pieces can fetch over 10 million. He confidently placed a bid, ultimately securing the Tang Sankai camel for 3,850,000. Next up was a calligraphy piece, a copy of the Diamond Sutra by the renowned Ming Dynasty calligrapher Wen Zhengming, showcasing distinct differences between his early and later works. The host announced, "This is a handwritten Diamond Sutra by the great calligrapher Wen Zhengming of the Ming Dynasty, starting at 15 million. Each subsequent bid must exceed 1 million. Zhang Dong discerned that this Diamond Sutra was indeed penned by Wen Zhengming. The starting bid of 15 million was not excessively high, so he sent a message to Yi Ro, inquiring if she was interested in acquiring this work. Within Minggu Xian, there were 2 pieces of Wen Zhengming's calligraphy, yet none of such a grand scale with thousands of characters. Yi Ro quickly replied, "Within 40 million, I can secure it." Thus, he promptly joined the bidding war, continuing to bid as the price surpassed 20 million. The competition for this calligraphy piece was fierce, and ultimately, Zhang Dong won it with a bid of 31 million. At that moment, Luo Donley caught sight of Zhang Dong in the crowd, her expression a mix of emotions. Her gaze drew Brother Xiong's attention, and he inquired with a grin, "Is this the ex you mentioned?" Luo Donley nodded. He was once a poor boy. Who would have thought he suddenly became so wealthy? With a chuckle, Brother Xiong suggested, "Allow me to introduce you." Luo Donley hesitated slightly, responding, "There is nothing between us anymore." Brother Xiong remarked, "He purchased goods worth 30 million without batting an eye. He must have substantial funds. I intend to make a profit from him." Luo Donley's eyes sparkled with interest, and she nodded gently, "Very well." After acquiring a box, Zhang Dong was invited to the cabin, where he obtained the counterpart's account information and subsequently called Yi Ro to instruct the transfer. Just as he was about to leave, a familiar voice called out to him. He paused and turned around. Luo Donley approached with a middle-aged, somewhat sleazy man, balding, round-faced, and of short stature. He grinned and extended his hand to Zhang Dong, saying, "Brother, let's get acquainted. I'm Xiong Kuan from the Antique Circle." Zhang Dong had long lost interest in Luo Donley, shaking the man's hand and inquiring, "What do you wish to discuss?" Luo Donley interjected, "Zhang Dong, Brother Xiong possesses valuable items and is curious if you might be interested." Zhang Dong replied nonchalantly, "Sure, let us board the ship." The two made their way to the vessel Zhang Dong had rented, where Qin Yin curiously scrutinized the artificially beautiful Luo Donli. Luo Donli said, "Zhang Dong, I owe you an apology for the past. Here is 600,000. I am returning it to you." She handed him a card. The funds provided by Brother Xiong to foster their relationship. Zhang Dong accepted it without hesitation, stating, "What is in the past is forgotten." Qin Yin blinked and asked, "Dongge, who is she?" Luo Donli replied, "We were once in a romantic relationship, but have since parted ways." Brother Xiong laughed, "My belongings are on that ship. Let us proceed." As they crossed over, they encountered a larger vessel, where 4 individuals stood at the bow. Fearless, Zhang Dong, accompanied by a few companions, boarded the opposing ship. Upon entering the cabin, they found a table surrounded by 4 others, all with their arms crossed, casting sinister glances at Zhang Dong and his friends. Zhang Dong remained unruffled, asking, "Brother Xiong, where are your items?" Brother Xiong grinned, and the 3 men from the bow entered, encircling Zhang Dong and his companions, totaling 8. Zhang Dong's expression remained unchanged as he queried, "Brother Xiong, what is the meaning of this?" Brother Xiong's demeanor turned menacing. "Apologies, brother. Your initial investment of 30 million indicates you are quite affluent. I find myself in need of funds and thought to borrow some from you." Zhang Dong scoffed, "Robbery?" Brother Xiong shrugged, "You might perceive it that way. I've taken lives on this river before. If you cooperate, I shall leave you in one piece." Luo Donli turned pale, trembling as she implored, "Brother Xiong, please, this is illegal." Brother Xiong backhanded Luo Donli, laughing maniacally, "Men speak. Women should refrain from interrupting." Family Wei, visibly anxious, chose to stand beside Zhang Dong, declaring loudly, "Do not be deceived by your numbers. We are not afraid." Qin Yin and Yang Rui were equally apprehensive, hiding behind Zhang Dong and Family Wei, quietly attempting to make a call. However, the ship was equipped with signal jamming devices, rendering their efforts futile. Brother Xiong chuckled darkly. "My subordinates are desperate men. I shall have them entertain you." As the words left his lips, 2 robust, middle-aged men, each standing at an impressive height of 185 meters, approached Zhang Dong. Family Wei bellowed, ready to charge forward, but Zhang Dong swiftly yanked him back, his impression of the young man improving significantly. At the very least, he was unyielding. Pushing Family Wei aside, Zhang Dong stepped forward and delivered a punch directly to the chest, employing the newly learned 5 elements cannon fist. His martial arts, honed under the guidance of Master Wu and bolstered by his formidable internal energy, rendered this blow terrifyingly powerful. With a thunderous crash, the nearly 200-pound man was sent flying, crashing through the doorpost and plummeting into the water, his fate uncertain. Brother Xiong and his subordinates stared in disbelief, their expressions shifting dramatically. Brother Xiong swallowed hard, gritted his teeth, and commanded, "Attack." One of his men hesitated, feeling a twinge of fear when Zhang Dong recalled the footwork of the copper ball projection. With a swift movement, the opponent felt a blur before being struck by an immense force, soaring through the air and landing in the water, mirroring the fate of the previous man. With 2 of his most formidable fighters defeated in a single move, their fates unknown, Brother Xiong realized he had encountered a formidable adversary. Taking a deep breath, he began to retreat, stating, "Brother, let's talk this out. I was merely joking." Zhang Dong, however, paid no heed to his pleas. He advanced, throwing another punch, and Brother Xiong, caught off guard, was struck in the lower back, launching him into the air with a scream before he too fell into the water. The remaining men, horrified, needed no further prompting from Zhang Dong. One by one, they leapt into the water, recognizing that facing Zhang Dong's fists was far from a favorable encounter. On board the vessel, only Luo Donli remained, her face pale and trembling as she stared blankly at Zhang Dong, the boyfriend who had once treated her so well. How had he become so powerful? Yet, Zhang Dong did not cast her a glance. His gaze swept the cabin, where he discovered 5 genuine items purchased by Brother Xiong in the city. He turned to Family Wei and instructed, "Li Wei, let us move them onto our boat." "Understood." Family Wei, now a devoted follower of Zhang Dong, eagerly complied. The total worth of the items was approximately over 10 million, and Zhang Dong decided to sell them at a discount of 30%. As inquiries poured in, they swiftly sold out, netting them over 9 million. After their vessel departed, Brother Xiong was finally fished out of the water by several subordinates, though he was gravely injured, his left kidney ruptured, 5 ribs broken, and blood filling his mouth. He glared resentfully at the dazed Luo Donli and shouted, "You wretched woman, this is all your fault. Throw her into the water." With a shriek, Luo Donli protested, "Brother Xiong, it's not my fault. Two burly men seized her and unceremoniously kicked her overboard. Fortunately, Luo Donley was resilient. She managed to cling to a piece of driftwood and, after half an hour, was successfully rescued by someone from a passing boat. As the vessel navigated through a cluster of boats, they passed a small fishing boat that displayed a massive fish over a meter long, glimmering with silver scales, red eyes, and a multicolored tail. The fish was still alive, its tail occasionally flicking. Chapter 28. The Fish's Hidden Treasure. Zhang Dong noticed a brilliant golden light emanating from within the fish's belly, a radiant brilliance unlike anything he had encountered before. He remained composed as he guided the boat closer, inquiring, "What a magnificent fish! What species is it?" He directed his question toward the fisherman with bare legs. The fisherman glanced at him and replied, "It's a red-eyed knife fish, a species that was thought to be extinct. Its flesh is exquisite." Zhang Dong asked, "How much?" The fisherman raised a finger and casually stated, 100,000. Due to overfishing, the supply of knife fish had dwindled year after year, causing prices to soar, with some selling for over 1,000 yuan per pound. However, asking for 100,000 was indeed exorbitant. Yet, Zhang Dong, desiring the treasures within, chose not to haggle and nodded. "I'll take it." Family Wei brought the knife fish aboard, and Zhang Dong tossed over the cash. The fisherman counted it and chuckled. "This fish deserves a great chef to prepare it." As the two boats parted, Zhang Dong retrieved a small knife and made a gentle incision on the fish's belly, pulling out a small pouch. Upon opening it, he discovered 7 colorful beads. He requested a needle and thread from the boatman, stitched the fish's wound, and then released it back into the river. The injury was minor, allowing the fish to swiftly plunge into the depths, vanishing from sight. He rinsed the pouch and extracted a blue bead. At that moment, he felt a peculiar agitation in the worm within his left eye, as if it yearned to emerge. Intrigued, he promptly tucked the pouch away. Qin Yin, curious, asked Dongge, "What are these?" "Perhaps they are colorful beads," he replied with a smile. 100,000 is a fair price. Family Wei gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Dongge, you are incredible. You could discern that." Just as Zhang Dong prepared to continue his treasure hunt, the distant sound of sirens pierced the air. 2 police boats approached, causing chaos among the vessels on the river, which scattered an alarm. Uncertain who had raised the alarm, the bustling market of the day came to an abrupt end, leaving many disheartened. Upon reaching the shore, Family Wei muttered with frustration, "I wonder who reported us." It was past 11, and the streets were dimly lit with few vehicles in sight. Qin Yin glanced at Zhang Dong and asked, "Did your blind date not go well? Didn't your sister say anything?" Zhang Dong chuckled. "What could be done? It's quite normal for blind dates to fail." Qin Yin observed him. "What if your sister insists on arranging another blind date for you?" Zhang Dong felt a wave of despair. His sister was relentless in her pursuits and would undoubtedly continue to set him up. "Then I shall continue to be nonchalant," he replied with resignation. Qin Yin bit her lip and suggested, "Why not just get a girlfriend? If all else fails, I could pretend to be your girlfriend." "Pretend?" Zhang Dong looked at Qin Yin, noticing her cheeks flushed and her eyelashes trembling slightly, her heartbeat evidently racing with nervousness. He chuckled and responded, "All right, let's be girlfriends." Qin Yin beamed with delight, her smile radiant as she asked, "Dongge, since you helped me find something good today, I'd like to treat you to dinner. Are you free tomorrow evening? Let us go to the Wesker restaurant." Wesker restaurant is a high-end establishment in Yun City, where the average expenditure per person ranges from 5 to 600 yuan. With a good meal and some fine wine, one could easily spend 1,000. Zhang Dong contemplated for a moment and nodded in agreement, believing he had no plans for the following night. As the car arrived at Qin Yan's building, the two waved goodbye. The fierce rivalry between the two families had a significant impact, prompting a prominent figure from Haicheng to mediate. Both parties retreated a step. The Wu family relinquished some interests, while the Yi family ceased their pursuit of Wu Hui. Nevertheless, Wu Hui and Yi Dinghai divorced, and their daughter chose to reside with Wu Hui, effectively dissolving the alliance between the two families. After concluding a phone call, he was nearing home. The moonlight was particularly radiant that night, and he retrieved a brass ball, suspending it in midair before laying a large sheet of white paper on the ground. A shadow was cast upon the paper, depicting a figure practicing footwork. Upon observation, he discerned that the figure's movements comprised 9 distinct steps, the subsequent movements being combinations of these initial 9 steps. For instance, a combination of the first and third steps, or the second and fifth, and so forth. After imparting the footwork, he proceeded to teach a set of sword techniques. Although he had not yet mastered the footwork, he set aside the sword training, opting instead to adjust his position to observe the projection of the footwork. As he watched and imitated, the initial step he took caused a tingling sensation in his legs. As the meridians therein had not yet been fully opened, preventing him from executing the movements as fluidly as the shadow. Thus, he persisted in his practice, with each repetition gradually unblocking his leg's meridians. After several dozen attempts, he had successfully opened most of them. At last, he completed the first step, feeling a surge of energy coursing up his spine to the crown of his head, causing every hair on his body to stand on end, akin to a cat startled by a stepped-on tail. With the completion of the first step, the second became somewhat easier, as he had already opened a portion of the meridians in his legs. In this manner, Zhang Dong dedicated much of the night to practicing his footwork until he had mastered the first 3 steps. After completing his practice, he diligently went through the initial set of motions from the Ling Fei Sutra 3 times, resting only at 4:30 in the morning. Upon awakening, it was already 7:30. After hastily consuming a light meal, he ascended the mountain to seek out Master Wu. Upon his arrival, he found Master Wu already seated, appearing to have waited for quite some time. Zhang Dong felt quite embarrassed and said, "Master Wu, I am late." Master Wu glanced at him and replied, "No matter, I have merely waited 2 hours." Zhang Dong scratched his head. "Master Wu, I practiced too late yesterday and overslept." Master Wu, seemingly unfazed, said calmly, "Today you will be demonstrating your skills. I shall teach you 2 ultimate techniques. Should you find yourself unable to prevail against an opponent or at risk of injury, these techniques may serve you well." He then recounted the origins of these 2 techniques. After completing his training, Master Wu traveled the world, seeking knowledge from various martial experts. This tradition of wandering the world to learn martial arts has persisted from ancient times to the present. However, the martial world is fraught with danger. Many who venture out have met untimely ends or suffered grievous injuries, with only a select few surviving. It was through relentless encounters with formidable opponents that Master Wu refined his 2 signature techniques, one known as the 9 Dragon Strike and the other as the Meteor Cannon. The 9 Dragons Strike employs the knees, elbows, fists, feet, and the crown of the head to launch a rapid series of 9 fierce attacks upon the opponent. Naturally, this technique requires a high degree of physical coordination and strength, and Master Wu was uncertain whether Zhang Dong would be able to master it. The Meteor Cannon, on the other hand, utilizes only the feet and fists, representing a leg technique. However, once executed, it is capable of inflicting fatal or severe injuries upon the enemy. This ultimate technique is based on the 5 elements cannon fist and is relatively easier to practice. Zhang Dong commenced his practice of the Meteor Cannon. Due to the presence of true energy within him and his mastery of footwork, he learned expeditiously. After merely 3 demonstrations by Master Wu, he had grasped the technique. As he continued to practice, he gradually found his rhythm. With each punch thrown, the air resonated with thunderous explosions akin to cannon fire. At 10 o'clock, he began to learn the 9 Dragons Embrace, which proved to be somewhat challenging. However, after 7 or 8 attempts, he had also mastered it. At noon, he took a brief respite and inquired, "Master Wu, would you accompany me?" Master Wu took a puff from his pipe and responded with a grunt of affirmation. Having finally found such a commendable disciple, he felt a sense of unease and naturally decided to follow along. The master and disciple descended the mountain, with Master Wu settling into the passenger seat of Zhang Dong's luxury car. As they drove, he asked, "How much did this car cost?" Zhang Dong replied with a smile, "Over 2 million. If you fancy it, I could procure one for you as well." Master Wu chuckled, "At my age, what use do I have for such an extravagant vehicle?" Yet, it was evident that he was pleased. The vehicle arrived at the 4 Virtues building, where Zhang Dong alighted first and opened the door for Master Wu. Xiao Wanlong had already emerged, and upon seeing Master Wu beside Zhang Dong, his eyes lit up. He promptly clasped his fists in greeting, "Old Master, I am Xiao Wanlong." Zhang Dong introduced, "This is my teacher, Master Wu." Xiao Wanlong quickly added, "Master Wu, it is an honor to meet you." Master Wu merely nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Zhang Dong inquired, "Have the others arrived?" Xiao Wanlong's demeanor became serious. "They just arrived. Shall we proceed?" "Let us go," Zhang Dong replied. The 4 Virtues building was a riverside restaurant. The group ascended to the 5th floor, where they found a spacious private room overlooking the river. Inside sat a dozen individuals, the leader of whom was none other than Xiao Wanlong's rival, He Yuanhu. He Yuanhu was a tall, slender man in his late 40s, with sharp eyes and a right hand that incessantly twirled 2 iron balls. As Xiao Wanlong and his entourage entered, they took their seats across from him. Xiao Wanlong remarked coolly, "Brother He, must we truly discuss our matters? Is fighting obligatory?" He Yuanhu chuckled, "In a duel, I am certain of my victory. Why not engage? Xiao, if you fear defeat, it would be wise to concede and relinquish those venues." Xiao Wanlong laughed heartily. "Let us first exchange pleasantries." Since you insist on a duel, I shall see this through to the end. From behind, he Yuan Hu, a dark-skinned man emerged, whose appearance suggested origins from Southeast Asia. Xiao Wanlong turned to Zhang Dong and said, Mr. Zhang, this is the individual who will spar with you today. His father is a master of Muay Thai, and his mother is a renowned martial artist in our country. Hence his fighting style is a formidable blend of both heritages. Zhang Dong asked, are there any restrictions? Xiao Wanlong replied, no weapons, no hidden arms, no firearms or poison. All else is permitted. Zhang Dong then rose, clasped his fists in respect, while the opponent stepped forward, adopting a Muay Thai stance. Zhang Dong focused intently on the opponent's shoulder, and as it moved, he suddenly executed a swift glide, employing his first and second footwork techniques. His movements were so rapid and unexpected that the opponent had no time to react. Zhang Dong closed the distance and unleashed a horizontal strike from the Five Elements cannon, forcing the opponent to retreat with all his might while raising his elbow in defense. However, he merely practiced external martial arts, while Zhang Dong's punch contained the essence of internal strength. With a dull thud, the man's elbow struck his own chest, and in a sickening crunch, his rib cage shattered, causing him to spit blood and stumble back. Wu Shi's eyes gleamed with admiration. Zhang Dong's footwork was exceptionally refined, even surprising him. Xiao Wanlong paused in astonishment, then burst into laughter and applause, exclaiming his approval, with those behind him following suit in their cheers. After a moment of stunned silence, he Yuan Hu's expression darkened. He did not even glance at the man who lay bleeding on the ground and merely stated, you have won. Xiao Wanlong, beaming with delight, replied, brother He, my apologies. He Yuan Hu snorted, rose, and departed, with his entourage trailing closely behind. Xiao Wanlong, filled with pride, gestured, and one of his subordinates brought forth a silver box, placing it before Zhang Dong. Upon opening it, they found 12 gold bars, each weighing 200 grams. This chest of gold bars was worth a fortune of 1 million. Zhang Dong cast a quick glance, recalling how the other party had previously assisted him and intended to decline the offer. However, Wu Shi preempted him, snatching the box and saying, Xiao Longban, you have been too generous. Xiao Wanlong laughed heartily. Master Wu, Mr. Zhang, I have prepared a banquet here. I invite you both to grace us with your presence. Hearing this, Zhang Dong felt compelled to decline, saying, Boss Xiao, perhaps another day. Xiao Wanlong replied, very well. I shall make sure to treat you both grandly another time. Zhang Dong, bemused, remarked, Master Wu, I had no intention of accepting this gold. We had agreed that he would help me resolve my troubles in exchange for my martial skills. Wu Shi replied calmly, what do you understand? By helping him defeat that opponent, he stands to gain tenfold or even 100-fold more than this gold. Why should you refuse? This is rightfully yours. Remember, when you fight on behalf of others, always ensure you receive your due reward. Zhang Dong could only nod. Understood. I will take note. Wu Shi set down the box and said, let us go to my home. Although he had known Wu Shi for several days and had begun learning martial arts, he had never visited his residence. Hearing this, he quickly agreed, sure. Wu Shi's home was separated from Zhang Dong's orchard by a single mountain, situated halfway up the opposite slope. At this elevation, bamboo thrived, and within the bamboo grove was a small courtyard. At that moment, in the courtyard, several young boys were practicing martial arts, overseen by a young man in his 20s who was instructing them. A winding path led upward, and Zhang Dong parked his car in the open space before the courtyard. After exiting the vehicle, Wu Shi pointed to the young man, saying, this is Zheng Jian. He has trained with me for 7 or 8 years. The younger ones are new recruits from recent years. I have taken many before, but they could not endure the hardships and all ran away. Today's youth are increasingly pampered. Zheng Jian, tall and robust, approached Wu Shi with large strides and greeted, Master. Wu Shi acknowledged him with a nod, saying, this is my new student, Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong nodded in return, hello. Zheng Jian appraised Zhang Dong and extended his hand. Greetings, Junior. I am Zheng Jian. After they shook hands, they proceeded into the courtyard. 2 mixed-breed dogs, one yellow and one white, bounded out, circling around Wu Shi. The young boys, intrigued, gazed at the Qian as they were village children and had seldom seen such a fine automobile. Wu pointed at the house and said, I have lived here for 11 years. I wonder how much longer I shall reside here. Zhang Dong understood that Wu must have his own story, so he shifted the topic and inquired, Wu, who are the most formidable experts in today's world? Chapter 30, The Appointment. Wu fell silent for a moment and replied, experts in this world can be categorized into several types. One type consists of ordinary masters, who are generally the strongest in their province or locality. Above them are first-rate masters, capable of traversing across the country. Then, there are super first-rate masters, who can sweep through the world, even abroad. You must be referring to super first-rate masters. Such individuals are rare, fewer than 10 nationwide. In Jiangbei province, there is one known as the Iron-Handed Dragon Slayer, Wu Taixian. Zhang Dong asked, "Which category did you belong to, Wu?" Wu paused for 2 seconds and said, "In my time, I was considered a relatively strong first-rate master, just a step away from entering the realm of super first-rate masters. Alas, I was merely a hair's breadth away." After exchanging a few pleasantries, he beckoned Zhang Dong into the house and closed the door. At that moment, his expression turned serious as he asked, "Zhang Dong, have you practiced internal martial arts?" Zhang Dong did not conceal the truth and nodded. "I have practiced some. There's a certain energy within me." Wu nodded in acknowledgement. "To cultivate energy, you may already be considered a master." Zhang Dong smiled. "It is due to your excellent teaching, Wu." Wu continued, "The footwork you employed today was remarkably exquisite, something I have neither seen nor heard before. I know there are other masters behind you, and I impose no restrictions. The more formidable you become, the more glory it brings to my name." Zhang Dong nodded in agreement. Wu added, "In 6 months, there will be a grand martial arts event, and many young talents will participate. I hope you will join and compete with them. If you could defeat that person's disciple, I will officially accept you as my apprentice." Zhang Dong's eyes brightened. "Really? I will strive to win." Wu said, "My name is Wu Qingfeng. In your future journeys through the martial world, you may invoke my name." Zhang Dong nodded, understood. As they traversed a road between 2 mountains, a small car suddenly halted, and a head popped out of the window with a smile. "Zhang Dong?" Upon seeing this person, Zhang Dong was momentarily taken aback, memories from his school days resurfacing. The round-faced man in his 20s was Ho Xiaowen, a classmate from high school. "Ho Xiaowen?" He smiled back. "It has been many years since we last met." Ho Xiaowen chuckled. "Zhang Dong, where have you been these past few years? Zhou Qingning has been inquiring about you everywhere." Zhang Dong was momentarily stunned, as seemingly forgotten memories came rushing back. In their senior year, a boy named Meng Gang, after being rejected, lured the school beauty Zhou Qingning into a small grove at school, intending to force himself upon her. Zhou Qingning fought back desperately, calling for help, which Zhang Dong heard while passing by. He struck Meng Gang on the head with a brick, causing blood to flow. Afterward, both Meng Gang and Zhou Qingning transferred schools, and Zhang Dong received a letter of thanks from Zhou Qingning, the contents of which he could hardly recall. "But Zhou Qingning transferred schools. What does she want from me?" he asked curiously. Ho Xiaowen flashed a grin and remarked, "I don't know. Perhaps she has an interest in you. Did you know that Zhou Qingning's father has taken his company public? His wealth now amounts to billions. Alas, it truly feels unattainable." At that moment, a short-haired girl seated in the back expressed her impatience, saying, "Are you done yet? I have matters to attend to." Ho Xiaowen quickly replied, "I'll be brief. By the way, have you joined our classmates group? Let us add each other as friends. I can invite you in, and Zhou Qingning is in there too." After adding each other as friends, the two waved goodbye. Upon arriving at his doorstep, the group chat suddenly buzzed with excitement. "Dear classmates, our esteemed teacher Ma has just been appointed as the Director of Education in Yun City. I propose we hold a welcome ceremony tonight. Those who have time, please sign up promptly." Zhang Dong was somewhat taken aback. Teacher Ma, known for his eloquence, had average teaching skills but was well-liked. Now, he had indeed risen to prominence, transforming from a mere teacher to a leading figure in education. He had little interest in such commotion, so he changed his clothes and drove off to meet Qin Yan. They had agreed the previous day that Qin Yan would treat him to dinner at the Sig restaurant. Arriving at the restaurant precisely at 6:30, Zhang Dong found Qin Yan already seated and waiting. "Dong Yi," she called out, waving from a distance. As Zhang Dong took a seat across from her, he smiled and said, "Apologies for being late." "Not at all. I arrived early," Qin Yan replied cheerfully. "Dong-ge, my father has taken out 2 gemstones for appraisal today, and they are valued at over 1 million. Thank you. You could have purchased them yourself, but you let me have them." Zhang Dong chuckled. "Oh, no need for thanks. I merely assisted you a little." Once their meal arrived, they chatted while eating. Qin Yan continued, "Dong-ge, do you remember the person who helped my father select porcelain? He has invited my father again, claiming everything is a rare treasure." "Humph, I suspect he is trying to swindle my father." Zhang Dong observed her and asked, "What would you like me to do?" Qin Yan blinked playfully. "If you have time, could you accompany my father? You could expose that old fraud." Zhang Dong inquired, "Where will you be going to look at porcelain?" Apparently, a folk collector has passed away, and his children are selling over 3,000 pieces of his collection. I've heard quite a few people will be attending. After some contemplation, Zhang Dong replied, All right, I shall go. Thank you so much, she exclaimed, promptly serving him some food. The dishes at the Sig restaurant were quite average in taste, albeit presented exquisitely. After their meal, Qin Yin invited Zhang Dong to the dance hall. Being a dance instructor herself, she was well-versed in various styles and had a passion for dancing. Initially declining, as he lacked any dancing skills, Zhang Dong soon succumbed to her charming persuasion and accompanied her to a Kai dance hall. Though labeled a dance hall, it also featured private rooms alongside a large dance floor, thus maintaining a good business. The hall was populated with both youthful patrons and those in their 30s and 40s, with numerous couples gracefully dancing, though many were more interested in socializing than in the art of dance. I truly can't dance, Zhang Dong admitted. Qin Yin giggled. It's all right. I'll teach you. She then demonstrated a set of self-choreographed steps, fashionable and of moderate difficulty, yet flowing beautifully when executed well. Zhang Dong possesses the extraordinary ability to master even the most challenging of steps. Gracefully traversing the dance floor is a mere trifle for him, as the foundation of dancing lies in the intricacies of footwork. Consequently, after only 2 demonstrations from Qin Yin, he became remarkably proficient. Qin Yin, taken aback by his aptitude, proceeded to teach him 2 additional dance styles. As they engaged in this exchange of instruction, physical contact was inevitable. After spending 3 years abroad, living a monk-like existence, Zhang Dong found himself stirred by the closeness of their bodies. Qin Yin, acutely aware of his reaction, intentionally drew nearer, prompting Zhang Dong to inhale deeply, as a peculiar sensation coursed through him. During the second dance, they were nearly entwined, with Zhang Dong wrapping his arms around her slender waist, his hands growing somewhat audacious as he playfully squeezed her waist. Qin Yin shot him a playful glare, a mix of chiding and shyness, and, as the music mellowed, she nestled her head against his chest, feeling his heart race, a mischievous smile gracing her delicate features. After their dance concluded, Zhang Dong was drenched in sweat. Yet Qin Yin urged him to explore the night market, where they indulged in trinkets and tasty snacks. They appeared as a couple, and as the clock approached 11, Qin Yin remarked, Donggu, my parents have gone to my grandmother's house, and I feel frightened alone at home. Through a mutual friend, a message arrived. Are you Zhang Dong? Zhang Dong replied with a voice message. I am. The response came, Zhang Dong, I am Zhou Qingning. Zhang Dong was taken aback. Was she truly seeking him? Zhou Qingning continued. Do you have time tomorrow? I am in Yin City and wish to meet. Zhang Dong replied. I have some matters in the morning, but should be free in the afternoon. Zhou Qingning replied. Then let us plan for the afternoon. I will contact you then. Upon returning home, Zhang Dong began practicing the second movement of the Ling Fei Jing, a significantly more challenging maneuver. He persevered until the early hours of the morning, barely mastering it by 3 o'clock, followed by relentless reinforcement of his practice. As dawn approached, he finally allowed himself a brief respite. At 8:30, he arose, washed up, and prepared to accompany Qin Yin and Qin Zhongyi to seek treasures from a local collector. Driving to Qin Yin's residence, Zhang Dong found Qin Zhongyi and Qin Yin awaiting him. Xiao Zhang, let us travel together, Qin Zhongyi suggested with a smile. I shall be the driver. Qin Zhongyi's vehicle was an imported pickup, ideal for transporting fishing gear, as he often indulged in fishing excursions. Zhang Dong and Qin Yin settled in the back seat while Qin Zhongyi navigated the road. Their laughter filled the air, and before they knew it, they arrived at their destination. The site was an old mansion located in the city's historical district, with a park situated in front, where several luxury cars were parked, indicating that their purpose aligned with that of Qin Zhongyi. Upon disembarking, they were greeted by a middle-aged man, slightly balding and clad in a white suit, who beamed as he waved at Qin Zhongyi. Brother Qin, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting for half an hour, he exclaimed, then turning to Qin Yin, added, my dear niece has arrived. Qin Yin felt little fondness for this man, offering only a slight nod. Qin Zhongyi inquired, has it commenced, Boss Huang? To which Boss Huang responded, some have already entered to select items. We must hurry, or the best treasures will be snatched away. As several individuals ventured further inside, Boss Huang's eyes occasionally scrutinized Zhang Dong, inquiring with a smile, and who might this be? Naturally, Qin Zhongyi refrained from divulging the truth, replying, this is my daughter's boyfriend. He has come to broaden his horizons. Upon hearing this, Boss Huang felt a wave of relief. Over the years, he had earned at least $1.5 million from Qin Zhongyi, and such a lucrative opportunity was one he was determined to safeguard. Upon entering the courtyard, they were greeted by an array of exquisite items, including Wangwali chairs, redwood furniture, and several grand porcelain jars. The proprietor's family was quite affluent, residing in an expansive old courtyard with 4 sections, each filled with various treasures, all meticulously arranged. What do you think, Brother Qin? Am I exaggerating? He continued. This family boasts ancestors who held high office during the Qing dynasty and produced several prominent officials in the Republic era. Their wealth is undoubtedly substantial. Qin Zhongyi nodded with a smile, yet his gaze shifted towards Zhang Dong. As they strolled, Zhang Dong discerned that some items were authentic while others were mere replicas. Even the genuine pieces bore hefty price tags, making profit margins negligible. Suddenly, Boss Wang pointed to a yuan blue and white porcelain vase, exclaiming, Brother Qin, this vase is quite remarkable. Would you care to consider it? Qin Zhongyi had already surmised that Boss Wang was attempting to deceive him. Maintaining his composure, he replied with a smile, Is that so? Little Zhang, could you assist me in determining the dynasty of this vase? Zhang Dong approached and remarked, Uncle, this vase appears to be a replica from the Republic era. The craftsmanship is impressive, almost indistinguishable from the genuine article. Qin Zhongyi nodded. Since the craftsmanship is commendable, let us purchase it. What's the price? Each room was attended by a staff member, and the attendant in this instance was a man in his 30s who stated, Sir, this is a Ming blue and white piece, priced at 6 million. Qin Zhongyi shook his head. You just indicated it was a replica. How can you price it so high? He then proceeded to explore other areas. Boss Wang exchanged glances with the attendant, both taken aback. As Zhang Dong continued to walk and observe, he found nothing of interest in the first room. Upon reaching the second courtyard, he encountered various pieces of furniture and ancient books, yet none captured his attention. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon a few pickling jars nestled in the corner. These jars had not been used for quite some time and contained rainwater. To his astonishment, he noticed that 2 of the jars emitted a faint glow. Peering through the jar's body, he discerned an inner compartment filled with gold bars and 2 exquisite incense burners, which turned out to be the renowned Xuanda furnaces. Maintaining his composure, he pointed to one of the jars without the inner compartment and inquired, Is this for sale? The middle-aged woman overseeing the courtyard hesitated momentarily before responding, Sir, these items hold little value and were not meant for sale. However, if you are interested, I can seek approval. Zhang Dong nodded. Very well, please do consult. Boss Wang, perceptive as ever, blinked and smiled. Could there be something extraordinary about this pickling jar? Zhang Dong replied, I simply find it charmingly antiquated. I wish to purchase it. With a smile, he added, Please send a few individuals to assist me in moving it. Wait, Boss Wang interjected. I will take this jar and offer an additional 5,000. The unusual turn of events led Boss Wang to suspect that the jar Zhang Dong desired was no ordinary vessel. The woman inquired, Oh, how much do you offer? Boss Wang extended 2 fingers, 20,000. Qin Zhongyi furrowed his brow. Boss Wang, what do you mean? Are you snatching things from child? Boss Wang replied nonchalantly, Brother Qin, when I encounter something remarkable, I shall not yield. Zhang Dong nodded. Fine, since you desire it, it's yours. I shall take another. Boss Wang was taken aback. You do not want it? Zhang Dong replied coolly, It's merely a pickled vegetable jar. Nothing extraordinary. If you want to take it. With a hint of confusion, Boss Wang approached the jar, scrutinizing it closely, yet finding no hidden secrets. Could it be that he truly only fancied this jar? Zhang Dong walked to another jar devoid of compartments, gently tapped it, and discreetly applied his true strength. With a sharp crack, the jar shattered, spilling brine onto the ground, prompting those nearby to scatter. Boss Wang stepped closer to inspect the shattered jar, discovering it was indeed devoid of any trickery. It seemed he had overthought the matter. Chapter 32. The Folding Fan of Tang Yin. Zhang Dong lamented, This jar is far too fragile. It broke with merely a tap. The woman remarked, You need not compensate for this. Do you still desire the remaining 2 jars? Zhang Dong nodded affirmatively. Thus, Boss Wang spent 20,000 on 1 jar without compartments, while Zhang Dong invested 30,000 for 2 jars with compartments. The jars were exceedingly heavy. Yet, Zhang Dong effortlessly lifted one with a single hand and placed it in the back of his pickup truck. He remarked, Wealth cannot buy my affections. Boss Wang is rather superficial. Boss Wang snorted, continuing to recommend several items to Qin Zhongyi, but Zhang Dong immediately recognized them as forgeries and exposed them one by one. Boss Wang's expression soured. Young brother, do you truly understand antiques? The genuine articles I introduced, you claim to be forgeries. Your actions may lead Brother Qin to miss out on treasures. Qin Zhongyi interjected, I trust young Zhang's discerning eye. Boss Wang scoffed, Is that so? Then why doesn't the young brother assist Brother Qin in locating a genuine artifact? Zhang Dong wished to help, but alas, there was little merit in the 2 rooms until he reached the 3rd courtyard. There lay an ancient fan on a table, occasionally picked up by passers-by who lost interest upon discovering it bore no inscription. Upon seeing the fan, Zhang Dong felt a radiant aura. Upon closer inspection, he discerned layers of historical significance and immediately concluded it was a creation of Tang Bohu. He slowly unfolded the fan, revealing a painting of plum blossoms alongside a poem. At a certain position on the fan's surface, an opaque paper had been affixed, concealing the inscription. Beneath the white paper lay the signature of Tang Yin. He turned to Qin Zhongyi. Uncle Qin, this fan is quite remarkable. Though lacking an inscription, it surely originates from a master craftsman. Boss Wang, glancing from a distance, derisively remarked, an anonymous folding fan. What could it possibly signify from a renowned artist? Yet Qin Zhongyi, without hesitation, purchased it. The price of 5,000 for the house was not exorbitant. After payment, Zhang Dong took a sip of water and inadvertently sprayed it onto the fan's surface. As the fan soaked through, he gently lifted the paper with his fingernail, revealing the hidden inscription, Liu Recluse. At this revelation, all present gasped in astonishment. It was indeed a fan painted by Tang Yin. An elderly man rubbed his eyes, fixating intently on the signature, his gaze filled with profound regret. Alas, I distinctly sensed that this calligraphy and poetry resembled the work of Tang Yin, yet I forsook it due to the absence of a signature. The fan crafted by Tang Yin, coupled with his poetry, would undoubtedly possess a value exceeding 10 million. A decade and more ago, one of Tang Yin's paintings fetched an astronomical 80 million abroad. Even if this fan were worth merely a quarter of that, it would still amount to 20 million. Qin Zhongyi's eyes sparkled with excitement, filled with satisfaction. He chuckled heartily, exclaiming, Xiao Zhang, your discerning eye is commendable. This fan was a worthy purchase. Boss Wang's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, exclaiming in disbelief, what? This lad has truly struck gold, and not just any gold, but a fortune. The works of Tang Yin could be resold for 8-digit sums. Then, a thought struck him. He pointed an accusatory finger at Zhang Dong, declaring, Kid, that pickled vegetable jar is suspect. You are deceiving me. Zhang Dong regarded Boss Wang calmly, replying, You are quite amusing. My acquisition of jars and paintings is of no concern to you. Do you claim I am deceiving you? Boss Wang's eyes gleamed with suspicion, asserting, Those 2 jars of yours must certainly be flawed. Zhang Dong smirked. Whether they are flawed or not is of no consequence to you. The transaction has occurred. One wishes to sell, the other to buy. Any loss is mine, any gain is mine. What right do you, an outsider, have to interject? Qin Zhongyi, maintaining a composed demeanor, remarked, Boss Wang, your behavior is rather unbecoming. I understand your jealousy, but envy should not lead to baseless accusations. Boss Wang seethed with anger. He felt that the Tang Yin fan rightfully belonged to him, yet it had been claimed by Qin Zhongyi. There were still treasures to behold, which they would explore at a leisurely pace. Following Zhang Dong, Qin Zhongyi and Qin Yin entered the 4th courtyard. Regrettably, it was evident that this family was orchestrating a scheme, and genuine treasures were nowhere to be found. Zhang Dong refrained from allowing Qin Zhongyi to make any further purchases, and the group departed with merely a folding fan in hand. It could be said that the entire inventory of this household paled in value compared to that singular fan. Upon returning to the pickup truck, Qin Zhongyi erupted in laughter, exclaiming, What a thrill and absolute delight. Did you see Boss Wang's countenance? It resembled that of a man mourning his deceased father. Ha ha ha. Zhang Dong chuckled. He perceives Uncle Qin as a cash cow, witnessing your profit. He is naturally displeased. At that moment, Boss Wang rushed out, tapping on several pickled vegetable jars, fixing his gaze on Zhang Dong, and inquired, This jar has a hidden compartment. Am I mistaken? Zhang Dong replied nonchalantly, What if it does? What if it doesn't? Boss Wang grinned broadly. I am intrigued by the contents inside. May I take a look? If suitable, I would be willing to purchase it. Zhang Dong calmly stated. They are of no relevance to you. Subsequently, Qin Zhongyi pressed the accelerator, and the pickup truck kicked up dust as it drove away, leaving Boss Wang with an ashen complexion. Beside Boss Wang, a buzz-cut young man remarked, Boss Wang, I know a notorious thief. This family has just acquired treasures. Perhaps I could send him to retrieve the goods, stealthily? Boss Wang's eyes brightened. Is that person reliable? Rest assured, my friend has even breached bank vaults, targeting billionaires. He has only failed once, but managed to escape unscathed, came the reply. Boss Wang nodded in agreement. Good. Inform your friend that if he successfully retrieves the items, I shall reward him with 5 million. Zhang Dong chuckled. Uncle, you are the true protagonist today. I am merely lending a hand. How could I possibly accept your belongings? Qin Zhongyi replied earnestly, with my discerning eye. I could never have discovered this folding fan. Do not be so polite. Quickly accept it. Zhang Dong laughed. Uncle Qin, I too have made a find. Are there not 2 jars in the car? The treasures within belong to me, while the folding fan is yours. Both Qin Zhongyi and Qin Yin were filled with curiosity, eagerly inquiring, is there truly something inside the jars? With a jar in each hand, Zhang Dong lifted them from the car and set them down with a thud. With a resounding crash, the bottom shattered, revealing 2 heaps of gold bars alongside 4 exquisite bronze incense burners. Qin Zhongyi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he picked up a gold bar, weighing it in his hand and examining the inscriptions. A gold bar worth 50 taels, approximately 1.86 kilograms. There are 60 bars here, totaling around 112 kilograms, valued at over 44 million. However, Zhang Dong seemed less concerned with the gold. He picked up one of the incense burners, smiling. In comparison, this incense burner is far more precious. Qin Zhongyi examined the burner closely, noting its amber hue and delicate texture, which shimmered with an inner brilliance, making it hard for him to part with. What a beautiful incense burner could it possibly be? Zhang Dong nodded. Indeed, it is a Xuanda furnace. These 4 Xuanda furnaces each possess a distinct color and design. They are truly remarkable. Qin Zhongyi trembled with excitement, murmuring, Xuanda furnaces, worth their weight in gold. I never imagined there were 4 hidden within this jar. Chapter 33. The Love Goo. Zhang Dong took photographs of all 4 incense burners and sent them to Yi Ro. She quickly called, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. Are they genuine? Zhang Dong assured her, they are 100 authentic, treasures from the palace, all exquisite Xuanda furnaces. He chuckled. Whatever you say, President Yi, shall be the final word. Yi Ro lamented. If only I were not bound to Haicheng, I would undoubtedly accompany you to unearth hidden gems. Zhang Dong replied, President Yi, I have not worked these past few days, so you need not worry about my salary this month. She insisted. Salaries will be dispersed as usual, and I have tasks for you to undertake. Zhang Dong perked up. What tasks? Yi Ro explained it. The primary source of income for Minggu Xian stems from assisting affluent clients in collecting antiques and artworks with potential for appreciation. A significant client from Jiangbei Minggu Xian, Mr. Xiao Huayan, the chairman of Shengda with assets in the hundreds of billions, has arrived. However, he is accompanied by numerous experts in antique appraisal. To impress him, we must showcase our true skills. Therefore, I hope you can visit the provincial capital and engage in a contest of skills with these experts. If you triumph over them, Mr. Qiao will undoubtedly collaborate with us at Minggu Xian. Zhang Dong inquired. How will the contest be conducted? Yi Ro replied. Mr. Qiao will pose questions, and you will provide the answers. Zhang Dong pondered. When shall I go? If you have time, you can head to the provincial capital tomorrow. I have already arranged for Secretarian to meet you, Yi Ro informed him. Secretarian, a beautiful woman, was by her side. Very well, I shall go tomorrow. After hanging up, he moved the gold bars and Xuanda furnaces to his car, bidding farewell to Qin Yin and Qin Zhongyi. With so much gold at home, it was certainly unsafe. Zhang Dong planned to transfer everything to Minggu Xian, placing it in their secure vault. Minggu Xian offered private vault services, making it exceedingly convenient for storing valuables. Upon returning home, he changed his attire and promptly contacted Zhou Qingning. The two had arranged to meet this afternoon. At 12:30, Zhang Dong arrived as scheduled at the prestigious Fulong restaurant in Yin City. Upon entering a private room, he was taken aback to find 7 or 8 individuals gathered inside, with Zhou Qingning occupying a seat second closest to the door. He had anticipated a meeting between just the 2 of them, not a gathering of so many. Zhou Qingning stood up, smiling, and approached him for a brief embrace. The others murmured in surprise, and as he glanced around, he vaguely recognized a few faces, his former high school classmates, including host Xiaowen and the teacher, Mr. Ma, who now worked at the Education Bureau. Among the group, a tall man rose, possessing a broad forehead and an elongated face, exuding an indescribable aura of dominance. Dressed in a suit worth hundreds of thousands and sporting a watch valued in the millions, every gesture radiated confidence. Zhang Dong, do you not recognize me? The question stirred a memory within Zhang Dong, leading him to recall Meng Gang, the individual who had once sought Zhou Qingning's affection in vain. You are Meng Gang? He inquired. Meng Gang laughed heartily, patting Zhang Dong on the shoulder. You finally recognized me. Mr. Ma, having consumed a couple of drinks, appeared somewhat inebriated as he cheerfully pointed at Meng Gang. Zhang Dong, this is Meng Gang, the president of a publicly listed company worth billions. He is here in Yun City to invest in the education sector. Zhang Dong felt indifferent towards the mention of wealth, responding dismissively, "I'm merely glad to see you alive. I have no other business here, so I shall take my leave." His impression of Meng Gang was far from favorable. The man had committed unspeakable acts in their youth, and he doubted that time had improved his character. Moreover, he sensed that Zhou Qingning had deliberately lured him into this gathering, a trap devised for him. Meng Gang's expression darkened. How dare this man speak to him with such disrespect? Ho Xiaowen also stood, adopting a stern demeanor. "Zhang Dong, how can you speak like that? President Meng is a distinguished person in our city, poised to invest 50 billion. Zhou Qingning interjected with a smile. "Zhang Dong, since you are here, why not sit down and reminisce with your classmates?" Zhang Dong's gaze returned to Zhou Qingning. Noticing a blue insect at her heart, a sign of something sinister, he turned to Meng Gang, speaking coolly. "Meng Gang, did you orchestrate this meeting with Zhou Qingning? What is your intention? Do you seek revenge for my thwarting your ambitions in the past?" Meng Gang exhibited a hint of disdain. "Revenge? You, a mere insignificant figure, believe yourself worthy of my vengeance. It was Qingning who insisted on inviting you. I thought it inconsequential, considering you are but a trivial person." Ho Xiaowen chimed in. Qingning made the right choice in following President Meng. Zhang Dong felt a jolt of realization. Zhou Qingning had indeed summoned him. He locked eyes with her, asking pointedly, "Qingning, why would you choose to associate with someone like Meng Gang?" He observed a flicker of pain and conflict in her eyes, yet she replied, "It is simply because I like Meng Gang." Zhang Dong noticed that the blue insect stirred slightly, releasing a toxin that appeared to influence Zhou Qingning's thoughts and emotions. He glanced at Meng Gang, who harbored a similar, albeit larger, blue insect within him. Could this be the fabled love insect? Realization dawned upon him as he inquired, "How long have you two been together?" Zhang Dong scoffed, "Fall in love with you? Do you even deserve that?" Suddenly, he cupped Zhou Qingning's face in his hands and kissed her deeply. This unexpected kiss left everyone in shock, and Zhou Qingning closed her eyes. The golden insect in her left eye swiftly burrowed into her body, ferociously attacking the blue insect, gnawing at it with a series of vicious bites. Meng Gang snapped to attention, bellowing as he reached out to Zhang Dong, attempting to halt him, while the others gasped in alarm. However, the moment Meng Gang extended his hand, the love insect within him shrieked, dissolving and releasing a torrent of toxins. Within mere seconds, Meng Gang's body stiffened, and he began to foam at the mouth. Bystanders rushed forward to apply first aid and dial emergency services. Zhou Qingning's lipstick was smudged, and she stared blankly at Zhang Dong, the effects of the love insect gradually dissipating, allowing her to regain her composure. She recalled the recent events and called out his name. "He placed the love insect on you," Zhang Dong explained. "That creature releases toxins, distorting your judgment and emotions, leading you to mistakenly believe you had feelings for Meng Gang. But fear not, I have already eradicated the love insect." Zhou Qingning felt a mix of astonishment and anger. The infamous love insect? How despicable of Meng Gang. Chapter 34. A Beauty in Distress. Zhang Dong asked, "Where are you staying?" Zhou Qingning replied, "I'm at a hotel." "Very well, I shall escort you there." As the car started, he inquired, "I've heard you've been looking for me recently?" Zhang Dong understood that Zhou Qingning must have subconsciously sensed something amiss, prompting her search for him. He handed a bank card to Tang Lan, saying, "Mother, this is the 1 million bonus the company awarded me. Please use it as you wish." Tang Lan and her husband, along with Zhang Hong, were taken aback, exclaiming in unison, 1 million. Zhang Dong replied, "I have contributed to the company. My annual bonus is at least 2 million. Xiao Dong is doing well." She continued, "By the way, Xiao Dong, that girl seems quite nice. Did you two go on a date today?" Zhang Dong did not deny it, saying, "Sister, while I'm away, please take good care of things at home." Zhang Hong assured him, "Rest assured, I will come over whenever I can." Zhang Baoxing added, "Xiao Dong, don't worry about home. Just focus on your work." After dinner, Zhou Qingning called, "Zhang Dong, where are you?" "At home, not far from the hotel." "Have you woken up?" Zhou Qingning replied, "Yes, I'm hungry and want to grab something to eat." Zhang Dong responded, "Wait for me. I'll come find you." Within a few minutes, the car arrived at the hotel where Zhou Qingning was waiting in the lobby. "Zhang Dong, do you remember that wonton shop across from our school? I do like to have their wontons," she said. Zhang Dong recalled the establishment, which had remained in business, and nodded. "All right, I will take you there." The small shop had undergone some changes compared to its original state. Zhang Dong ordered 2 bowls of wontons and 4 side dishes, and the two engaged in conversation as they enjoyed their meal. She raised her drink and said to Zhang Dong, "Zhang Dong, I have never had the opportunity to express my gratitude for the time you saved me. Who would have thought that today you would rescue me once more? I cannot thank you enough for your kindness." Allow me to toast you. Very well, Zhang Dong replied. Rising to see her off, Zhou Qingning entered a Range Rover and waved goodbye to him. Upon returning home, while the day was still young, Zhang Dong made his way to a nearby park. He found an open space and prepared to practice the movements of the 36 Copper Men. After days of training, he had come to realize that the Lingfei Sutra was a Taoist practice for self-cultivation, unsuitable for combat. Nevertheless, practicing the Lingfei Sutra laid a solid foundation, ensuring that any future martial arts he pursued would yield greater results with less effort. The 36 Copper Men, however, were entirely different. The purpose of the meridians within each copper figure was solely for executing techniques, enabling one to defeat adversaries with enhanced efficiency and power. At that moment, Zhang Dong perceived the mercury meridians within the first copper figure and guided his true energy through those channels. After circulating his energy for 2 cycles, he proceeded to practice with the second and third copper figures. The movements of the first 3 copper figures aligned perfectly, allowing them to form a singular technique. As he unified the 3 movements and his true energy flowed seamlessly, a resounding dragon's roar emerged from his chest, and a surge of energy burst forth from his palm. The force struck a tree nearby, the trunk cracking with a sharp sound, as if struck by lightning, its fibers reduced to dust. Zhang Dong was taken aback, but continued to practice until he had mastered the technique. He trained until 11 o'clock when suddenly, he received a voice message from Qin Yan. The audio was chaotic, filled with the voice of a strange man demanding to know the whereabouts of treasures belonging to the Qin family. Yet Qin Zhongyi remained tight-lipped. A cold glint flashed in Zhang Dong's eyes. He stomped his right foot on the ground, the whip in his hand cracking and snapping, as he transformed into a shadow. Racing towards Qin Yan's home, the direct distance between the 2 locations was approximately 5 kilometers, and Zhang Dong leaped forward with the speed of a galloping horse. Within minutes, he had arrived at the base of Qin Yan's building, silently ascending to the 2nd floor like a great cat. At that moment, a short, slender man wearing a mask was tracing the edge of a dagger with his finger, his gaze fixed on Qin Zhongyi, who was knelt on the ground, bound hand and foot. Mr. Qin, if you do not disclose the whereabouts of those items, I shall be compelled to take actions you would rather not witness. He sneered as he approached Qin Zhongyi's wife, the dagger slicing open Zhu Min's collar, intending to go further. Furious, Qin Zhongyi exclaimed, if you dare to touch my wife, I will fight you to the death. TSK, how can you not see reality? The masked man taunted. At this moment, do you truly have the opportunity to fight me? Your wife and daughter are both extraordinary beauties. I can hardly contain myself. Should I have my way with your wife first, or your daughter? Surprisingly, Qin Yan remained unafraid, retorting coldly, do not be so arrogant. My boyfriend will not let you escape. You are doomed. The masked man scoffed, my dear, it seems you are mistaken. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind him. The masked man was startled, thrusting his dagger backward in a panic, but it met only empty air. Simultaneously, a hand clamped down on his neck, and darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness. The one who took action was naturally Zhang Dong. He hurried to the scene, just in time to untie Qin Yan, who immediately threw herself into his arms, sobbing. It would be a lie to say she wasn't frightened. In truth, she had been terrified to the point of tears. Fortunately, she had secretly sent Zhang Dong a voice message, harboring a glimmer of hope. Zhu Min remained composed and said, Xiao Zhang, please help us untie ourselves as well. Zhang Dong promptly released the ropes binding Qin Zhongyi and his wife, inquiring, Uncle Annie, I haven't arrived too late, have I? Zhu Min nodded, expressing her gratitude. Xiao Zhang, you have saved our entire family. Qin Zhongyi, in a fit of rage, kicked at the masked man, but the latter showed no reaction. Zhang Dong asked Uncle Qin, who is this person? Qin Zhongyi narrowed his eyes and replied, many people have learned today that I purchased a fan, but only one person is convinced that there is treasure within the jar, and that is Huang Yongtai. Zhang Dong splashed cold water on the masked man to revive him, who, feeling paralyzed, wore a look of sheer terror and asked, what have you done to me? Zhang Dong pressed, tell me, did Boss Huang send you? Having fallen into their clutches, the man conceded, I will answer your questions, but please do not harm me. Zhang Dong replied, that is acceptable. The man continued, it was someone close to Boss Huang who instructed me to steal a few treasures from here, offering a reward of 5 million. With a swift kick, Zhang Dong rendered the man unconscious and turned to Qin Zhongyi, asking, Uncle Qin, what are your plans now? Qin Zhongyi sneered, Huang Yongtai. I will not let him escape. Zhang Dong inquired, do you know where Huang Yongtai resides? Qin Zhongyi nodded, indeed, I have even visited his vault, which contains many valuable items. Zhang Dong remarked, It is ungentlemanly not to repay a grudge. I shall seek him out now. Qin Zhongyi, sharing the disdain for Boss Huang, stated, Xiao Zhang, I will accompany you. Qin Yin nodded vigorously, exclaiming, exactly. Let us teach that Huang a lesson. He is utterly loathsome. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhang Dong. He awakened the thief once more and, with a few precise strikes, infused him with energy, causing the man to shiver. What is your name? Zhang Dong inquired. Hu Feng. He replied. Zhang Dong instructed, Hu Feng, go to Boss Huang's residence and steal everything of value. Regardless of what you acquire, I will accept it here. The man, with a glint of determination, responded, Understood, I will follow your orders, though he felt both alarmed and enraged. The thought of the treasures belonging to Boss Huang tempted him to seize the opportunity for a life of leisure in Southeast Asia. Gritting his teeth, he agreed, all right. Zhang Dong added, anything you cannot carry, burn it, leave no trace behind. The man stared at Zhang Dong in astonishment, affirming, understood. After releasing him, Zhu Min sighed. In that case, we have made a formidable enemy in Boss Huang. Qin Zhongyi, with a stern expression, declared. It was one thing for him to deceive me in the past, but now he dares to threaten my wife and daughter. I certainly will not let him off the hook. Moreover, we need not fear, for Xiao Zhang is an expert. Zhu Min scoffed. You refer to him as Xiao Zhang so casually. Zhang Dong smiled. Annie, you may simply call me Zhang Dong from now on. Zhu Min rarely revealed a smile as she said, Zhang Dong, from now on, our home will be your home. Feel free to visit at any time. Certainly, Auntie, Zhang Dong replied. Descending the stairs, he noticed a car piled high with hundreds of items, including calligraphy, porcelain, and jade. After a brief examination, he discerned that the majority of the items were counterfeit, so he selected only the genuine pieces, instructing Qin Yin to pack them into boxes. Ultimately, he extracted 37 items. Their worth estimated to be around 20 to 30 million. I will offer you 5 million. The remainder is yours to handle. Upon hearing the offer of merely 5 million, Hu Feng appeared somewhat reluctant, but upon meeting Zhang Dong's gaze, he quickly acquiesced, saying, fine, 5 million it is. Instead of cash, Zhang Dong presented him with 7 gold bars, approximately valued at 5 million. After accepting the gold bars, Hu Feng drove away, intent on continuing his search for buyers. Meanwhile, a fire broke out at Huang Yongtai's residence, reducing the contents of his safe and his home to ashes. At that moment, Huang Yongtai sat on the ground, weeping inconsolably, as if mourning the loss of a beloved parent. He could never have anticipated that the arsonist would be the very thief, Hu Feng, whom he had enlisted. By the early hours of the morning, Zhang Dong arrived in his vehicle, loading the salvaged items with the intention of securing them in the Ming Guxian's vault. Upon knocking and entering, Ru Xia promptly stood up, exclaiming, President Zhang. Zhang Dong, slightly taken aback, responded, Secretarian, when did I become President Zhang? Ru Xia smiled and replied, Are you not aware? Yi Rou has informed the entire company. You are now the Vice President of Jiangbei Ming Guxian. All antiques entering or leaving Ming Guxian require your approval. Zhang Dong chuckled. Very well then. President Yi has asked me to liaise with you to meet Mr. Qiao. Ru Xia continued, Mr. Qiao has a keen interest in antiques and is accompanied by 3 renowned appraisers in the field. He is sponsoring a treasure hunting event, seeking to gather folk treasures. The event will take place next week, and due to extensive advertising, there is a significant number of registrants. For valuable antiques, Mr. Qiao will directly purchase them. Zhang Dong inquired, Will Ming Guxian be participating in this event? Ru Xia nodded. President Yi hopes you will represent Ming Guxian as one of the 5 appraisers. That sounds agreeable, Zhang Dong replied. Subsequently, Ru Xia invited him to his dedicated office, which was similar in size to Yi Rou's, divided into a workspace and a relaxation area. After confirming Zhang Dong's satisfaction, Ru Xia presented him with a list of potential secretaries from which he could choose. All right, Zhang Dong responded. After Ru Xia took her leave, Zhang Dong spun around in his chair a few times before taking out his phone to capture the office's ambience, inscribing a note, grateful for President Ye's trust. Shortly after posting the video, Yi Rou, Qin Yin, and others began liking it, while many acquaintances inquired about his new workplace. Subsequently, Zhang Dong verified his identity, tagging himself as the Vice President of Jiangbei Ming Guxian. Reflecting on the past, Zhang Dong felt a twinge of nostalgia. During his senior year of high school, a high fever had caused him to underperform on the college entrance exam, resulting in his admission to the relatively average Jiangbei University. After graduating, he worked for only a year before moving abroad to labor for the sake of his girlfriend. In comparison to his peers among relatives and friends, those pursuing graduate studies, preparing for civil service examinations, or opening businesses. He appears to be the least accomplished of them all. Arrived in the provincial capital? Suddenly, Zhou Qingning sent a message. Zhang Dong. Indeed, it just arrived today. Zhou Qingning. My father is also fond of collecting and plans to invest in some art. Could you offer some advice? Zhang Dong. Certainly, I will be glad to assist. I believe uncle could consider Minggu Xian, where we provide professional guidance. Zhou Qingning. That sounds good. But I need you to do me a small favor first. What is it? There is someone who owes my father 300 million, unable to repay. He wishes to settle the debt with his collectibles. As you are a highly esteemed appraiser at Minggu Xian, I would like to request your presence to assist my father in evaluating these items. Zhang Dong chuckled. With items worth billions, I assume uncle has already engaged professional appraisers. Would my presence not be superfluous? Zhou Qingning. I do not trust those individuals. I am familiar with the antique circle, and the debtor has extensive connections. I fear they may conspire in secret. Understanding her concern, Zhang Dong replied. All right, I will come to take a look. Zhou Qingning, my father and I have already arrived at the location. I will send you the address. Zhang Dong glanced at the address. A distance of over 7 kilometers was quite manageable. He exited the office, preparing to drive over when a man in his 40s approached him. Hello, Mr. Zhang. I am your designated driver, Lu Chong. As the vice president of Jiangbei Minggu Xian, Zhang Dong was not surprised to have a dedicated driver and nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 36. Zhou Dingshan. Upon arriving at the underground parking garage, Lu Chong escorted Zhang Dong to a Mercedes Maybach, equipped with a powerful and smooth 12-cylinder engine. One of Yiro's vehicles. Lu Chong, an experienced driver, navigated swiftly and steadily, arriving at the villa area where Zhou Qingning awaited. Upon seeing Zhang Dong alight from the car, she waved and smiled. Mr. Zhang, your vehicle is quite impressive. Zhang Dong replied with a grin. It belongs to the boss. I merely borrowed it for a ride. So, has the evaluation begun? Zhou Qingning led him to the first floor of the villa, adorned with over 100 pieces of art and collectibles, where 3 professionals were assessing the items one by one. A middle-aged man was seated on a sofa, engaging in jovial conversation with a bald gentleman in his 60s. Zhou Qingning smiled. Father, this is Zhang Dong. Zhou Dingshan, impressed by the man who had once saved his daughter, stood up, greeted Zhang Dong with a handshake, and said, Zhang Dong, I have long wished to meet you, but never had the opportunity. Qingning speaks highly of your expertise in antique appraisal. I appreciate your assistance today. You flatter me. Zhang Dong replied. The professionals exchanged glances at Zhang Dong. Zhou Dingshan. Young Zhang, could you help me ascertain the value of these items collectively? Zhang Dong circled the room, noting that there were indeed a few genuine pieces, while the counterfeits were relatively scarce. However, the value of these so-called genuine items was not particularly high, totaling just over 50 million. After half an hour, one of the appraisers handed a report to Zhou Dingshan, stating, Boss Zhou, the evaluation is complete. Please review it. Zhou Dingshan perused the report briefly and inquired, do these items truly hold a value of 280 million? The individual replied, Boss Zhou, please trust in our expertise. The valuation of these items is at least 280 million. Zhou Dingshan nodded thoughtfully and turned to Zhang Dong, asking Xiao Zhang, what's your perspective? Zhang Dong responded, I estimate their worth to be 50 million, which diverges significantly from 280 million. The person who delivered the report, possessing a long horse-like face and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, smirked coldly. 50 million? Are you prepared to stand by that statement? Zhang Dong replied with a smile. Having come this far, I am indeed willing to take responsibility for my words. Upon taking the report from Zhou Dingshan, he noticed that the highest valued item was a Ming Dynasty blue and white vase, appraised at 45 million. Scanning the document, he quickly located the vase, holding it aloft as he remarked, you have valued this vase at 45 million. However, I am aware that a similar piece recently auctioned for only 23 million. Furthermore, that was the price post-auction, which must account for a 20% commission. He continued, what you mentioned occurred over a year ago. The market has since risen, making the 45 million valuation quite reasonable. Reasonable? Very well. Even if we concede the price is reasonable, that vase is undoubtedly a counterfeit. How dare you assign it a value of 45 million? Zhang Dong's gaze bore into him. The opponent's complexion darkened. Counterfeit? How can you prove it? Zhang Dong responded. Proving it is quite simple. The base of this vase is indeed genuine Ming blue and white, yet the upper portion is a high-quality imitation. As he spoke, he flicked his finger against the vase, producing a resonant ding, causing the base to detach, which Zhang Dong deftly caught. The cut was remarkably even, suggesting it had been affixed later. Several professionals gathered, their expressions turning increasingly grim. Though they had accepted remuneration, they had mistakenly identified this vase as an authentic piece. The embarrassment of being publicly confronted by Zhang Dong was palpable. Zhou Dingshan scoffed, "Gentlemen, your professionalism is indeed commendable." The trio's faces darkened further. One of them admitted, "Boss Zhou, it was our oversight, but I assure you that the remaining items are all authentic." With no other recourse, the three departed. Zhou Dingshan turned to Zhang Dong with a smile. "Xiao Zhang, I am grateful for your presence today. Otherwise, I would have suffered a loss of at least 200 million. Would you be so kind as to assist me in appraising these items?" Zhang Dong replied, "I have examined them. Collectively, their total value does not exceed 55 million. Zhou Dingshan smiled at the bald elder. "Brother Zhu, you have heard it. These items are valued at just 55 million. If you find that acceptable, I shall arrange for their removal." Zhou Dingshan declared, "Very well, I will proceed with the removal." As the items were packaged for transport, Zhou Dingshan addressed Zhang Dong. "Xiao Zhang, I am also considering investing in some cultural artifacts and paintings. They are both elegant and retain value. Do you have any recommendations?" Zhang Dong suggested, "Uncle Zhou could collaborate with Minggu Xian, which can assist you in formulating a comprehensive investment plan." Zhou Dingshan responded with a smile, "I trust your judgment. If you deem Minggu Xian reliable, I shall partner with them." Zhang Dong replied with gratitude, "Thank you for your trust, Uncle Zhou." After ending the call, he turned to Zhou Qingning. "Qingning, keep an eye on things. I must attend to a few matters." He took a few steps outside, suddenly turning back to Zhang Dong, inquiring, "Xiao Zhang, as connoisseurs of antiques, you must have some understanding of feng shui and metaphysics, right? Would you accompany me to the construction site for a look?" Zhang Dong, lacking knowledge in feng shui, felt a flicker of inspiration. After all, his left eye might indeed be capable of discerning the currents of feng shui. Thus, he nodded, "Very well, I shall take a look." He entered Zhou Dingshan's vehicle, with the driver, Lu Chong, trailing closely behind. "Uncle Zhou, where are we headed?" Zhang Dong asked. "There have been issues at the construction site." Zhou Dingshan sighed. "My company specializes in pharmaceuticals, and a new factory is under construction. However, during this process, strange occurrences have been rampant. A worker has already lost his life, and 3 others have been injured. I consulted an expert who intervened, and, for a time, everything seemed calm. However, today another grave incident has occurred. 3 workers were struck by a tower crane, resulting in 2 fatalities and 1 serious injury." Zhang Dong remarked, "Such safety incidents should fall under the contractor's responsibility." Zhou Dingshan offered a wry smile. "While that may be true, the progress of a new factory cannot be delayed. I have a bet with my investors. The profits must increase by more than 50% next year, and the stock price must rise by 50% as well. If the new factory isn't completed this year and cannot commence production by April next year, I will be liable for double the investor's capital." Zhang Dong furrowed his brow slightly. "Uncle Zhou, since you dared to wager with the investors, it implies you are quite confident." "Indeed," Zhou Dingshan replied. "The sales of several medications have been consistently rising. Once the new factory is completed, I am confident we can elevate profits by 1.5 times or even more." But who could have anticipated such an incident at the construction site? Upon arriving at the site, they were met with the presence of ambulances and police vehicles, with workers gathered, engaged in fervent discussions. Zhou Dingshan swiftly took charge, organizing order while making calls to acquaintances in an effort to mitigate the impact of the incident. Zhang Dong took the personnel elevator to the rooftop of a 9-story building, overlooking the entire construction site. He noticed that in the southeast direction, a patch of ground was shrouded in eerie black mist. Though faint, it was imbued with an aura of the sinister and malevolent. Chapter 37. The Withered Hand in the Jar. Zhang Dong called in Ruxia, instructing her to retrieve a bronze mirror from the trunk of a Qian and have it sent over. The mirror had proven effective against the creature in his left eye, indicating its worth. Although he lacked expertise in feng shui, he was curious to see if the mirror could yield any results. Half an hour later, an employee arrived with the bronze mirror, delivered to the rooftop by driver Lu Chong. Zhang Dong received the mirror and adjusted its angle, allowing sunlight to reflect onto the area suffused with black mist. The mirror's reflection, composed of intricate patterns, caused the black mist to bubble and dissipate as if it were mere foam. He promptly stowed the mirror away and continued observing. The black mist no longer emerged. Pensive, he descended in the elevator and approached the area where the mist had been present. A deep pit had already been excavated here, and as he neared it, an unsettling sensation washed over him. Even the creature in his left eye sensed the disturbance, entering a state of alert. It appeared the source of the problem lay in this very spot. Zhou Dingshan had just concluded the narrative wiping the sweat from his brow as he approached Zhang Dong, who was transfixed by a pit. He inquired, "Xiao Zhang, have you made any discoveries?" Zhang Dong's gaze penetrated through the ground, extending downward, where he discerned a patch of multicolored soil at a depth of over 20 meters. Buried within it was a cylindrical iron canister, measuring 1 meter in height and over half a meter in diameter, capped with a large iron lid, its edges sealed with tin. 3 seals adorned the lid, though one had become indistinct and partially damaged. Understanding the necessity of maintaining an air of mystery to avoid prodding inquiries, he remarked, "Uncle Zhou, I sense a malevolent energy here. There must be something sinister buried beneath." He urged, "Send a few excavators to dig down from this point, but exercise caution once you reach 20 meters." Zhou Dingshan, troubled by his inability to pinpoint the cause, was instantly invigorated by Zhang Dong's words. "Excellent. I shall dispatch the excavators immediately." The construction site was equipped with large excavators, making the task of digging a 20-meter deep pit relatively straightforward. In less than an hour, 2 workers had unearthed the iron canister and hoisted it to the surface. Zhang Dong produced a copper mirror, directing sunlight onto the canister, which emitted a continuous ringing sound, audible to all present. Zhou Dingshan's expression shifted dramatically, and he retreated in astonishment, asking, "Xiao Zhang, what lies within?" Uncertain of what it contained, Zhang Dong leaned closer with the copper mirror. As the distance between them narrowed to 2 meters, he seemed to hear a piercing scream in his mind. The lid of the canister cracked open, releasing a plume of black mist that soared over 10 meters high. Zhang Dong swiftly adjusted the mirror's angle to focus on the dark apparition. The mist crackled ominously before it erupted with a thunderous roar, dissipating into nothingness. Zhang Dong, though taken aback, maintained his composed demeanor, stating nonchalantly, "Uncle Zhou, the malevolent entity has been dealt with, rest assured." He then stowed away the copper mirror and casually removed the 2 intact talismans, which were crafted from an unknown, remarkably soft and smooth material, feeling weighty in his grasp. He recognized them as valuable artifacts. Upon inspecting the canister, he noticed a desiccated hand at its base, severed at the wrist, clutching a ritualistic gesture that evoked a profound sense of solemnity. He retrieved the hand, prompting Zhou Dingshan to find a wooden box, into which he placed the hand along with the 2 talismans. Zhou Dingshan, filled with admiration and joy, exclaimed, "Xiao Zhang, you have rendered me an immense favor. I was deceived by that previous so-called expert, spending over 3 million on claims of poor feng shui. What nonsense." He quickly added, "Very well. I shall send someone to sign a contract with Ming Gu Xian shortly. Thank you immensely for today, Xiao Zhang. You must visit my home more often. You and Qingning are classmates. We are not strangers." Zhang Dong replied with a smile, "I will, uncle." Halfway through their drive, he said, "Mr. Zhang, may I request your assistance once?" Although he was only just becoming acquainted with Lu Chang, who would soon be his driver, he gently asked, "Master Lu, what difficulties are you facing?" Lu Chang nodded and said, "Mr. Zhang, my daughter is 17 this year. Since last year, she has been able to see ghosts every day, which has terrified her to the point of not daring to step outside. Consequently, I had no choice but to arrange for her to take a leave of absence from school. Later, I sought the help of numerous renowned shamans and various peculiar individuals from folklore, yet none succeeded in curing her. At best, there was merely some improvement. Mr. Zhang, I do not possess much money, so please name your price. If it means healing my daughter, I would even sell my house to gather the necessary funds." Lu Chang was on the verge of tears. He had endured tremendous anguish over the past 6 months, and his wife had even developed depression as a result. Today, upon witnessing Mr. Zhang's abilities, he hoped for assistance, never anticipating such a smooth resolution. Lu Chang's residence was not far away, situated within an old-style community. They drove directly to the building and ascended to the 3rd floor on foot. Upon entering, Lu Chang first invited Mr. Zhang to sit down. His wife had already left for work, so he quietly approached his daughter's room and knocked on the door, asking, "Junjun, are you asleep?" A faint voice emerged from within, "Dad, I am not asleep. There are many people standing around me, and they're all staring at me. I am scared." Lu Chang quickly reassured her, "Junjun, do not be afraid. Daddy has invited a skilled person to help you." After half a minute, the door opened, revealing a girl with unkempt hair peering outside. She was slender and pale, yet it was evident that she was a beautiful girl with well-defined features. "Mr. Zhang entered holding an iron box and immediately assessed the girl, noticing that there were a dozen faint figures surrounding her, barely perceptible, approximately 2 meters away. He felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that she truly sees ghosts? He forced himself to regain composure and took out a talisman from the iron box. As the talisman was revealed, a surge of righteous energy was unleashed, causing the shadows to disperse. Lacking expertise in ghost catching, he handed the talisman to the girl, saying, "Keep this with you and see if it has any effect." Upon receiving the talisman, the girl's cold body suddenly felt a wave of warmth, and her eyes sparkled as she murmured, "It's all right now. Truly all right. They have all vanished. Thank you, master." She bowed deeply to Mr. Zhang, nodding vigorously, her expression one of immense relief. Lu Chang was overwhelmed with joy, and tears streamed down his face as he suddenly bowed to Mr. Zhang, who quickly replied, "Master Lu, there is no need for such formality." At that moment, he noticed a bracelet made of animal bones adorning the girl's wrist, embellished with colorful gemstones, exuding a primitive and rustic beauty. Chapter 38. Verdant Years. The bracelet emitted a faint yellow glow. Could it be the source of the entity she had attracted? He inquired, "Where did you acquire this bracelet? It looks quite lovely." The girl glanced at it and replied, "I found it on the bus last year, and since I couldn't locate the owner, I decided to wear it myself. I really like it." Mr. Zhang replied sternly, "This item has a dubious origin. You must give it to me." The girl felt a sudden jolt of apprehension, but promptly removed the bracelet and handed it to Mr. Zhang. To validate his suspicion, he stowed the iron box and took the bracelet to the kitchen. Within 3 minutes, he sensed shadowy human forms penetrating the walls, converging toward him. Narrowing his eyes, he confirmed his suspicions regarding the connection to this object. Thus, he opened the iron box, retrieving the withered hand and suspending the bracelet from its fingers. Suddenly, the yellow light vanished, followed by a golden glow emanating from the bracelet, causing the shadows to evaporate instantaneously. Zhang Dong, bewildered, pondered the situation. Did these two items react when placed together? Unable to comprehend, he decided to place both the bracelet and the withered hand into an iron box. Upon returning to the living room, he instructed Lu Chang to have his daughter carry the talisman with her. In 3 days, she will be able to resume her normal life, at which point you may return the talisman to me. All right, thank you, Mr. Zhang. After taking his leave from the driver Lu Chang's home, Zhang Dong checked into a hotel near the company. He subsequently deposited all his gold bars and antiques into the Ming Guxian's vault. Shortly thereafter, a subordinate of Zhou Dingshan arrived at Ming Guxian to sign an art investment agreement. According to the terms, Zhou Dingshan would invest approximately 1 billion yuan in artworks over the next 3 years, with Zhang Dong serving as the collaborative head. In accordance with company regulations, Zhang Dong was entitled to a 5% commission from the client's investment amount. This marked his first significant deal since being promoted to vice president. At lunchtime, he had a working meal at the company before proceeding to the provincial library, which ranks among the top 10 in the country and boasts an extensive collection. Zhang Dong spent the entire afternoon immersed in the library, delving into books on antique appraisal, as well as literature on history, culture, and metaphysics. Before he realized it, evening had arrived, and as he contemplated grabbing a bite to eat, a message from Zhou Qingming appeared. "Zhang Dong, do you have time this evening? I'd like to treat you to dinner." Zhang Dong replied, "When a beautiful lady invites me to dinner, I certainly have time. Let us meet at Qing Song Sui Yu on the 2nd floor at 7. All right." After tidying himself up, Zhang Dong drove to the restaurant, and just as he arrived at the entrance, a man and a woman were also about to enter. The woman, heavily made up and dressed in a white camisole with a shawl, had a striking appearance. She clung to the man's arm, speaking softly and intimately. Upon seeing her, Zhang Dong was momentarily taken aback. He recognized her as Su Ying, his college sweetheart. During their sophomore year, the two had officially become a couple, with Zhang Dong often preparing meals for her and accompanying her on shopping outings, shouldering nearly all her living expenses. That year, his living allowance had doubled. Su Ying also spotted Zhang Dong, and despite the years that had passed, their time together had left a lasting impression. She recognized him instantly. "Zhang Dong." She smiled, her gaze assessing him. Zhang Dong nodded. "Su Ying, what a coincidence." Su Ying replied, "It's been a while since I heard from you. So, you've come to the provincial city?" Zhang Dong responded, "Yes, I've just changed jobs." The man beside her interjected with a laugh. "Since you know each other, why not join us for a meal?" Zhang Dong replied, "I have an appointment." After exchanging pleasantries, the conversation dwindled, and they ascended silently to the 2nd floor. The restaurant on the 2nd floor was divided into 2 areas. One was a regular dining section where patrons could order from the menu in an open space, while the other was a more private dining area, partially enclosed by plants and soundproof glass, offering a more refined environment with superior service. Naturally, the latter came at a higher cost, with dishes of a more upscale nature. Su Ying and her boyfriend entered a modest dining area. while Zhang Dong made his way to another section. As her boyfriend searched for a seat, Suing pulled him back, smiling. "Darling, let us dine over there today." After all, it was she who had once kicked Zhang Dong out to have a meal. How could she allow him to overshadow her? Her boyfriend chuckled. "Sure, I haven't eaten inside yet." Zhang Dong arrived at his designated spot, where Zhou Qingning was already awaiting him, with tea prepared by the waiter. "Do you know how my father praises you?" Zhou Qingning said with a smile. "He describes you as a remarkable man." Zhang Dong replied with a grin. "You flatter me. Uncle is too kind. I merely have a slight understanding of feng shui. By the way, the incident today didn't have any repercussions, did it?" Zhou Qingning sighed softly. "After all, a life was lost, and that is significant. Thankfully, everything was conducted properly. It has been classified as an accidental incident caused by force majeure." Meanwhile, Suing settled at a nearby table. The man beside her, upon spotting Zhou Qingning, displayed a look of astonishment and remarked, "It's the young lady." Suing glanced at him and inquired, "Which young lady?" "The young lady from the Zhou family." He replied, "Of course, she is the daughter of Zhou Dingshan, our boss's boss." Suing mused, "So she's Zhou Dingshan's daughter." Zhou Dingshan holds a controlling stake in a pharmaceutical company that is set to go public. He is now a billionaire. The man continued, "Indeed, our company specializes in pharmaceutical equipment. We faced difficulties 2 years ago, but Zhou Dingshan invested 2 billion and acquired 30% of the shares. The company is slated to go public next year. With a valuation no less than 300 billion, his wealth will increase by another 100 billion. Suing felt a mix of emotions. The Zhang Dong she once dismissed had garnered the affection of a wealthy heiress. The man added, "I heard this young lady from a Zhou family has high standards and even looks down upon the sons of our boss." At that moment, Ruxia and another woman entered the restaurant. Upon spotting Zhang Dong, Ruxia paused slightly, and the woman beside her said with a smile, "General Manager in?" "Isn't that General Manager Zhang? Shall we go greet him?" And Ruxia replied, "General Manager Zhang just secured a 10 billion deal. Perhaps it's better not to disturb him." Su Ying's heart skipped a beat upon hearing their conversation, and she suddenly asked, "Excuse me, is the General Manager Zhang you mentioned Zhang Dong?" And Ruxia cast a wary glance her way and questioned, "Do you know our General Manager Zhang?" Su Ying's, "We're classmates." And Ruxia nodded, saying nothing further, and moved to another table with her companion. Suddenly, Su Ying's boyfriend recalled something and said, "I heard from a friend that Minggu Xian has a new vice president who possesses 5% of the dividends. It turns out to be him." Su Ying felt a whirlwind of emotions. She worked in a company responsible for financial reports and knew well that Minggu Xian's annual profit was at least 2 billion. A 5% dividend translates to 100 million, reflecting on her own annual salary of merely 200,000 and her boyfriend's earnings of 4 to 500,000. The stark contrast left her disenchanted with the food, rendering every dish tasteless. Chapter 39, An Exceptional Master. As the meal progressed, Su Ying became increasingly absent-minded, her gaze perpetually drifting towards the direction of Zhang Dong. On the other side, Zhou Qingning conversed with Zhang Dong about the events that transpired at the construction site today. Suddenly, she remarked, "Zhang Dong, I have a close friend who is a police officer, renowned as the flower of the provincial criminal police team. She has encountered some troubles and has been in a daze for the past few months. She has consulted various experts who claim she is haunted by malevolent spirits. I thought you were knowledgeable in feng shui and metaphysics. Could you possibly assist her?" Zhang Dong, recalling the efficacy of the talismans and incantations in his possession, readily agreed. "Of course. Can we meet tomorrow?" she inquired. "Certainly. Let us meet tomorrow morning." "Thank you." Zhou Qingning clinked glasses with him, and they both sipped some wine. After dinner, Zhou Qingning's driver arrived to take her home, and Zhang Dong's driver, Lu Chang, also appeared. Just as he was about to enter the vehicle, a gentle voice called from behind Dong. Zhang Dong turned in surprise and beheld Su Ying. "Are you still here?" he asked. Su Ying smiled. "I didn't drive. May I ride with you?" Zhang Dong turned to Lu Chang, saying, "Master Lu, please give her a ride." The smile faded from Su Ying's face. "Dong, want you come with me?" Zhang Dong replied coolly, "I have other matters to attend to. Will my driver take you?" Su Ying bit her lip and entered the car. As the vehicle moved, she asked Lu Chang, "Master, is Zhang Dong now the vice president of your company?" Lu Chang, perceiving Su Ying as a friend of Zhang Dong, chuckled. "Indeed, our Zhang Dong is young and accomplished, and he is quite amiable. I've heard he has also acquired the profit-sharing rights from Mingguxian." Su Ying probed further into Zhang Dong's affairs. Shock coursed through her. Zhang Dong had attained such heights? Without a vehicle, Zhang Dong walked to a nearby park situated a kilometer away, seeking a secluded spot to continue his training with the bronze figures. This time, he practiced the 4th, 5th, and sixth movements of the bronze figures, which could be combined into a single technique, presenting a greater challenge than the initial move. After more than an hour of diligent practice, he finally mastered the technique. Just then, a piercing scream resonated from a distance, prompting him to rush over. He discovered an elderly man seated on the ground, howling in pain, claiming to have twisted his hip and unable to rise. As the onlookers prepared to call for emergency services, a middle-aged man approached. He squatted down, palpated the elderly man's hip bone, asked a few questions, and then instructed him to lie flat. With a firm press of his hands, a crack echoed, and suddenly, the elderly man was free of pain, standing upright once more. Zhang Dong observed keenly, recognizing that the middle-aged man had applied the perfect amount of pressure, effortlessly diagnosing the issue as if he possessed X-ray vision. He felt immense admiration and approached. "Sir, are you an orthopedic doctor?" The middle-aged man cast Zhang Dong a sidelong glance. His appearance was unremarkable, yet his eyes sparkled with intensity, causing Zhang Dong to instinctively take a step back. Determined, Zhang Dong followed the man out of the park, who swiftly proceeded along a wide path, his strides long and rapid. While a typical person covers 70 centimeters to a meter with each step, this man traversed 2 to 3 meters with each stride, as if his feet could compress the distance itself. Zhang Dong felt a competitive spirit awaken within him. He summoned his true energy and, leveraging his foundational footwork, matched the man's pace, covering 2 to 3 meters with each step as well. Thus, two peculiar individuals traversed at an extraordinary pace, swiftly leaving the city and ascending a rugged mountain path. This nameless peak outside the city boasted no trails, rendering the ascent quite arduous. However, the middle-aged man maintained his swift speed, while Zhang Dong found himself somewhat burdened in pursuit. At the summit, a man in a blue coat, appearing to be in his 50s, sat upon a large stone. As the middle-aged man arrived, he leaped down and coldly declared, "Wu Tai Xian, you have finally chosen to show yourself." The middle-aged man, Wu Tai Xian, replied with indifference, "Wang Zhenyu, do you truly wish to determine who is superior?" The elder laughed heartily. "Who could forget that you were the martial champion of Jiangbei 7 years ago? Defeating you would instantly elevate my name to renown across the land." Wu Tai Xian responded, "If you wish to fight, then let us engage." The two men abruptly fell silent, locking eyes with one another. After a full half-minute, they moved simultaneously, engaging in combat with a deliberate yet immensely powerful style. Each exchange produced a sound akin to thunder. Zhang Dong activated his perspective ability, observing the distinct flow of internal energy within both combatants. Wu Tai Xian excelled in fist techniques, while Wang Zhenyu's leg techniques were formidable. After comparing their prowess, he concluded that he would undoubtedly fall short against either of them. Their internal energy was overwhelmingly abundant, complemented by extensive combat experience. As they frequently transitioned between techniques with remarkable fluidity, after over 100 exchanges, steam rose from their heads, their expressions serious, and their movements slowed. At that moment, Zhang Dong noticed an individual approaching from the mountain, a young man in his 30s with a piercing gaze. As he arrived, he fixated on Wu Tai Xian, his eyes radiating hostility. Wu Tai Xian seemed affected, diverting some of his focus to monitor the young man's movements. Zhang Dong immediately felt this was an unfair advantage. He leaped from behind the stone, directing his gaze toward the newcomer. Surprised, the young man seemed not to expect a fourth presence at the summit, and he stated coolly, "Friend, are you one of Wu Tai Xian's companions?" Wu Tai Xian called out, "Keep an eye on him." Although they were unfamiliar, Zhang Dong assured him, "Rest assured, focus on your battle. I will watch him for you." The young man scoffed, suddenly advancing toward Zhang Dong with an uncanny gait, his eyes glowing with a blue hue. Zhang Dong, fixated on the young man's gaze, unleashed a powerful punch as he approached. Armed with keen vision and impeccable timing, he struck with precision. A resounding thud echoed as the young man staggered back 3 steps, exclaiming, "5 elements cannon fist. Who is Wu Qingfeng to you?" When a skilled practitioner reveals their prowess, the outcome becomes evident. The young man, recognizing his inferiority, glared fiercely at Zhang Dong before turning to descend the mountain. Witnessing this, Wang Zhenyu's confidence plummeted. The youth had been his prior arrangement, yet he had not anticipated that Wu Tai Xian possessed a contingency plan, and moreover, that his allies surpassed Wang's own in strength. Distracted by the unexpected turn of events, Wang Zhenyu exposed a flaw, allowing Wu Tai Xian to capitalize on it. With a decisive strike to his shoulder, a sickening crack resonated, his shoulder shattered. He let out a cry of anguish, losing his balance. only to be met with a second and third strike from Wu Taixian, the second connecting with his chest, and the third landing atop his head. Wang Jinyue swayed momentarily before collapsing onto his knees, blood gushing from his 7 orifices, and he perished. Chapter 40. Wu Taixian. Wu Taixian drew a deep breath, calming the surging energy within him, and then clasped his fists toward Zhang Dong, expressing gratitude. Brother, I sincerely thank you for your righteous intervention. Zhang Dong responded with a smile. It was a minor matter. Why did you not stop me while I was following you? Wu Taixian chuckled. I sensed your exceptional agility and wanted to test your capabilities. Moreover, I was concerned that Wang Yuzhen might have laid a trap, so I permitted you to accompany me. Zhang Dong, slightly astonished, inquired, Do you trust me so readily? After all, we are strangers. Wu Taixian laughed heartily. For some reason, upon seeing you, I felt a sense of trust. Perhaps this is the essence of familiarity at first sight. Zhang Dong pointed at Wang Yuzhen's lifeless body and asked, Will there be any trouble for killing him? Wu Taixian reassured him, Do not worry. Matters of the martial world will be handled accordingly. No trouble at all. Gulme, let me treat you to a drink. The two descended the mountain, where a business vehicle awaited them. Wu Taixian invited Zhang Dong into the car. As the vehicle started, Wu Taixian queried, Brother, what prompted you to follow me? Zhang Dong candidly replied, I found your bone-setting technique quite extraordinary and wish to make your acquaintance. Wu Taixian laughed heartily. As practitioners of martial arts, we possess a profound understanding of the human body. Bone setting is nothing remarkable. However, my technique is indeed distinct from that of conventional Chinese medicine, as I learned from a master healer. Intrigued, Zhang Dong asked, Which master healer possesses such prowess? Wu Tieshuan's expression turned reverent as he spoke. The revered master Qin Xuanjun. He is over 100 years old, yet appears younger than I. 5 years ago, I assisted him with a minor task, and in return, he imparted to me his bone-setting methods, which I still find invaluable. Zhang Dong nodded. This master healer's skills must be truly remarkable. Wu Taixian affirmed, Indeed. I personally witnessed him revive a person who had been dead for 3 days. Truly miraculous. During their conversation, Zhang Dong inquired about Wang Yuzhen, to which Wu Taixian explained that Wang Yuzhen was a skilled practitioner from Jiangbei province who, under some guidance last year, had advanced in ancient martial arts and attempted to defeat Wu Taixian to seize the title of martial champion. As the vehicle approached a grand villa that sprawled across 3 mountains, each adorned with numerous structures, Zhang Dong was invited into a 3-story building. The first-floor living room was filled with dozens of individuals, all evident martial practitioners of significant strength. Upon Wu Tieshuan's entrance, they greeted him with clasped fists, exclaiming, Master. Zhang Dong was taken aback. Master? Wu Taixian nodded, inviting Zhang Dong to take a seat, and said with a smile, Brother, I hold another title. I am a master of the Iron Palm sect. The Iron Palm technique originated during the Eastern Han Dynasty and belongs to the realm of ancient martial arts. I am the 69th inheritor of this tradition. Zhang Dong replied, I must admit, I have never heard of it before. Wu Taixian chuckled. Times have changed. We rarely engage in combat now, and have turned to business instead. While you may not have heard of the Iron Palm sect, you have certainly heard of bone-setting pills and tiger bone medicinal wine, correct? Zhang Dong was well aware of these products, which belonged to a health supplement company that reportedly generated billions in revenue annually. It dawned on him that Master Wu was the proprietor of that very company. Wu Taixian remarked, In my home, you may call me San Ge, as we are brothers and there is no need for formality. Zhang Dong nodded, Very well. San Ge. Wu Taixian then had some light dishes prepared, and the two engaged in conversation while enjoying their drinks. As the clock struck 1 in the morning, Zhang Dong expressed, San Ge, I have recently begun my martial arts training. I would like to spar with you. Wu Taixian's eyes sparkled. Excellent. The two moved to the courtyard, where Zhang Dong employed his 5 elements cannon fist against Wu Taixian. To his surprise, Wu Taixian utilized only 60% of his strength, yet found it challenging to gain the upper hand. They exchanged blows for over 100 moves. Wu Taixian, with his extensive combat experience, offered guidance as they fought, allowing Zhang Dong to significantly enhance his skills. After reaching 100 moves, they paused, and Wu Taixian remarked, Brother, your vital energy is robust, and your innate talent is commendable. Your future achievements will surely surpass mine. Zhang Dong replied, I seldom engage in combat. I shall seek your counsel more often. Wu Taixian chuckled. Everything is commendable, but the power of your 5-element cannon fist is rather ordinary. Zhang Dong inquired, Are you suggesting that the 5 elements cannon fist is not considered ancient martial arts? Wu Taixian nodded. Ancient martial arts have their origins and have undergone refinement over hundreds, if not thousands, of years. The 5 elements cannon fist you practice has only been established for around 60 years. Thus it falls short of the standards of ancient martial arts. Zhang Dong pondered about his own Copper Man martial arts. Could it be considered ancient? Wu Tai Xian asked, "Brother, did you learn your fist techniques from Wu Qingfeng?" Zhang Dong affirmed, "Yes, he is my teacher." Wu Tai Xian chuckled. Wu Qingfeng teaches only the fist and does not take on disciples. He possesses a degree of self-awareness. Intrigued, Zhang Dong questioned, "Why do you say that, Sangha?" Wu Tai Xian explained, "Wu Qingfeng has already been rendered incapable. He cannot protect you, which is why he refrains from casually accepting disciples. Brother, learning martial arts is no simple endeavor. It requires not only talent, but also wealth and resources. Companions and land are equally essential." Zhang Dong contemplated this and remarked, "Sangha, you must be an exceptional master yourself." Wu Tai Xian smiled. Ordinary individuals only discern between first-rate and superlative masters. In truth, the so-called superlative masters can be further categorized into 5 realms: the true Qi realm, the shaping refinement realm, the spirit cultivation realm, the Dan embracing realm, and the human immortal realm. Zhang Dong was taken aback. The human immortal is akin to an immortal, is it not? Wu Tai Xian replied with a smile. The human immortal is a being that is half human and half immortal. Such entities are the stuff of legends. The renowned divine doctor I previously mentioned is one who has 1 foot in the human immortal realm. Zhang Dong inquired, "What the Dan embracing realm, Sangha? How formidable is it?" Wu Tai Xian pondered before responding. "To put it plainly, a master of the shaping refinement realm could defeat me within 10 moves. A master of the Dan embracing realm, however, could eliminate a shaping refinement master within 30 paces. Zhang Dong marveled. "That is astonishing." Zhang Dong continued, "Such individuals are dominators of their realms, untethered by the laws of the mundane world. Thus, do not overthink it. Simply advance step by step." Being a practitioner of ancient martial arts, Wu Tai Xian possessed deeper insights, and their discourse proved immensely beneficial to Zhang Dong. The following morning, he first visited his company to sign some documents, then devoted his time to reading and practicing the second movement of the Ling Fei Classic. At 10:30, he called Zhou Qingning to arrange a meeting with the female officer. Half an hour later, Zhou Qingning entered with a woman clad in police uniform. She appeared to be in her 20s, with fair skin and striking beauty, her long legs suggesting a height of at least 7 meters. Unlike Zhou Qingning's charm, this police officer possessed sharp, piercing eyes that radiated an air of valor. Any ordinary man encountering her would scarcely dare to harbor impure thoughts. "Zhang Dong, this is my dear friend, Tianxi." Tianxi glanced at Zhang Dong and nodded slightly. "Hello, Mr. Zhang." Zhang Dong replied with a smile, "Just call me Zhang Dong. Please take a seat." He instructed the new secretary to brew some tea and inquired about Tianxi's situation. Approximately 3 months prior, she and several other officers had received a lead and traveled to another city to apprehend a notorious criminal. This individual was responsible for 7 homicides, and the local police had fully cooperated, deploying a special forces unit. During the operation, the criminal fled into the sewer, with Tianxi and her team leading the charge. Ultimately, they succeeded in neutralizing the defiant fugitive. However, from that day forth, Tianxi was plagued by nightmares that felt alarmingly real, rendering her afraid to sleep, which eventually led to insomnia. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dong asked, "What transpired that day, and when did the nightmares commence?" Tianxi recounted the details with clarity, stating, "When the suspect was shot, I was the first to rush forward. It seemed he uttered a few words to me, but I could not clearly hear them. I merely felt a tingling sensation and shivered involuntarily." Zhang Dong scrutinized Tianxi, his gaze penetrating through her attire, and he could not help but admire the remarkable figure of this beautiful officer. Nonetheless, he recognized the gravity of the situation and soon noticed a faint gray aura enveloping a region of Tianxi's brain. After deliberating, he opened a metallic box, retrieved a withered hand, and adorned it with a bracelet. To his satisfaction, the bracelet emitted a golden light that radiated outward. As the golden glow enveloped Tianxi, the gray mist surrounding her mind dissipated in an instant. Reciting a mantra thrice, he gently tapped her on the head, saying, "All done, go rest." Once the gray aura vanished, clarity returned to Tianxi's mind, and she reclined in the adjacent resting room. Having suffered from insomnia for an extended period, fatigue swiftly overtook her, and she fell into a deep slumber. Zhou Qingning peered in, and upon exiting, gave Zhang Dong a thumbs up. "Mr. Zhang, you are impressive. My admiration for you grows by the day." Zhang Dong chuckled. "That incantation was something I just learned. It happened to be effective." Zhou Qingming, skeptical, shot him a glance before exclaiming, Meng Gang has been resuscitated, but he is now incapacitated, destined to spend his life in a wheelchair. Zhang Dong scoffed. He got off lightly. Had he not intervened that day, Zhou Qingming's fate would have been dire. Zhou Qingming continued. He did not escape unscathed either. My father is furious about the incident. He has sought to suppress Meng Gang's company shares and is now acquiring them at a low price. Meng Gang's fortune has plummeted from billions to merely a few hundred million. Zhang Dong inquired, what does Meng Gang's company do? Zhou Qingming replied, it is in the education sector, and due to its successful operations, it generated over $1 billion in revenue last year. Zhang Dong remarked, Meng Gang does possess some capability to have expanded his company to such heights. Zhou Qingming scoffed, he has no real talent. The company was acquired by his father 2 years ago for $300 million, merely an empty shell, purely a concept for speculation, subsequently liquidated in the capital market. Zhang Dong inquired, why does Meng Gang's father not manage the company? Zhou Qingming replied, he is quite enigmatic and seldom appears in the public eye. It is always Meng Gang who represents him. My father even commissioned an investigation into him last time, but the results were inconclusive. As they conversed, half an hour elapsed, and the sound of an alarm resonated from the lounge, signaling the emergence of Tianxi. She had set an alarm before sleeping, for this was not her home, and it was inappropriate to sleep indefinitely. She appeared much improved and expressed her gratitude to Zhang Dong. Thank you, Zhang Dong. I did not have any nightmares. Tian, she nodded. I have some matters to attend to this afternoon. Let us have dinner together with Qingming tonight. Zhou Qingming agreed. Yes, we will have dinner together in the evening. Seemingly preoccupied, Tianxi took a phone call and excused herself. Zhou Qingming then took Zhang Dong to a restaurant she adored to savor rice noodles, which varied greatly in flavor from different establishments. The delightful ones were truly exquisite. The restaurant Zhou Qingming mentioned was a hidden gem. She chose to drive instead of taking a chauffeur, guiding Zhang Dong to a village within the city. However, as they arrived at the village entrance, 2 cars sped towards them, one halting in front and the other blocking the rear. Suddenly, 8 individuals emerged from the vehicles, rushing to pull Zhou Qingming from the car. Zhou Qingming let out a shriek, and Zhang Dong swiftly struck the hand of one assailant, causing him to cry out in pain and release his grip. Zhang Dong then exited the vehicle, delivering a punch that sent one adversary flying, and surveyed the group. Abruptly, one individual reached for his waist, where a gun was holstered. Zhang Dong's heart raced. In an instant, he moved, a shadow darting forward, and the man was sent sprawling. The firearm now in Zhang Dong's possession. Witnessing Zhang Dong acquire the weapon, the remaining assailants were taken aback and fled in disarray. Zhang Dong did not pursue them. Instead, he seized one of the fallen men and demanded, Who sent you? His eyes glinted with cold intensity. The man, dazed from Zhang Dong's blow, replied, It was Mr. Pai who sent us. Zhang Dong pressed, Which Mr. Pai? Where is he? The man responded, Mr. Pai is the strategist for Meng Yi. He resides at No. 7, Dingxi Street. You mean Meng Yi, the father of Meng Gang? Indeed, it is Meng Shilin. Zhang Dong released him and assisted the still-shaken Zhou Qingming from the car, stating, Let us go have rice noodles. As Zhou Qingming regained her composure, she asked, Is it Meng Shilin who intends to target us? Zhang Dong affirmed, Do not be afraid. After enjoying the rice noodles, I will confront this Mr. Pai. Upon arriving at the noodle shop, the flavors were indeed delightful. Zhang Dong consumed 3 bowls by himself. He had been involved in the affairs concerning Meng Gang, and if Meng Shilin sought to act against Zhou Qingming, he would undoubtedly be targeted as well. At number 7 Dingxi Street, Zhang Dong parked Zhou Qingming's car at the entrance, then disembarked and rang the doorbell. After a full minute, a woman in her 20s opened the door, glanced at Zhang Dong, and inquired, Who are you looking for? Zhang Dong responded, I am looking for Mr. Pai. She replied, He is not here. Instantly, she attempted to close the door, but Zhang Dong prevented it with his hand and forcefully stepped inside. The woman yearned to scream, but Zhang Dong swiftly traversed the expansive courtyard, arriving at the front door, where he pushed it open. Inside sat a middle-aged man, pale and beardless, engrossed in a blue-covered booklet. Noticing Zhang Dong's entrance, he furrowed his brow and inquired, Who are you? Zhang Dong took a seat opposite him and replied with a smile, I'm the person you intended to deal with. The middle-aged man maintained his composure and asked, Are you the one named Zhang Dong? Indeed, Zhang Dong affirmed. Are you Mr. Pai? The man nodded, I am. Zhang Dong fixed his gaze upon him and asked, Did Meng Shilin instruct you to abduct Zhou Qingming? Mr. Pai replied, word by word, That is of no concern to you. It would be wise not to meddle. Otherwise, you shall meet a dreadful fate. Chapter 42. Capturing the Golden Silkworm Goo. Zhang Dong scoffed. Are you threatening me? Mr. Pai's expression shifted. You are aware? Zhang Dong replied. If it merely involves some goo techniques, it is hardly remarkable. Relay to Master Meng that I shall pay him a visit. With that, Zhang Dong turned on his heel and departed. Mr. Pai's countenance darkened. After a moment's contemplation, he made a phone call, his demeanor instantly transforming to one of respect as he stated, Yes, I will be there shortly. 5 minutes later, Mr. Pai entered a vehicle and drove towards the outskirts of the city. From a distance, Zhang Dong's car emerged from an alley, trailing behind. His keen eyesight allowed him to spot the other vehicle even from several miles away. Thus he followed closely, unbeknownst to Mr. Pai. Mr. Pai's car ventured deep into the mountains, ultimately taking a very concealed path. Observing that the mountain was not particularly high, Zhang Dong parked his car by the roadside, reasoning that the journey would not be lengthy, and proceeded on foot. Indeed, after several hundred meters, Mr. Pai's vehicle halted before a massive rock, and he disembarked to walk. After traversing over 100 meters, he arrived at a 3-story building with white walls and red tiles, its entrance adorned with a closed courtyard gate. Mr. Pai approached and knocked in a specific pattern. Too long, too short. The door swiftly opened, allowing him to enter. At that moment, Zhang Dong had already circled to the back of the house, where his keen vision provided him clarity without the need to enter the courtyard. He observed as Mr. Pai was led into the living room by a woman, where a rotund man sat upon a cloud bed, his form so exaggeratedly large that he resembled a mountain of flesh, weighing at least 300 to 400 pounds. He regarded Mr. Pai and inquired, How is Xiao Gang faring? Mr. Pai responded, Master, the backlash from the love goo is exceedingly severe. A normal person would surely not survive. However, the mistress has sent the golden silkworm goo, and the young master shall recover in 2 to 3 months. Of course, I will publicly assert that the young master is beyond cure to mislead them. Mr. Pai acknowledged with a grunt. You mentioned that Zhang Dong is aware of the goo's existence. It appears he has eradicated the love goo. What is his background? Mr. Pai replied, Currently, it remains unclear. I have dispatched individuals to investigate. Zhang Dong observed the corpulent man, pondering if this was indeed Meng Shilling. Why was he so overweight? And why did he reside in such a remote mountain area? At that moment, he felt a stirring of excitement from the goo worm in his left eye. Intrigued, he utilized his vision to peer into the rotund man, only to be astonished to discover that his body harbored over 100 parasitic goo worms. The myriad of insect-like creatures varied in hue and size, each residing within the acupoints of the human body. With such an abundance of these creatures, it was no wonder they were so exuberant. Surely, they would be overwhelmed. He mused internally. Mr. Pai inquired, My lord, your cultivation must be nearing completion, is it not? Meng Shilling responded, Just 3 more months. After that, I shall possess the complete body of the 100 worms, which will enable me to bear the celestial insects to eternal life and longevity. Rest assured, those loyal to me shall not be neglected. Mr. Pai replied, Thank you, my lord. Meng Shilling continued, As for that Zhang Dong, ascertain his background thoroughly. If he lacks significant support, eliminate him. Mr. Pai affirmed, Understood. I will enlist the aid of the corpse family. They still owe you a favor. Meng Shilling nodded, That will suffice. The corpse family's toxins can kill unseen, more effective than the insects. By the way, check on Xiao Gang. He can no longer stay in the hospital. After a few more inquiries, Mr. Pai took his leave. Zhang Dong did not linger either. He circled around below and drove off. Once Mr. Pai's vehicle descended the mountain, he followed closely behind. Approximately 40 minutes later, they arrived at a top-tier hospital. Zhang Dong entered the hospital but found no parking spots available. After Mr. Pai exited the car, the driver took the vehicle away. Without a driver himself, Zhang Dong handed 200 yuan to the parking attendant, requesting a parking space. The attendant cheerfully accepted the money, glanced around, and moved a few cones nearby to allow Zhang Dong to park. Following the attendant, he reached the internal medicine building, where Meng Gang resided in a private care ward, attended by dedicated nurses. Mr. Pai entered and emerged a few minutes later, prompting Zhang Dong to knock and enter. Inside, Meng Gang appeared pale, but significantly improved. A nurse was assisting him with arm massages. Has he been sleeping? Zhang Dong asked the nurse, not recognizing him. The nurse assumed he was an associate of Mr. Pai and nodded he just fell asleep. Zhang Dong scanned the room and spotted a golden insect within Meng Gang's heart. Upon seeing it, the creature in his left eye grew even more animated, nearly bursting forth. He maintained his composure, approached Meng Gang, and pressed his forehead lightly, saying, You look much better. Don't forget to give my young master some water. The nurse nodded. Rest assured, I am a professional caregiver. The nurse smiled, of course. Zhang Dong then called Zhou Qingning, subsequently driving to the Zhou residence, while asking Lu Chong to meet him there. The Zhou family resided in a luxurious, standalone villa covering nearly 2 acres. Zhou Qingning greeted him at the door, asking, Zhang Dong, are you all right? Zhang Dong shook his head, I'm fine. Upon entering, they found Zhou Dingshan present, engaged in a phone conversation on the sofa. Noticing Zhang Dong, he nodded and concluded his call. Zhang Dong, have you discovered who the other party is? Zhang Dong replied, Uncle Zhou, it is Meng Gang's father, Meng Xiling. Zhou Dingshan remarked, I have had little contact with this Meng Xiling, but I have heard he is quite enigmatic. Zhang Dong affirmed, he is indeed mysterious. Both you and Qingning should exercise caution and employ additional bodyguards. Zhou Dingshan scoffed, having been in business for many years. I have encountered all sorts. Zhang Dong cautioned, better to be safe. I will continue to follow up on this matter and will inform you of any developments promptly. Zhou Dingshan discerned that Zhang Dong was not an ordinary individual. He nodded appreciatively, saying, Xiao Zhang, I am immensely grateful to you. Otherwise, Qingning would have been taken away by them. Alas, as a father, I have been too careless. Zhou Qingning reassured him, Dad, I am fine. A glint of determination flashed in Zhou Dingshan's eyes as he declared, the Meng family's actions cannot go unchallenged. On his way back to the company, he noticed a shop surrounded by a crowd, with several police officers stationed outside. His keen eyesight caught sight of Tian Shi in the shop's hall. Chapter 43, The Body of 100 Pests. He promptly instructed Lu Chong to halt the vehicle and observe the situation in front of the shop. Tian Shi emerged and spoke to a man, Captain Zheng. The individual inside is extremely agitated. I believe we should consider lethally neutralizing him. Captain Zheng, a middle-aged man, pondered for a moment and replied, the individual is mentally unstable. A direct lethal response could lead to dire consequences. We must devise an alternative approach. At that moment, Tian Shi spotted Zhang Dong and waved him over. Mr. Zhang, what brings you here? Zhang Dong smiled. I happened to pass by and saw you here, so I came to check what is happening. Tian Shi explained, a mentally unstable individual has taken a young girl hostage, and we are brainstorming rescuing strategies. Zhang Dong glanced inside and saw a young mother weeping on the floor while a stout middle-aged man held a terrified 3- or 4-year-old girl aloft like a rag doll, brandishing a dagger threateningly in the air. The child's cries were heart-wrenching, and the surrounding officers hesitated, attempting to pacify the man's agitation with words. Upon observing the scene, Zhang Dong noticed a purple-gray mist enveloping the man's mind, reminiscent of Tian Shi's previous encounter. Could this be the source of his mental instability? He summoned Tian Shi and instructed, distract his attention while I rescue the child. Tian Shi, taken aback by the suggestion, protested, no, that's too dangerous. Zhang Dong reassured her, trust me, I possess a method to subdue him instantly. After a moment of contemplation, Tian Shi replied, all right, I believe in you. She cautiously approached the middle-aged man, who became agitated and focused entirely on her. Meanwhile, Zhang Dong discreetly maneuvered from the opposite side, channeling his energy as he approached the man swiftly, touching his waist with precision. The man's muscles went rigid, and Zhang Dong seized the opportunity to rescue the girl. The officers swiftly subdued the middle-aged man, and the young mother rushed over to embrace her child, repeatedly expressing her gratitude to Zhang Dong. Captain Zheng entered the scene, astonished by the unfolding events, and then extended his hand to Zhang Dong, smiling, young man, thank you. Which unit do you belong to? I shall arrange for a commendatory banner to be presented to you. Tian Shi interjected with a smile. Captain Zheng, this is Mr. Zhang from Minguxuan. Captain Zheng acknowledged, Mr. Zhang, I am familiar with Minguxuan. I have acquaintance with your general manager Yi. Tian Shi remarked, Mr. Zhang has helped me twice in one day. I hardly know how to express my gratitude. She continued, Mr. Zhang, you must join Qingning and me for dinner tonight. As Zhang Dong departed, Captain Zheng pondered thoughtfully and remarked to Tian Shi, this Mr. Zhang is quite remarkable. He may possess exceptional skills. Tian Shi murmured to herself, exceptional skills, indeed? Upon returning to the company, Zhang Dong began to study the golden goo worm. According to Mr. Pai, it was a golden silkworm goo, a rare and esteemed entity among goo. During his time working abroad, with little entertainment, he often found solace in novels. Learning that the golden silkworm goo was indeed a king amongst its kind, though he remained uncertain of its authenticity. To his astonishment, he discovered that the golden silkworm goo was still alive, albeit with a small portion of its tail consumed. It writhed in agony, emanating a golden glow that permeated the air enveloping Zhang Dong in a warm, drowsy embrace. Succumbing to the allure of sleep, he made his way to the lounge and lay down for a brief respite. Upon awakening, he realized it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. Stretching lazily, he noticed a layer of black, oily dirt had reappeared upon his skin. Could it be the golden light of the silkworm goo at work? Casting a glance at the golden silkworm goo, he was taken aback to find its tail had miraculously regrown. After taking a shower and changing into a fresh outfit, he set off to the restaurant where She had invited him for dinner. Following the meal, he sought out a secluded spot to practice the 8th and 9th steps of his footwork. With the foundational steps comprising only 9 variations, he had now mastered them all, allowing him to fuse various techniques into more intricate movements. After practicing until midnight, he took a moment to rest before hailing a car to ascend the mountain. Alighting a few kilometers from his destination, he continued on foot. Soon, he arrived at the location of Meng Xiling, quietly approaching the back of the house. To his surprise, he found Meng Xiling soundly asleep, accompanied by 4 beautiful young women. He smirked, pondering whether she could manage given her current state. Silently, he approached the door and gently pushed it open. The 4 women remained in slumber, and Meng Xiling was deeply unconscious. He lightly placed his hand on her skin, and the creature in his left eye stirred with excitement, yet it did not leap forth. Instead, it bit the golden silkworm goo once more, causing it to emit another burst of golden light. This luminous display seemed to attract the goo worms dwelling within Meng Xiling, compelling them to abandon her body and enter Zhang Dong's through his palm. A chill ran down Zhang Dong's spine as countless worms invaded his being, a disconcerting sensation. However, he trusted in the strength of the creature within his left eye and steeled himself to remain still. 1, 2, 3, soon hundreds of goo worms were burrowing into him. Meng Xiling stirred slightly, as if sensing the shift. Zhang Dong swiftly glided out of the room, quietly closing the door behind him. After walking several hundred meters, he found a large stone to sit upon, keenly attuned to the changes within his body. At that moment, the creature released waves of light, driving the goo worms into various channels throughout Zhang Dong's body. He felt a jolt of realization. The positions of these worms mirrored their previous locations within Meng Xiling, with only minor variations. Was it attempting to transform him into the fabled body of 100 goo? Recalling Meng Xiling's mention of bearing immortal goo, a vague understanding began to form within him. He sat there, allowing the creature in his left eye to orchestrate the 100 goo. When all the goo worms had settled, he counted. There were a total of 108. Each worm glimmered faintly, seemingly releasing its life force into the ether. At this moment, Zhang Dong felt a profound sense of comfort. A sudden inspiration struck him, prompting him to begin practicing the 3rd set of movements from the Lingfei Sutra. This particular set was initially quite challenging. However, whether it was the effect of the golden silkworm goo or the influence of the 100 goo, Zhang Dong found the experience remarkably smooth and pleasurable this time. Upon completing the 3rd set, he felt his inner vital energy deepening. Noticing it was only 3:30 in the morning, he decided to practice the 4th set. The 4th set proved to be more difficult, and while it was not as seamless as the previous one, he managed to complete it swiftly. Subsequently, Zhang Dong continued to refine all 4 sets in succession, feeling his vital energy circulate with increasing speed. Simultaneously, he observed that the 100 goo was also nourished by this vital energy. Around 6:30 in the morning, he ceased his practice. After resting for a moment, he heard a thunderous roar from a distant house. Meng Xiling was bellowing in rage. Who has stolen my 100 goo? I have spent 30 years collecting them and endured 8 years of arduous cultivation, only to see it all come to naught. I am filled with hatred. Chapter 44. The Appraisal Scene. Upon hearing Meng Xiling's furious outcry, Zhang Dong smiled broadly and hummed a tune as he descended the mountain. Ye rode market. The foremost priority for Ming Guxian and Zhang Bei is to secure Qiao Huayan. He is a client of greater strength than Zhou Dingshan. Zhang, I entrust this matter to you. Zhang Dong replied. Understood. I shall devote myself fully to it. After the meeting, Yi Rou held a private video call with Zhang Dong. The day of the appraisal conference sponsored by Qiao Huayan was upon them, and Zhang Dong needed to outshine the other 3 appraisers to gain Qiao Huayan's favor. Zhang Dong noted, those 3 appraisers must be aware that Ming Guxian will be participating and will likely try to undermine me. Yi Rou nodded in agreement. I have consulted friends within the industry. Those 3 have already profited over 10 billion from Qiao Huayan and won't easily allow you to rise. She added, to obstruct one's financial prospects is akin to killing one's parents. They will undoubtedly target you. After conversing with Yi Rou, his secretary brought in a cup of tea. The secretary, Ming Yin, a 25-year-old master's student from a prestigious university, was poised and elegant. Zhang Dong had selected her from numerous interns, and he was generally satisfied with her performance during the trial period. Zhang, manager Lu Feng visited you earlier, she informed him. As Lu Feng was the manager of the investment department, his visit indicated a matter of importance. Zhang Dong instructed, have him come in. A few minutes later, Lu Feng knocked and entered, carrying a set of documents. Zhang, here are several investment projects we've recently negotiated. Please review them, he said with a smile. As the president, Zhang Dong held decision-making authority over various matters in Yirou's absence. He skimmed through the materials and noticed that the descriptions of 2 projects were unclear. Thus, he inquired, has Manager Lu conducted an on-site inspection of the project involving a 150 million investment in the Shijiang jade mine? Lu Feng replied, I have made 2 special trips there. The underground is rich in white jade, and my preliminary estimate suggests a total value of no less than 500 million. I believe this investment is worthwhile. Zhang Dong responded, let us put this project on hold for now. I will personally visit Shijiang when I have the time. A flicker of displeasure crossed Lu Feng's eyes, yet he maintained his smile, asking, should we proceed with the other projects? Zhang Dong continued, there's also this project, an 85 million acquisition of a painting from the Song dynasty, which shows potential for appreciation. The value of this painting, in my opinion, does not reach 85 million. At most, it is worth 50 million. Lu Feng replied, all right, let us temporarily put these 2 projects on hold. Zhang Dong, having diligently studied numerous professional texts, has developed an expert-level discernment regarding antiques and jade. Tomorrow, he is to assume the role of an appraiser, and throughout the afternoon, he immersed himself in the study of antique appraisal knowledge, remaining in the library until 8 in the evening, poring over hundreds of volumes. Later that night, he requested access to the Minggu Xian warehouse to examine various antiques and artworks, thereby broadening his understanding, a pursuit that lasted until 4 in the morning. By the end of the day, his efforts bore significant fruit. The knowledge acquired from the books began to coalesce into a comprehensive and cohesive framework in his mind. He now possessed knowledge that surpassed that of scholars and experts who had dedicated decades to the study of antiques. This was precisely the reason for his joining Minggu Xian. Even with his ability to perceive beyond the ordinary, without a solid reservoir of knowledge, great accomplishments would remain elusive. After resting for a few hours, the time had come. He donned a Zhongshan suit and gathered several items that were, in fact, unnecessary, such as a magnifying glass and a powerful flashlight, before proceeding to the appraisal venue. The appraisal event was being broadcast live, and a considerable number of spectators were present, prompting local authorities to dispatch police to maintain order. Upon arriving at the venue, the other 4 appraisers had already assembled. Zhang Dong greeted them and took a seat at the back. The host, a tall and attractive woman with a melodious voice, announced the official commencement of the appraisal event. Hello everyone, I'm your host, Shu Chong. The treasure hunt, exclusively sponsored by Xingda Group, is now officially underway. Let us invite the 5 appraisers to take their seats. Zhang Dong and the others stood and entered sequentially, and the host introduced him. Please welcome Mr. Zhang Dong, Vice President of Jiangbei Minggu Xian and Senior Antique Appraisal Expert. The other appraisers also carried an array of titles, and they were noticeably older than Zhang Dong, the youngest among them being in his 40s. Next, we invite the first treasure holder to the stage. This individual was a septuagenarian who presented an ancient painting. The elderly gentleman, with kind eyes, introduced himself as a professor with a passion for collecting. He recounted having purchased the painting for 500 yuan in his youth, a sum equivalent to his annual salary at the time. He approached Zhang Dong with the painting in hand and asked, Mr. Zhang, could you help me determine the authenticity of this piece? The other appraisers regarded Zhang Dong with a mix of amusement and skepticism. However, Zhang Dong, discerning the overall aura of the artwork, recognized it as a recent creation. The old man chuckled. Indeed, you may be young, but your eye is sharp. The expression of the elderly gentleman shifted, and the 3 other appraisers were taken aback. He had actually discerned the truth. They had anticipated Zhang Dong making a blunder, allowing them to correct him, thereby undermining his image in Qiao Huayan's eyes. Yet, to their astonishment, he had identified the flaw. Mr. Zhang, if you assert that this painting is not by Su Wei, do you have any evidence? The old man began to vocally challenge him. As he leaned closer to inspect, he remarked with a smile, indeed, I could detect a hint of chemical reagent. The elderly man's face flushed with indignation as he exclaimed, impossible. You speak nonsense. This painting is undoubtedly authentic. Zhang Dong, unperturbed, responded, determining its authenticity can be achieved through a simple method. Host, please bring forth a bottle of white liquor. Shortly thereafter, a staff member presented a bottle of 50-degree white liquor. Zhang Dong turned to the old man and declared, identifying the genuine from the counterfeit is quite straightforward. Just a single drop of liquor on the painting will suffice. If it is a forgery, the chemical reagents in the ink will react with the liquor, turning a pale blue. Once the alcohol evaporates, the blue hue will vanish. This method of verification he had discovered in a book authored by a seasoned forger who later reformed and became a national treasure-level artifact appraisal expert. The old man, visibly displeased, recognized his inability to refuse without appearing guilty, and thus nodded, albeit still muttering, "If there is no reaction, you must provide me with an explanation." Zhang Dong carefully extracted a drop of liquor with chopsticks and gently applied it to the painting. A small circle of the paper became damp, and almost immediately, the area transformed into a light blue. Zhang Dong then blew gently, and the alcohol evaporated swiftly, causing the blue to disappear. The host gasped. What a marvelous method of identification. Mr. Zhang, could you elucidate the principle for everyone? Zhang Dong proceeded to explain the underlying principle, and the crowd was enlightened. The old man, however, remained silent, quietly rolling up his artwork. With a huff, he turned and descended from the stage, ignoring the host's calls. The host shook his head, remarking, "It seems this esteemed professor is unable to accept reality at the moment. I hope he encounters better treasures in the future. Now, let us welcome the second treasure holder." In the following rounds, among the dozen or so treasure holders, Zhang Dong authenticated 3 items, all genuine yet lacking significant value, resulting in no sensational reactions, until a middle-aged man approached, carrying an incense burner. Upon seeing it, Zhang Dong instantly recognized it as a Xuanda furnace from the Ming dynasty. The surface of the incense burner was evidently treated with dye to create an antiqued appearance, cleverly masking its original luster and essence. Were it not for Zhang Dong's keen eye, he too might have mistaken it for a counterfeit. Indeed, when an appraiser examined the burner closely, passing it to others for assessment, he remarked, "This piece bears obvious signs of artificial aging. We believe it is not genuine. However, its overall form is exquisite and still holds collectible value." The other 2 appraisers concurred, agreeing it was a forgery. Noticing Zhang Dong's silence, the host inquired, "Mr. Zhang, what is your perspective?" Zhang Dong took the incense burner, examined it with a smile, and said, "It appears I must employ a bit of white liquor." He requested some cotton and poured a bit of liquor onto it, then began to wipe the surface of the burner. In a matter of moments, the dye was removed, revealing a lustrous surface. As the entire surface of the incense burner was cleansed of dye, the Xuanda furnace emerged in stunning beauty, exuding an ancient and dignified charm that even elicited gasps from a host. "It's breathtaking. Mr. Zhang, could you explain why a fine incense burner would be coated in dye?" Zhang Dong chuckled. "I surmise the treasure holder believed this Xuanda furnace lacked authenticity and, in a misguided attempt at cleverness, applied the dye." The treasure holder scratched his head, finally understanding the reason. It turned out that he had concocted the dye based on the authentic colors depicted in the catalog, aiming to enhance its authenticity. The audience erupted in laughter, yet the 3 appraisers wore grim expressions. They had not anticipated being deceived by this Xuanda furnace. Another appraiser concurred with Zhang Dong's opinion, asserting that this was indeed a genuine Xuanda furnace. The atmosphere in the room instantly became vibrant, as it is known that the existing Xuanda furnaces are scarce, and those deemed authentic are even rarer. The trio could not remain idle. One among them declared, "I still maintain my stance that this Xuanda furnace is a later imitation." The authentication of a Xuanda furnace has always been a subject of considerable debate. Zhang Dong recognized the necessity of presenting a decisive stance to convince the audience. Therefore, he promptly dropped a bombshell, stating with a smile, "Sir, this Xuanda furnace is genuine. If you are willing to part with it, Ming Guxian is eager to acquire your Xuanda furnace." The middle-aged man, visibly excited, quickly inquired, "Mr. Zhang, how much can I sell this Xuanda furnace for?" Zhang Dong raised a finger and replied nonchalantly, "A minimum of 100 million. The man clenched his fist, exclaiming, "Thank you, Mr. Zhang. You truly have an extraordinary eye, far superior to those 3 half-baked appraisers." Such candor left the 3 appraisers of Qiao internally wounded, yet they forced smiles and shook their heads in feigned generosity. The subsequent appraisals continued without significant treasures emerging. As the audience began to nod off, a woman approached the stage, clutching a paper box. Shu Chang inquired with a smile, "Sister, what do you have there? Would you care to share with us?" The woman, in her 40s with a weathered face from years of outdoor labor, replied with a smile, I am from the countryside and traveled all day by train to get here. I wish to ascertain whether the items left to my father by my grandfather hold any real value. From the box, she produced a delicate little cup, its form light and elegant, the body as thin as a cicada's wing, adorned with patterns of mountains, flowers, and fluttering butterflies. Zhang Dong's heart raced. He immediately recognized that the purple hue on the butterfly wings was the rare Chatsi color, known solely from the Changhua Dotsai period. This cup, known as the Changhua Dotsai Sancho Cup, is one of only 3 known to exist, housed in the National Museum, and its value far exceeds that of the famed chicken cup. The appraisers rose to their feet, while the woman approached Zhang Dong directly, believing him to be the most reliable among those present. Zhang Dong stood up and smiled. "Sister, do you recognize this cup?" The woman shook her head. "I do not understand, but my father once said it is an invaluable treasure. My grandfather was killed by Japanese soldiers while trying to protect this cup, and he never revealed its whereabouts before his death." Zhang Dong was moved and asked, "Who was your grandfather?" As he took the cup, visions flooded his mind, and he even imagined an emperor raising the cup in a toast. "Sister, it seems this cup is not the item you initially registered for appraisal." The host, Shu Chong, interjected suddenly. The woman replied with a smile, "My father said that one cannot trust people's hearts, so I registered a Qing Dynasty teacup. But this cup is what I truly wish to have appraised today. I only trust Mr. Zhang. That is why I am willing to present this item for his evaluation." Zhang Dong nodded and expressed his gratitude to the elder sister for her trust. He raised his cup, admiring it increasingly, and smiled. "Sister, let me tell you, this cup is known as a Sancho cup. Apart from this one, only 3 others exist, all housed in museums. However, none of those can compare to the beauty of yours, for this one has been used by the emperor." The host became excited as well. "Mr. Zhang, are you suggesting that the cup is authentic?" Zhang Dong affirmed. "Indeed, this Changhua Dotsai Sancho cup is a genuine article." The woman sighed in relief. Wiping away her tears, "My grandfather did not die in vain." The 3 appraisers could no longer remain seated. One of them took the cup for a closer look and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is indeed a genuine piece. Madam, would you be willing to part with your cup?" The woman shook her head and then inquired of Zhang Dong. "Mr. Zhang, how much is this cup worth?" Zhang Dong replied, 10 years ago, a chicken gourd cup fetched an astronomical price of 200 million. The current value is undoubtedly higher. The Sancho cup surpasses the chicken gourd cup, with some believing its worth exceeds 5 billion, while others suggest it could surpass 7 billion. He smiled and advised, "However, I recommend you keep it for your collection and refrain from selling." After a pause, he added, "Should you need funds, you could lease it to Minggu Xian, which would provide an annual rental of 20 million. Naturally, as the price of the Sancho cup appreciates, the rental could increase." The woman nodded. "I trust you, Mr. Zhang." Then, she took out another identical Sancho cup from her bag, stating, "This cup is actually a pair. I refrained from mentioning it earlier to avoid any mishap." Zhang Dong's eyes widened as he took the cup and confirmed its authenticity. Indeed, it was a pair of Changhua Dotsai Sancho cups. The woman continued, "I would like to lease both cups to your Minggu Xian for an annual rental of 40 million. Zhang Dong understood that this seemingly simple woman was quite shrewd, possibly a descendant of a principal from that era, and responded with a smile. "Very well. 40 million it is." Subsequently, several treasures were presented, none of which could surpass the Sancho cups. Backstage, a middle-aged man appeared, accompanied by several attendants. "Chairman, Minggu Xian indeed lives up to its reputation. The 3 experts we invited have revealed significant disparities," remarked Xiao Huayan, the leader of the Xingda group, with a smile. "I would like to meet with Mr. Zhang shortly. I will arrange that immediately. Mr. Zhang, I witnessed your remarkable presence earlier. I truly admire your knowledge." Xiao Huayan said as he stood to shake hands. Zhang Dong replied politely, "Mr. Qiao, your compliments are too gracious. I must thank you for considering me worthy to serve as an appraiser." "Haha, I have indeed found the right person," Xiao Huayan said with a chuckle. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he inquired, "Mr. Zhang, I have a preliminary idea to invest 60 billion in art within the next 5 years. If the results are favorable, I will consider an additional investment of 100 billion. However, I require professional assistance, and I hope Mr. Zhang can collaborate with Xingda Group." Zhang Dong promptly responded, "It would be our honor at Minggu Xian to provide services for Mr. Qiao." 2 individuals engaged in light-hearted conversation, discussing the rationale behind investing in art. Xiao Huayan remarked, "There are several ancient families in Europe, and with the recent conflicts in Eastern Europe, they have suffered significant losses. Consequently, they're prepared to part with a collection of artifacts that were once seized from our country. I believe this presents an opportune moment to acquire a substantial number. Thus, I require a discerning expert to assist me in ensuring the authenticity of these items, to avoid any potential pitfalls. Zhang Dong responded, that is the reason. You may rest assured, Mr. Qiao. Minggu Xian will ensure that you do not suffer any losses. Excellent. Let us finalize the contract tomorrow and arrange a time for our trip to Europe. With the signing of the contract secured, Zhang Dong abstained from participating in the afternoon's appraisal activities, opting instead to report the developments to Yi Ro. Upon hearing the news, Yi Ro expressed her delight and called to congratulate him. Such a substantial deal would yield Zhang Dong a considerable commission as vice president, potentially reaching as high as 8 to 10%. He casually mentioned Lu Feng's investment projects, but Yi Ro encouraged him to make his own judgments without consulting her. With a relatively free afternoon, Zhang Dong sought out Wu Taixian to practice martial arts. He was making rapid progress. Wu Taixian felt as though he were facing a different person altogether, requiring him to exert 70 to 80% of his strength to maintain an edge. That evening, Qin Yin called. She spoke with Zhang Dong almost daily, with each conversation lasting no less than half an hour. If you're bored, you should work overtime, Zhang Dong suggested. That's annoying. Qin Yin playfully whined. Tomorrow is the weekend. Will you accompany me for an outing? Her excitement was palpable. Really? That's wonderful. After their conversation, Zhang Dong noticed a message from Su Ying, who invited him to a gathering with several university classmates in the provincial capital that evening. Having distanced himself from most of his classmates after entering the workforce, he only maintained contact with a few close friends, so he felt little inclination to attend. However, upon learning that Wu Kai would also be present, he promptly called him. Wu Kai had been his closest friend during their university days and had married the previous year. Zhang Dong had been unable to attend the wedding due to being abroad, but had still sent a gift. Dongzi, Wu Kai's voice was somewhat subdued. Zhang Dong, old Kai. Su Ying mentioned that you were attending the class reunion tonight. Wu Kai responded with a nonchalant, Su Ying called me, but I declined as I have no interest. Zhang Dong comprehended Su Ying's intentions. She had deliberately mentioned the gathering to prompt him to attend. She asked me as well, but I expressed my disinterest. What are you up to? I've been in the provincial capital for a few days and was just about to reach out to you. You are in the provincial capital? Why did you only tell me now? His dissatisfaction was evident. I've been busy. I just found some free time today. Since we are both skipping the reunion, how about we grab a drink instead? Wu Kai chuckled. Sounds good. Shall we go to our old haunt, Fat Lou's barbecue? Zhang Dong and Wu Kai had studied at Jiangbei University, located on the eastern outskirts of the provincial capital, where they frequently dined at one of the local barbecue establishments. All right, I'll head over now, Zhang Dong affirmed. However, before he could depart, Wu Kai called back, his voice strained. Dongzi, I think I'll attend the gathering after all. Zhang Dong furrowed his brow. What caused this sudden change of heart? Wu Kai sighed. Lu Qing will be there. I wish to see her and have a proper conversation. Zhang Dong squinted his eyes. Lu Qing was Wu Kai's newlywed wife from last year, and also their university classmate. However, the couple had divorced 3 months prior, apparently because Lu Qing had found a new love, which led her to terminate her pregnancy. Concerned that Wu Kai might act impulsively alone, he said, Since you are going, I shall accompany you. Chapter 47, A Gathering. Su Ying sent Zhang Dong a location message, Xinhai Restaurant. At that moment, in a private room on the second floor of Xinhai Restaurant, 8 individuals had already arrived, both men and women, among whom was Su Ying. To Su Ying's left, a man wearing black-rimmed glasses smiled and said, Su Ying, I heard you were the financial supervisor at a large company. That's impressive. Su Ying glanced at the bespectacled man, struggling to recall his name, and merely offered a polite smile. It's not too bad. The man adjusted his glasses and replied, You haven't forgotten me, have you? E.M. Junwen. I used to sit right behind you. Su Ying had a vague recollection of Jiang Wan, who seemed to have harbored a slight interest in her back then, but she quickly moved on with Zhang Dong, thereby neglecting him. Jiang Wan continued, I've started my own company, and it's doing quite well. You should come by for a visit sometime. Su Ying responded with a non-committal clearly just humoring him. To her right sat a woman clad in a black off-the-shoulder dress, her exquisite makeup rendering her 7 out of 10 in beauty. She surveyed the room and inquired, Is everyone here? How many are attending the gathering today? She was none other than Lu Qing, Wu Kai's new wife. Su Ying replied, So far, 11 have confirmed, with a few still uncertain. Lu Qing and Su Ying had a decent rapport, having met through Wu Kai and Zhang Dong. Su Ying, what prompted you to organize this gathering all of a sudden? After all these years in the provincial capital, you've never shown such enthusiasm, Lu Qing remarked, astutely sensing Su Ying's ulterior motives. Su Ying smiled. I've been relatively unoccupied at work lately, and thought it would be nice to gather everyone for a reunion. By the way, is Chongming coming too? Lu Qing asked. Chongming had ventured into entrepreneurship during their university days. 2 years ago, his company secured $50 million in venture capital, and it was rumored he recently acquired $150 million more. Quite young, he had already become a billionaire. And Lu Qing had harbored feelings for him. Su Ying laughed. Aren't you dating a wealthy boyfriend? You even divorced for him. Have you parted ways now? Lu Qing scoffed. What wealthy man? He has been broke for ages. I've already separated from him. Su Ying chuckled silently, dismissing Lu Qing's words, thinking perhaps that man wished to part ways with her too. Just then, Wu Kai entered, his gaze immediately falling upon Lu Qing as he sat beside her. Upon seeing Wu Kai, Lu Qing's expression soured. She glared at Su Ying and demanded, Su Ying, what do you mean by this? If Wu Kai is here, why did you still call me? Without waiting for a response, she stood to leave, but Wu Kai grasped her arm firmly and said in a deep voice, Lu Qing, I want to have a serious conversation with you. Talk to your mother. Lu Qing retorted, shaking him off with a look of disdain. After becoming involved with another man, she had indulged lavishly, living the life of a wealthy individual for 6 months, now refusing even to glance at Wu Kai. Lu Qing cast a disdainful glance at the man who once shared many sweet memories with her, a man with whom she had shared her bed. Coldly, she remarked, remarry you? Wu Kai, are you dreaming? Do you truly believe you are still worthy of me? At that moment, Zhang Dong entered. Having overheard Lu Qing's words at the door, he retorted icily, sleeping with other men a few times has elevated your status? Does that mean no one else is worthy of you? Lu Qing, incensed by Zhang Dong's comment, shot back, Zhang Dong, what business is it of yours? Be silent. Zhang Dong responded with a cold smirk. If it weren't for Wu Kai, do you think I would even bother with you? Back in the day, when your family was struggling, living on a mere $500 a month, wasn't it Wu Kai who supported you? He provided you with $2,000 monthly, subsidizing you by at least $1,000. Surely, you haven't forgotten that? At Zhang Dong's words, Su Ying's face flushed. She too had benefited from Zhang Dong's financial support in the past, and even more so. It seemed Zhang Dong's remarks were directed at her as well. Lu Qing scoffed. Indeed, I spent his money, but I also devoted my youth to him. It was a mutual agreement, nothing more to discuss. Wu Kai lowered his head and murmured, Dongzi, I've just been laid off. Am I truly that incompetent? Zhang Dong replied, laid off? Wasn't your job quite stable? Wu Kai forced a smile. I didn't value it enough. After the divorce, I often arrived late and quarreled with my boss, which ultimately led to my dismissal. Zhang Dong patted his shoulder. Perhaps it is for the best. Come work with me. Su Ying quickly added, yes, Wu Kai. Let Zhang Dong arrange a job for you. Jiang Wen chuckled. Actually, you could also join my company. We have a revenue of $70 million this year, with profits exceeding $10 million. I'm currently in need of a driver. If you're interested, you can reach out to me. Su Ying was momentarily taken aback, not realizing that the unassuming Jiang Wen was already a millionaire entrepreneur. Lu Qing's eyes sparkled with interest as she unhesitatingly sat beside Jiang Wen and smiled. Jiang Wen, you are quite impressive. What business are you in? Jiang Wen, slightly puffing up with pride, shifted in his seat and replied, we are in the packaging industry, dealing with product packaging. Lu Qing lavished him with praise, her intentions toward Jiang Wen unmistakable. This scene caused Wu Kai's blood to rush to his head, his teeth grinding audibly. Zhang Dong pressed his hand down, calmly stating, now that you're divorced, it is no longer relevant. There's no need to be upset over others' affairs. He pondered for a moment before suggesting, Lao Kai, I need a personal assistant to run errands and carry bags. The monthly salary is $30,000, along with 5 insurances and 1 fund. Are you interested? As the vice president, he indeed required someone akin to a personal assistant to manage daily tasks. Jiang Wen scoffed, my personal assistant earns only $5,000. Zhang Dong, what kind of company are you running to offer $30,000? Jiang Wen paused, then said, so it's Minggu Xian. That is a large company indeed. Lu Qing huffed, a personal assistant merely works for others. How does that compare to Jiang Wen, who runs a company and earns profits? Jiang Wen appeared pleased and adjusted his glasses, smiling. That is acceptable. At that moment, Zhang Dong greeted other classmates with pleasantries when a lady in red entered. This lady was none other than Zhou Qingning. Upon seeing Zhang Dong, she winked and pretended not to recognize him. Beside her stood a man in a suit, of modest height, with a square face and prominent brows. He displayed utmost respect towards Zhou Qingning, akin to that of a devoted servant. Upon his arrival, several individuals rose to their feet, exclaiming, Boss Chong. Chapter 48. The Demon Face in the Cauldron. The man was Chongming, recently elated after securing a financing of $150 million. In high spirits, he remarked, Dear classmates, we are fortunate today as I have invited a distinguished guest. He then introduced Zhou Qingning, saying, This is Miss Zhou Qingning, the investor behind my recent financing of 150 million. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, prompting them to rise in unison. Zhang Dong shook his head discreetly, aware that Zhou Qingning must have heard of his presence through Chongming, which is why she had rushed over. The male attendees expressed their admiration, acknowledging her reputation. Chongming continued. Miss Zhou's father is a renowned entrepreneur in Jiangbei, the chairman of Zhou Pharmaceutical Group. Zhou Qingning smiled and said, "Hello, I hope my presence isn't a disturbance." The others quickly assured her it was not. Yet only Zhang Dong shook his head and gestured to the seat beside him. "Say, Miss Zhou, please sit here." Chongming raised an eyebrow, contemplating the disparity in status between Zhou Qingning and someone he deemed insignificant like Zhang Dong. He chuckled, "Miss Zhou, please take a seat with me." Yet, before he could finish, Zhou Qingning had already smiled and nodded, settling beside Zhang Dong, leaving everyone utterly astonished. Chongming's face turned awkward, but he laughed heartily. "Allow me to introduce, this is Zhang Dong." Zhou Qingning replied, "No need for introductions. We are acquainted, having been high school classmates." Chongming was taken aback. "Ah, I see." Su Ying, having previously seen Zhou Qingning dining with Zhang Dong, simply smiled and said, "Everyone, please take a seat. Miss Zhou is Zhang Dong's classmate and an investor of Chongming, so we are all friends here." Jiang Wen suddenly stood, eagerly addressing Zhou Qingning. "Miss Zhou, I am Jiang Wen. We have collaborated with your esteemed group before, using the packaging boxes I produced." Zhou Qingning, unfamiliar with this, nodded and then inquired of Zhang Dong, "Does your classmate require my assistance with his business?" With a mere word from Zhang Dong, Jiang Wen's packaging would surely find its way to Zhou Pharmaceuticals. However, Zhang Dong replied nonchalantly, "I'm not well acquainted with him, and I doubt he needs my help." Jiang Wen's expression fell. His mouth opened to speak, but no words emerged. Recalling Wu Kai's situation, Zhang Dong said, "Qingning, allow me to introduce my good friend, Wu Kai." "Wu Kai, this is Zhou Qingning, my friend." Wu Kai grinned. "Miss Zhou is truly stunning. My friend Dongzi surely has an eye for beauty and taste." He then cast a meaningful glance at Su Ying. Su Ying silently cursed, wondering why Wu Kai was looking at her. Zhou Qingning extended her hand to Wu Kai, greeting, "Hello." Zhang Dong added, "Wu Kai just resigned. I can assist him in finding a job. However, since work is merely working for others, Qingning, do you have any connections to help Wu Kai secure some business?" Zhou Qingning pondered for a moment and replied, "Wu Kai, are you capable of handling construction? A new factory is currently under construction, and we will need assistance with water and electricity installations, wall finishing, doors and windows, as well as future landscaping and roads." Wu Kai's eyes instantly sparkled as he smiled and assured, "Rest assured, I am a civil engineering student, and I have previously worked in this field. I am fully capable." Wu Kai had always dreamed of undertaking engineering projects, but regrettably, he lacked connections and networks. Now, with a stroke of fortune, he was overwhelmed with joy. Zhang Dong remarked, "Wu Kai, the project you will be taking on is worth over $1 billion. Make sure you give it your all." Wu Kai replied with a grin, "You can count on me. Do you really not know me?" Lu Qing felt a stir in her heart. Was her ex-husband about to turn his fortunes around? Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "Zhang Dong, how much can one earn from these projects?" Zhang Dong, harboring disdain for her, replied coolly, "For the entire project, Wu Kai can certainly achieve a modest target. However, what does this have to do with you? You're already divorced." Lu Qing retorted angrily, "You are quite amusing. Does our divorce mean we cannot remarry?" He raised his glass with a grin and said, "Dongzi, I toast to you. Thank you for not forgetting your brothers, as you prosper." Zhang Dong drank heartily and laughed. A man's ambitions lie far and wide. Whether rich or poor, one must never compromise oneself. Wu Kai nodded vigorously, "I understand." Lu Qing's expression darkened. It was evident that these words were directed at her. She repeatedly glanced at Wu Kai, attempting to capture his attention, but to her dismay, he did not spare her a single glance. As for Jiang Wen, he maintained a respectful distance from her, preferring not to offend Zhang Dong, for offending him would mean crossing paths with Zhou Qingning. The others raised their glasses in unison, toasting Zhang Dong. Su Ying had hoped to draw closer to Zhang Dong during the class reunion, but to her dismay, Zhou Qingning had also arrived, leaving her with no opportunity and a bitter heart. At that moment, Zhou Qingning received a phone call, her expression shifting as she said to Zhang Dong, "Strange occurrences have arisen at the construction site." Zhang Dong understood the urgency of addressing such matters promptly to prevent complications. He stood and addressed the gathering. "Classmates, I have an urgent matter to attend to. Let us meet again another day." Bidding farewell to the group, Zhang Dong drove Zhou Qingning to the construction site. "What has happened?" he asked. Zhou Qingning replied, Not far from the last incident, a bronze tripod has been unearthed containing numerous human bones. The workers are frightened, fearing another mishap, so they call my father. Upon arriving at the site, they found several workers gathered, along with Zhou Dingshan, who was anxiously wiping his sweat, genuinely afraid of further troubles. As Zhang Dong arrived, Zhou Dingshan hurriedly said, "Xiao Zhang, you must see this. What on earth is this?" Zhang Dong's gaze was already fixated on the tripod. The tripod stood approximately 1.5 meters tall and just over a meter wide, with 4 legs and a square shape. Its surface adorned with exquisite engravings. At that moment, the lid had been removed, revealing 3 human skulls and various leg and arm bones within. To his eyes, the tripod emitted a purple-white radiance, soaring towards the heavens. He glanced at the location from where the desiccated hand had been excavated, about 30 paces away. He then donned a pair of gloves, approached the tripod, and began to sift through the bones, retrieving a bead from within. This bead radiated a purple-white glow, semi-transparent, with 6 symbols rotating within, subtly forming a certain array. However, to the onlookers, it appeared to be an ordinary bead, devoid of any light or visible inscriptions. Zhang Dong, deep in thought, recalled that the previously dried hand was meant to suppress whatever lay within the vessel. But what of this cauldron? Chapter 49, Paragliding. He inquired of the workers, "Was there anything unusual when you unearthed the cauldron?" One worker replied, "Nothing out of the ordinary, except for a fleeting fragrant aroma that quickly dissipated." "A fragrance, you say?" He instructed someone to fetch a box and disposed of all the bones within it. Nothing peculiar emerged from the cauldron. He directed that the bones be buried in a random spot, then effortlessly lifted the cauldron with one hand, estimating its weight to be no less than 400 pounds. "Uncle Zhou, I will take this cauldron," he declared. Zhou Dingshan, eager to rid himself of the object, replied hastily, "Very well, take it." "Xiao Zhang, is everything all right?" Zhang Dong reassured him, "All is well, do not worry." However, he harbored suspicions that the cauldron might have originally contained something unclean, likely purified by the beads, thus averting any mishap. He procured a pickup truck from the construction site and, after bidding farewell to Zhou Qingning, departed with the bronze cauldron, placing it into the storeroom of Ming Guxian. Subsequently, he snapped several photographs of the cauldron and sent them to Tang Kegong, a prominent figure in the field of appraisal, who promptly returned his call. "Xiao Zhang, where did you acquire this cauldron?" he asked, his tone noticeably grave. Zhang Dong replied, "It was just excavated from the site, containing numerous white bones." "Old Tang, with your extensive knowledge, what is this?" he queried. Old Tang responded, "This is a sacrificial vessel from the Xia and Shang dynasties." "Did you notice any skulls within the cauldron?" Zhang Dong replied, 3. Old Tang continued, "The bones within the cauldron were likely dismembered and discarded therein. The ancestors of the Xia and Shang believed this act would seal the soul of the deceased." As he turned, the air around the bronze cauldron suddenly warped, and a blurred visage emerged, seemingly striving to escape the confines of the vessel. Zhang Dong was startled and swiftly produced the bead. The 6 runes within the bead spun rapidly, and an enigmatic force flowed into his body. Inspired, he harnessed this power, concentrating it in his palm, and then struck towards the face. The impact felt as if he had hit something solid, sending a jolt of pain through his hand. "Smack!" Zhang Dong murmured in bewilderment. "Is this the sealed soul?" After observing for a moment and noting no further reactions from the cauldron, he took his leave. All was well at home. Tang Lan and Zhang Baoxing were fertilizing the fruit trees on the mountain, while De Huang roamed nearby. He ran up the mountain, taking the opportunity to meet with Master Wu and discuss recent events. "I will be home. Let us have lunch together at noon, and then consider where to go for fun," he suggested. Qin Yin smiled and replied, "Sounds good. Come pick me up." The yangmei on the mountain had ripened, sweet and tangy. Tang Lan picked a few large ones, and Zhang Dong took several pounds to share with Qin Yin. Upon arriving at Qin Yin's residence, he noticed a large car parked downstairs, presumably belonging to a guest. He alighted, carrying the yangmei, and rang the doorbell. Hearing the chime, Qin Yin hastily came out, her pretty face marked with displeasure. Zhang Dong, curious, inquired, "What is wrong?" Qin Yin replied, "My mother has a superior whose son constantly seeks me out, and he has come again today, so bothersome." Zhang Dong chuckled. "He must have a crush on you then." Qin Yin displayed a look of disdain, exclaiming, "I certainly do not fancy him." At that moment, a young man in his early 20s with dyed blonde hair emerged. Standing approximately 6 feet tall and clad in a somewhat hip-hop style, he smiled warmly at Qin Yin, saying, "Xiao Yin, a few friends are gathering for lunch. Why not join me? Our parents are all acquainted within the same network, and it wouldn't hurt to get to know each other." With a dismissive tone, Qin Yin replied, I have prior commitments and will not attend. He then turned his gaze towards Zhang Dong, his expression revealing displeasure as he inquired, "Who is he?" Qin Yin wrapped her arm around Zhang Dong's, declaring, "He is my boyfriend." The young man's face contorted with anger. "Qin Yin, I have treated you so well, and yet you choose to be with someone else." Qin Yin scoffed, "Do not flatter yourself. Our interactions have merely been polite greetings. How does that equate to your kindness?" He sneered, "If it weren't for my favorable words, could Aunt Zhu have ascended to her current position?" Qin Yin frowned. "You truly overestimate your influence. That is solely due to my mother's capabilities, which have nothing to do with you." He pointed at her, seething. "Fine. Qin Yin, just wait. I will make you regret this." Zhang Dong asked, "Do you think you will create trouble for Annie?" Qin Yin coldly retorted, "In truth, my mother is exceptionally capable. It is just that his father has been continually suppressing her, fearing that she might surpass him." Zhang Dong recalled Qin Yin mentioning that Zhu Min worked for Changlu Group, a corporation with over 200,000 employees and an annual output value in the hundreds of billions, spanning industries such as metal processing, automotive parts, glass products, chemicals, and electrolytic aluminum. However, Changlu Group had faced consecutive losses over the past 2 years, incurring a loss of 6 billion last year and 40 billion in the first quarter of this year, with projections indicating an annual deficit exceeding 200 billion. The group had convened a shareholders meeting and had recently appointed a new president. Zhu Min served as the deputy general manager of a subsidiary company within the group, which had maintained relatively good performance and avoided losses over the past 2 years. "Talented individuals shine wherever they go," Zhang Dong remarked. Qin Yin nodded. "Let us not dwell on that. I've made up my mind. Shall we go paragliding?" Zhang Dong, feeling apprehensive about such risky endeavors, asked, "Aren't you afraid?" Qin Yin replied, "With you by my side, I have no fear." Reluctantly, Zhang Dong drove her to the location. Qin Yin had already booked tickets online, and they first stopped for a bite to eat before heading to a hillside. The slope was bustling with people, many engaged in paragliding. Though Qin Yin expressed her desire to participate, her timid nature prevailed, and Zhang Dong took the leap first, accompanied by a professional paraglider. After a brief period of flying, he quickly grasped the technique and insisted on piloting himself, with the professional providing assistance. Before long, he was flying adeptly, even more smoothly than the expert. Fellow participants applauded him with raised thumbs. However, a sudden gust of wind caught them off guard, sending both soaring higher into the sky. The onlookers below gasped in astonishment, watching the two in the air. In that moment, Zhang Dong remained unusually calm, shifting to sit atop the woman. Though the harness provided some support, a sense of suffocation lingered. He grasped the control lines with both hands and shouted, "Hold on tight." The woman, now in a state of panic, clung desperately to Zhang Dong. The turbulent air was fierce and chaotic, compelling Zhang Dong to rely on his left eye to gauge the airflow, continually adjusting the control lines until the parachute gradually stabilized. Chapter 50. Dong Fonglan. After a full 2 minutes, the strong wind subsided and the parachute began to glide smoothly. The onlookers, who had been anxiously holding their breath, finally exhaled in relief and erupted into applause. At that moment, he stood up, turned to the back, wrapped his left arm around the woman's waist, and grasped the rope with his right hand, guiding the parachute down swiftly onto a grassy field. Once they landed, the staff hurried over. Fortunately, both Zhang Dong and the woman emerged unscathed. The woman removed her helmet and the protective cover, revealing cascading long hair. She turned out to be a stunning beauty, with an alluring figure and a delicate waist paired with generous curves. It was evident that tears lingered at the corners of her eyes, a testament to her fright. Seeing that she was unharmed, Zhang Dong prepared to leave. "Wait," the woman suddenly spoke, her tone surprisingly imbued with a hint of authority, yet softened by a touch of gentleness. Zhang Dong did not push her away. Sensing her emotional intensity, Qin Yin also rushed over, having witnessed Zhang Dong being lifted by the parachute. She had been so frightened that she burst into tears and ran down the hill in panic, stumbling several times in her haste. Thankfully, Zhang Dong had landed safely. "Brother Dong." Qin Yin stood beside him, looking pitiful. The woman then released her hold, allowing Qin Yin to rush into Zhang Dong's embrace. "You scared me to death." Zhang Dong patted her back, chuckling, "I'm perfectly fine." The woman gazed at them with a warm smile. Once Qin Yin had vented her emotions, she extended her graceful hand. "Handsome, allow me to introduce myself. I am Dong Fonglan." Zhang Dong shook her hand. Zhang Dong, Zhang Dong, I shall never forget your act of saving my life. Let us exchange contact information. When I have the time, I would like to treat you both to a meal." Upon receiving her business card, Zhang Dong was taken aback, for it bore the title, board member and president of Changlu Group, Dong Fenglan. He showed the card to Qin Yan, who gasped. You are the new president of Changlu Group? Dong Fenglan chuckled. You know about Changlu Group? Of course. My mother is a manager at one of its subsidiary companies. Dong Fenglan inquired further, and upon learning that it was Zhu Min, she smiled. I've heard of her. Manager Zhu is quite capable. The company she oversees has yet to incur any losses. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Dong Fenglan took her leave. Subsequently, Zhang Dong personally took Qin Yan for a paragliding adventure. Thanks to his remarkable previous performance, the staff readily acquiesced to his request. The parachute soared high in the sky, with Zhang Dong steering the direction as Qin Yan let out a series of piercing screams. Zhang Dong grinned broadly and leaned down to kiss her, a tender affection blossoming between them, indescribably delightful. After over an hour of paragliding, the two rented camping gear nearby and enjoyed a barbecue on the grassy field. As evening fell, they crawled into the camping tent, eager to continue their playful escapade. Be mindful of safety, Zhu Min cautioned. By the way, Xiaoyan, do you know the new president? Qin Yan replied with a smile. Yes. How did you know, Mom? Zhu Min casually remarked. Oh, it's nothing. She spoke with me this afternoon and mentioned you and Zhang Dong. By the way, I have now been promoted to general manager of the company. Qin Yan beamed with joy. Wow. Mom, you're amazing. What is so joyful about it? The higher the position, the greater the responsibility. I will have much to occupy my time, she replied nonchalantly. After exchanging a few words with her mother, Qin Yan hung up the phone and immediately shared the good news with Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong was somewhat taken aback. Could it be mere coincidence? At that moment, he felt as though a myriad of venomous insects had infiltrated his very being, significantly accelerating his cultivation. He continued to practice the 5th and 6th sets of movements. By a little past 1 in the morning, he had mastered these 2 sets and proceeded to link all 6 sets together for a fluid practice. As he did so, his inner energy surged like a roaring river, manifesting with the ferocity of a dragon. After practicing twice, he began his training in the Bronze Man martial arts, focusing on the 2 techniques derived from the 7th to 12th Bronze Men formations. With these 2 techniques added to his previous repertoire, he had now acquired 4 techniques, which he immediately executed in succession, harmonizing them with the footwork he had learned. At 7 o'clock, he rose from his slumber. Just after freshening up, he heard the honking of a car horn at the doorstep. Stepping outside, he saw Zhang Hu driving a newly acquired BMW 5 Series, with a woman in the passenger seat who deliberately drove past his house at a leisurely pace. Upon noticing Zhang Dong, Zhang Hu halted the vehicle and flashed a grin. Xiao Dong, good morning. Having just fought with Zhang Dong, he was shamelessly greeting him. Zhang Dong wiped his face and remarked, nice new car. Zhang Hu replied, of course. It cost nearly 500,000. He then cast a glance at Zhang Dong's Qian and said, you keep driving someone else's car, though they don't voice their thoughts. They certainly harbor disdain. Take my advice and buy your own vehicle. Zhang Dong found this amusing and responded, you have a point. At that moment, Zhang Hong parked her Passat at the entrance. As the door swung open, Yaya was the first to leap out, rushing toward Zhang Dong. Uncle, the car's air conditioning is broken, and Mom went to fix it. It's sweltering. Zhang Hu immediately chimed in, Yaya, come sit in your uncle's car. It has air conditioning and is quite cool. Yaya merely rolled her eyes at him, leaving Zhang Hu to feel foolish as he sped away. Sister, why aren't you fixing the air conditioning? He inquired. Zhang Dong interjected, Sister, you should consider getting a new car. Zhang Hong replied, what is wrong with this one? It runs perfectly well. Your brother-in-law is still hoping for a second child. There will be plenty of expenses ahead. Zhang Dong insisted, it's too worn out. You should really replace it. I'll sponsor 200,000. Zhang Hong waved her hands dismissively. You should save your money. You're about to marry. Don't houses and cars cost money? Plus, I've saved the 100,000 you gave me. I'll return it when the time comes. Zhang Dong felt helpless, knowing he couldn't argue with her. After handing Yaya over to Zhang Dong, Zhang Hong went off to tend to her tasks on the mountain. As he took care of Yaya, he practiced his footwork. Having mastered 9 distinct footwork styles, he was now set to practice various combinations. As the clock neared 11, Qin Yan called, Donggu, Dong Fenglan is inviting us to dinner. Are you going? Understanding her intention to express gratitude, he replied, sure, I'll come over shortly. When he arrived, he found Dong Fenglan and Qin Yan engaged in cheerful conversation. Dong Fenglan wore a black long dress, her skin pale as snow, and she had applied light makeup, accentuating her exquisite beauty and exceptional grace. At the first glance of Dong Fenglan, Zhang Dong noticed a swirling mass of dark energy hovering above her head. Within this darkness, he discerned a ghostly visage, glaring at him with malice. Chapter 51. The Sword Cuts Through Evil. Cursing? Zhang Dong feigned ignorance of the grimace and greeted Dong Fanglan with a smile. Dong Fanglan rose and replied, "Please, have a seat, benefactor." Zhang Dong humbly responded, "I cannot bear the title of benefactor. Simply call me Zhang Dong." Dong Fanglan insisted, "It is not excessive to refer to you as a benefactor, given the life-saving grace you have extended. I have heard from Qin Yin that you are the deputy general manager of Ming Guxian." Zhang Dong acknowledged, "The boss holds me in high regard." Dong Fanglan continued, "After my grandfather passed away, he left behind some relics. In his will, he stated that I could choose 10 items from them. Benefactor, would you be able to assist me?" Zhang Dong's interest was piqued. "What items are we discussing?" He nodded, "Certainly. But could you refrain from calling me benefactor?" With a playful smile, Dong Fanglan replied, "Then shall I refer to you as brother?" Zhang Dong chuckled, "Very well, brother it is. After all, I am younger than you. Henceforth, I shall call you Sister Lan." Dong Fanglan agreed, "That works. Should you encounter any troubles, you may seek my assistance. In the Beijing circle, I still possess some connections." The three, being of similar age, engaged in a lively conversation. Sensing the moment was right, Zhang Dong inquired, "Sister Lan, have you offended anyone recently?" Dong Fanglan regarded him curiously. "Why do you ask, brother?" Zhang Dong candidly replied, "I have seen someone cast a curse upon you. Recently, he had perused numerous texts on feng shui and metaphysics, 2 of which focused on the curses of the South Seas. Though his understanding was limited, he discerned that the dark aura and grimace were indeed manifestations of a curse." Dong Fanglan fell silent for a moment before saying, "As I mentioned earlier, after my grandfather's death, he left behind a considerable inheritance, and I have the right of first choice. My uncle, third uncle, and my cousins, along with my aunt and younger cousin, could all potentially conspire against me." Zhang Dong, intrigued, asked, "Sister Lan, just how substantial is the inheritance your grandfather left that it would incite such murderous intent?" Dong Fanglan replied, "The financial products held by my grandfather are valued at approximately 60 billion. Additionally, there are gold, artifacts, shops, and storefronts worth around 20 to 30 billion. Furthermore, the equity and dividend rights of several companies sum up to 7 to 800 billion. Zhang Dong's eyes widened in astonishment. "Your family possesses such wealth." Dong Fanglan explained, "My grandfather had a keen eye for talent and supported several individuals who later rose to prominence. One of them is currently at the pinnacle of success. Hence, my grandfather's endeavors were always fruitful, resulting in the accumulation of such vast assets." Zhang Dong queried, "If the old gentleman valued Sister Lan, why then did he leave behind a mystery box?" Dong Fanglan laughed. "Perhaps he believed I would encounter a brother who could assist me in obtaining the core assets?" Zhang Dong gazed at her, his expression serious, for he truly could. Qin Yin interjected, "Sister Lan, how is it that you are also the CEO of Chonglu Group?" Dong Fanglan recounted, "At the inception of Chonglu Group, it faced dire straits and was on the brink of bankruptcy. My grandfather invested 15 million to acquire 40% of the shares, thus becoming the largest shareholder of Chonglu Group." Qin Yin exclaimed, "Incredible. Your grandfather must be a time traveler, always hitting the mark." Dong Fanglan chuckled, "Perhaps. I hold great admiration for him." She then turned to Zhang Dong, "Brother, since you have discerned that I am afflicted by a curse, do you possess a method to break it?" Zhang Dong assured her, "After our meal, I shall assist you." The trio concluded their dining experience, exited the restaurant, and then drove to a tea house. In the private room of the tea house, Zhang Dong produced a copper mirror, attempting to reflect sunlight onto the dark energy hovering above her head. The sinister aura clearly reacted, yet remained concentrated and unyielding, the ghastly visage glaring at Zhang Dong with malevolent intent, as if cursing him. Frustrated, Zhang Dong stowed the mirror and grasped a withered hand, adorning it with a bracelet, sweeping it towards the dark energy. The shadowy essence lightened momentarily, only to revert to its original state. Observing Zhang Dong's actions, Dong Fanglan, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Brother, is this a human hand?" Zhang Dong remained silent, pondering as he retrieved a bead containing 6 runes. The bead's power converged at his fingertips as he reached out to grasp the dark energy. It dispersed briefly, then reformed. His efforts proved futile. The ancient sword, acquired from an auction, was not an ordinary weapon, capable of emitting a crimson glow and exuding an aura of lethality. Unwrapping the red cloth that enveloped the sword revealed a beautifully antiquated blade before them. The scabbard, crafted from shark skin, was adorned with gemstones. Drawing the sword, its dark red blade radiated a fierce crimson light, a palpable aura of menace enveloping the air. Under the sunlight, the sword seemed to twist, a layer of blood, mist appearing on its surface. Zhang Dong swung the blade towards the dark energy, and, as the sword approached, the ghastly face widened its mouth, seemingly screaming. With a soft pop, the dark energy erupted, and a chilling scream echoed in the minds of those present. Startled, Dong Fanglan asked, "Brother, what was that sound?" Realizing that the sword had finally taken effect, Zhang Dong breathed a sigh of relief and replied with a smile, "Sister Lan, I have dispelled your curse." In the capital city, within a mountain Taoist temple, an elderly man in black robes, with long hair and leaning on a gnarled wooden staff, wore a necklace made of bird and beast bones, his gaze sharp and penetrating. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes flashing with cold light, muttering, "What audacity to dare break my curse spell!" Intrigued, Zhang Dong opened the door to find a snow-white fox crouched at his threshold, its left paw raised in the air, evidently injured. The fluffy white fox was quite adorable, yet Zhang Dong found it curious that it had come to his doorstep rather than anyone else's. Da Huang Appraisal, licking the fox's fur and wagging its tail at Zhang Dong. Understanding dawned upon him. The white fox was a friend of Da Huang and had been for some time. He bent down to pick up the white fox, discovering that its left front paw was broken, with its fur marred as if bitten by a wild beast. He retrieved his first aid supplies and, activating his left eye's X-ray vision, carefully reconnected the fox's bones, ultimately securing them with 2 small splints. After placing the white fox in the doghouse, he fetched some meat to feed it. The little creature showed no fear and happily shared the meat with Da Huang. Just as he settled the white fox, Zhang Dong heard barking from outside. Upon hearing the commotion, the fox's fur bristled, and it grew anxious. Zhang Dong, sensing something, opened the door to find a hunter in his 50s standing at the entrance, a rifle slung over his shoulder, flanked by 2 large hunting dogs. Zhang Dong closed the door and asked, "Can I help you?" The hunter, his face weathered and shadowed, smiled, stating, "I passed by while hunting and came to ask for a cup of water." Zhang Dong replied, "One moment, please." The hunter thanked him, chuckling, "No choice. I pursued a white fox for an entire day, only to find myself arriving at your village, where it vanished without a trace." At that moment, 2 hunting dogs began barking at Zhang Dong's doorstep. Zhang Dong cast a sharp glance at the dogs. With an imposing presence, he unleashed a resonant force from within, creating an aura of terror. The dogs whimpered and promptly lay down, silenced by his intimidating demeanor. Chapter 52, The Fox and the Red Berries. The hunter squinted, remarking, "Little brother, you possess quite an impressive aura. Are you a practitioner of martial arts?" Zhang Dong replied, "I have some knowledge. That white fox is a companion of my dog. I have taken it in." The hunter seemed aware of the fox's presence at Zhang Dong's home and chose to be forthright. He said coolly, "If you could relinquish the white fox, I will be willing to offer you a sum of money." Zhang Dong shook his head. "That is not possible. The heavens have a benevolent nature towards living beings. A mere fox pelt is hardly worth much. Why must you insist on capturing it?" The hunter sighed. Since he refused to part with it, so be it. After taking a few steps away, he abruptly turned, aiming his gun at Zhang Dong. His weapon, initially directed toward the ground, was only partially raised when Zhang Dong, like a specter, appeared behind him and seized him by the nape of his neck. The surge of true power coursed through him, leaving the hunter's body numb and his gun clattering to the ground. His expression shifted dramatically. "Little brother, let us speak amicably." Zhang Dong snickered coldly, dragging the hunter up the mountain and casting him heavily onto the ground. The 2 dogs trailed behind, but dared not meet Zhang Dong's gaze, instead lying submissively beside the hunter. Indeed, a fox pelt holds little value, and that particular white fox is still quite young, rendering it even less valuable. Zhang Dong crouched down, locking eyes with the hunter. "Then why did you pursue it for an entire day and night, even resorting to threats with your gun?" The hunter's gaze faltered. "I simply found the pelt of that white fox to be exquisite. You need not feign ignorance. You must understand that I possess a myriad of methods to extract the truth from you, albeit the process may be quite excruciating." The hunter sighed once more, conceding, "You need not torment me. I shall speak. I was paid to carry out someone else's bidding. Who would wish to capture a small fox?" The hunter continued, "A man surnamed Fong, in his 50s, quite imposing. He showed me a photograph and detailed the fox's range of activity. For over a month, I have been searching for it. Though I could track its movements, this little creature is exceedingly cunning. It was only yesterday that I finally located it. Then began the relentless pursuit, culminating in my arrival at your village." "Did he mention why he wanted the small fox?" Zhang Dong inquired. The hunter shook his head. "He did not disclose that. However, he offered me 300,000 promising another 300,000 upon my successful delivery of the white fox. Zhang Dong retorted, "You're to leave this place at once. Should I see you again, consider yourself fortunate for this encounter." With a twist, he shattered the hunting rifle into a cascade of fragments, the barrel contorted beyond recognition. The hunter, rising to his feet, departed swiftly with his 2 dogs, vanishing from sight. Perplexed, Zhang Dong pondered the motives of the man, surnamed Fong, in pursuing the small white fox. Upon returning home, he discovered that De Huang was missing. Yet the little white fox remained. Curiously, he asked, "Where is De Huang?" To his astonishment, the white fox, understanding human speech, pointed its injured paw toward the door. Zhang Dong's eyes widened in astonishment. "Can you understand my speech?" The white fox nodded in affirmation. At that moment, De Huang unexpectedly emerged from the dog hole, clutching a cluster of small red fruits in its mouth, wagging its tail as it approached Zhang Dong and presented its treasure to him. Zhang Dong was taken aback. Although De Huang had always been clever, it had never exhibited such intelligence before. How was it that after befriending this white fox, it had seemingly become wiser? He picked up a red fruit and inhaled its faint, fragrant scent, inquiring of the white fox, "Is this edible?" The white fox nodded again. "Did you instruct De Huang to gather these fruits?" he asked, to which the fox responded with another nod. The fruits were small, akin to mountain cherries. Zhang Dong plucked one and tasted it, finding it sweet and delectable. As the juice coursed through his body, a refreshing sensation flowed from his stomach to every part of him, with one wave of energy reaching his head, leaving him exhilarated. Subsequently, this power coalesced into his true energy, making it feel even more refined. Such extraordinary effects from this fruit. He patted De Huang's head and said to the little white fox, "Rest for now. We shall continue tomorrow." The following morning, he prepared some food for the little white fox before heading up the mountain to practice his skills. After a while, he noticed the little fox had also arrived, albeit limping on 3 legs. Zhang Dong paid it no mind and spent the entire morning learning 6 movements from the bronze figures, mastering 2 new techniques. In total, he had now acquired 18 martial arts techniques from the bronze figures, comprising 6 distinct moves. In Zhang Dong's father's generation, it was common for each family to have 2 or 3 children. Apart from his eldest uncle, Zhang Dong had a single aunt. His aunt had married a former soldier who, unexpectedly, rose to prominence and now served as the head of the Public Security Bureau in a county beneath Yin City. Wielding considerable power, outside their home, a Mercedes-Benz was parked, and laughter echoed from within the courtyard. Upon entering, Zhang Dong spotted his aunt, a slightly plump middle-aged woman. Beside her stood a young man in his early 20s, with a square face, thick eyebrows, and a robust figure of 6 feet tall, dressed in casual attire. He was Zhang Dong's cousin, Han Xin. Upon seeing his older cousin, Han Xin remained silent. Zhang Dong greeted them with a smile. "Aunt, Xiao Xin, you have come." His aunt responded with a grin. "Xiao Dong, what have you been up to, drenched in sweat? Is that a fox?" Zhang Dong replied, "I was just practicing some boxing." "Yes, the little one is my newly adopted pet." "What kind of boxing are you practicing?" Han Xin asked cheerfully. "Just some casual exercises for fitness," Zhang Dong replied. His aunt interjected, "Xiao Dong, be careful not to train recklessly. Xiao Xin is a black belt in Taekwondo. Let him teach you." Zhang Dong merely smiled and did not respond, then invited the mother and son into the house to sit. After exchanging a few pleasantries, his aunt remarked, "Xiao Dong, I hear developers are interested in acquiring the orchard. Take my advice. As long as the price is reasonable, don't be overly greedy. If they back out, we won't receive a dime." Upon hearing this, Zhang Dong realized that his aunt was likely a negotiator sent by his uncle, hoping he would relinquish the orchard. He chuckled and replied, "Aunt, that orchard isn't worth much. I think it best to keep it." His aunt was taken aback, saying, "It's worth at least $1 million. How can you claim it's not valuable? Consider your monthly salary. How much can you actually save?" Dan Lan in Dozet, Oni. Xiao Dong is now a leader in a large company with a decent income. The aunt paused for a moment, and Han Xin also lifted his head. At that moment, Zhang Hong entered the room, smiling. "Annie, my mother doesn't quite understand. Xiao Dong is the vice president at Minggu Xian, earning an annual salary of $1 million, along with company dividends." Han Xin, equally skeptical, chuckled. "Cousin, your position must have been elevated by a plane." Observing their disbelief, Zhang Hong pulled out her phone and searched for the webpage of Jiangbei Minggu Xian, which clearly stated Zhang Dong's position as vice president. "Auntie, look, this is indeed Zhang Dong." The aunt was taken aback, exclaiming, "Oh my, this is incredible. Xiao Dong, how did you manage that? How much are your dividends?" she asked with a complex expression. Zhang Dong replied, "Not much, just a few percent." Han Xian quickly searched for the profit figures of Jiangbei, Minggu Xian, and exclaimed, last year's profit was 6.3 billion. Even a few percent would yield over 100 million in dividends. The ant trembled, her face displaying disbelief. Over 100 million. So much. Tang Lan, smiling, remarked, Zhang Dong is indeed a late bloomer, a relief to all. The ant, feeling somewhat uneasy, found herself at a loss for words, as she had initially intended to be an advocate. At that moment, someone shouted from the entrance, is anyone home? Zhang Dong, sensing it was not someone familiar, stepped outside to investigate. He saw a middle-aged man at the door, flanked by two men in their 30s or 40s, their temples bulging. Zhang Dong glanced at them and asked, who are you looking for? The middle-aged man, in his 50s, smiled and said, my surname is Fong. I heard you took in a little white fox, and I'd like to buy it. He extended 5 fingers and added, I'll offer 500,000. Please consider it. Zhang Dong shook his head. I've said it before, I'm not selling. The middle-aged man's expression darkened. My friend, can we discuss this further up front? Zhang Dong perceived the intimidation attempt, but remained unfazed, replying nonchalantly, all right, let us head up the mountain. Han Xian, having arrived at the entrance, noticed his cousin with unfamiliar individuals and felt curious enough to follow. Upon reaching a clearing in the orchard, Zhang Dong halted and stated, we could talk now. Han Xian rushed over. Despite his long-held disdain for his cousin, he felt compelled to intervene upon witnessing the tension. Without hesitation, Han Xian aimed a kick at the assailant, who, being skilled, quickly spotted the opening and countered. Zhang Dong swiftly got Han Xin et Gola, pulling him aside with a frown, stay still and watch. Stepping forward, he eerily maneuvered to the side of the opponent and launched a powerful punch. The adversary attempted to block, but with a resounding crack, Zhang Dong's recent rigorous training bore fruit as he shattered the opponent's wrist and arm, causing the man to retreat with a muffled groan. Another assailant charged in with a punch to the chest, but to Zhang Dong, the motion appeared sluggish. He sidestepped slightly and struck the man in the ribs, breaking several bones and causing internal turmoil, leaving the assailant crouched on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. The middle-aged man was taken aback, retreating repeatedly. Han Xian was equally astonished. In his eyes, Zhang Dong's movements were swift and precise. How could he be so formidable? As Zhang Dong advanced towards the middle-aged man, the latter's complexion turned pale as he remarked, I did not anticipate that my friend is a master. I apologize for my earlier offense. Zhang Dong fixed his gaze upon the man's eyes and inquired, why is it that you must acquire that white fox? The middle-aged man replied, I simply have a fondness for white foxes and wish to capture one as a pet. Zhang Dong scoffed, are you not being truthful? Sensing the chilling glare in Zhang Dong's eyes, the middle-aged man's heart sank as he said, friend, if you hand over the white fox, I can offer you a significant sum. After a brief silence, he added, very well. This particular white fox is extraordinary. It is called a medicine fox. Its sense of smell is exceptionally keen, capable of locating rare medicinal herbs. Zhang Dong recalled the fruit that De Huang had discovered earlier, realizing it was indeed the fox's innate ability. Unyielding, the middle-aged man declared, I am willing to pay 10 million. Zhang Dong shook his head. That sum does not interest me. He queried, are you the proprietor of a medicinal shop? The man responded negatively, I am an herbalist, collecting herbs on the side. I know of a location where a miraculous herb grows, but I've been unable to find it. I require the white fox's assistance. Zhang Dong asked, what herb is it? The middle-aged man replied, locally, it is known as the 7 lanterns, a remarkable herbal remedy that can restore gray hair to black and regenerate teeth. There have been instances where local villagers, having inadvertently consumed 7 lanterns, found themselves living to the age of 101, despite being afflicted by illness. Chapter 54, Shalizi, Wandering Physician. Zhang Dong pondered for a moment before stating, I can lend it to you, but I must accompany you. He felt uneasy about entrusting the white fox to someone he barely knew. The man was overjoyed, promptly responding, of course. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Fong Jiliang. He extended a business card with both hands. Very well. I shall not impose any further, Zhang Dong replied. After Fong Jiliang departed with his entourage, Han Xian was profoundly impressed and suddenly exclaimed, brother, how did you hone your skills? Would you like to learn? Zhang Dong inquired with a smile. Han Xian knew did. Then attack me, Zhang Dong beckoned. Han Xian inhaled deeply and leaped to deliver a flying kick. However, before he could make contact, Zhang Dong had already placed a hand on his waist, pushing him several meters away. Your approach is filled with openings. If you were to encounter a master, like that man from earlier, a single strike could incapacitate you. Zhang Dong's explanation enlightened Han Xian and provided him with a new understanding of martial arts. Brother, if you were to compete professionally, you would undoubtedly become a champion fighter. Han Xin remarked. Zhang Dong looked at him and shook his head, saying, the martial arts I practice are lethal. They are not suited for tournaments. During dinner, both his aunt and Tang Lan were astonished to observe Han Xin displaying much more politeness towards Zhang Dong, addressing him as cousin with eyes full of respect. Brother, could you take me to the antique street this afternoon? Next week is my father's birthday, and I would like to purchase a small gift for him. With nothing pressing on his agenda, Zhang Dong nodded in agreement. His aunt scoffed, Xin, the antique street is rife with charlatans. There are no genuine items to be found. Han Xin chuckled. Brother Dong is an expert in appraisal. With him by my side, I shall not suffer any losses. After their meal, Zhang Dong drove Han Xin to the antique market. Zhang Donglai had already visited this place once, and he was well acquainted with the surroundings. After wandering through several shops without encountering anything of noteworthy value, Han Xin could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, Brother, I see many appealing items here. Shall we not stop our search? Noticing Zhang Dong's growing impatience, he replied, to acquire something truly exquisite, one must possess patience. Do you believe that treasures abound in this world, merely waiting to be stumbled upon? They entered another shop, owned by a man specializing in beads, where an array of beads adorned the walls, some priced in the thousands. Zhang Dong's gaze fell upon a pug at the entrance, around whose neck hung a string of beads that emitted a gentle glow, imbued with a sense of compassion. He reached out to remove the beads and discovered it was a bracelet crafted from natural stone beads and bodhi seeds. Judging by its age, it likely dated back several decades, though the thread had presumably been replaced later. The shopkeeper, a middle-aged man, observed Zhang Dong's interest and remarked, that is merely a toy for children. Are you interested? Zhang Dong replied, these beads are quite beautiful. Children indeed have an eye for quality. What material are these stones? The shopkeeper responded, they're jade, I suppose. If you like it, I can let it go for 500. Previously, it would have cost at least 1,200. However, since it has been played with by children, I can offer you a discount. Zhang Dong nodded. Very well, I shall take it. Han Xin, slightly perplexed by his brother's purchase of something from a dog, nonetheless proceeded to pay via mobile. Having bought nothing else, they exited the shop, and Han Xin could not help but ask, Brother, I find this item rather unremarkable. Zhang Dong replied nonchalantly, what do you understand? This stone contains the relics of a great monk. Holding it can ward off evil and ensure safety. Han Xin dismissed it. Brother, relics are mere pseudoscience. Zhang Dong halted and said, do not hastily judge what you do not comprehend. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, appearing to be in his 30s, though not quite 40. His countenance resembled that of a tranquil moon, with eyes like cold stars, and he carried a box, moving with the grace of the wind. His gait was distinctive, reminiscent of a performer on stage, yet more fluid and natural. Han Xin was taken aback and turned to Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong smiled. Do you recognize him? The middle-aged man chuckled. This is a monk's relic, suitable for medicinal use. Han Xin's eyes widened in realization that his cousin's words held truth. How much? He could not resist asking. The man pondered briefly and replied, 50,000, perhaps more. Han Xin gasped, how much? The man reiterated, 50,000. For you, that price is not insignificant. Zhang Dong queried, are you a doctor? The man nodded, a wandering physician, traveling the world to heal. I am on my way to treat a patient, and this relic is precisely what I need. After a moment's consideration, Zhang Dong took the bracelet from Han Xin's hands and said with a smile, here, you may use it. 500 is sufficient. The middle-aged man appeared somewhat surprised. Scrutinizing Zhang Dong, he laughed, 500? Is that not a bit low? Zhang Dong replied, not at all. I just acquired it for 500. The man nodded, handing over the 500, which included a business card, stating, young brother, I appreciate your kindness. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to reach out. With that, he gracefully departed. Han Xin, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, brother, he offered 500,000, and you only asked for 500. What a substantial loss. Zhang Dong replied calmly, we have not incurred any loss. We initially purchased it for 500. Do not fret, I shall find you something truly remarkable. The two then ventured to a small stall outside to search for treasures. Before long, Zhang Dong's eyes fell upon a stall overflowing with copper coins. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a few coins emanating a faint white glow. After sifting through the pile for a while, he extracted the luminous coins, totaling 15. These coins included the half-tail coins from the Qin dynasty, the 5 Zhu coins from the Han dynasty, the Kaiyuan Tongbao from the Tang dynasty, the Songyuan Tongbao from the Song dynasty, and the Yongle Tongbao from the Ming dynasty. collectively referred to as the Great Five Emperors coins. These 5 types of currency, when combined, could serve as a powerful talisman. A swift scan of the coins brought forth fleeting images in his mind, and he immediately recognized their unique significance. Having been enshrined in temples for years, these were incense money, their value immeasurable. Upon inquiring about the price, he learned they were 50 yuan each, and he promptly purchased the entire lot. He also acquired some red strings, threading 5 of the Great Five Emperors coins together and tying them off, presenting the amulet to Han Xin. Here, gift this to your uncle. These Great Five Emperors coins can ensure safety, enhance fortune, and bring prosperity. Han Xin, now thoroughly convinced of Zhang Dong's wisdom, inquired, Brother, these Great Five Emperors coins are quite valuable, aren't they? Zhang Dong smiled and replied, To those in need, such items are priceless treasures, worth even millions. To those without need, they are merely trinkets worth a few dozen yuan each. Han Xin nodded, seemingly grasping the concept. After practicing martial arts for a while, Zhang Dong checked on the little fox's injuries and fed it. As dusk approached, he prepared to ascend the mountain for training. Just as he stepped outside, he encountered the wandering physician from earlier, who approached with astonishing speed, covering the distance of over 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Zhang Dong was taken aback, pondering the nature of such skill. Chapter 55. Chen Xuanjin the physician chuckled. I did not expect you to have rescued my medicinal fox. Zhang Dong realized. So you're the owner of that little fox. The physician nodded and called out, prompting the little fox to excitedly dash out and leap into his arms, nuzzling against him affectionately. Zhang Dong chuckled. This little creature nearly fell into the wrong hands. Now that it has found its owner, I can rest easy. The physician smiled. Thank you kindly. I had been away on business and left it to forage in the mountains, unaware that it would encounter someone with ill intentions. Zhang Dong offered, Sir, would you care to join me for a cup of water? The physician replied, That would be a pleasure. Upon inviting him inside, Zhang Dong brewed some tea and inquired, How shall I address you, sir? The physician responded, My surname is Chun. You may call me Old Chun. Zhang Dong then asked, Mr. Chun, was the patient you treated this afternoon well? Chun nodded. Thanks to your relic, the individual is no longer in serious condition. And how should I address you, young brother? Zhang Dong replied with a smile, I am Zhang Dong. Chun suddenly recalled something and asked, Do you know Wu Taixian? Zhang Dong was taken aback. You know my elder brother? Chun smiled. He visited me yesterday and mentioned you. You are quite impressive. At such a young age, your skills have already reached this level. Zhang Dong suddenly realized that the individual before him, bearing the surname Chun and known for his medical practice, was perhaps the esteemed physician Chen Xuanjin, renowned as the divine healer. It was an honor to meet the legendary Dr. Chun, and Zhang Dong was taken aback. Chen Xuanjin waved his hand dismissively, saying, What divine healer? I am merely a wandering physician. Zhang Dong replied, The last time I witnessed my elder brother setting bones, his technique was extraordinary. Your medical skills must surely surpass his. Noticing Zhang Dong's keen interest in medicine, Chen Xuanjin smiled and inquired, Would you like to learn? Zhang Dong nodded eagerly, exclaiming, Yes. Would you be willing to teach me? Chen Xuanjin cautioned, Studying medicine is no simple endeavor. If you're merely curious, I advise against it. Zhang Dong asserted, This is not mere curiosity. I genuinely wish to learn. In truth, Zhang Dong had always aspired to become a doctor. But due to a disappointing performance in the college entrance examination, he had been unable to pursue his dream of attending medical school. Chen Xuanjin nodded thoughtfully and produced 2 books from his robe, stating, Here are 2 texts. One is the inner canon of the Yellow Emperor, and the other is the outer canon. I have annotated them, and you must memorize them in their entirety. Additionally, procure a copy of the Essentials of Prescriptions and the Compendium of Materia Medica, and commit those to memory as well. Once you have all 4 texts mastered, I shall teach you the art of healing. Zhang Dong's eyes widened. The Compendium of Materia Medica alone was quite a hefty volume, and the thought of memorizing all 4 seemed daunting. Nevertheless, he nodded resolutely. Very well. I shall memorize them as quickly as possible. He had heard of the inner canon of the Yellow Emperor, but was intrigued by the existence of the outer canon. Without further ado, he devoted himself to memorization. Though Chen Xuanjin had provided annotations, some concepts remained challenging to grasp. Ultimately, he spent 3 hours committing the 2 texts to memory. That evening, perhaps inspired by the inner canon, he began practicing the 4th set of movements, mastering them swiftly. The following morning, Dong Fanglan called to inquire if he was available, and they arranged a time to meet. At 9 o'clock, her car arrived at Zhang Dong's doorstep, and they set off for the high-speed train station. The train departed at 10 o'clock, with a journey lasting nearly 4 hours. Dong Fanglan had purchased business class tickets, with their seats arranged one in front of the other. She adjusted her seat to face him, allowing for a direct conversation. Brother, once we arrive, they may try to make things difficult for you. Do not concern yourself. With me by your side, they will not dare to act against you. Dongfang Lan reassured him. Zhang Dong responded with a smile. Sister Lan, rest assured. I'm not easily intimidated. After some conversation, Dongfang Lan closed her eyes to rest, while Zhang Dong took out the compendium of materia medica he had prepared in advance and began to recite its contents. By the time the train reached its destination, he had successfully memorized the substantial text. Upon exiting the high-speed train station, a driver was waiting to take them to their destination, a prestigious office building. After disembarking, a woman in a fitted suit approached briskly, respectfully addressing, Second Miss, everyone is waiting for you upstairs. Dongfang Lan nodded slightly and made her way toward the elevator. At the elevator entrance stood several individuals, who, upon seeing Dongfang Lan approach, obstructed the staircase. She raised an eyebrow and asked, What are you doing? One particularly tall and stout man grinned broadly, saying, My apologies, the elevator is out of order. Zhang Dong reached out to press the elevator button, but the hefty man attempted to shove him aside. With a casual push, Zhang sent the man sprawling 7 or 8 meters away, ultimately crashing heavily to the ground. The remaining onlookers were taken aback, frozen in place. Zhang Dong pressed the elevator button and stepped inside alongside Dongfang Lan. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they traversed a corridor and entered a conference room. At this moment, nearly all the prominent figures of the Dongfang family had gathered. Zhang Dong scanned the room. The attendees were well-dressed, a mix of men and women, young and old, numbering around 20. In addition to them, there are also 20 or more bodyguards stationed both inside and outside the room. Dongfang Lan greeted everyone before pulling Zhang Dong to a seat. Beside them sat a woman in her 20s, who glanced at Zhang Dong and remarked, Sister Lan, is one bodyguard all you brought? Dongfang Lan replied, One is sufficient. The woman chuckled, Sister Lan, perhaps that's not enough. Just as Dongfang Lan was about to respond, an elderly gentleman, around 60, rapped his knuckles on the table and stated, Dongfang Lan, we need to discuss something with you. This man was Dongfang Lan's uncle, Dongfang Qian, who oversaw several enterprises under the Dongfang family's name. Dongfang Lan ziplit in daifeng. Uncle, please speak directly. Dongfang Qian nodded. Xiaolan, I have conferred with your 3rd uncle and aunt, and we believe your grandfather's will is rather frivolous. To ensure the smooth inheritance of the Dongfang family's wealth, we have decided to open all the boxes and fairly distribute the family assets. Dongfang Lan immediately shook her head. Since grandfather has left a will, we must abide by it. This is also a sign of respect for him. A woman, who is Dongfang Qian's wife, interjected loudly. Xiaolan, this matter has been collectively deliberated by the elders, and you must comply. Dongfang Lan retorted with a cold smile. Must I comply? What if I refuse? Dongfang Qian responded calmly. Xiaolan, you are still young. Before making a decision, you must think it through thoroughly, or you may regret it later. Dongfang Lan countered. At least I understand one principle. It is better to regret later than to regret now. Dongfang Qian slammed the table and said in a stern voice, Dongfang Lan, do you not even heed your uncle's words? Unfazed, Dongfang Lan replied, Uncle, I am listening to grandfather. How dare you speak to my father like that? A young man in his 30s stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at Dongfang Lan. Dongfang Lan frowned slightly. Dongfang Xiong, you have no place to speak here. Dongfang Xiong, a burly man, reached out as if to grab Dongfang Lan, but Zhang Dong stepped forward, positioning himself between them. Dongfang Xiong glared, Who do you think you are? Get lost. Chapter 56, The Inheritance Blind Box. Zhang Dong frowned slightly. Mind your language. Get him out of here. Dongfang Xiong bellowed. 4 burly bodyguards advanced toward Zhang Dong. As one reached for his shoulder, Zhang Dong, drawing upon his internal energy, raised his hand to make contact. The man let out a groan, spat blood, and staggered back. The other 3, astonished, launched an attack aimed at Zhang Dong's vital points. Zhang Dong executed the first move of the Copper Man's ultimate technique, combining it with his footwork, delivering a punch that felled one attacker, then grasped the remaining 2 by their heads, forcefully smashing them against the table. With a resounding crack, the table shattered, and all 4 men collapsed, unconscious. As Dongfang Lan's eyes sparkled with anticipation, she realized that her preparations outside were ultimately unnecessary. Dongfang Xiong, both astonished and furious, exclaimed, How dare you, Dongfang Lan, bring bodyguards to confront us? Dongfang Lan ziplit gan li, Dongfang Xiong. I understand your reluctance to accept that Grandpa allowed me to choose a box first. I am aware you will attempt to thwart me. However, rest assured, I am ready to engage in both intellectual and physical battles to the end. Observing Dongfang Lan's readiness, the onlookers exchanged glances, and one ant said, Dongfang Lan. No one knows what lies within the boxes. Even if you choose first, what you select may not be what you desire. Dongfang Lan responded nonchalantly. Whatever I choose is fate. I do not mind. Even if what I select is worthless, it is still a legacy from my grandfather. The woman huffed and turned her face away. Dongfang Lan then addressed a middle-aged man present, saying, Uncle Ma, my grandfather entrusted you with the estate matters. I rely on your expertise. The middle-aged man rose with a smile, saying, It is my duty. The timing is indeed appropriate. I will now have Lawyer Chen announce today's rules. A man in his 30s stood up and presented a contract, summarizing that Dongfang Lan's grandfather, Dongfang Zhizhong, had divided his unallocated estate into 100 shares, entrusting Mr. Ma and Lawyer Chen to manage the distribution. The distribution would proceed according to a predetermined list, allowing each person to select several boxes. After the announcement, Mr. Ma stated, following the old gentleman's wishes, the first person on the list is Dongfang Lan. She may choose 10 boxes from the 100 available and inherit their contents. Next, I will lead you to view the selection area. He then commanded someone to open a heavy security door, revealing a spacious room filled with numerous tables, each adorned with metal boxes of various sizes, totaling 100. Mr. Ma declared, as you can see, everything is contained within. You will enter in order, each person allowed to take 3 to 10 boxes. As for what lies within, it is purely a matter of luck. Turning to Dongfang Lan, he smiled. Dongfang Lan, as the first in line, you may now enter to make your selection. Dongfang Lan nodded and took Zhang Dong by the hand, leading him inside. Just as they were about to enter, Dongfang Xiong shouted, That person cannot enter. Dongfang Lan retorted, He's my bodyguard. How can he not enter? Besides, I intend to select 10 boxes and will need assistance to carry them. Hearing her reasoning, Dongfang Xiong fell silent. In truth, had it not been for Zhang Dong's formidable prowess, he would have insisted on intervening. I doubt she'll find anything of value. A young man muttered under his breath. He was Dongfang Rue, the son of Dongfang's third uncle. Dongfang Lan and Zhang Dong stepped into the room. After a brief glance around, he activated his X-ray vision, discovering that some boxes contained gemstones or property certificates, while others held deposit slips or shares in companies. All the boxes were uniformly sized, rendering it impossible to ascertain their contents from the outside. During their journey to Beijing, Zhang Dong had discussed with Dongfang Lan the most valuable assets, and she had indicated that Dongfang Zhizhong's core assets comprised 3 prime locations. The first significant asset is the 10,000 shares of Berkshire Hathaway, acquired by him over a decade ago for $40,000. Today, the value has soared to $600,000 per share. The total worth of 15,000 shares is an astounding $6.1 billion. Zhang Dong swiftly located the box containing the equity documents, decisively lifting it and placing it before Dongfang Lan. The second core asset is a 40% stake in Chonglu Group, which Zhang Dong quickly identified as well. The third core asset comprises shares in 5 companies. Although these enterprises are not controlled by the Dongfang family, they yield substantial profits. Among them are an insurance company, a financial institution, and a technology firm. The cumulative value of these 5 shares exceeds $20 billion, and Zhang Dong meticulously retrieved them one by one. After taking 7 boxes, 3 remained. He selected ownership of a pawn shop, a premier office building in Haicheng, and a key to a safe deposit box in a foreign bank. It could be said that the items he chose represent over 80% of the Dongfang family's total assets. Once the selections were complete, he assisted Dongfang Lan in carrying the 10 boxes outside. Mr. Ma chuckled, stating, according to the will, the selected items must be publicly unveiled. Indeed, let everyone see what you have chosen, Dongfang Xiong proclaimed loudly. Dongfang Lan, however, was unaware of what Zhang Dong had picked for her and replied nonchalantly, all right. Mr. Ma produced a set of electronic keys, gently tapping the iron box, which illuminated the touchscreen, prompting for a password. It turned out that each heir possessed a unique password. Only upon entering it would the box unlock. Forcing it open would result in the contents being incinerated by extreme heat. Dongfang Lan entered an 8-digit code, and the iron box sprang open, revealing the ownership documents for a Grade A office building, along with a formal transfer contract and notarization, all in order. What? The office building in the core area of Haicheng? Aunt exclaimed, her face filled with envy. It is known that the annual rent for that building exceeds $1 billion, and it continues to rise. Uncle Dongfang Qian cleared his throat and said, Xiao Lan, this office building has always been managed by Xiao Xiong. Do you think you could? Dongfang Lan interjected, of course. As long as Uncle offers a reasonable price, I can transfer the building to Dongfang Xiong immediately. Uncle Dongfang Qian was taken aback, as he did not wish to spend such a substantial sum. He said, if you are willing, I can invest 50 billion to purchase the office building. Dongfang Lan Juke. 50 billion? Uncle, may I offer 50 billion to buy another office building under your name instead? Dongfang Xiong retorted angrily. Our family's office building generates an annual rent of 1 billion. You think you can buy it for 50 billion? Dream on. Dongfang Lan sighed lightly, indeed. Uncle must be dreaming. Dongfang Xiong's face flushed crimson as he glanced toward the door. Unbeknownst to him, a figure clad in black with long hair stood outside, leaning on a gnarled wooden staff, adorned with a necklace made of bird and beast bones, gazing intently at Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong also noticed the stranger's gaze, and upon locking eyes, he instantly recognized that this individual was the one who had used sorcery against Dongfang Lan. Suddenly, the old man smiled enigmatically and exhaled a breath. Zhang Dong beheld a grotesque shadow, a humanoid figure with two heads dangling from its neck, charging towards him and Dongfang Lan. Anticipating the attack, Zhang Dong swiftly drew his sword from his suitcase and swung it toward the dual-headed specter. The blade seemed to cleave through jelly, causing the shadow to split in two and retreat in opposite directions. He then stepped forward, instantly appearing before the elder, colliding forcefully with him. The elder, taken aback, despite his considerable prowess, was mediocre in close combat. He barely had time to pivot before being slammed against the wall. A gasp escaped him as his internal organs felt as though they had shattered. He coughed up blood and subsequently fell unconscious. Chapter 57. Envy and Jealousy. Dongfang Lan glanced at the elder outside, inquiring, is this individual the sorcerer you hired to deal with me? Dongfang Qian was taken aback, then replied sternly, Xiaolon, do not speak frivolously without evidence. This gentleman was invited to assess the feng shui. I am unaware of why your bodyguard would harm him. Xiao Xiong, call the police. Dongfang Lan sneered, call the police? Should I awaken him to inquire who the mastermind truly is? Dongfang Qian's expression shifted, and he huffed, gesturing for those prepared to call the police to cease. At that moment, Dongfang Lan made a phone call, and two elders accompanied by attendants entered. She rose and greeted, Grandfather Jiang, Grandfather Ho. The two elders were old friends of Dongfang Zhizhong, serving as overseers of the inheritance distribution, wielding influence in a capital rivaling that of Dongfang Zhizhong himself. Upon their arrival, Dongfang Qian and the others promptly stood. An elder with white hair chuckled, originally, this matter concerns your Dongfang family, and we outsiders should not interfere. However, upon hearing from Xiaolon that someone has disregarded brother Dongfang's instructions, we came to investigate. Dongfang Lan asserted, I request Grandfather Jiang and Grandfather Ho to witness. She then opened a second box, revealing a financial asset transfer agreement, the 10,000 shares from the stock god, valued at $61 billion. The expressions of those from the Dongfang family, including Dongfang Qian and Dongfang Xiong, turned ashen, yet with Jiang and Ho present, they dared not act. Mr. Ma remarked with a smile, Xiaolon, your fortune is truly remarkable. 2 consecutive treasures from the core assets of the Dongfang family. Dongfang Lan opened a third box, containing the equity document for Changlu Group. Although the group had been operating at a loss for the past 2 years, its net assets still exceeded 100 billion, and with proper management, it was destined to turn a profit. Dongfang Lan stated, Changlu Group merely lacks funds for technological upgrades. My grandfather had devised a plan before his passing, and I intend to carry it out. Next, she opened a fourth box, which held the equity document for Dongfang Pawn Shop. This establishment, with a 20-year history, boasted net assets surpassing 1 billion, with annual mortgage lending exceeding 500 billion, yielding nearly 1 billion in pure profit. Each subsequent box detonated like a bomb, sending shivers of dread through the other members of the Dongfang family, their expressions morphing into grimaces of anguish. Upon opening the 10th box, Dongfang Qian could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, Uncle Jiang, Uncle Ho, Dongfang Lan is clearly cheating. She has taken only core assets. This cannot be allowed. It must be a conspiracy between him and Ma Mingyuan. Mr. Ma's expression was frigid as he coldly remarked, Dongfang Qian, you must take responsibility for your words. My every move has been under the scrutiny of Elder Jiang and Elder Ho, as well as the law firm. Dongfang Lan securing the core assets was merely a stroke of luck. Your impatience cannot alter that. Elder Jiang interjected, there's been triple oversight throughout this process. No one can cheat. Moreover, with that figure watching from the court, who would dare to deceive? The members of the Dongfang family fell silent. Indeed, cheating was impossible. Yet, Dongfang Lan's fortune seemed almost otherworldly. Upon opening the box, Dongfang Lan, with the law firm's assistance, swiftly completed the transfer of wealth, which was then validated by multiple signatures. By the time all formalities were concluded, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Dongfang Lan smiled and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Grandfather Jiang, Grandfather Ho, Uncle Ma, for today." Under the piercing gazes of the Dongfang family, she exited the office building with Zhang Dong, carrying a pile of documents. Dongfang Xiong also stepped outside and, finding a secluded spot, made a call, stating coldly, "Activate the backup plan. She has just ascended the stairs, and the individual accompanying her is formidable." Once downstairs, Dongfang Lan sighed softly, reflecting, "This outcome is truly beyond my expectations." "Brother, can you see what is within a box?" Every asset contained within those boxes was precisely what she desired. It was utterly miraculous. Zhang Dong, of course, would not concede this, chuckling, "Perhaps I just have good luck." He furrowed his brow, pondering, "Are they truly this ruthless?" Zhang Dong laughed, "Well, I want to hold back with Sister Lan." Yet, a sense of unease crept over him. "Sister Lan, I should stay close to protect you. Although I may not be the most elite of experts, my presence should suffice for your safety." Dongfang Lan's eyes sparkled with delight. "So, brother, your martial prowess is quite impressive as well. However, rest assured, I have already engaged 2 masters for personal protection. There will be no issues." Approaching the car, a man and woman in their 30s, exuding a formidable aura, approached. Zhang Dong assessed their inner energy flow and sensed that their strength rivaled that of Wu Taixian. "Brother, you may stay here for the night or leave today. I will arrange for a driver for you." Dongfang Lan smiled. Zhang Dong replied, "I think I will stay for the night, Sister Lan. Feel free to contact me if you need anything." "Very well." After bidding farewell to Dongfang Lan, a driver escorted Zhang Dong to a nearby 5-star hotel. By 3:30 in the morning, he had mastered the 7th and 8th movements of the Lingfei Sutra, and his meridians had opened further, growing increasingly refined. After practicing these 2 sequences, he went to bed. Just as he lay down, his phone buzzed with a message from Dongfang Lan, containing a string of nonsensical characters. Intrigued, he dialed her number. Dongfang Lan, seemingly under the influence of alcohol, laughed. "Driver? Yes, I'm at the Blue Bridge Club. You need not come for me." She promptly hung up, clearly unable to elaborate, and deliberately referred to him as a driver. He immediately rose and took a taxi to the Blue Bridge Club. The location of the club was not searchable on the map. After inquiring with the driver who had dropped him off, he confirmed the direction and proceeded. By the time Zhang Dong arrived at the Blue Bridge Club, it was nearly 4 in the morning. He vaulted over a towering wall and, upon landing, swiftly glided several meters to the side. Surveillance cameras surrounded the area, yet his movements were so rapid that he eluded detection. After all, the security personnel could not fixate on their screens at all times. Zhang Dong discovered that the Blue Bridge Club was a 7-story edifice, and he activated his X-ray vision to gain a clear insight into the interior. He observed that each floor was occupied, and, at that moment, Dongfang Lan was on the 5th floor. She sat languidly upon a sofa, appearing to be in a trance, while 3 men engaged in self-satisfied conversation across from her. In a corner, a male and female expert lay unconscious, presumably incapacitated. Chapter 58, Master Lu. With a gentle leap, he grasped the brick seams with his fingers and swiftly ascended to the 5th floor window, entering one of the rooms with ease through the partially open window. The room was unoccupied, and he opened the door to the corridor and proceeded toward Dongfang Lan's location. Among the 3 men, the one in the middle, with long hair, remarked, "Master Lu is indeed a master of hypnosis. It's evident that Dongfang Lan is under his control. Soon, the master will have her willingly surrender all her assets. Once accomplished, I shall reward the master with a bounty of 1 billion. Master Lu, a man in his 50s seated to the right of the long-haired man, chuckled, "The effects of the drug have yet to fully manifest. Soon I shall commence with a complete hypnosis." Zhang Dong recognized the long-haired man as Dongfang Lan's cousin, Dongfang Rue. Dongfang Rue scoffed. Dongfang Lan thinks that by hiring 2 experts to her side, she can seize the Dongfang family's assets. How naive! At that moment, the door swung open, and Zhang Dong entered. 4 bodyguards stood at the entrance, but before they could react, Zhang Dong unleashed the unparalleled skill imparted by Wu Qingfeng, the 9-dragon stance, instantly incapacitating all 4. 2 bodyguards suffered from elbow strikes, while the other 2 endured knee blows, all gravely injured. Before Dongfang Rue could register the turn of events, Zhang Dong had already approached Master Lu, seizing him by the throat. Though Master Lu excelled in hypnosis, his close-quarters combat skills were lacking, and he waved his hands in distress. Zhang Dong coldly demanded, "What have you done to Dongfang Lan?" "Antidote. Give her the antidote." Seeing the murderous intent in Zhang Dong's eyes, Master Lu promptly yielded, retrieving a packet of powdered medicine from his pocket. Zhang Dong forcefully threw him to the ground, then procured a bottle of unopened pure water, discarding 3/4 of its contents before adding the powder and shaking it. Once the powder dissolved, he made Master Lu take a sip. Upon seeing no adverse effects, he administered the remainder to Dongfang Lan. Dongfang Rui, pressed tightly against the sofa, interjected, "Friend, let's speak amicably. If you cooperate with me, I shall offer you 10 billion. No, 20 billion. Zhang Dong did not so much as glance at him. He remained focused on observing Dongfang Lan's response. After a full minute of silence, she gradually began to regain her senses. "My head is spinning," she lamented, cradling her head. Master Lu hastily reassured her, "Do not worry. You will recover shortly." Zhang Dong then retrieved another packet of powder medicine and administered it to the two experts. Both, possessing robust physiques, consumed it and within 10 seconds were back on their feet. Upon surveying the situation, they quickly comprehended the events that had transpired, feeling a profound sense of shame. After 10 minutes, Dongfang Lan's headache subsided. Once she grasped the sequence of events, she coldly regarded Dongfang Rui opposite her and declared, "You have struck me time and again. It was you who chose to initiate this conflict. Henceforth, do not blame me for retaliating." She turned her gaze to Master Lu and asked icily, "Are you capable of hypnosis?" Master Lu, his complexion pale, nodded hastily yes. Dongfang Lan commanded, "Hypnotize Dongfang Rui now and make him heed my instructions." Master Lu glanced at Zhang Dong, fearful of defiance, and swiftly produced a packet of powder. Zhang Dong dissolved the powder and administered it to Dongfang Rui. Despite his desperate struggles, it proved futile. After consuming the concoction, his eyes soon grew vacant. Master Lu indicated that in an hour, hypnosis could commence. Having nearly recovered, Dongfang Lan was queried by Zhang Dong, "Sister Lan, did you intentionally call me?" Master Lu, with admiration on his face, remarked, "In truth, I had already begun preliminary hypnosis at that moment. I did not anticipate your will to be so formidable." Still exhibiting logical judgment, Dongfang Lan assured, "Once the deed is accomplished, the benefits promised by Dongfang Rui shall not be diminished." Master Lu, gritting his teeth, replied, "Thank you." Zhang Dong inquired, "Sister Lan, what are your plans?" Dongfang Lan responded coolly, "In the daytime, I visited that influential figure. He granted me a promise that if Dongfang Qian and his ilk dare to act against me again, he will not stand idly by." Zhang Dong frowned. They are all family. Their actions are excessively ruthless, leaving no avenue for retreat. Dongfang Lan scoffed, "Thus, I shall not be courteous with them." While Master Lu awaited the effects of the drug, Zhang Dong seized the opportunity to ask, "Master, could you teach me your hypnosis techniques?" Master Lu, unfazed, replied, "Hypnosis involves psychology and linguistics, with exceedingly high demands for talent. Frankly speaking, you ought to refrain from attempting it, as it would be a sheer waste of time." Zhang Dong retorted, "I might as well give it a try while I have the time." Master Lu conceded, "Very well. I shall teach you a few basic hand gestures and incantations." He harbored little faith in Zhang Dong's ability to learn. There were only a few dozen hypnosis masters in the world, not due to a lack of desire to learn, but because it was exceedingly difficult. After several repetitions, Zhang Dong began to utter similar incantations. His voice, emanating from his vocal cords and Adam's apple, became deeper, producing sound waves partially inaudible to the human ear. As he formed the same hand gestures, Master Lu's pupils suddenly constricted, and as Zhang Dong continued to chant, they gradually dilated once more. He then felt his concentration heighten at his brow and instructed Master Lu, "You should lie on the ground and bark like a dog." Master Lu nodded and astonishingly positioned himself on all fours, emitting barks, even sticking out his tongue, as if he were truly a dog. Zhang Dong found it remarkable. He snapped his fingers, and Master Lu immediately awoke. Upon realizing his actions, he turned pale and exclaimed, "How did you do that?" Zhang Dong replied, "I imitated you." Master Lu's face was a canvas of disbelief, and with a sudden thought, he asked, "What is your name?" "Zhang," he answered. Master Lu took a deep breath and said, "Mr. Zhang, may we change our location for this discussion?" Zhang Dong regarded him and replied nonchalantly, "All right." The two individuals entered the adjacent room, and Master Lu suddenly knelt down, exclaiming, "I implore you, Mr. Zhang, please save my teacher." Zhang Dong furrowed his brow and urged, "Rise and speak." Master Lu quickly stood up, his voice brimming with excitement, as he continued, "Mr. Zhang, my teacher is a hypnotist of a higher caliber than myself. However, During his attempt to ascend further, he was met with backlash, leaving him trapped in a dream state with no means of escape. Your prodigious talent must surely allow you to rescue my teacher. Zhang Dong replied, I've only just begun my studies. How can I assist you? Master Lu hastily explained, my teacher possesses a notebook that chronicles his journey in mastering hypnosis. If I provide you with this notebook, your achievements will undoubtedly surpass mine. Chapter 59, Mo Fong Company. Zhang Dong, intrigued by hypnosis, inquired, how should I address you? Master Lu responded, I am Lu Dejuan. Zhang Dong scoffed, Dejuan? Do you truly believe you deserve such a name, earning money as a hired accomplice? Is that the conduct of a virtuous gentleman? Master Lu lowered his head, filled with shame, and confessed, I am in dire need of money. To rescue my teacher, I must pay a substantial sum to an 8th-tier hypnotist from abroad. However, their fees begin at an astronomical $10 million. Zhang Dong was taken aback, so exorbitantly priced. Master Lu sighed, there are only 3 8th-tier hypnotists in the world, each of them exceedingly high and mighty, making it incredibly challenging to enlist their services. Zhang Dong asked, what tier is your teacher? Master Lu replied, my teacher was originally a 7th-tier hypnotist. He sought to further elevate himself, attempting to break through to the 8th tier, but ultimately faced failure and backlash. Zhang Dong pondered for a moment before stating, I shall first examine the notebook. As for whether I can master it or to what extent, I cannot guarantee anything. Master Lu promptly assured him, not to worry, please feel free to try. Meanwhile, Dongfang Lan had already begun her preparations. The confidant of that significant figure had arrived nearby, ready to act at any moment. Zhang Dong chose not to involve himself in the ensuing events. Instead, he retreated to a resting area to rejuvenate. When dawn broke, Dongfang Lan knocked on the door. Sister Lan, how did it go? Dongfang Lan replied, Dongfang Rui, Dongfang Xiong, and Dongfang Qian have all been apprehended, and a portion of their assets has been seized. Zhang Dong nodded, that is reassuring. Sister Lan, I shall take my leave now. By the way, I intend to take Lu Dejuan with me. After bidding farewell, Zhang Dong located Lu Dejuan, and the two boarded a vehicle. Lu Dejuan presented a notebook with respect, stating, Mr. Zhang, this is my teacher's notebook. Zhang Dong took it and perused its detailed contents, saying, I shall give it a try. If I cannot master it, then so be it. Lu Dejuan smiled, I have no pressing matters, so I shall accompany you to Yun City. Rest assured, I will not intrude upon you. Zhang Dong replied nonchalantly, very well. The lunch was sumptuous. Zhang Dong consumed 3 generous bowls of rice and nearly finished all the dishes. Just after finishing, he noticed a white fox sitting in the courtyard. Upon seeing Zhang Dong emerge, it gleefully leaped into his arms. Zhang Dong chuckled, little creature, has your master arrived as well? The white fox nodded, its tiny paw pointing toward the mountain. Zhang Dong responded, I shall go find him. He then called out, Mr. Chun. Chun Xuanjin opened his eyes and smiled, inquiring, I happened to pass by this place, so I came to see you. How much of the book I asked you to read have you memorized? Zhang Dong replied, I have essentially memorized it all. Surprised, Chun Xuanjin chuckled and said, Is that so? Then allow me to pose a few questions. Zhang Dong nodded eagerly. Chun Xuanjin asked, Could you recite the Qianjin Yaofang en Shenghan Luan? Zhang Dong immediately responded, It is said that to eliminate heat and detoxify, nothing surpasses bitter and sour substances. Hence, we often utilize Ku Shun, Qing Seng, Ai Yi, Ji Ting Li, bitter wine, and Wu Mei, among others, as essential ingredients. After he finished reciting, Chun Xuanjin inquired further, What is the formula for treating sores accompanied by pain? Zhang Dong answered, Qing Mu Xiang, Tu Liang, Sun Lu Xiang, Fan Shi, Ding Xiang, each 1 liang, and Shi Xiang, half a liang. Grind these 5 ingredients and boil them in 4 sheng of water until you obtain 1.5 sheng for consumption. If the heat toxin is severe, add 1 liang of Shi Jiao. If Shi Jiao is unavailable, substitute it with Shang Ma. For milder ailments, omit the Fan Shi, and it is remarkably effective. After listening, Chun Xuanjin posed a dozen more questions, some from the Huangdi Neijing, others from the Benxiao Gongmu, and yet others from the Huangdi Weijing, to which Zhang Dong responded fluently. Chun Xuanjin remarked with a smile, Initially, I found memorizing text quite tedious. I never anticipated that you possess a natural aptitude for it. Zhang Dong inquired playfully, Mr. Chun, will you teach me medicine then? Chun Xuanjin retrieved 6 medical texts from behind him and said, Memorize these thoroughly and grasp their meanings. I shall return in a few days to impart to you the principles of medicine. Zhang Dong was overjoyed and repeatedly expressed his approval. Chun Xuanjin continued, I must journey to Southeast Asia. Please take care of Xiaobai in my absence. Zhang Dong assured him, rest assured, I will look after Xiaobai. He then presented Chen Xuanjin with Lu Dajuan's notes, asking, Sir, can I self-study the contents within? Chen Xuanjin glanced briefly and replied, there is some merit here. Yet the path has gone awry. Ultimately, this individual will suffer repercussions. Zhang Dong nodded. Indeed, he is currently lost in an illusion, rendered akin to a vegetative state. Chen Xuanjin explained, the essence of hypnosis lies in the spirit. The root of the spirit resides in the body. Your constitution is already quite robust. If you are interested, you may practice a bit. However, it must not be used to harm others. Zhang Dong affirmed, understood. After Chen Xuanjin departed, Zhang Dong spent the afternoon practicing, and by evening, he had mastered the 9th and 10th sets of movements from the Ling Fei Jing. Later that night, he combined all 10 sets for a comprehensive practice. It was only after midnight that he began to study the notes, which contained a plethora of hand seals, magical symbols, and incantations, all rather chaotic. Some derived from esoteric Buddhism, others from Taoism, and still others from Western teachings. Upon returning to the office, he found Lu Feng from the investment department seated at his desk. Upon seeing Zhang Dong enter, Lu Feng smiled and said, General Zhang, you have finally graced us with your presence at work. Zhang Dong's expression remained unchanged. Manager Lu, why are you in my office? Lu Feng replied with a smile. Did General Zhang not receive the notice? I have now replaced you as the vice president of Jiangbei Minggu Xian. By the way, the president is no longer Yi Rou. Zhang Dong was taken aback. Such a significant development. Why had Yi Rou not informed him? He dialed Yi Rou's number, and it was quickly answered. Before Zhang Dong could speak, Yi Rou said, Zhang Dong, Minggu Group has encountered some issues. Competitors have allied with other major shareholders to seize control of Minggu Xian. The chairmanship has changed hands, and I am now facing dismissal. Originally, the Yi family held a 42% stake in Minggu Group, while the shareholders collectively owned 52%. Just yesterday, the competitor Mafang Company acquired the majority of shares from the shareholders, now holding 50% and 5/10 of Minggu Group, thus becoming the controlling entity and effectively dominating the board. Upon hearing the name Mafang Company, Zhang Dong felt a stir of curiosity and inquired, is it the Mafang Group headquartered in the capital? Yi Rou confirmed, indeed. Mafang Company has formidable financial backing from the Dongfang family. Zhang Dong reassured, there is no need for you to worry excessively, Yi Zong. I shall contemplate a solution. Yi Rou regarded his words merely as consolation and replied, I still have matters to attend to. I shall call you later. After hanging up, Lu Feng remarked, Zhang Zong, or rather, Zhang Dong, you are no longer the vice president of Jiangbei Minggu Xian. It is time for you to gather your belongings and depart. Zhang Dong responded nonchalantly, we shall wait and see. Upon leaving the company, Lu Chong, though initially not required to accompany Zhang Dong, chose to follow him out. Zhang Dong said, Lu Shifu, you need not see me off. Lu Chong promptly replied, Zhang Zong, regardless of whether you remain with the company, should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I shall not falter. Zhang Dong smiled, thank you. Upon returning to his regular hotel, he contacted Dongfang Lan, Sister Lan, among the companies under your control. There's one called Mafang Company. They acquired a controlling stake in Minggu Group yesterday. Dongfang Lan responded with a smile, I have just learned of this. It was orchestrated by the previous management. Zhang Dong sighed. Was I not the vice president of Minggu Xian? I have just been dismissed by Mafang Company. Dongfang Lan remained unfazed. How about this? I shall pay a visit to Mafang Company shortly. Would you like me to arrange for the president of Jiangbei Minggu Xian to meet you? Zhang Dong chuckled. Sister Lan, I lack experience in managing a company, but the former Yi Zong was quite adept. Dongfang Lan replied, Ah, so you are speaking on behalf of another. In that case, have her come to the capital, and I shall speak with her in person. Zhang Dong agreed. All right, thank you, Sister Lan. Dongfang Lan added, you have assisted me greatly. This small matter is nothing in comparison. At that moment, Yi Rou sat at the headquarters of Minggu Group, packing her belongings with her subordinates. With the change in chairmanship, a significant reshuffle was inevitable, and most employees would face layoffs. Her secretary whispered, Yi Zong, are we truly leaving like this? Yi Rou sighed softly, filled with unwillingness and helplessness, yet resigned to her fate. At that moment, her phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a woman's voice announced, I am Dongfang Lan. When will you be in the capital? I wish to discuss something with you. Yi Rou, fully aware of Dongfang Lan's identity as a shareholder of Mafang Company, wondered what she wanted to discuss. I can come over at any time, she replied. Shortly after hanging up, representatives from Mafang Company arrived, announcing the suspension of layoffs, and that the chairperson would remain Yi Ro. She was taken aback. And then realization dawned upon her. She quickly called Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong, are you the one assisting me? She asked, her voice trembling slightly. Zhang Dong chuckled. I am friends with Dongfang Lan. I just aided her with a favor. Yi Ro took a deep breath. Thank you. Zhang Dong chuckled, expressing his gratitude. What is there to thank? I am merely safeguarding my position as vice president. Once everything settles, I shall certainly extend my heartfelt thanks to you. Yi Ro replied earnestly. Just as she was about to indulge in a couple of games, a video call from Wu Kai interrupted her. On the other end, Wu Kai was in an office, holding a document, and he exclaimed with a smile, Dongzi, I have secured the contract. Zhang Dong felt elated for him and encouraged Lao Kai, give it your all. Rest assured, for your sake, I shall also excel in my duties. Wu Kai inquired, are you in the provincial capital? If so, let us enjoy some skewers together tonight. All right, let us meet at 6, Zhang Dong agreed. With an afternoon free of obligations, Zhang Dong decided to wander around the Emerald Street in the provincial capital. Having made a profit during his last visit, albeit from only a handful of shops, he now possessed sufficient funds to seek out more raw stones. Upon arriving at Emerald Street, he found it bustling with tourists, many first-time jade buyers wearing expressions of eager anticipation, hoping their chosen pieces would appreciate tenfold or even 100-fold. At that moment, a beautiful girl with a ponytail approached, laughing with her companion, who was a plump girl. The latter said, Xiaoyin, let us pick out a few pieces of jade. Who knows, we might strike it rich. The ponytail girl, strikingly attractive in her black skirt and eye-catching red stockings, resembled a character straight out of an anime, replied with a smile, sounds great. The two girls entered a jade shop, and Zhang Dong, with nothing better to do, decided to step in as well to see if there were any good materials. As he browsed, the ponytail girl had already selected a piece and cheerfully declared, let us go with this one. It's only 600, quite reasonable. With no other customers in the shop, the owner, a burly man with a thick beard, grinned and asked, Miss, would you like me to unwrap it? The plump girl replied, of course. Let us see if Xiaoyin has made a good choice. The owner promptly handed the piece to a worker behind him, who quickly sliced off a small section, revealing a window. The ponytailed girl inquired, what do you think of this material? The owner glanced at it and said, it's a glutinous type, worth a little over 100. The ponytailed girl frowned. 600 for something that is only worth 100? If I had known, I would have bought it. The owner raised an eyebrow and retorted, Miss, this piece is not 600. It's 28,000. Both girls were taken aback, exclaiming, how did it suddenly become 28,000? The price tag clearly states 600. The owner promptly flipped the tag over, calmly explaining, look closely. 600 refers to 600 grams. The price is on the other side. Indeed, upon flipping the tag, it revealed the price of 28,000 yuan. The plump girl angrily exclaimed, this is extortion. The bearded owner scoffed. His shop often sold only a few pieces a day, but each sale was highly profitable. Ladies, this is clearly marked. You chose it yourselves. Is it fair to blame me if the gamble turns sour? Such logic is unfathomable. The ponytail girl, feeling both angry and frightened, realized that her monthly living expenses were merely 2,000 yuan. 28,000 equated to 2.5 years of her livelihood. She had no means to pay. The plump girl shouted, I will call the police. The bearded man replied, nonchalantly, go ahead, but it's 28,000, not a penny less. Zhang Dong, upon lifting a piece of material, was drawn in by the commotion nearby. Present throughout the entire scene, he was well aware of the unfolding situation. Addressing the girl with the ponytail, he reassured her, fear not, my lady. The girl, upon noticing Zhang's approach, wore a pained expression as she lamented, but I do not possess 28,000. The boss interjected, if you lack the funds, call your family and have your parents send money. Zhang Dong inquired about the piece in his hand, asking, how much for this one, boss? After a brief glance, the boss replied, 9,000. Nodding, Zhang Dong promptly paid via his mobile device, and then remarked, a gentleman appreciates wealth, acquiring it through just means. Is it not shameful to deceive this young lady? The boss, infuriated, retorted, you insolent brat. Who are you accusing of fraud? Zhang replied, the cost of this material is no more than 300. Charging 600 is already exorbitant, yet you dare to demand 28,000? The boss fumed. What business is it of yours? Zhang calmly responded, I have been present throughout. I can attest for this lady that you are indeed perpetrating a scam. My lady, do not hesitate to call the authorities. I shall stand as your witness. Realizing Zhang was no ordinary individual, and sensing the girl was genuinely inclined to report him, the boss's bravado faltered. He quickly relented, saying, all right, I shall reduce it to 8,000. Grateful for Zhang's support, the girl whispered, I can manage to gather 8,000. Zhang interjected, it is merely 600, not a penny more. The boss scrutinized him, stating, you appear somewhat familiar. Moments later, he exclaimed, you're the one who previously offered 60 million for jade. With a resigned smile, he conceded, very well, 600 it is. The girl, overjoyed, hastily paid the 600 and bowed to Zhang, exclaiming, thank you, kind sir. Zhang inquired, are you a student from the area? She eagerly nodded. I attend the dance academy. My name is Shi Yinin. Zhang advised, dear Shi, the world of stone gambling is fraught with pitfalls. I urge you to tread lightly in the future. Shi Yinin sheepishly scratched her head. I understand. How should I address you? I'm truly grateful for your assistance today. As Zhang turned to depart, Shi Yinin grasped his hand, smiling, sir, did the boss truly say you purchased jade worth 60 million? Is it true? Zhang chuckled. I was merely fortunate at that time. Cautiously, she asked, might you assist me in selecting a piece as well? Surprised by her boldness. Yet with nothing pressing on his agenda, he nodded in agreement. Shi Yinin beamed. Thank you, kind sir. The plump girl looked at Zhang with admiration. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. Upon entering another shop, Zhang casually surveyed the offerings and selected 2 pieces, spending over 70,000. Subsequently, he helped Shi Yinin choose a raw stone valued at 5,000. This raw material exhibited remarkable quality, worth several tens of thousands. After purchasing the stone, Shi Yinin eagerly insisted on having it unwrapped. Soon, a window was cut into the material, revealing a hint of green, with the quality reaching an icy standard. The boss remarked, you have quite the luck, young lady. This piece could be worth 40 to 50,000. With excitement, Shi Yinin clenched her fists, exclaiming, how wonderful. When a customer inquired if she wished to sell, she unhesitatingly agreed, transforming her 5,000 into 45,000, netting a profit of 40,000. Brother, you are truly amazing. Shi Yinin exclaimed joyfully, and to Zhang Dong's surprise, she presented him with 20,000 yuan. Brother, 40,000, let us split it evenly. Zhang Dong was taken aback, chuckling, you should keep the 40,000 for yourself. Shi Yinin giggled, brother must accept this. The remaining 20,000 is already a substantial sum for me. Zhang Dong smiled and readily accepted the money, saying, all right then. Shi Yinin showed no intention of leaving, trailing closely behind Zhang Dong. She even rented a tricycle to assist him in transporting goods and engaged in haggling on his behalf. Seeing her enthusiasm, Zhang Dong allowed her to accompany him. Throughout the afternoon, he visited around a dozen shops, acquiring dozens of pieces of jade, amounting to over 15 million in total. While some items were initially priced quite high, in the millions, he discerned that the profit margins were limited. Thus, he primarily purchased materials ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, with the most expensive being just over 1 million. The materials filled 2 tricycle loads, with Zhang Dong pushing one and Shi Yinin the other. After a busy day, it was already past 5 o'clock, and beads of sweat were visible on her forehead. Zhang Dong subsequently rented a truck to store the raw stones in the Ming Guxuan warehouse, which boasted a private insurance vault. He had previously rented it, finding the space ample enough to accommodate these materials. Before departing, Zhang Dong cheerfully asked the 2, I'm heading out to dinner with friends. Would you like to join? Shi Yinin's eyes sparkled, and she eagerly replied, yes. Brother, let us exchange contact information. We'll change clothes and head over. Around 6 o'clock, he arrived at Fat Lou's barbecue, where Wu Kai had already secured a table. Upon seeing Zhang Dong, he waved him over. Zhang Dong pulled out a chair across from him, and, noticing Wu Kai's grim expression, asked with a smile, what is wrong? Wu Kai handed him his phone, displaying a message thread from an alumni group discussing Zhang Dong's dismissal from Ming Guxuan. Didn't he just become the vice president? How could he be dismissed so quickly? Someone questioned. Another chimed in. He was accused of embezzlement and got caught. Zhang Dong glanced at the screen and returned the phone, chuckling, let them talk. He added, no need to worry. It's just a phone call away. Just as he finished speaking, his phone rang with a call from Dongfang Lan. Brother, I've spoken with Yiro. I admire her and have decided to allow her to continue as the president of Minggu Group while also joining the board of Mo Company. Zhang Dong replied, Sister Lan, your judgment is impeccable. Dongfang Lan laughed. Admiration aside, I primarily base my decision on your advice. Zhang Dong responded, thank you, Sister Lan, for considering my opinion. She concluded, all right then, once I'm done with my tasks, let us meet in Ningxing. After hanging up, he smiled. The matter is resolved. Yiro will serve as the president of Minggu Group. Wu Kai was elated, really? That is fantastic. Dongzi, your position is secure. As they were chatting, a girl with a ponytail approached. It was Shi Yinin from earlier. Brother Zhang. She greeted him with a smile. We searched for quite some time and finally found this place. Zhang Dong invited them to sit down and introduced Wu Kai, saying, "This is a new friend of mine, Shi Yining from the Dance Academy. Shi Yining, this is my buddy Wu Kai." Wu Kai's eyes lit up. "Hello, beautiful. Please have a seat." Shi Yining smiled and said, "Thank you." Zhang Dong inquired, "Has your friend not arrived?" Shi Yining, with a slight smile, replied, "She is on a date. I had no choice but to come alone." The presence of a beautiful woman instantly enlivened the atmosphere, and Wu Kai engaged in animated conversation. Regrettably, Shi Yining's gaze remained fixated on Zhang Dong for the majority of the time. Suddenly, a man towering at least 6 feet tall, muscular and imposing, seated himself between Zhang Dong and Shi Yining. One of his arms draped casually over Shi Yining's shoulder, while his eyes were directed at Zhang Dong. "Yining, is this your friend?" Upon seeing this man, Shi Yining felt a pang of alarm and quickly exclaimed, "Tong Hui, don't act recklessly. He is my friend." Chapter 62. Why don't you strike back? "Friend? I beg to differ. Just look at his gaze. It irks me." The man retorted coldly, his face nearly touching Zhang Dong's. Zhang Dong leaned back slightly and inquired calmly, "Shi Yining, who is he?" Tong Hui grinned and declared, "Who am I? I am Tong Hui, her boyfriend." Summoning her courage, Shi Yining suddenly shouted, "I am not his girlfriend." He declared it unilaterally. Tong Hui frowned, about to retort, when suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his wrist as Zhang Dong seized him. He struggled fiercely, but Zhang Dong's grip was like a vice, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. His body began to tilt, and he dropped to one knee, crying out in agony, his hand that had rested on Shi Yining now withdrawn. "Are you Shi Yining's boyfriend?" Zhang Dong asked, applying a bit more pressure. Tong Hui emitted a cry reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, exclaiming, "No, I am unrequited. I have known her for less than a month." Zhang Dong commanded from now on, "Do not disturb others. Get lost." He flung his hand, sending Tong Hui sprawling several meters away. Tong Hui quickly regained his footing, glaring at Zhang Dong with eyes full of resentment. Wu Kai immediately stood up, sneering, "Kid, not satisfied? Do you want me to spar with you?" Having practiced Sanda in high school and dabbled in boxing in college, Wu Kai did not regard the towering Tong Hui as a threat. Tong Hui scoffed loudly and turned to leave. Shi Yining hurriedly expressed her gratitude to the two, managing a wry smile. Tong Hui is quite the background. Both his grandfather and parents are on the national basketball team. Zhang Dong replied, "Such a person should not be feared. The more you fear him, the more he will take advantage." At that moment, the skewers and appetizers ordered by Wu Kai were brought to their table, and the three raised their glasses in a toast. However, not long after, the surroundings suddenly darkened as a group of towering individuals, all around 6 feet tall or more, encircled them, with Tong Hui among them. With a cold smirk on his face, Tong Hui said, "Did you not wish to spar with me? Let us go." Zhang Dong scanned the area and noted that just across was Citizen Park. He gestured towards it and said, "Let us meet over there." The group nodded toward Zhang Dong and strode ahead. Wu Kai chuckled, "It's been a while since I've had a good workout. Dongzi, let's have some fun with them." Wu Kai laughed heartily. "All right, I'll give you 3 minutes." After downing his beer, Zhang Dong stood up and followed. The park was not crowded, and there was a clear space where Tong Hui and his group awaited him, arms crossed. Upon seeing him approach alone, Tong Hui sneered, "Kid, daring to offend me. Today you shall learn that Ma Wangya has 3 eyes." With a wave of his hand, several towering figures immediately advanced towards him. Zhang Dong strode forward, resembling a ferocious beast in human form, colliding directly with the group. The first to be struck was the center from the basketball court, accustomed to physical confrontations, possessing considerable strength and a stable foundation. Yet upon impact with Zhang Dong, he was sent flying 3 meters back, letting out a muffled groan as he fell. The other two were even more ill-equipped to withstand the force, tumbling to the ground in disarray. As if traversing an uninhabited realm, Zhang Dong swiftly reached Tong Hui, delivering a resounding slap to his face. Slap! Tong Hui clutched his face, momentarily stunned. Slap! Zhang Dong raised his hand for another strike, cheerfully inquiring, "Why do you not retaliate?" Tong Hui roared and swung his fist, only to have Zhang Dong grasp his wrist and hurl him away, crashing into another individual. Zhang Dong approached and kicked Tong Hui several times, causing him to wail in pain, yet sustaining no serious injury. Witnessing the spectacle, Wu Kai's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, when did Dongzi become so formidable? He is truly a martial arts master. In Shi Yining's eyes, admiration sparkled as if countless stars were twinkling. The trio continued drinking until past 11, after which Zhang Dong hailed a cab to first escort Shi Yining home, and then the two indulged in a relaxing bath and foot massage. The next day, he was awakened by the ringing of his phone. Upon checking, He found it was a call from Lu Feng, the new vice president of the company. Lu Feng's tone carried a hint of flattery. President Zhang, will you be coming to the office today? Zhang Dong feigned ignorance. I've been laid off. Why would I go to the office? Lu Feng quickly replied, President Zhang, you have not been laid off. In fact, you've been promoted. The new appointment has just come through. You are now the president of Jiangbei Mingguxuan. As for me, I will continue as the manager of the investment department, awaiting your command. Zhang Dong felt overwhelmed. How could he transform into a president after just a night as sleep? He hung up and called Yiro. Yiro laughed. President Zhang, what can I do for you? Zhang Dong replied, Director Yi, I possess little experience in managing a company. Yiro seemed to anticipate his concerns and responded, no worries. I will have Ruxia serve as your assistant. She will handle the various affairs of the company. Of course, for significant matters, you will still need to sign off and make the decisions. Zhang Dong suggested, perhaps it would be better for Ruxia to be the president while I remain the vice president. His reluctance stemmed from a desire to avoid the daily grind. After 3 years of working abroad, he had grown somewhat weary of the routine. Yiro reassured him, you only need to visit the office twice a week, on Mondays and Fridays. If any urgent matters arise, Ruxia will contact you by phone. Upon hearing he only had to go in twice a week, Zhang Dong chuckled. Being a president with such a light workload is quite splendid. Yiro responded, as long as you can secure a few significant clients. You could even go a year without coming to the office. Zhang Dong replied confidently, rest assured, Director Yi, I will exert myself to the utmost. Lu Chong had already driven the car to the entrance, ready to take him away. The disciplinary department, understanding the underlying implications, initiated an investigation into Lu Feng, irrespective of whether he had committed any wrongdoing. And Ruxia's office was directly across from Zhang Dong's. When he was present, people sought him out, and in his absence, they would turn to Ruxia. As the workday drew to a close, Zhang Dong suddenly received a call from an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, he recognized the voice of Zhou Zijuan. Zhang Dong, would you like me to return that 30 million? Inquired the caller. Of course, it's your debt. Naturally. I hope you repay it, Zhang Dong replied. Zhou Zijuan continued. There is a General Kunjiang in Myanmar who has amassed a considerable collection of raw stones over the decades, all of exceptional quality. Would you be interested in joining me in a stone gambling venture? Zhang Dong, skeptical, retorted, are you genuinely so benevolent? Zhou Zijuan assured him, certainly, but there are conditions. If I can help you earn $1 billion, I will immediately write off the 30 million you are owed. What do you say? Zhang Dong felt a surge of interest. High-quality materials were scarce on the market. Previously, during his search on Jade Street, he had only managed to find a handful of decent stones. If he could select a batch directly from the source, it would indeed be a remarkable opportunity. With his audacious spirit, he was unafraid of Zhou Zijuan's schemes and responded, I am in. If the materials are good enough, I can forego that 30 million. Excellent. Prepare your funds. The general's materials do not come cheap. By the way, he only accepts euros. Zhou Zijuan added, when do we depart? Zhang Dong asked. Next Tuesday. I will be waiting for you at the border. Once there, you can either join my convoy or bring your own, Zhou Zijuan explained. All right, see you on Tuesday. Zhang Dong confirmed. After hanging up, Zhang Dong pondered for a moment before calling Yiro to inform her of the plan to purchase raw stones in Myanmar, asking if she could enlist old Zhou's help in securing a convoy for international travel. Yiro responded, traveling abroad carries risks, but with old Zhou's presence, it should be considerably safer. Give me a moment. I will consult with him. In less than 10 minutes, old Zhou called back, inquiring, how many vehicles do you need? And how far is your destination from the border? It would be best to provide me with the coordinates. After adding each other as friends, Zhang Dong sent the relevant information. Once he had clarified the details, old Zhou stated, transporting high-value raw stones within a warlord's territory requires at least 2 multi-wheeled transport trucks, for armored vehicles, and possibly an armed helicopter. As for personnel, you'll need at least a platoon. Zhang Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. Old Zhou, I'm just buying some raw stones. Is all this really necessary? Old Zhou replied, this is about maintaining appearances. Without them, the warlords may consider you an easy target. Zhang Dong chuckled wryly. With all this equipment, it must cost a fortune, right? I doubt old Zhou is doing this for free. Old Zhou clarified, it's a daily rate of 150,000, with ammunition supplies billed separately. After mulling it over, considering the round trip would take a maximum of 2 days, Zhang Dong conceded, fine, 150,000 it is. However, will deploying an armed helicopter and armored vehicles be legal? Old Zhou reassured him. All personnel are retired elite, well acquainted with the local environment, and possess legal certifications. Increasingly intrigued by old Zhou's mysterious demeanor, Zhang Dong replied, very well, please arrange this promptly. Old Zhou added, Mr. Zhang, I appreciate your assistance with the acquisition by Mo Fong Company on behalf of the young lady. Regarding company matters, I am powerless. Should you require my services in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Zhang Dong could hear the sincerity in old Zhou's gratitude. He smiled and responded, then give me a discount of 100,000 a day? What? The signal is poor. I will hang up now, old Zhou replied before disconnecting. Zhang Dong was momentarily taken aback, then cleared his throat. Ming Guxuan was already engaged in the jade business and had a high-end jade cutting machine in its warehouse. He summoned a master cutter to meticulously mark and slice open the dozens of jade rough stones he had previously purchased. Before long, all the gambling materials transformed into valuable jade. He then called upon Mr. Gu from the company to conduct a preliminary assessment. With his wealth of experience, Mr. Gu estimated the total value of these materials to be approximately 73 million. As he was set to procure more rough stones the following week, he required some capital and thus decided to sell this batch of jade to Ming Guxuan's clients. Given that jade is non-renewable and the prices for high-end jade continue to soar, a portion of Ming Guxuan's clientele preferred purchasing jade materials as a means of asset preservation. In the warehouse, the ancient cauldron still stood, and just as he was preparing to leave, he noticed it was faintly emanating a golden light. Fortunately, he no longer saw the ghostly face, likely frightened away by his previous strike. He approached and touched the cauldron. The moment his hand made contact, he felt a tingling sensation coursing through him, as if the cauldron were vibrating, akin to the resonance of a bell after being struck. As he pressed his hand upon it, the vibrations traveled from his fingertips into his bones and then throughout his entire body. When his whole being began to resonate, a sudden melodious sound akin to a dragon's roar erupted from his chest. Curious, Zhang Dong quickly withdrew his hand, and the vibrations ceased. Upon re-establishing contact, the vibrations resumed almost immediately. After half an hour of exploration, Zhang Dong sensed that this vibration might refine his physique. He then instructed Lu Chang to bring over a pickup truck, intending to transport the cauldron home. Upon returning home, Zhang Dong diligently studied the 6 medical texts left by Chen Xuanjin. By nightfall, he had finally committed them to memory. However, memorization alone proved to be a challenge, as grasping the concepts within was quite perplexing. The following morning, Zhang Dong was roused from slumber by the call of a white fox. Dressing quickly, he ventured into the courtyard to find Chen Xuanjin standing at the entrance. The white fox nestled in his arms. Greetings, master, Zhang Dong exclaimed. Chen Xuanjin acknowledged with a nod and inquired, Have you read the books? Zhang Dong replied, I've memorized everything, but some concepts elude my understanding. Chen Xuanjin reassured him, It is sufficient that you have memorized them. The understanding will come in time. At that moment, Chen Xuanjin noticed the grand cauldron in the courtyard. He approached and pressed upon it, a look of astonishment crossing his face. A witch's cauldron, he declared. Zhang Dong quickly asked, Master, is this truly a witch's cauldron? Chen Xuanjin closed his eyes for a few moments to sense its energies before responding. This cauldron is a remarkable artifact. It still retains some residual energy, though it will soon dissipate. For the next few days, you must refrain from going anywhere and utilize the cauldron's inner power to refine your body. After imparting this wisdom, he also taught Zhang Dong a breathing technique to complement the physical refinement. Once the lesson concluded, Zhang Dong invited him inside. His parents were busy in the orchard, leaving the house empty. Chen Xuanjin stated, Today, I will teach you the principles of medicine. Your memory surpasses that of the average person, allowing me to teach at a swifter pace. Indeed, Zhang Dong replied eagerly. Thus, Chen Xuanjin began imparting the foundational concepts of medical theory. The medical text Zhang Dong had previously studied came into play as Chen Xuanjin cited various herbs, ailments, and symptoms. Corresponding information immediately surfaced in Zhang Dong's mind. It was at this moment that he truly comprehended the purpose behind Chen Xuanjin's insistence on extensive reading. Chen Xuanjin imparted knowledge for 3 hours, filling Zhang Dong's mind with an abundance of information. Yet, he merely noted it down, recognizing the necessity for time to digest and assimilate the teachings. After 3 hours, Chen Xuanjin rose to depart, remarking, I shall return tomorrow to assess what you have learned today. He hastily consumed a bit of food before immersing himself in the cauldron, engaging in breathing exercises while contemplating the lessons imparted by Chen Xuanjin. Apart from meals and necessary breaks, he spent the entire day within the cauldron, breathing deeply. Tang Lan, mistaking his dedication for folly, called for him to emerge several times, but Zhang Dong remained resolute. That evening, He continued his practice within the cauldron until the following dawn. At 6:30, Chen Xuanjin arrived punctually. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Dong promptly leaped from the cauldron. "I shall now test you," Chen Xuanjin declared, posing questions. Zhang Dong, having pondered for a full day and night, had grasped the concepts, responding fluently. Chen Xuanjin, greatly satisfied, proceeded to teach him a plethora of theories, dedicating another 3 hours to the lesson. Thus, day after day, Zhang Dong devoted 3 hours to learning and subsequently practiced his breathing techniques within the bronze cauldron. By the 4th day, the vibrations within the cauldron had ceased. As Chen Xuanjin had foretold, the energy within had been fully released, and he seized the final opportunity. 5 days swiftly passed, and upon Chen Xuanjin's return, he began instructing Zhang Dong on pulse diagnosis, even adjusting his own pulse to aid Zhang Dong's understanding. This session extended for a full 6 hours. Upon hearing the term master, Zhang Dong's eyes sparkled. He promptly knelt, exclaiming, "Disciple Zhang Dong greets master." Chen Xuanjin chuckled heartily, helping him to his feet, stating, "Very well, you shall henceforth be my disciple." Zhang Dong inquired, "Master, will you stay for dinner tonight?" Chen Xuanjin replied, "Not this time. Next visit, prepare some fine wine, and we shall indulge together." After bidding farewell to Chen Xuanjin, Zhang Dong hastily gathered his belongings and made his way to the airport, for he was to board a flight to the border. It dawned on him that today was Monday, and tomorrow marked the day for purchasing raw stones. The airport in Yun City lacked direct flights, compelling him to travel to Ning City to catch a plane. Yi Ro smiled and remarked, "What is wrong, President Zhang? Has your new title made you forget me?" She handed him a document, which Zhang Dong opened to reveal a wry smile. Indeed, he had amassed a considerable sum. It turned out that Lu Fengguang's confirmed bribery amounted to over 27 million, and he had only been in the position of investment manager for less than 3 years. "Has it been reported to the police?" he inquired. Zhang Dong responded, "Well, I'm not fully apprised of some company matters. It would be best if you handled them personally." Yi Ro suddenly asked, "I met Dong Fonglan. She mentioned you were a brother?" Yi Ro continued, "Now it makes sense. No wonder she endorsed my position as president of the company. It was out of consideration for you." Zhang Dong replied, "Primarily, it is because you, Yi Ro, are exceptionally capable." Yi Ro shot him a playful glare. "From now on, do not call me President Yi. Just Yi Ro will suffice." Zhang Dong acquiesced, "Very well. Yi Ro," he then queried, "why did Mafang Company suddenly acquire Minggu Group?" Yi Ro scoffed. After Wu Hui was ousted from the Yi family, she leveraged her maternal family's influence to court major shareholders and subsequently allied with Mafang Company to acquire shares of Minggu Group. Wu Hui's daughter, Yi Mimi, is the girlfriend of Fong Longting, the son of the chairman of Mafang Company. Consequently, the two parties conspired to orchestrate this elaborate scheme. Zhang Dong remarked, "So it turns out Wu Hui is behind this. She truly is relentless." Yi Ro replied, "However, this has also facilitated my collaboration with Dong Fonglan. She holds a 41% stake in Mafang Company, rendering her unable to control it. Yet, after Mafang Company became the majority shareholder of Minggu Group, to further consolidate control over Minggu Group, they exchanged 10 of Mafang's shares for the 12% stake my father held in Minggu Group. Although my father is often confused, he has unwittingly made a wise move. Last week, Dong Fonglan acquired the 10% stake in Mafang from my father. As a result, she now possesses 50-1 of Mafang Company, becoming the controlling shareholder and restructuring the board of directors." Zhang Dong expressed his admiration. "Impressive. Sister Lan is truly formidable." Yi Ro continued, "The Fong family was caught off guard and has thus engaged in negotiations with Dong Fonglan, willing to exchange 61 of Minggu Group's shares for 51 of Mafang Group's equity. The Fong family is preparing for Mafang Company's IPO, which is expected to occur next year. Once listed, the company's market value will not be less than 50 billion. At that point, the Fong family will ascend to the status of a 100 billion conglomerate. The prior acquisition of Minggu Group shares was intended to expand the company's scale and enhance its market value." Zhang Dong replied, "I see. So, the current major shareholder of Minggu Group is Sister Lan, and it is no longer affiliated with Mafang Company." Yi Ro affirmed, "Indeed. However, Mafang Company has devised a plan to court several super clients. We must compete with Mafang Company for those super clients, lest they grow too powerful." Zhang Dong inquired, "What super clients?" He continued, "There are 2 major clients. If we can entice them to Minggu Xian, it will elevate both its influence and revenue." Yi Ro concurred, "Exactly. Li Banqing represents overseas tycoons, while the new gambling king symbolizes the new generation of affluent individuals. These two are immensely significant to us. Yet Mafang Company has already engaged with this group. Zhang Dong asserted. Ultimately, such matters rely on strength. During our upcoming trip to Myanmar, if we can procure a batch of high-end jadeite, we will have an advantage with the new gambling king. Yi Ro's eyes sparkled with your discernment. This venture is bound to be highly profitable, so I have decided to accompany you. Zhang Dong was somewhat taken aback. You, too? Yi Ro teased, what? Do you not wish to bring me along? Zhang Dong quickly replied, of course not. I just worry about potential dangers on the way. Yi Ro laughed. With you as my expert, along with old Zhou's people, we will be just fine. Zhang Dong nodded. All right, then we shall go together. Yi Ro added. I have prepared 1 billion. This will be my personal endeavor. By the way, do you have sufficient funds at your disposal? Zhang Dong responded. I have just over 1 billion. That should suffice. Yi Ro offered. If needed, I can lend you some. As the president, I have control over tens of billions. Zhang Dong nodded. Great. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Dong received another payment. It turned out that the jadeite materials he had sold previously had all been successfully sold. With the credibility endorsement from Ming Guxian, coupled with Zhang Dong's slightly lower price than market rate, the investment seekers swiftly purchased everything, netting him a total of 73 million. Including his previous earnings, he currently possesses approximately 140 million. Upon securing the funds, Zhang Dong and Yi Ro promptly boarded a flight to the border province. The plane landed at the airport shortly after 2 in the afternoon, where they were greeted by Lao Zhou holding a sign. Mr. Zhang, the convoy is ready. Zhang Dong nodded. Provide me with a vehicle. I need to meet someone first. Chapter 65, The Armed Convoy. He instructed Yi Ro to rest while he drove alone to meet Zhou Zijuan. 20 kilometers from the airport lies a county town, where Zhou Zijuan and his associates had already gathered at a hotel. Upon arriving at the hotel, Zhang Dong encountered them in the lobby. Several sets of sofas adorned the space, and to his surprise, Luo Donley was seated beside Zhou Zijuan. They had seemingly reconciled. Zhou Zijuan embraced Luo Donley, smiling. I didn't expect you to really come. Zhang Dong replied. There's money to be made. There's nothing to fear. When do we depart? Zhou Zijuan answered. We will leave at midnight, so we can reach our destination by dawn. Zhang Dong stated, I have my own convoy. Zhou Zijuan chuckled. All right, I will send you the location shortly. After exchanging a few words, Zhang Dong took his leave. Once he departed, Zhou Zijuan pushed Luo Donley away, saying, if tomorrow's operation succeeds, you can stay by my side. If it fails, you're out. Zhou Zijuan still placed the blame for the 30 million loss squarely on Luo Donley. Luo Donley nodded. Understood, Zijuan. I will do my utmost to cooperate. Cousin, that kid is coming. Zhou Zijuan's voice trembled slightly with excitement. Lu Zhongyu remarked, if that kid comes, he won't have less than 100 million on him. Zhou Zijuan quickly inquired, Cousin, how should we deal with him? Lu Zhongyu replied, it's too early to discuss that. You'll find out tomorrow. Meanwhile, Lao Zhou's group had settled 10 kilometers away, stationed in a small town. Upon arriving in the town, Zhang Dong observed several armored vehicles parked at the eastern end. He found Lao Zhou, while Yi Ro was still resting in their room. Over 20 individuals were inspecting firearms in the courtyard, among them several heavy-duty weapons. Lao Zhou, let me introduce everyone. This is Mr. Zhang Dong, the employer for this operation. Mr. Zhang, these are the members of the convoy. This is the team leader, Lu Zhun. Lu Zhun, standing at 1 meter 80 and clad in a gray-green uniform, extended his hand. Mr. Zhang, I am Lu Zhun. Zhang Dong nodded. Captain Lu, I appreciate your efforts on this trip. Lu Zhun replied, it's our duty to work for the fee. I must inform you that if no danger arises, the daily cost is 150,000. However, should combat or casualties occur, the fees will increase exponentially. Zhang Dong affirmed, that is acceptable. Lao Zhu Yin does it. I want to accompany you. Just notify me once the task is completed. Zhang Dong smiled. Old Zhou, if you join, I'll help you pick a piece of raw stone. Lao Zhou replied nonchalantly, I have never believed in luck. He glanced at the time. My ride has arrived. After Lao Zhou departed, Lu Zhun inquired, Mr. Zhang has traveled such a distance to procure jadeite rough. He must be a master of stone gambling. Zhang Dong replied, his skills are adequate. Lu Zhun continued, how much rough is the boss planning to buy? Zhang Dong responded, uncertain. We shall test our luck. If there are abundant quality materials, we will purchase more. He had previously entrusted Yi Ro with the auction of the Seven Birds painting, which recently sold successfully, netting him 35,556,000 after expenses. Thus, his available funds amounted to approximately 14 million, and he also borrowed 50 million from the company account through Yi Ro, bringing his total capital to just over 200 million. Lu Zhun remarked, Lao Zhou has conducted an investigation. There are many buyers traveling to his location. At least over 70. Zhang Dong observed. It seems the seller has a considerable amount of material. After some conversation, Zhang Dong found an open space and began practicing martial arts. The refining process seemed to have significantly enhanced his physical condition, making his movements much smoother. Lu Zhun, observing Zhang Dong's practice, commented, "It appears Mr. Zhang has studied martial arts." After mastering a technique and practicing it twice, Zhang Dong chuckled, "I'm merely practicing haphazardly." Lu Zhun playfully asked, "Would you like a sparring partner?" Zhang Dong replied, "Sure." Lu Zhun gestured to a team member, a towering figure at 195 centimeters tall with dark skin, resembling a human fortress. Neo-san, accompany Mr. Zhang for a couple of rounds. Neo-san nodded and approached Zhang Dong, adopting a combat stance, his eyes sharpening instantly. Suddenly, he launched a swift kick aimed at Zhang Dong's face. Instead of retreating, Zhang Dong advanced, closing the distance and pushing Neo-san away with a single palm strike. Had he wielded a weapon or delivered a heavier blow, Neo-san would have sustained serious injury. Neo-san felt a tremendous force, pushed back over 3 meters, nearly losing his balance. With a look of astonishment, he inhaled deeply and attacked again, this time employing close-range punches. As his fist connected, he was struck in the chest, and before he could react, Zhang Dong's palm had already grazed his face, but it was merely a light touch. Neo-san, with a wry smile, turned to Lu Zhun, saying, "Captain, Mr. Zhang is far too skilled. I cannot compete." Lu Zhun was astonished. He was aware of Neo-san's prowess, knowing that in a bare-handed contest, a dozen ordinary men would falter within a minute against him. To think such a formidable individual could not even touch the hem of Zhang Dong's sleeve. Curiosity enveloped Lu Zhun as he asked, "Does Mr. Zhang possess a lineage in ancient martial arts?" This was not the first time Zhang Dong had heard mention of ancient martial arts. He understood that the martial arts he had learned were indeed rooted in ancient traditions. And thus he nodded in affirmation. Lu Zhun, with newfound respect, remarked, "A master at your caliber hardly requires bodyguards." Zhang Dong replied, "It is safer with a larger group. And besides, I have friends accompanying me." After practicing for a while, everyone gathered for dinner at 6 o'clock before taking a rest. At 11:30 that night, the group rose to prepare. At midnight, the vehicles set off towards the border. Once they crossed the national boundary, the road deteriorated significantly, and the speed of travel slowed considerably. After 2 or 3 hours, the convoy suddenly halted. Lu Zhun communicated via radio to all members. "Local mountain dwellers have blocked the road. Everyone prepare." Zhang Dong heard the sounds of a quarrel ahead and opened the car door to approach the front. There, he encountered a group of local villagers blocking the road, carrying a young boy on a quilt. The boy's abdomen was distended like a drum, and he wore an expression of agony. Due to the language barrier, communication was arduous. Zhang Dong surmised that the villagers were seeking transportation to take the boy to a hospital. As he approached to take a closer look, he recognized that the boy's symptoms closely resembled a condition he had read about in medical texts. He gestured for silence from both parties and began to take the boy's pulse. His calm demeanor instilled a sense of tranquility in a tense situation, and one of the women gazed at him with pleading eyes. The boy's pulse matched the description of a condition known in Western medicine as intestinal volvulus, which, if not treated promptly, could lead to intestinal necrosis. He instructed the villagers to gently place the boy down and prepared to employ a form of massage technique to rectify the boy's condition. With both hands pressed against the boy's chest and abdomen, he applied rhythmic pressure with palpable force. To gauge the effectiveness, he examined the boy's abdominal cavity, adjusting the pressure and angle of his hands accordingly. In less than half a minute, the intestines returned to their proper position, and the boy's pained expression dissipated. The villagers were immensely relieved and expressed their gratitude to Zhang Dong. After the boy's ailment was resolved, the villagers finally departed, allowing the vehicle to continue its journey. Yiro, astonished, exclaimed with a smile, "I didn't realize you possessed medical knowledge." Zhang Dong replied, "Would you believe me if I said my medical skills are newly acquired?" Yiro shot him a skeptical glance, clearly unconvinced. Chapter 66. This fellow has been deceived. The road ahead was somewhat easier to navigate. Around 2 o'clock, the vehicle suddenly halted. Lu Zhun addressed everyone, stating, "Ahead is a checkpoint. This territory belongs to the local armed forces of Myanmar. I will negotiate." Lu Zhun was evidently familiar with this area, having traversed it before. He exited the vehicle, taking 2 cigarettes with him. Before long, the checkpoint raised its barrier, allowing the convoy to pass through in succession. Zhang Dong remarked, "Captain Lu, it seems they are quite courteous towards you." Lu Zhun replied, 5 years ago, we had a conflict here. They detained several of our vehicles and a dozen personnel, demanding $5 million. Curious, Zhang Dong inquired, what happened next? Lu Zhun continued, subsequently, We dispatched a team to launch a surprise attack on their arms depot, destroying their ammunition worth tens of millions of dollars and decapitating their second-in-command. Following that, their general personally called to apologize, and that same day, they released everyone. Since then, we have been able to pass through without hindrance. After clearing the checkpoint, the journey proceeded without incident until dawn. By 5 o'clock, the convoy arrived near their destination and stopped on a hillside 5 kilometers away to rest and prepare a meal over a fire. Around 7 o'clock, Zhou Zijuan called to inform them of his arrival. He then set out with Yi Ro in an off-road vehicle, followed closely by Lu Zhen and 3 other team members in another vehicle. Upon reaching the entrance, Zhang Dong explained their purpose, and surprisingly, the gatekeeper understood him, nodding in acknowledgement and allowing the 2 vehicles to enter while directing them onward. After a few more minutes of driving, they arrived in front of a 3-story building, where dozens of cars bearing domestic license plates were parked. Before the grand edifice stood 10 armed bodyguards. One of them called out, and a man in his 50s with curly hair emerged from within, a smile adorning his face. "Welcome, welcome. May I ask where you are from?" he inquired. Zhang Dong replied, "We have come from Ningxing, having heard that the general is selling a batch of raw stones, and we are here to take a look." The curly-haired man chuckled. "I am Huang Fa, the one in charge of reception. Just call me Old Huang. Please, everyone is inside admiring the raw stones. Do come in." Zhang Dong and his party of 6 were ushered into the spacious living room on the first floor, furnished with tables and chairs, where an abundance of raw stones lay scattered on the ground. Some had already been cut and were being offered as finished materials for sale. At that moment, the stout, dark-skinned elder in his 60s was showcasing a piece weighing around 10 kilograms, a jadeite of icy green hue with a portion already revealed. Soon, dozens of people gathered around, scrutinizing it with amazement. Among them was Zhou Zijuan, who could only covet the exquisite piece, fully aware that such exceptional jade could start at 3 million euros, with the final price likely to soar beyond reach. Spotting Zhang Dong, Zhou Zijuan hurried over, exclaiming, "I wasn't deceiving you, was I? The quality of the stones here is abundant and superb." Zhang Dong inquired, "Can we choose for ourselves?" Zhou Zijuan replied, "Not entirely. Some stones can be selected freely, but the finest pieces are reserved for auction, open to all present." He gestured towards the elder, saying, "This gentleman is General Kun. All these stones originate from ancient pits, some mined over 30 years ago. The general has preserved them until now." At that moment, another figure approached, Lu Zhongyu, the owner of Bao Yufang. Lu smiled, "Mr. Yi, Mr. Zhang, it's a pleasure to see you again." Zhang Dong remarked, "So Boss Lu is here as well." Lu Zhongyu responded, "General Kun is my friend. I am here to assist. By the way, if you wish to purchase any fine stones, feel free to seek my help." Zhang Dong replied, "We should take a look first." Lu Zhongyu and Zhou Zijuan soon resumed their examination of the stones, while Yi Ro whispered, "I have a feeling these 2 gentlemen cannot be trusted." Zhang Dong cautioned, "Let's remain vigilant." General Kun exchanged pleasantries with several individuals before approaching Zhang Dong and Yi Ro. As he drew near, Zhang Dong noticed a pallor on his face and a quicker-than-usual breath. Having recently studied medicine, he began to associate these signs with illness. Upon inspecting General Kun's health, he discerned that 80% of one of his heart's blood vessels was obstructed, with a thick layer of foreign matter lining the vessel wall upstream. One piece of this obstruction was on the verge of detaching due to the blood's flow. Should it fall, it would travel with the blood and completely block the vessel, leading to a myocardial infarction. Based on his assessment, General Kun had no more than 10 minutes before succumbing to heart failure. "Ah, you must be Mr. Zhang. Welcome." General Kun greeted warmly, exuding a friendly demeanor. Zhang Dong replied, "It is an honor to participate in your jade exhibition. This is my companion, Ms. Yi Ro, the president of Minggu Group." "Oh, is Minggu Group a prominent company?" Zhang Dong is the proprietor of a company that boasts an annual profit of $1 billion. General Kun raised his thumb in admiration, repeatedly exclaiming what a remarkable feat it is. It is noteworthy that the total export value of jade in the entire nation of Myanmar is only around $300 to $500 million, which is less than half of Minggu Group's profit. Recognizing that both Yi Ro and Zhang Dong are formidable buyers, General Kun became even more courteous. Smiling as he said, "Lu Zhongyu has informed me that you are his friends, and thus my friends as well. Since we are friends, I have a selection of fine goods for you to examine." He then beckoned Zhang Dong and Yi Ro to follow him to another area, where he opened a door revealing another warehouse. Within this warehouse lay hundreds of raw stones, the skins of which evidently originated from old pits. Yi Ro's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "So many materials." Zhang Dong glanced around and observed that more than 70% of the materials here held little value. They were the lowest quality. However, a few pieces stood out as quite promising. Maintaining his composure, he smiled and remarked, "General, your inventory is indeed of superior quality." He understood that General Cohen was evidently attempting to deceive him, yet he did not mind. Upon comparing the prices, he realized that at least 10% of the materials could break even, and a few others clearly had been undervalued, possessing significant worth. He immediately stated, "With such generous consideration from you, General, I must purchase a greater quantity." He promptly called Lu Zhan to assist in moving the stones outside. The smile on General Cohen's face broadened as he said, "Boss Zhang, you truly have an eye for quality. All my materials are top-notch." Observing Zhang Dong genuinely falling into the trap and transporting the stones, Zhou Zijuan wore a triumphant smile, turning to Lu Zhongyu and saying, "Cousin, this kid has taken a bait." Chapter 67, I bet you 1 million euros. Lu Zhongyu chuckled. Those materials have all been assessed using scientific instruments and big data. 90% of them are worthless. Let us see how this lad reacts. Zhou Zijuan inquired with a grin. "Cousin, General Kuan promised us 30%. He wouldn't go back on his word, would he?" Lu Zhongyu patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Rest assured, General Kuan is a man of his word. He will not deceive us." Zhang Dong ultimately selected 32 pieces of materials, among which 21 were break-even, 7 yielded a small profit, and 4 promised substantial gains. The total value of all materials amounted to 762,500 euros, equivalent to over 59 million yuan. Having spent nearly 60 million, Zhang Dong cheerfully remarked, "General, I would like to select another batch of materials." Having successfully sold off some of the less valuable stones, General Kuan was quite pleased. Responding, "Of course, you may freely choose from the materials over there. I'll give you a 95% discount." Zhang Dong nodded and, accompanied by Yi Rou, proceeded towards the area filled with raw stones, where thousands of pieces were displayed, including both clear and speculative materials, priced from a few thousand euros to over 1 million euros. Seeing Zhang Dong still selecting stones, Zhou Zijuan approached with a grin, saying, "What a bold venture, purchasing 6 million euros worth of materials in one go." Zhang Dong pointed to a few pieces and instructed Lu Zhen and his team to set them aside, casually remarking, "Those materials are of average quality, likely yielding merely 50 million. Zhou Zijuan was taken aback. "You consider those materials average?" Zhang Dong replied nonchalantly, "Yes. You brought me here with the intention to deceive, did you not? Did you think I was unaware?" Zhou Zijuan's heart raced momentarily, but was quickly filled with displeasure as he coldly scoffed. "What does it matter if you know? Those materials have been tested with high-tech instruments and deemed worthless. You spent 60 million on a pile of rubbish, and still dare to claim you can make 50 million? Zhang Dong pointed at several more pieces, then with a grin, inquired of Zhou Zijuan, "Do you truly believe all my acquisitions are worthless? Are you bold enough to wager with me once more?" Zhou Zijuan's heart raced wildly as he asked, "What are we betting on? Let us wager on whether the value of my chosen materials exceeds 100 million. Should it fall short, not only will you not owe me the 30 million, but I shall also grant you an additional 50 million. Zhou Zijuan's breath quickened. He believed the materials he purchased could not possibly exceed 60 million, let alone 100 million. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he promptly replied, "Very well. I accept your wager." Zhang Dong calmly responded, "But do you possess the means to bet against me?" Zhou Zijuan retorted with a scoff, "This time I brought 1 million euros. If I lose, this million shall be yours." Zhang Dong raised his thumb, exclaiming, "Truly wealthy. All right, I shall summon the general." He cheerfully approached General Kuan, relaying the details of his wager with Zhou Zijuan, before adding, "General, regardless of who emerges victorious, we shall grant you 30%. General Kuan's eyes lit up. Was this not a gift of money for him? He immediately smiled. "No problem. I will serve as the witness for both of you." Thus, he directed someone to activate the cutting machine for the live stone reveal. Zhang Dong selected the most valuable piece among the 32, weighing over 100 kilograms. Inside was a segment of violet high-quality jade, weighing no less than 30 kilograms. Even more impressively, this high-grade jade was ideal for crafting bangles. Zhang Dong estimated that this particular piece could yield at least 100 bangles. The remaining material could also be fashioned into various pendants. Such high-quality, fully saturated violet jade would be extraordinarily beautiful, with each bangle worth no less than 7 to 800,000. If sold in a marketplace, its value would start at a minimum of 1,500,000. He marked several lines on the material, instructing the craftsman to cut it open. As the crowd beheld the jade section, resembling a winter melon in size and color, They were awestruck. General Kuan gasped, "High-grade violet jade. Remarkable, simply remarkable." Subsequently, his gaze towards Zhang Dong transformed into something peculiar. Zhang Dong smiled. "Would you kindly assist in appraising its value?" General Kuan beckoned Huang Fa over. Upon examining the cut surface, exclaimed in astonishment, "If Mr. Zhang is willing to part with it, I would gladly offer 1 million euros to purchase it." Zhang Dong replied with a grin, "Thus, this piece is valued at a minimum of 80 million. Huang Fa nodded affirmatively. That would be a fair assessment. Zhang Dong turned to Zhou Zijuan, who had turned pale. With just one piece already valued at 80 million, how could he continue to wager? General Kuan patted Zhou Zijuan's shoulder, assuring him, "Do not fret, young Master Zhou. You still have a chance." Zhang Dong then produced a second piece, which contained a segment of ice-red jade weighing around 10 kilograms, of even higher quality than the previous violet jade. As the material was cut open, the onlookers were greeted with a vibrant red, transparent and radiant, a premium quality among red jades. The bangles crafted from such material would be top-tier merchandise. This quality of red jade easily commanded a value exceeding 5,000 per gram. Huang Fa chuckled, stating that this material was even superior to the previous one. He declared, "If Boss Zhang is willing to part with it, I am prepared to offer 40 million. General Kuan responded with a smile. The value of these two pieces has already surpassed 121 million. It appears that Boss Zhang has emerged victorious in this wager. Zhang Dong grinned. The quality of the general's materials is exceptional, and coupled with a stroke of luck, it is only natural to profit. The onlookers, witnessing Zhang Dong's seemingly casual acquisition of several pieces that yielded such exquisite jade, eagerly turned to General Kuan, exclaiming, "General Kuan, we too wish to behold such remarkable materials. You must not show favoritism." General Kuan's grin stretched from ear to ear. He sighed and addressed the crowd. "I had initially intended to keep these materials for a few more years, but since everyone is so supportive, very well." Joy erupted among the crowd as they surged towards the warehouse. General Kuan turned back to Zhang Dong, feeling particularly fond of him. He fixed his gaze on Zhou Zijing, saying, "Young Master Zhou, please transfer 1 million euros." Zhou Zijing's legs trembled. That sum constituted nearly all of his family's liquid assets. If he lost it, his father would undoubtedly be furious. He cast a desperate glance towards Lu Zhongyu nearby, but the latter turned away, refusing to acknowledge him. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Zijing stammered, "General, we were merely jesting. Could we possibly?" "I am the notary," General Kuan interjected sternly. "Should you dare to renege, I will have no choice but to end this." Zhou Zijing was on the verge of tears, trembling as he retrieved his phone under the watchful eye of General Kuan. To procure the jade, he had activated a high-value payment service with the bank, transferring 1 million euros in 2 installments, the first being 700,000 for Zhang Dong, followed by 300,000 for General Kuan. Once the transactions were complete, Zhou Zijing collapsed to the ground, utterly despondent. At that moment, someone sought to purchase the piece of violet jade. Zhang Dong quoted 85 million, finalizing the sale. He continued to sift through the materials, and Yi Ro remarked, "Zhang Dong, you are truly remarkable." Zhang Dong responded with a smile. "I have been studying gambling stones diligently. I am now quite the expert. Within this area, Zhang Dong selected around 100 pieces, with a total value of 12,500,000 euros. More than half of the materials in the warehouse had already been sold, and General Kuan beamed with delight, patting Zhang Dong on the shoulder. "Boss Zhang, you have brought me good fortune. I am quite fond of you." Zhang Dong replied, "General Kuan, I possess a modicum of medical knowledge." Taken aback, General Kuan exclaimed, "So, Boss Zhang is also skilled in medicine. Truly impressive, young and accomplished." Zhang Dong continued, "Upon observing your complexion, it seems your heart may be at risk. I recommend to check up at the hospital." General Kuan, who had been smiling, instantly adopted a cold demeanor upon hearing this. "Boss Zhang, it will be prudent for you to focus on your materials rather than hastily diagnosing others." What Zhang Dong did not realize was that General Kuan's wife was a doctor who conducted annual checkups, and his health was perfectly fine. Thus, he dismissed Zhang Dong's words. Zhang Dong had only intended to offer a kind reminder, and it mattered little that the general did not believe him. After all, he was merely there to purchase jade, not to render medical assistance. With a huff of indignation, General Kuan approached another grand door, instructing the guards to open it. "Ladies and gentlemen, within lies the collection-grade jadeite that shall be auctioned today." As soon as the warehouse door swung open, a throng of people surged inside, including Zhou Zijuan, who could not resist the allure of the spectacle. Within the confines of the warehouse lay over 100 rough stones, a few of which were impressively large, some towering over a person and featuring palm-sized openings on their surfaces. These specimens had been unearthed over 2 decades ago and had been preserved until now. He gently patted one of the stones and declared, "I shall name this one the general. Observe its shape. Does it not resemble a dignified general seated in repose?" Zhang Dong, however, saw no resemblance of a general in the stone, yet others nodded in agreement, insisting it bore a striking resemblance. The general, Kuin said, has an opening that approaches the quality of ice jade, revealing glimpses of green within. Thus, its starting bid is set at 30 million euros. Bids may be raised, but each increment must not be less than 1 million euros. Zhang Dong approached the exorbitantly priced stone, casting a cursory glance that revealed its disappointing interior. The opening had been expertly crafted, revealing only a mere hint of green. The buyers hesitated to raise their bids, instead gathering around the stone for further scrutiny. Zhang Dong moved on to examine other specimens, which indeed were treasures in their own right. He discovered one piece originating from the Moksha mining area. Myanmar's jadeite production is categorized into several major zones, each containing multiple mining sites. The stones from Moksha are renowned for their quality, with 80% of the ice and glass types available in the market source from here. This particular stone weighed over 50 kilograms and was entirely speculative in nature. Its interior comprised 2/3 of pristine green glass type, a true gem among jadeite, rare and sought after. Another stone featured approximately a quarter of its surface fully green, with about 1/4 exhibiting red mist. It weighed over half a ton and was sourced from the Damakan site. Among the remainder, there were indeed several promising specimens. Yet, Zhang Dong, constrained by his finances, could only secure these 2 pieces for now. Zhou Zijuan pulled Lu Zhongyu aside, gritting his teeth. "Cousin, I cannot afford to lose this 10 million euros. My father would kill me." Lu Zhongyu surveyed the surroundings and whispered, "Fool, who told you to gamble with him?" Zhou Zijuan implored, "Cousin, you must help me. Please have General Cohen deal with him, and we can share his fortune." Lu Zhongyu scoffed. "Do you think it's so simple to eliminate someone? That Yiro who came with him is no ordinary person, as far as I know. She is the president of the Minggu group." Zhou Zijuan seethed with frustration. "But I cannot swallow this humiliation." Lu Zhongyu replied coolly, "What is your rush? That brat just mentioned the general's heart condition. He has already offended him. I will consult with the general shortly, even if he refuses to intervene. I have a friend nearby with dozens of firearms. Eliminating these few will be effortless. In that case, all the jadeite he purchases will belong to us." Zhou Zijuan's eyes sparkled with hope. "Cousin, your foresight is commendable." Lu Zhongyu smirked. "So remain calm. We shall discuss matters once it is all concluded." As the two conversed, Zhang Dong suddenly approached and extended his hand, stating, 30 million. Pay up." Zhou Zijuan, infuriated and clutching his stomach in distress over the recent loss of 10 million euros. "Ritortit goldli." "No." Zhang Dong simply replied, "No." Zhou Zijuan gritted his teeth, declaring, "I will not return a single cent." Slap! Zhang Dong's palm struck Zhou Zijuan's face, and he coldly inquired, "Will you pay it back or not?" Zhou Zijuan, incensed, shouted, "How dare you hit me?" The commotion attracted the attention of General Kun, prompting several armed personnel to rush over and sternly admonish both parties to refrain from fighting. Zhang Dong addressed General Kun, saying, "This scoundrel refuses to repay his debt and even dares to confront me." General Kun harbored a deep disdain for debtors. Having once experienced financial struggles in his youth, when numerous relatives and friends borrowed money from him, only to default, he narrowed his eyes, directing his gaze at Zhou Zijuan. "I do not welcome those who fail to repay their debts." Zhou Zijuan, feeling a twinge of panic, quickly replied, "General, it's not that I do not want to repay. I genuinely have no money." General Kun raised an eyebrow. "No money? Then what are you doing here?" Lu Zhongyu interjected with a smile. "General, he still needs his funds to purchase materials. Let us put the debt on hold for now. He will certainly repay it." General Kun considered this and patted Zhang Dong on the shoulder, saying, "Boss Zhang, I hope you refrain from causing further disturbances." Zhang Dong grinned, replying understood. After a brief interval, the auction commenced, and, astonishingly, a bid of 30 million euros was placed, with competitive offers emerging. Ultimately, a jeweler from Port City acquired the coveted lot for a staggering 37 million euros. "Which one is suitable? Please advise," Yiro whispered. Zhang Dong nodded, recognizing several promising stones, and resolved to encourage Yiro to participate. As the auction progressed, Some stones were left unsold while others fetched exorbitant prices. Zhang Dong remained cautious and refrained from bidding. Upon reaching the seventh stone, he exchanged a glance with Yi Ro, who immediately entered the bidding fray. In the end, Yi Ro secured it for 350,000 euros. After a few more bids, General Kuan arrived at a piece of imperial green jade, exclaiming, "This stone hails from Moksha and weighs 56 kilograms. You can all see its vibrant green surface." Thus, the starting bid is 3 million euros, with increments of no less than 300,000. Having perused the stones earlier, 7 bidders emerged. As the price escalated to 650,000, only 2 remained, with Zhang Dong placing a bid of 5 million euros. 550,000. A gaunt elder countered. 6 million. Zhang Dong responded, unhurried. The elder hesitated, weighing the likelihood of profit, but ultimately shook his head and withdrew, conceding the bid. Zhang Dong successfully purchased the jade for 6 million euros, instructing Lu Zhan to place it in the car. Subsequently, he made 2 additional bids, assisting Yi Ro in acquiring 2 more raw stones. The total expenditure for the 3 stones amounted to 13,500,000 euros, nearly exhausting Yi Ro's budget. The competition was fierce, and when Zhang Dong raised the price to 14,500,000, the opponent immediately withdrew. At this juncture, Zhang Dong still possessed over 20 million euros and awaited the perfect moment, eventually spending 320,000 euros to secure the final piece. His remaining funds dwindled to 3 million euros. Feeling fatigued from continuous scrutiny, he decided to conclude his participation, recognizing the importance of knowing when to cease. As the auction came to a close, General Kuan was elated, having significantly increased his assets by over 100 million euros. Suddenly, General Kuan's complexion turned pale. Beads of sweat the size of mung beans trickled down his forehead as he clutched his chest and staggered backward. Huang Fa quickly supported him and inquired, "General, what is wrong?" Chapter 69. The Relentless Thief's Heart. General Kuan's expression was one of agony as he replied, "My shoulder hurts, my chest pains, and I can hardly breathe. Call a doctor." Huang Fa, filled with rage, exclaimed, "This fool, I shall kill him." Upon hearing this, General Kuan's face turned even paler. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and pointed at Zhang Dong, saying, "Boss Zhang, can you save me?" Zhang Dong approached and gently nodded, assuring him, "Do not worry, General. As long as I am here, you shall not perish." Having recently studied medicine, he carried a set of silver needles with him. He deftly extracted a needle and, utilizing his left eye for vision, accurately pinpointed the location of the clot before inserting the needle into the blood vessel. At that moment, he infused a modicum of true energy, causing the needle tip to vibrate at high speed, and a small portion of the clot was instantly shattered, clearing 1/3 of the blood vessel. However, the clot still remained, necessitating the use of thrombolytic drugs. The effect was immediate. General Kuan felt no pain and sat up, gazing at Zhang Dong with profound admiration, exclaiming, "Boss Zhang, you are truly a miraculous physician. I will never forget this life-saving grace." He then grasped Zhang Dong's hand tightly, tears brimming in his eyes. Heaven knows how terrified he was of death. Being a local warlord with dozens of beautiful wives and billions in wealth, he simply did not wish to die. Zhang Dong chuckled, "You still need to go to the hospital, as the clot remains within you." General Kuan nodded repeatedly, saying, "Very well, I will take a helicopter to the hospital at once." He then turned to the dazed Zhou Zijuan and commanded sternly, "You will return the 30 million to Boss Zhang immediately, or I shall have you executed." In the face of mortality, 30 million paled in comparison. Zhou Zijuan, as if bereaved of his father, called home. Upon hearing of the life-threatening situation, although his family was furious enough to want to flay him alive, they nonetheless transferred the 30 million. Reluctantly, he then wired the amount to Zhang Dong's account. Upon receiving the remittance notification, Zhang Dong smiled and said, "Thank you, young Master Zhou." Zhou Zijuan glared at him with a cold gaze. With his objectives accomplished, Zhang Dong recognized that it was unwise to linger, instructing Lu Zhan to prepare for their departure. Shortly thereafter, 4 armored vehicles and 2 multi-wheeled transport trucks arrived, and Lu Zhan ordered the jade materials to be loaded onto the vehicles as they prepared to return. Zhou Zijuan and Lu Zhongyu also pursued in their vehicles. Upon witnessing the 4 armored vehicles and the presence of several well-equipped mercenaries awaiting Zhang Dong, their eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Damn it! What did he acquire such armored vehicles? Despair engulfed him. He had initially contemplated eliminating Zhang Dong en route, but now he realized that opportunity had vanished. Lu Zhongyu's expression was equally grim as he remarked, Although my friend possesses several firearms, confronting armored vehicles poses too great a risk. Zhou Zijuan slumped in his seat, murmuring, "It's over. My family's going bankrupt." Lu Zhongyu narrowed his eyes and said, "The items in their vehicles are worth billions. If I were to leak this information to the warlords over there, they would surely be tempted." Zhou Zijuan suddenly perked up, excitement coursing through him as he asked, "Uncle, can we not share a portion of it?" Lu Zhongyu exhaled a puff of smoke and remarked coldly, "I share a certain rapport with the other party. They may be inclined to share a portion with us. Let us go, follow me." On their return journey, the pace noticeably quickened. Zhang Dong was in high spirits, turning on the music and humming along. Lu Zhen chuckled. It seems that Boss Zhang has made quite a fortune. Upon hearing this news, the group erupted in laughter, expressing their gratitude. Yiro smiled. "I can't wait to unveil the raw stones." Zhang Dong replied, "There's no rush. The materials I selected will surely appreciate." Yiro added, "If there's an ample supply of quality materials, the new gambling king, Hitianzi, will undoubtedly be intrigued." As the vehicle traversed the road, Zhang Dong glanced back and noticed an off-road vehicle trailing them from a distance. Although far away, he recognized that inside were Lu Zhongyu and Zhou Zijuan. At that moment, Zhou Zijuan's vehicle had an additional passenger, Luo Donley, who had been in a nearby inn and was recently picked up by Zhou Zijuan. Now, she sat in the back seat, nervously hunching her shoulders, feeling the ominous aura emanating from Zhou Zijuan. "Call Zhang Dong and inform him that there's a tourist town ahead. It's dark. We can rest there for the night," Zhou Zijuan commanded coldly. Luo Donley whispered, "He probably won't listen to me. We've already." "Shut up." Zhou Zijuan gritted his teeth. Luo Donley shivered at his tone, reluctantly took out her phone, and dialed Zhang Dong's number. When the call connected, Luo Donley steadied her breath and said, "Zhang Dong, it's Donley. I'm right behind the convoy." Zhang Dong's expression remained impassive as he asked, "What do you want?" Luo Donley replied, "There's a tourist town not far ahead where we can rest for the night." Zhang Dong responded, "Whether we rest or not is none of your concern." Luo Donley continued, "My friend runs an inn in the town. The environment is quite nice. I just wanted to help her with some business. If you don't need to rest, that's fine." Zhang Dong chose not to respond further and hung up. Having been on the road since dawn, the group had been on high alert during the day, and they were indeed growing weary. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Dong turned to Lu Zhen and inquired, "Is there a town ahead where we can rest?" Lu Zhen glanced at the map and replied, "There's Mango Town ahead. The environment is quite pleasant, and we can rest for the night." Zhang Dong agreed. "All right, let us rest for now and set off early tomorrow." After another half-hour of travel, they arrived at Mango Town, which was beautifully constructed, complete with a parking lot and decent hotels. Upon seeing Zhang Dong's convoy enter the town, Luo Donley let out a sigh of relief. Zhou Zijuan sneered, "It seems this lad still has lingering feelings for you." Luo Donley felt a tangle of emotions, opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Lu Zhongyu remarked, "As long as they stay here, they will never be able to leave." He then picked up his phone and dialed a number. Lu Zhen assigned 4 individuals to watch over the vehicles while the rest entered the hotel to rest. The hotel offered a self-service barbecue, and Zhang Dong ordered some skewers to grill for the team. They enjoyed the barbecue and beer, filled with laughter and merriment. Around 10 o'clock, Luo Donley suddenly approached Zhang Dong, offering an awkward smile. "Zhang Dong, may I sit here for a while?" Yiro recognized her and replied coolly, "We don't seem to be acquainted." Luo Donley bit her lip and said, "Zhang Dong, I have something to discuss with you." Zhang Dong handed a skewer of grilled meat to Yiro and said calmly, "Speak your mind." Luo Donley sighed and confessed, "I admit, my actions were misguided. It was a moment of folly, Zhang Dong. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me?" Secretly calculating, Luo Donley realized that Zhang Dong was now affluent and influential. If he chose to pardon her, she would divulge the collusion of Zhou Zijuan with warlords. However, if he refused to forgive, she would remain silent. Luo Donley retorted angrily, "Our matters are none of your concern." Yiro shrugged and turned to Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong cast her a cold glance and replied, "Once you are finished, you may leave." Luo Donley suddenly felt incensed. This once inconsequential man had no right to deny her forgiveness. Chapter 70, Annihilation. Observing Luo Donley walk away, Yiro pondered, "Zhang Dong, do you not find this peculiar?" Zhang Dong replied, "What is peculiar?" Yiro continued, "She clearly harbors no feelings for you, yet she called you here to rest. However, I just inquired, and the owner here does not know her at all." Zhang Dong's heart stirred. What could her motive for keeping us here be? In the next moment, both of their expressions subtly shifted. Yiro suggested, "Let us finish our meal and continue our journey." After all, we are abroad. Zhang Dong understood the need for caution and nodded. All right. Once everyone finished their meal, Zhang Dong unexpectedly announced their departure. Lu Zhan did not ask further questions and directed the team to move. The 4 armored vehicles and 2 transport trucks proceeded in an orderly fashion. Zhou Zijuan had not slept, lurking nearby, watching Zhang Dong. Upon seeing them prepare to leave, he felt a mixture of shock and fury. He found Luo Donli and, seizing her hair, shouted, "Did you leak any information to him? Speak." Luo Donli, in pain, cried out, "Zijuan, I swear I said nothing. I swear on my life." Lu Zhongyu approached, speaking calmly, "Do not panic. General Bai's men are just ahead. I will instruct them to lay in ambush." Zhou Zijuan rejoiced. "Have they arrived? Excellent." Lu Zhongyu smiled menacingly. "This fellow is quite vigilant, but unfortunately, he reacts too slowly." As they departed, Zhang Dong settled into the passenger seat of the lead vehicle, keeping a watchful eye ahead. Yiro took a seat in the third vehicle, with Lu Zhan positioned behind Zhang Dong. "Boss Zhang, is there a situation?" he inquired. Zhang Dong replied, "We're being plotted against and must leave earlier than planned. It will be a tough journey for you all." After traveling several kilometers, Zhang Dong noticed a flash of light in the distance. He immediately said, "All vehicles, turn off the engines." Lu Zhan promptly responded, "Engines off. Stay alert." At that moment, on the inner side of a sharp bend ahead, over 50 individuals concealed themselves among the foliage and rocks, their dark muzzles aimed at the roadway. A man in his 50s fixed his gaze on the distance, having seen a car's headlights flicker on, only to extinguish abruptly. Yet, given the winding nature of the mountain road, he was not surprised. On the vehicle, Zhang Dong asked, "Do we have grenades?" Lu Zhan nodded, "We have over 50. Zhang Dong instructed, "Teach me how to use them." Lu Zhan produced a grenade and demonstrated on the spot. After learning, Zhang Dong requested 15 grenades. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lu Zhan asked, "Is there a situation ahead?" Zhang Dong expressed uncertainty, stating he would scout the path ahead. Lu Zhan, uneasy, insisted, "Boss Zhang, this is our responsibility. Allow me to go." Seeing Zhang's determination, Lu refrained from further protests and nodded, "Be cautious. I still have flashbangs. Take a few with you." Zhang Dong exited the vehicle alone. His left eye possessed not only the ability to see through objects but also night vision, allowing him to swiftly disappear into the forest. One of the team members, intrigued, inquired, "Captain, Boss Zhang is quite formidable, venturing alone with 15 grenades." Lu Zhan replied coolly, "He is an expert." After a few minutes of waiting, the vehicle's headlights failed to reappear, prompting one member to ask, "General, could the enemy have spotted us?" Another immediately retorted, "Nonsense. It is pitch dark. Even with the keenest vision, they wouldn't discern us." The first man, convinced by this reasoning, pondered aloud, "Strange. Could it have been a vehicle light earlier?" At that moment, a figure silently emerged several dozen meters away. It was Zhang Dong. Despite the darkness, he had a commanding view of the enemy's arrangement. Their intent was unmistakable. They aimed to ambush his group. Without hesitation, he produced 3 flashbangs, activated them, and accurately hurled them towards the adversaries. The devices detonated less than a meter above the ground, blinding those who had been fixated on the path below. The concussive blast rendered their ears temporarily deaf, transforming them into both blind and mute. Amidst the chaos, all were crying out, hands shielding their eyes, yet unable to hear their own voices. Zhang Dong, expressionless, began to throw grenades, one after another. The grenades exploded within the throng, shattering trees, scattering debris, and sending rocks flying. Boom after boom, he deployed 10 of the 15 grenades. As the explosions subsided and the dust cleared, he approached to inspect the aftermath. Discovering 7 or 8 individuals still alive but grievously injured, their survival was unlikely. He collected the undamaged weapons and secured them on his person, then communicated via radio. "Captain Lu, proceed." The headlights flickered back to life, soon illuminating a bend in the road where Zhang Dong awaited, laden with 7 firearms, 2 machine guns in hand, and 2 more at his side. Lu Zhan felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly exited the vehicle to assist in loading the gear, regarding Zhang Dong with the apprehension reserved for a dangerously wild beast. Once back in the vehicle, Lu Zhan inquired, "After using 10 grenades, how many enemies did we face?" Zhang Dong replied, "Dozens, but they have all been dealt with." Lu Zhan added, "If Boss Zhang were in our line of work, he would undoubtedly be the king of lone operatives." Zhang Dong chuckled, "Let's move on." Meanwhile, Lu Zhongyu attempted to contact the warlord, but the call went unanswered, stirring a sense of foreboding. He turned to Zhou Zijuan and urged, "Gather your things. We must leave at once." A young boy spotted their vehicle, waving insistently for them to stop. Zhang Dong disembarked and cheerfully remarked, "It seems you have recovered well." The boy gestured animatedly, pointing behind him and mimicking gunfire. Zhang Dong squinted, beginning to grasp the message. There were likely ambushers not far behind. Lu Zhan's expression darkened. Could it be a group? Zhang Dong replied, "It seems they are not yet deterred and are preparing to intercept us once more." "Captain Lu, is there another path we can take?" Lu Zhan replied calmly, "Yes, but there's no need to change routes." He produced a satellite phone and made a call. Half a minute later, a deep voice emerged from the device. "Poison dart. What brings you here in the dead of night?" Lu Zhan responded, "Boss, we're being blocked by local armed forces from Myanmar. We have already eliminated dozens, but they seem undeterred." After a brief silence, the other party exclaimed, "Damn, this bunch of fools is courting death. Give me the coordinates." Approximately 20 minutes later, the sound of armed helicopters filled the air, their searchlights illuminating the ground, revealing hundreds of armed personnel hiding in the grass. The commander, startled, leapt to his feet and shouted, "Run." Chapter 71. The Predatory Sorcery. However, it was too late. 2 missiles hurtled toward them, crashing into the crowd like fireworks bursting in the night sky. Zhang Dong, witnessing the scene from a distance, chuckled wryly, "Captain Lu, are those missiles? Aren't they rather expensive?" Lu Zhan laughed. "They're nearly expired. No need to waste them. They cost nothing." What followed was a barrage of gunfire that continued for another 10 minutes before finally subsiding. Sensing it was time, Lu Zhan instructed the convoy to advance. After traveling 2 kilometers, they arrived at the battlefield, where the ground was littered with charred bodies or those pierced by bullets, an utterly ghastly sight. As the vehicle passed, Zhang Dong remarked, "Captain Lu, these people are quite audacious, daring to challenge even armored vehicles." Lu Zhan replied, "These local armed groups have wealthy backers, emboldening their reckless behavior. Therefore, whenever the opportunity arises, we must teach them a harsh lesson." Having had little rest throughout the night, Yi Ro slept soundly until 2 in the afternoon. Zhang Dong also took a brief nap, but spent most of his time meditating. Upon waking, Yi Ro accompanied Zhang Dong to sample the local popular rice noodles, which turned out to be rather mediocre. Given the proximity to the border with Myanmar, the streets were lined with stalls selling jade, though regrettably, the items were of low quality, worth only a fraction of their asking price once cut open. At that moment, a man dressed in ethnic attire approached, and as he brushed past Zhang Dong, he felt a peculiar resonance within his very being. Yi Ro inquired, "What is the matter?" Zhang Dong replied, "Nothing. Let's move on." He noticed a courtyard behind a door, where 2 small buildings stood. Behind the buildings was a main road, and he decided to investigate it. Picking up a piece of raw stone, he pretended to examine it while his gaze was fixed upon the 2-story structure, peering through the walls to see the man conversing with an elderly gentleman clad in vibrant ethnic garments. The man produced a small box and handed it to the elder before rising to leave. The elder opened the box, revealing a mass of small black insects, wriggling like ants in a dense swarm. The elder, clutching the box, proceeded to the adjacent room. Inside lay a stout man whom Zhang Dong recognized as Meng Xiling. How had he ended up here? Meng Xiling appeared extremely weak as he accepted the box from the elder, tipped it back, and poured the wriggling insects into his mouth, chewing viciously as dark juices dripped from the corners of his lips. Zhang Dong observed further and noted that after having his 100 insects taken from him, Meng Xiling's orifices were shrinking, a process that seemed to inflict tremendous pain upon him. The elder remarked, "Son-in-law, the celestial goo has emerged from its cocoon. Unfortunately, it has fled due to the absence of a suitable host, and we are currently mobilizing personnel to search for it." With a resounding crash, Meng Xiling hurled the box she held to the ground, exclaiming, "Incompetent fools." The elder continued, "The celestial goo is drawn to populous areas. It should be in the county town. Why haven't you set out to find it?" Meng Xiling glared, yet her voice was frail. The elder nodded and swiftly departed. Zhang Dong struggled to comprehend their conversation, further muddled by the local dialect. Yi Ro nodded in agreement. Soon after, he noticed a blue light darting among the crowd several kilometers away. Intrigued, he grasped Yi Ro's hand and hurried toward the luminous phenomenon. As they approached, the creature in his left eye became increasingly agitated. At a distance of 1,000 meters, however, the creature grew still, retracting its presence, and Zhang Dong's previously narrowed vision returned to normal. At that moment, a chorus of goo within him resonated, emitting a high-frequency sound imperceptible to human ears, but audible to the goo. The blue light stabilized, revealing a peculiar blue insect the size of a fly, with red eyes and a radiant blue glow. Suddenly, The blue insect surged toward Zhang Dong with exuberance. He was the ideal host it sought. His heart raced as he witnessed the blue light dart toward his nostrils, instantly penetrating his being as if it were an ethereal entity, arriving directly at his heart. At that instant, the chorus of goo unleashed an energy that enveloped the blue insect in comfort, prompting it to unfurl its wings and emit a piercing cry like that of sovereign. Throughout the journey, the blue goo, akin to a ruler, sensed the myriad goo within Zhang Dong's body, which trembled in a mix of submission and fear. Zhang Dong acknowledged the moment, then reclined on the bed. At that juncture, as if receiving a command, the multitude of goo began to emit a luminous glow. The power they generated formed a domain, within which the blue goo appeared ensnared. Confined to a limited space, unable to break free from the domain's restraint, no matter how hard it struggled. Suddenly, Zhang Dong felt a warmth in his left eye as a golden insect burst forth, lunging at the blue goo. With the aid of the multitude of goo and the advantage of its home ground, the golden insect swiftly severed one of the blue goo's wings. The two insects engaged in a fierce battle, unleashing tremendous power within Zhang Dong's frail body. He lay still, drenched in sweat, as his body heated up, his temperature soaring to 41 degrees, his mind clouded. Yiro, alarmed, touched Zhang Dong's forehead and exclaimed, "So hot. I will take you to the hospital." Zhang Dong gently shook his head, "I'm fine." Moments later, the blue insect lost a leg, its combat capability significantly diminished, ultimately succumbing to the golden insect, which mercilessly severed its head, rendering it lifeless. Subsequently, the golden insect continued to consume the blue goo. As it consumed the azure larvae, it incessantly emitted waves of blue and golden energy, which permeated every cell and meridian of Zhang Dong, enveloping him in an exquisite comfort. Concurrently, the 100 insects released their own light waves, gradually dimming in brilliance as the majority of their energy was absorbed by the golden larvae. After 10 minutes, these larvae began to emerge from Zhang Dong's nostrils and ears, scuttling into a corner to hide, soon succumbing to death. Yiro, unaware of this scene, had gone to the restroom to fetch a damp towel, placing it upon Zhang Dong's forehead to cool him down. Moments later, the golden larvae, having satiated their hunger, grew docile. Zhang Dong's fever subsided, replaced by a sense of ease, his body invigorated with newfound strength. In Chapter 72, The New Residence, he suddenly sat upright, unscrewing a bottle of purified water and gulping it down. Yiro gently touched his forehead, now cool to the touch, and in astonishment asked, "Have you broken your fever? You were burning just moments ago." Zhang Dong, filled with joy, replied with a smile, "It's nothing. I was merely feeling unwell, but I'm fine now." Yiro sighed in relief, responding, "That was frightening. I'm glad you're okay." Due to the earlier wave cleansing, Zhang Dong felt a greasy residue on his body, prompting him to quickly take a shower and change into fresh attire. The two then hailed a taxi to the airport, bound for Ning City. Zhang Dong expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, boss." The vehicle arrived at a residential area near the company, characterized by stacked townhouses, with each unit occupying 3 to 4 floors. Zhang Dong's apartment was situated on the 3rd and 4th levels, adorned with a glass greenhouse flourishing with beautiful flora, filling the air with delightful fragrances. All furnishings and appliances were lavishly equipped, with an opulent decor that easily exceeded 2 million. Zhang Dong remarked, "Living in such a large place alone seems a bit extravagant." Yiro countered, "Not at all. Whenever I have business in Ning City, I'll stay here. Moreover, the company has arranged for a cleaner to come daily." Zhang Dong blinked in surprise, saying, "Boss, I'm just an employee. You cannot impose additional requests." Yiro playfully tossed a cushion at him, exclaiming, "What are you thinking?" Catching the cushion, Zhang Dong laughed and inquired, "How long do you plan to stay in Ning City?" Yiro responded, "I will leave once I secure the new gambling king." Zhang Dong felt a jolt of interest. "Is he Tianzi coming to Ning City?" Yiro nodded, explaining, "Ning City hosts Jade Street, and he Tianzi has brought experts in jade to procure a batch of jadeite. Currently, all jade merchants in Ning City are scrambling to stock up for a lucrative opportunity." She glanced at Zhang Dong, smiling. "I have already extended an invitation. He Tianzi will come to us first." Zhang Dong's eyes brightened as he asked, "When will he arrive?" "Perhaps this week," she replied. "So we must hasten to extract the raw stones." Zhang Dong nodded affirmatively. "There's still time. Once the goods arrive, I will personally handle the stone extraction." Before long, they received a call from Lu Zhan, informing them that the jade materials had been transported to Ning City and needed to be picked up. 15 minutes later, they arrived at a warehouse of Minggu Xian, where 2 trucks rolled in, unloading boxes of raw stones. The spacious warehouse was equipped with professional cutting machinery, ready for immediate stone extraction. Fortunately, his strength was formidable, allowing him to effortlessly lift the hefty raw stone weighing over 100 kilograms onto the cutting table. The first piece to be cut was the magnificent imperial green, sourced from the Moxisha quarry. This specimen weighed 56.3 kilograms, with 2/3 of it comprised of exquisite jadeite. He marked a line and promptly commenced the cutting process. Within minutes, the stone was cleaved in two, revealing a vibrant green at the cut, which, under bright light, shimmered like water. Yi Ro gasped, exclaiming, "This is imperial green." Zhang Dong then opened two more windows, both revealing imperial green. Such a substantial piece weighed no less than 30 kilograms. Furthermore, the remaining third, while not achieving the status of imperial green, was still of ice type, holding considerable value. Yi Ro took a deep breath and remarked, "This piece is worth at least 500 million. If crafted into a work of art, its value would soar even higher." Zhang Dong had purchased this raw material for 6 million euros, equating to 47 million yuan. Following the stone's dissection, its value skyrocketed to over 9 times its original worth. Zhang Dong smiled as he utilized a crane to position the large stone from the Damakan quarry onto the cutting table. This piece weighed 675 kilograms, and it cost him 14,500,000 euros. After marking the line, he began the cutting process. A quarter of this stone was fully green jadeite, with another quarter showcasing a beautiful interplay of green and red, both boasting commendable quality. For the first cut, Zhang Dong extracted the fully green jadeite, which, apart from a few areas with inclusions, primarily consisted of high-quality ice jade, weighing approximately 130 kilograms. For the second cut, he removed the section with the green and red intermingling, which was also of ice type. This material, displaying hues of green and yellow, would make for stunning bracelets, favored by many. This piece weighed over 140 kilograms. The remaining jadeite was of decent quality. While it did not reach the ice-type standard, it exhibited beautiful green tones and vibrant red mist, categorizing it as a rare, high-quality jadeite. Yi Ro observed for a moment, expressing her thoughts. "The value of this material is at least 1.5 billion, though I cannot accurately assess its precise worth." Subsequently, Zhang Dong also unveiled several pieces he had selected for Yi Ro, although they did not possess the same breathtaking allure as the two larger pieces. Their value had surged 3 to 5-fold. Having previously spent 13,500,000 euros, their current worth exceeded 370 million. As for the remaining materials, some would merely break even or appreciate minimally, leading Zhang Dong to forego their cutting for the time being. With over 2 billion in hand, Zhang Dong found himself restless and turned his attention to the golden worm. The golden worm had consumed the blue goo worm entirely. If his speculation was correct, the blue goo worm was indeed the celestial goo referred to by Meng Shieling. It now seemed that the celestial goo was not as formidable as it appeared, being so easily devoured. At that moment, he felt a remarkable clarity throughout his body, light as a feather, and proceeded to the rooftop to practice the 11th and 12th sets of movements of the Ling Fei Jing. The Ling Fei Jing comprises 12 sets of movements, of which he had previously mastered 10. Perhaps due to the effects of consuming the celestial goo, his practice today was exceptionally smooth, completing the 11th set within half an hour. After another half hour, he finished the 12th set as well. Thus, the myriad meridians within his body were essentially opened, interconnecting various organs and tissues, including his skin and bones. Subsequently, he commenced his practice with the first set of movements, continuing through to the 12th. After completing the series of exercises, he felt an invigorating surge within him, as if the vital energy coursing through his veins was on the verge of manifesting outwardly. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a door opening. Upon descending the stairs, he discovered Yi Ro accompanied by a woman in her 20s with short hair. The woman appeared slightly plump, bearing several bruises on her face, indicative of a recent altercation. Yi Ro introduced, "Zhang Dong, this is my close friend Chen Yuan, who will be staying here temporarily. Is that agreeable?" "Certainly," Zhang Dong replied. "You may reside downstairs while I remain above." Chen Yuan nodded at Zhang Dong before collapsing onto the sofa in tears, while Yi Ro offered her consolation. The following morning, the three of them shared breakfast nearby. Yet Chen Yuan's demeanor remained troubled. During their meal, she received a phone call. After hanging up, she remarked, "Xiao Ro, he has apologized to me, and I wish to speak with him." Yi Ro frowned. "Chen Yuan, this marks the 7th time he has assaulted you. What is there to discuss?" With a rueful smile, Chen Yuan responded, "But when he is not being violent, he treats me rather well." Yi Ro, momentarily at a loss for words, conceded, "Very well. I shall respect your decision. Zhang Dong, engrossed in his meal, preferred to refrain from involving himself in the affairs of those he did not know well. Thank you. Zhang Dong, Chen Yuan expressed gratefully. Yiro sighed. I suppose I should pay him a visit. Zhang Dong drove Chen Yuan to the entrance of an apartment building. As they arrived, Yiro intended to accompany her upstairs, but Chen Yuan quickly interjected, Xiao Ro, you needn't come, otherwise another argument may ensue. I will call you shortly, so do not worry. As Chen Yuan departed, Zhang Dong inadvertently noticed a dark aura hovering above her head, stirring a sense of curiosity within him. What could this mean? Chapter 73. Hypnosis. Once Chen Yuan was gone, he advised, you should refrain from becoming too deeply involved in your friends' matters. Everyone has their own choices. Yiro sighed. I have grown accustomed to it. Let's wait a while, she added. If the conversation goes awry, she will certainly come back down. As they engaged in light conversation in the car, approximately 10 minutes passed when suddenly a loud thud resonated from the nearby greenery. A figure plummeted from a great height, crashing heavily to the ground, convulsing briefly before lying still. Zhang Dong swiftly opened the car door and looked up to see a figure at the 9th floor window, coldly observing the scene below before departing. Rushing to the fallen individual, he discovered it was indeed Chen Yuan, lifeless, breathless, and with dilated pupils. Yiro rushed over, recognizing the person on the ground, and covered her mouth as she began to weep uncontrollably. Zhang Dong immediately dialed the police and then the emergency services. Within 10 minutes, a police car arrived, securing the scene. A familiar face emerged before Zhang Dong. It was Officer Tian Shi. Zhang Dong, long time no see, she greeted. Did you report the incident? Zhang Dong nodded. Yes, I did. The deceased is Chen Yuan, a friend of ours whom we brought to see her boyfriend. Officer Tian, I spotted someone behind that 9th floor window when Chen Yuan fell. He must be her boyfriend, Zhang Dong recounted. Rest assured, we will conduct a thorough investigation. Tian Shi assured him. With the remaining matters in the hands of the authorities, Zhang Dong and Yi Ro departed the scene. As they exited the community, Yi Ro sudendi emranjed zank don shoulder, vipin bitterli. Zhang Dong parked his vehicle by the roadside and offered some words of comfort. Life is unpredictable. Do not let sorrow consume you. How could she have died? She was so young. Yi Ro clearly struggled to accept the harsh reality. Zhang Dong inquired, what does Chen Yuan's boyfriend do? He practices free combat and has even secured accolades in national competitions. She replied with a faint sigh. I had advised her to be cautious, but she did not heed my warnings. Throughout the morning, Yi Ro remained in a disheartened state. At 11 o'clock, Tian Shi called Zhang Dong. Mr. Zhang, our preliminary investigation has concluded. Chen Yuan's death has been ruled a suicide. Zhang Dong furrowed his brow. I escorted her downstairs, and she seemed quite composed, wishing to reconcile with her boyfriend. She should not have taken such drastic measures. Tian Shi responded. Chen Yuan's boyfriend provided the surveillance footage. She indeed jumped from the building of her own accord. Zhang Dong's frown deepened. Does he have surveillance at home? Yes, Tian Shi confirmed. He often isn't home, hence the installation of cameras, which fortuitously captured the moment Chen Yuan leapt. Tian Shi added, your friend appears to be in great distress. Please offer her your support. Zhang Dong pondered for a moment, sensing something amiss. Officer Tian, is that individual still at the precinct? Tian Shi replied, yes, we still need to question him further. Zhang Dong asked, could I participate in the investigation? I suspect Chen Yuan may have been murdered. Tian Shi was taken aback. Having built considerable trust in Zhang Dong from prior events, she contemplated for a few seconds before asking, what do you propose? Zhang Dong responded, let us discuss this in person. I will come and find you. Tian Shi agreed, and, after ending the call, she urged Yi Ro to take a rest while she made her way to the criminal investigation unit alone. Upon arriving at the precinct, Zhang Dong was greeted by Tian Shi, who informed him Chen Yuan's boyfriend, Wei Yongjian, is currently in the interrogation room. He is expected to be released this afternoon. Zhang Dong remarked, Officer Tian, I possess knowledge of hypnosis. I can hypnotize Wei Yongjian to elicit the truth. Tian, she widened her beautiful eyes in surprise. Hypnosis? Zhang Dong nodded. Hypnosis allows him to forget his surroundings and lower his defenses, thereby revealing his true thoughts. Tian Shi urged, please wait here. I will consult with the captain. She escorted Zhang Dong to the office, where several officers busied themselves. Zhang Dong took a seat in Tian Shi's chair. Noticing a photograph of a young girl on her desk, seemingly around 2 years old, a thought crossed his mind. Tian Shi is so young and already has a child? In just a few minutes, Tian Shi returned with Captain Zhang, who had previously encountered Zhang Dong during the rescue of the little girl. Mr. Zhang, he said with a smile, extending his hand for a handshake. Zhang Dong stood and replied, "Captain Zhang, has Officer Tian briefed you on my proposal?" Zhang, whose full name was Zheng Wuqing, nodded and asked, "Mr. Zhang, how confident are you?" 10 out of 10, Zhang Dong stated. "Send someone to accompany me. I will ensure he speaks the truth, and you should prepare for audio and video recording." Zheng Wuqing nodded in agreement. "Very well, let Tianxi accompany you." Inside the interrogation room, Wei Yongjian sat back in his chair, appearing relaxed, with a faint smile playing on his lips. The death of his girlfriend, Chen Yuan, seemed to have little effect on him. His gaze grew vacant, and his pupils dilated. Zhang Dong rose and approached him, gently patting his shoulder with a smile. "Wei Yongjian, what on earth transpired today? How could Chen Yuan have jumped from the building? Although she had a temper and often quarreled with you, it shouldn't have driven her to such an act." Wei Yongjian's pupils slowly constricted, a hint of malevolence flickering in his eyes as he replied, "I made her die. I have grown weary of her. Moreover, I have long since found another woman." Zhang Dong narrowed his eyes. "Then why did you wish her dead?" "I need money. Her parents died in a car accident, leaving her a significant inheritance. 6 months ago, we visited the notary, and I became the sole heir to her estate. Of course, if I were to die, my inheritance would also belong to her." "How much is her inheritance? And why do you require so much money?" Wei Yongjin explained. "I have a penchant for gambling and owe over 10 million in high-interest loans. I cannot repay it. I must acquire funds. Her inheritance includes 3 properties, a commercial space, and some cash, totaling nearly 20 million. She clenched her fists, casting a furious glare at this scoundrel. Zhang Dong inquired, "How did you cause Chen Yuan's death?" "I gave her a drug that induces instant negative emotions. Then, I relentlessly verbally assaulted her, berating her and exposing her wounds, driving her to contemplate death," Wei Yongjian declared, a smug expression on his face. "With this money, I can not only clear my gambling debts, but also enjoy a few $100,000, living carefree." Zhang Dong glanced at Tian Shi, who asked, "Wei Yongjian, what is the name of the drug you gave Chen Yuan? Do you still have some left?" "I purchased it from the dark web. I have some remaining, stored in my refrigerator," he replied. Tian Shi instructed President Zhang, "Have him retrieve the purchase records. I will send someone to Wei Yongjian's residence for clues." Chapter 74. The Death of Wu Shizhi. Zhang Dong nodded, aware that Wei Yongjian could not evade justice. Soon, he had Wei Yongjian log into the computer, locating the screenshot of the drug purchase along with his chat records with the seller. Exiting the interrogation room, Zheng Wuqing firmly shook Zhang Dong's hand, exclaiming, "President Zhang, thank you immensely. Without you, this criminal would have evaded justice." Zhang Dong replied it was nothing. After half an hour, Tian Shi returned with news that the drug had been found in the refrigerator and sent for testing. Tian Shi inquired, "When will Wei Yongjian regain consciousness?" Zhang Dong answered, "He can awaken at any moment." Tian Shi commanded, "Let him wake up." Upon returning to the interrogation room, Zhang Dong snapped his fingers, causing Wei Yongjian to shudder, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings, feeling as though he had merely been sleeping, entirely oblivious to what had transpired. "Can I leave now?" he asked in a low voice. Tian Shi coldly replied, "I fear you will not be leaving." Wei Yongjian grew anxious. "What do you mean?" Tian Shi presented her laptop, playing back his earlier confession. As he watched, his expression shifted dramatically, and he roared, "What have you done to me? Why can't I remember?" Tian Shi stated, "Wei Yongjian, I am granting you an opportunity. Now, recount the events of your crime once more in hopes of leniency." Exiting the interrogation room, Tian Shi said, "President Zhang, thank you immensely." Zhang Dong replied it was nothing. "Officer Tian, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. I'll see you out." After bidding farewell to Zhang Dong, Zheng Wuqing asked, "Tian Shi, can we request his assistance once more to pry information from Lu Kaifeng?" Tian Shi felt a surge of realization. Lu Kaifeng was a suspect in a series of homicides, yet he adamantly refused to confess. Despite the police employing various tactics, they could not extract a confession from him, ultimately leading to his arrest on charges of assault. However, such a charge carried a mere 3-year sentence. And given his commendable behavior, he was set to be released in a month's time. Tian Shi nodded decisively. "Very well. I shall give it a try." Yiro sighed. "My uncle and cousin are incessantly vying to seize the shares my grandfather holds, causing daily turmoil. My grandfather, weary of the strife, has decided to partition the family." Zhang Dong inquired, "How will the division be executed?" Yiro replied, "My uncle and his faction would likely prefer monetary compensation, as they possess no experience in managing a company." Zhang Dong understood that the matter was likely more complex than it appeared. Yet it was a family affair of the Yi clan, and he felt it inappropriate to delve further. Before nightfall, Zhang Dong's vehicle finally arrived at his doorstep. Upon disembarking, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of a meal, indicating that dinner was ready and waiting for him. He called Lu Chan to join him for supper. After dining, darkness enveloped the surroundings when suddenly a long howl echoed from the mountain. Zhang Dong's heart stirred, prompting him to hasten up the hill. Upon reaching the summit where Wu Qingfeng had previously instructed him in martial arts, he was met not by Wu Qingfeng but by Zheng Jian, a favored student of his. Zhang Dong was taken aback and remarked, "Senior, it is you." With reddened eyes, Zheng Jian responded, "Junior, Master Wu, is no longer with us." Zhang Dong was struck with shock. What? Zheng Jian sighed deeply. Yesterday afternoon, a visitor came to see Master Wu, and they conversed behind closed doors. A mere 10 minutes later, that individual exited, and when I entered, I found Master Wu gravely injured on the floor. Zhang Dong narrowed his eyes and asked, "Where's Master Wu now?" "He passed away an hour ago. His body has already been prepared for burial," Zheng Jian explained. "Master Wu endured through the night. He likely had something to convey to you. Regrettably, you were not at home. I attempted to call you, but Master Wu forbade it." Zhang Dong inquired, "Who was responsible for injuring Master Wu?" "I recall the face, but do not know the name," Zheng Jian replied, shaking his head. Without hesitation, Zhang Dong dashed towards the opposite mountain, with Zheng Jian closely following. Upon returning to the bamboo grove, he found the usual young martial artists gathered there, alongside several villagers who had come to assist. Wu Qingfeng lay in a coffin, and as Zhang Dong approached, he observed the grievous injuries, internal bleeding and shattered organs. With his sternum crushed, a black handprint marred his chest, indicative of a fatal blow. Zhang Dong bowed 3 times before the coffin and turned to Zheng Jian, asking, "Did Master Wu utter anything before he passed?" Zheng Jian nodded, stating, "Master Wu spoke 5 words, Haisha Zhang and Mo family. He instructed me to deliver this to you." He handed Zhang Dong a thin, handwritten booklet, adorned with sketches of meridian pathways and various incantations. Zhang Dong, versed in the Lingfei and Copperman martial arts, immediately recognized the peculiar patterns of the meridians. Zheng Jian sighed ruefully. "To be candid, I have perused the contents, yet I am utterly perplexed." Zhang Dong tucked the booklet away and replied calmly, "Such a skill requires a profound foundation in internal power to practice." Zheng Jian lamented, "It seems I lack even the qualification to cultivate it. No wonder Master Wu did not bequeath it to me." Zhang Dong concluded, "Senior Zheng, I entrust you with the arrangements for Master Wu's funeral." Zheng Jian nodded reassuringly, stating that he had made all necessary arrangements. He arrived at the residence of Wu Qingfeng, his gaze directed towards the ground, which was muddied and marred by numerous chaotic footprints. Among them, one set of prints stood out, significantly deeper than the others, indicating the formidable prowess of its owner, whose force had penetrated the earth itself, distinguishing their imprint from that of an ordinary person. He took note of this particular footprint and inquired of Zheng Jian, "When will the funeral take place?" "Day after tomorrow," Zheng Jian replied. Zhang Dong nodded in understanding, declaring, "I will venture out to investigate the whereabouts of the murderer and will return by then." With that, Zhang Dong departed, leaving Zheng Jian to exhale a sigh of resignation. A group of youths gathered around, eagerly questioning, "Where's Brother Zhang going?" Zheng Jian explained, "He is on a quest to track down the individual responsible for our master's death." The youths expressed their astonishment, with one asking, "Does Brother Zhang stand a chance of finding him?" Zhang Dong had not known Wu Qingfeng for long, having only trained under him for a few days. Yet he felt a profound appreciation for the affection and respect bestowed upon him by Wu Qingfeng. Now, with Wu Qingfeng murdered, he could not remain idle. He was determined to uncover the identity of the adversary and seek vengeance. As he traversed the mountain peak, he spotted a figure standing there. It was none other than Chen Xuanjin. "Master," he called as he hurried forward. Chen Xuanjin offered a slight nod, stating, "As you were heading that way, I happened to arrive." "What transpired?" Zhang Dong replied, "My master Wu has been killed." "Master, do you know if there are any practitioners of iron sampalm in the world today?" Chen Xuanjin responded, "There are indeed many who can perform iron sampalm, but few excel at it. Is there one by the surname Mo?" Zhang Dong pressed. "There is," Chen Xuanjin confirmed. "The Mo family has a lineage of 9 generations of iron sampalm practitioners, producing numerous masters in the art. The current head of the Mo family is named Mo Xinghe, who possesses the ability to unleash a toxic force within 3 steps of his adversary." Zhang Dong inhaled deeply and declared, "I wish to pay a visit to the Mo family." After a moment of silence, Chen Xuanjin replied, "You need not go. Mo Xinghe resides in Yun City." Chapter 75, The Wealthiest Man in Yun City. Zhang Dong's eyes hardened. Master, where is he? Chun Xuanjin sighed gently, saying, those of the rivers and lakes each harbor their own grievances. Why must you involve yourself? Zhang Dong countered. Wu has imparted his martial arts to me. I cannot allow him to perish without justice. At the very least, I must ascertain the truth. Chun Xuanjin nodded slightly. Very well, I shall inform you. Mo Xinghe is at the residence of Li Donghai, the wealthiest man in Yun City. Li Donghai's son, Li Songlong, has recently taken Mo Xinghe as his master. I visited Li Donghai's home yesterday to attend to his wife's ailment. Zhang Dong inquired, Master, what is Mo Xinghe's level of cultivation? Chun Xuanjin replied, Mo Xinghe is a master of true qi. Your cultivation is, in fact, on par with his. However, your combat experience is limited. When facing such a seasoned practitioner, experience often outweighs raw skill. Master, regardless of the circumstances, I must confront Mo Xinghe today, Zhang Dong insisted. Seeing his determination, Chun Xuanjin smiled. You are a child of righteousness. Very well, I shall accompany you. Having seldom taken on a disciple, he was resolved to protect him from danger. Zhang Dong, wishing to spare Chun Xuanjin from involvement, asserted, Master, I shall go alone. Chun Xuanjin regarded him with a calm gaze, stating, If you call me master, I shall treat you as my own child. When a disciple is in peril, how can a master stand idly by? Do not worry for me. A mere Mo Xinghe is insignificant in my presence. Zhang Dong bowed deeply to him, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, master. At the residence of Li Donghai, nearing 50 years of age, a splendid banquet was underway, attended by the illustrious figures of Yun City, as well as numerous extraordinary individuals from the martial world. As the wealthiest man in Yun City, with assets exceeding 500 billion, Li Donghai owns 2 publicly listed companies. His business has flourished significantly in recent years due to his astute investments, expanding his influence beyond Yun City to Jiangbei and even nationwide. Today, Li Donghai exuded vitality and charisma, having gradually forged connections with societal elites, political magnates, and even legendary figures from the martial realm. Among the esteemed guests present, none were ordinary. With a radiant smile, he donned a traditional Tang suit and addressed the assembly. Dear guests, today I have prepared some fine aged liquor for us to savor together. Suddenly, a butler hurriedly approached, announcing, Master, the divine doctor has arrived. Li Donghai was elated. He had previously leveraged connections with a prominent figure to invite Chun Xuanjin. However, after treating his wife, Chun Xuanjin had departed, leaving Li Donghai unable to retain him. The news of Chun Xuanjin's return filled him with joy, and he promptly went to greet him. Chun Xuanjin and Zhang Dong had already reached the entrance, and Li Donghai rushed forward. Ah, esteemed divine doctor, I failed to extend my welcome from afar. Please forgive my oversight. Chun Xuanjin replied with a smile. I apologize for the disturbance, Mr. Li, for I have returned. Not at all. It is my utmost honor to have you here. Please, make yourself comfortable, Li Donghai implored. As Chun Xuanjin scanned the room, he noticed Mo Xinghe seated among the guests and walked directly toward him. Mo Xinghe, well aware of the divine doctor's illustrious reputation, stood respectfully from several meters away. Divine doctor, please. Chun Xuanjin took a seat at the head of the table, with Zhang Dong sitting beside him, discreetly observing Mo Xinghe. As Mo Xinghe rose, leaving behind a trail of footprints, Zhang Dong meticulously examined them, discovering that these prints were entirely different from those of the assailant who had killed Wu Qingfeng. Confusion washed over him. Could it be that Mo Xinghe was not involved? Chun Xuanjin, holding a high status and immense renown in the martial world, commanded respect, rendering the atmosphere solemnly silent. It was Zhang Donghai who broke the tension with a smile. Divine doctor, may I inquire who this gentleman is? Gesturing toward Zhang Dong, Chun Xuanjin replied, This is my newly acquainted friend, Zhang Dong. We have enjoyed conversing. Zhang Dong felt a twinge of curiosity as to why Chun Xuanjin refrained from acknowledging him as his disciple. Yet, upon further reflection, he began to grasp the underlying reason. The divine doctor's reputation was monumental, and assuming the title of his disciple before being able to stand on his own merit might not be advantageous. Being referred to as a friend by Chun Xuanjin naturally commanded Li Donghai's utmost respect, and he promptly said, Ah, so you are young Master Zhang. It is a pleasure to meet you. Zhang Dong nodded. I hope my unexpected visit has not imposed upon you, Mr. Li. Li Donghai inquired with a smile. If young Master Zhang has engaged in delightful discourse with the divine doctor, surely you are also an extraordinary individual. Zhang Dong humbly replied, I am not worthy of such praise. I merely have a modicum of knowledge regarding antiques and art, which is inconsequential. Li Donghai's eyes brightened. Is that so? Then I must trouble you, young Master Zhang. I possess a treasured sword. Could you assist me in discerning its age and provenance? Zhang Dong responded, It would be my pleasure. Li Donghai immediately instructed the butler. Bring forth the sword from my collection. In less than 3 minutes. The butler presented an ancient sword, cradled delicately in his hands, placing it before Zhang Dong. A fleeting glimpse revealed a cascade of light and shadow, leading him to discern that the blade belonged to the Eastern Han dynasty. The hilt, crafted from gold, bore the inscription Qinggan. Li Donghai remarked, Young Master Zhang, some claim this is one of Cao Cao's treasured swords, the Qinggan sword. Would you be so kind as to ascertain its authenticity? Zhang Dong picked up the sword, noting the intact scabbard and exquisite craftsmanship, affirming it was indeed a fine blade. However, it was not one wielded by Cao Cao. Please refrain from speaking recklessly if you lack understanding, interjected a man of similar age to Zhang Dong, whose stature was modest yet exuded an air of arrogance. Zhang Dong replied coolly, If you wish for my insight, yet doubt my judgment, then what purpose does my evaluation serve? This individual was Li Songlong, the son of Li Donghai. With a disdainful snort, he retorted, In this world, there are far too many boastful individuals lacking true skill. I fear being deceived. To be frank, I procured this sword through a reliable source. It is the authentic Qinggan sword. Li Donghai frowned, admonishing, Songlong, do not speak disrespectfully. Li Gonglong, Raplia. Father, I am merely stating the truth. Zhang Dong cast a glance at Li Songlong, observing a mass of black energy swirling in his abdomen, indicative of poison. According to medical principles, you must be young Master Li. What a pity. Li Songlong paused, inquiring, What do you mean by what a pity? Zhang Dong, noticing Chen Xuanjin's lack of objection, continued, I have heard you recently practice the iron sand palm, employing medicinal sand in its initial stages. Not fully articulating his thoughts, Mo Xinghe could no longer contain himself, interjecting, What do you imply, young friend? Do you believe my teachings are flawed? Zhang Dong turned his attention to Mo Xinghe, noting a similar dark energy gathering within him, though his profound internal strength allowed him to expel the poison temporarily. Nevertheless, prolonged exposure would be detrimental to his health. Mr. Mo is a master of the black sand palm. May I inquire how long the oldest practitioners of the iron sand palm have lived? Mo Xinghe's countenance shifted, acknowledging, not to mention others, the oldest among the Mo family's iron sand palm experts only reached 63, while ordinary individuals can live to 80. Chapter 76, Young Master Li Concedes. Chen Xuanjin stated, practicing the iron sand palm requires different antidote prescriptions at various stages. Has the Mo family's formula been lost? Mo Xinghe, taken aback, quickly rose and clasped his hands in respect, saying, The divine physician possesses remarkable insight. When my Mo family acquired the ultimate technique of the iron sand palm, we lacked 2 sets of antidote prescriptions. Zhang Dong remarked, Your Mo family progresses steadily in their training, but this young Master Li appears rather impatient. If he continues to practice haphazardly, reaching the age of 30 may prove a challenge. Li Songlong's demeanor shifted, but his pride held firm. You speak nonsense. Chen Xuanjin gestured to Li Songlong, who recognized the extraordinary skills of Chen Xuanjin and hurriedly approached. After taking his pulse, Chen Xuanjin declared, Your organs are tainted with poison. If left untreated, it could indeed pose a fatal threat. Li Songlong turned pale, collapsing to his knees with a plea, I beg the divine physician to save me. Zhang Dong inquired with a smirk, Were you not skeptical? Li Songlong shot him a glare, retorting bitterly, What does that have to do with you? Chen Xuanjin replied calmly, Such a minor affliction can be treated by Zhang Dong. Li Songlong was taken aback as Zhang Dong observed him with a smile that was neither fully playful nor serious. In recent days, I have learned some medical techniques from Mr. Chen, which happen to be quite effective for such ailments. Li Donghai understood that if Li Songlong did not seize this opportunity, he might find himself beyond salvation. Thus he signaled to his son. With a reluctant expression, Li Songlong approached Zhang Dong, cleared his throat, and inquired, Young Master Zhang, might you be able to? Zhang Dong yawned and turned to Mo Xinghe, asking, Mr. Mo, are you acquainted with Wu Qing Feng? Mo Xinghe raised an eyebrow. The unmatched Wu Qing Feng? I have heard of him, yet we have never met. Zhang Dong produced his smartphone, displaying the black palm imprint on Wu Qingfeng's chest, and posed a question. Mr. Mo, how many individuals do you think possess such formidable palm strength? Upon seeing the imprint, Mo Xinghe was astonished, realizing that the prowess of the assailant exceeded his own. He enlarged the image, scrutinizing it for a full half-minute before murmuring, "Could it truly be him?" Zhang Dong felt a spark of curiosity. "Who do you refer to?" Mo Xinghe replied, "More than 30 years ago. My father took in a disciple from outside the family. His talent was remarkable. However, after my father's passing, we lost contact. This individual is named Yang Chun, and his iron sampalm is even more powerful than mine." Zhang Dong inquired, "Do you know where this Yang Chun might be?" Mo Xinghe shook his head. "We have had little communication, so I'm unaware of his whereabouts. I only know that his hometown is in Longhu County." At this point, Zhang Dong had unearthed a valuable lead. He turned to Li Songlong with a smile and asked, "What were you about to say, young masterly?" Li Songlong's expression darkened, and he had no choice but to reiterate, "Young Master Zhang, could you kindly assist in treating my ailment?" Zhang Dong gestured for him to raise his wrist, took his pulse, and then requested paper and pen to write a prescription for Qin Xuanjin. The latter nodded and remarked, "Not bad." Zhang Dong handed the prescription to Li Songlong, instructing, after each training session, steep the herbs in boiling water for half an hour and wash your entire body. In time, the toxins within you will dissipate. Li Songlong accepted the prescription with both hands, expressing heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you. This is truly a life-saving remedy." Mo Xinghe quickly clasped his fists and asked, "Young Master Zhang, do you think this prescription would be beneficial for me?" Zhang Dong shook his head. "Your case is rather complex. I am unable to assist." He then turned to Qin Xuanjin, who stated, "Please share the prescriptions you have previously used with me." Mo Xinghe promptly took paper and pen, writing down several prescriptions, and then handed them to Qin Xuanjin. After a brief glance, the latter added 2 more prescriptions to the list, saying, "With these 2 additions, your issue can be resolved." Mo Xinghe was elated, bowing deeply to Qin Xuanjin. He hurriedly produced a check, a small token of appreciation. "Please accept it, esteemed physician." Qin Xuanjin advised Zhang Dong, "You should accept it." Upon examining the check, Zhang Dong was astounded to find it amounted to 10 million. Indeed, Mo was quite wealthy. He accepted it without hesitation. Li Donghai soon followed suit, writing out a check of his own for the same amount, and handed it to Zhang Dong with a smile, saying, "A small gesture. Please accept it, young Master Zhang." Zhang Dong cheerfully accepted the check. With their objectives achieved, Qin Xuanjin rose and declared, "I have matters to attend to. I bid you farewell." He left without a word, and those who had intended to seek his medical expertise sighed quietly, rising one after another to see him off. Once the master and disciple departed, Mo Xinghe felt an immense joy, exclaiming, "Today was not in vain. The prescription provided by the divine physician is an invaluable treasure for the Mo family. I came unprepared today, but I must reward the divine physician handsomely another day." Li Donghai was equally elated, chuckling from the accent of that young Master Zhang. He hails from Yin City. In the future, we must ensure to foster our connections. As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards Li Songlong, who, devoid of any irritation, nodded in acknowledgement. "Father, I shall remember." After leaving the Li residence, Zhang Dong invited Qin Xuanjin to his home to further his studies in medicine. This time, Qin Xuanjin imparted even deeper knowledge, which Zhang Dong grasped only partially, yet diligently noted every detail, even making written annotations. The following morning, Qin Xuanjin departed, leaving behind 2 million as pocket money for Zhang Dong. With thoughts of pursuing the culprit occupying his mind, he instructed Lu Chong to drive him to Longhu County. The journey was not lengthy, taking approximately 3.5 hours by car. Given the scan information provided by Mo Xinghe, he requested Tian Shi's assistance in investigating whether anyone named Yang Chun resided in Longhu County. Tian Shi managed to locate 2 individuals and sent Zhang Dong their addresses. The first Yang Chun he encountered was a construction worker in his 50s, an ordinary man who clearly was not the person he sought. The second Yang Chun lived in a town beneath the county, but upon arriving at the residence, Zhang Dong found the main gate locked. The estate was quite grand, featuring white walls and red tiles, sprawling over 1,000 square meters. He then knocked on the door of a neighboring house, which was opened by a robust, middle-aged man clad in a white coat and traditional shoes, exuding an aura of martial prowess. With penetrating eyes, he scrutinized Zhang Dong and inquired, "Who are you looking for?" Zhang Dong replied, "I wish to inquire if the family across the way has someone named Yang Chun." The man assessed Zhang Dong thoroughly before affirming, "Yes, Yang Chun is in my home. Are you looking for him?" Zhang Dong nodded affirmatively. "I am." The man continued, "He is having tea at my place. Follow me." Zhang Dong instructed Lu Chong to wait in the car while he ventured inside alone. The man casually shut the door behind him, smiling. "Are you a friend of Yang Chen?" Zhang Dong responded, "We were acquainted years ago. It has been a while since our last meeting, and I came to pay him a visit. Passing through a moon gate, they entered a courtyard where 6 individuals stood practicing martial arts, young men in their 20s and older men in their 50s. Upon noticing their companion entering with a stranger, they halted their exercises. The man who had led Zhang Dong stepped back a few paces and coldly remarked, "You have quite the audacity." Zhang Dong remained composed, surveying his surroundings, and stated, "It appears Yang Chun is not here." The man in the white coat chuckled ominously. "You are neither the first nor the last to come knocking." Zhang Dong asserted, "I seek Yang Chun. Tell me where he is, and I will leave immediately." "Leave? Now that you are here, do you think you can simply walk away?" scoffed the man, signaling to a burly man in his 30s. This individual boasted thick arms, veins bulging prominently, and slightly darkened nails, the result of years of practicing the iron sand palm technique. Zhang Dong suddenly comprehended the situation and remarked, "It appears that you're all disciples of Yang Chun." The burly man let out a sneer, bent slightly, and struck towards Zhang Dong with a palm. Infused with the toxic energy of the iron sand palm technique, capable of severely injuring any adversary it touched, Zhang Dong, having diligently practiced his footwork, swiftly sidestepped half a meter and delivered a kick to the man's head, causing him to collapse into unconsciousness. The remaining individuals were taken aback and immediately rushed forward. Zhang Dong quickly retreated, and one of them, the fastest, was sent flying by a single palm strike, landing and spewing blood uncontrollably. Utilizing his agile footwork, Zhang Dong swiftly incapacitated 5 of them, while the few remaining dared not advance any further, fixating their gaze upon him. He coldly declared, "I have not taken any lethal measures. Otherwise, we would all be dead by now. I shall ask once more, where is Yang Chun?" "Right here." A door nearby creaked open, revealing a gaunt figure, emaciated to the bone, with dark circles under his eyes, appearing to be in his 60s, who emerged at a leisurely pace. Zhang Dong scrutinized the man's footsteps and immediately deduced that they matched those of the perpetrator at the scene. This was indeed Yang Chun. "Did you kill Wu Qingfeng?" he inquired. The frail elder took a few steps forward, a pained expression crossing his face as he admitted, "It was I who took his life." "Did you hold a grudge against him?" Zhang Dong probed. Yang Chun shook his head. "No grudge existed. My prolonged practice of the iron sand palm has led to a buildup of toxins within me, threatening to erupt. In a desperate bid for survival, I inquired about a certain internal technique that Wu Qingfeng possessed, which could alleviate my condition. However, he refused to share the method. As a man on the brink of death, I had no choice but to threaten him. Yet, he remained steadfast, refusing to divulge the technique even until his last breath." Zhang Dong produced a small booklet, coldly challenging, "Is this what you seek?" Yang Chen's excitement surged as he reached out to grasp it, but Zhang Dong stepped back, rubbing his hands together, causing the booklet to disintegrate into dust. Yang Chun, startled and enraged, bellowed, "You seek death." In an instant, his hands turned as dark as ink, surrounded by a malevolent aura. Zhang Dong understood that the more deeply poisoned a master of the iron sand palm was, the more lethal their force became. Should he be struck, death would be inevitable. He deftly evaded, employing the techniques of the Copper Man and his intricate footwork to keep the elder at bay. Yang Chen's power was formidable, yet the poison coursing through him was too severe. He exerted all his inner strength, and the toxins began to manifest rapidly. In less than a minute, his forehead had turned black. Zhang Dong observed him coldly, deliberately inciting him. "Without that technique, your demise is certain. You shall suffer a dreadful death, your muscles contracting, your internal organs decaying slowly, living in a state worse than death." Yang Chun, driven into a frenzy, launched another fierce attack. Zhang Dong moved like a fleeting shadow, darting left and right, while the man could scarcely graze the hem of his garment. In under 10 minutes, Yang Chen's entire body had turned black. His eyesight failed first, followed by the contraction of his muscles, each muscle knotting into grotesque lumps, tendons snapping with a resounding crack. Yang Chun emitted a heart-wrenching scream, his limbs contorting as his eyes melted away, dark blood oozing from his 7 orifices. The toxin had finally taken hold. Zhang Dong stood a short distance away, coldly gazing at him, stating, "I possess the antidote to your poison. Yet you, in pursuit of a technique, have caused the death of Master Wu. Kill me." Yang Chen's voice was raspy, his vocal cords damaged. Zhang Dong replied nonchalantly, "Wissing tudi? It shall not be so easy." He turned his gaze toward the middle-aged man who lay sprawled on the ground and coldly inquired, "You just said that I am not the first to seek out Yang Chen? Are there many others who have come to find him?" The individuals present realized that they were no match for Zhang Dong, especially with Yang Chen's impending demise, which further dampened their will to resist. Is he employing murder to purge toxins? Zhang Dong pondered. The venom coursing through Yang Chen's body was overwhelming, and his iron sand palm could inject poison into others. While this method might temporarily delay the onset of the toxin, it merely addressed the symptoms without curing the root cause. How many has Yang Chen killed? He asked. We are uncertain, but there are dozens each year. Zhang Dong sighed. Yang Chen's slaying of Wu Qingfeng was likely not solely for the sake of martial arts. He was inherently a killer. Yang Chen's muscles continued to convulse, his agony intensifying. Zhang Dong procured a chair and sat across from Yang Chen, who was contorted in pain, his face grotesque, his tongue blackened and rigid, unable to produce sound, only able to open his mouth. Half an hour later, the notorious Yang Chen finally succumbed to the very poison he had cultivated through years of arduous practice. His body had twisted beyond recognition, his muscles detached, and his organs rotted, presenting a ghastly sight. He coldly addressed the others, stating, If you wish to avoid such a wretched fate, cease your practice. With that, he turned and departed, no one daring to impede him. The following day marked Wu Qingfeng's funeral. Zhang Dong arrived early, accompanying Zheng Jian and leading the apprentices to lay Wu Qingfeng's remains to rest. After a day of toil, in the evening, Zheng Jian prepared a few dishes for toast with Zhang Dong. What are your plans, senior brother? Zhang Dong inquired. Nodding, Zhang Dong replied, Very well. He raised a glass in salute to Zheng Jian, saying, Should you need anything, do not hesitate to seek me. Zheng Jian nodded, and only then did he ask, Have you located the enemy? Zhang Dong responded, Indeed, I have found him. His name is Yang Chen, and he met a gruesome end while I stood by and observed. Zheng Jian clenched his fists, lamenting, If only I had been present. It seemed Zheng Jian was already aware of these events, as he calmly remarked, I am conversing with my junior brother. You may wait aside. Yes. The steward retreated to stand 10 meters away. Zheng Jian continued, Junior brother, my Zheng family possesses some influence in the south. Should you require assistance in the future, feel free to reach out. Zhang Dong smiled and replied, Excellent. After finishing their final drink, Zhang Dong produced a small booklet, his reinterpretation of the martial arts teachings left by Wu Qingfeng. The material left by the master is rather obscure. I have reorganized and annotated it, and you should be able to practice it now. Zheng Jian glanced at it and chuckled. Junior brother, you are truly a genius. No wonder Master Wu expressed his desire to take you as a disciple, though he felt unworthy. Rising, he clasped his fists toward Zhang Dong, stating, Junior brother, let's keep in touch. Around 7 o'clock, Yi Ro called, asking, Uncle has decided to sell his shares. Are you interested? Chapter 78, Open Sea Auction. Zhang Dong's heart raced as he responded, They are willing to allow an outsider like me to acquire shares? Yi Ro replied, I advocated on your behalf, and the transfer of shares requires the approval of Dongfang Wan, who will certainly not oppose your holding shares. Zhang Dong asked, How many shares are we discussing? There is still 10% available, and Uncle is asking for 5 billion. Zhang Dong chuckled wryly. What would I find 5 billion? Yi Ro, that batch of jadeite holds substantial value. Once sold, it should be sufficient. For any shortfall, I can lend you the difference, and you may repay me with the company's dividends. Zhang Dong, if that is the case, I shall proceed with the purchase. Yi Ro, excellent. I will prepare the necessary documents. In a few days, you can come by to sign the equity transfer contract. By the way, He Tianzi will be at the company tomorrow. You are responsible for his reception. He Tianzi has a penchant for gambling, yet he seldom loses. Should he propose a bet, do not acquiesce. Zhang Dong, understood. I will be at the company early tomorrow. That evening, Zhang Dong continued his training, departing at 5 o'clock the following morning from Mingguxian. At 7:30, he arrived at the office, where the secretary prepared a cup of tea, and he began to read. From 8:30 onward, individuals came to seek his signature. It was not until 10 o'clock that He Tianzi arrived, and Zhang Dong, accompanied by several subordinates, personally welcomed him at the entrance. He Tianzi appeared youthful, clad in a white suit, and in his early 40s, exuding vitality. One could discern that he must have been quite handsome in his youth, possessing a charming demeanor. Zhang Dong approached with a smile. Mr. He, welcome. I am Zhang Dong, the president of Jiangbei Mingguxian. He Tianzi extended his hand, smiling. Greetings, President Zhang. I have heard much from General Dongfang and General Yi about you. You are quite the connoisseur in gem identification and adept at stone gambling. Zhang Dong, you flatter me, Mr. He. Please, after you. He Tianzi replied with a smile. I have urgent matters to attend to shortly. Let us proceed directly to view the jadeite. Zhang Dong, very well. I have made the necessary arrangements. Zhang Dong led him to an exhibition hall, where several jadeite pieces had been unveiled, now elegantly displayed under the lights, enhancing their opulence. Besides the pieces that Zhang Dong had personally cut, there were also numerous original stones, all of which had been expertly windowed. Zhang Dong had chosen the windowing positions with remarkable skill, allowing a glimpse of the exquisite green and superior quality within. He Tianzi, evidently knowledgeable about jadeite, was accompanied by two experts. Upon seeing the imperial green piece, both experts exhibited expressions of astonishment. He Tianzi chuckled, "Imperial green. It has been many years since I last encountered such a gem. I shall take this piece. President Zhang, what is your asking price?" Zhang Dong had previously valued it at 500 million. He smiled and replied, 800 million. Both experts nodded in agreement, clearly finding the price reasonable, if not advantageous. He Tianzi affirmed, "Very well, I shall take it." His demeanor was generous, and he acted decisively, purchasing all of Zhang Dong and Yi Rou's premium materials, totaling 3,650 million, of which 520 million was attributed to Yi Rou's stones. As they settled the payment, He Tianzi suddenly laughed. "President Zhang, I operate a casino. How about we engage in a wager?" Zhang Dong felt a stir of excitement within. He thought, "Here it comes." He smiled and inquired, "What wager do you have in mind, Mr. He?" He Tianzi picked up a piece of rough stone and asked, "How much is this piece worth?" Zhang Dong glanced at it. Having acquired it from General Cohen, it contained promising material with a potential doubling in value. He replied, 600,000. He Tianzi responded, "I wager that once unwrapped, it will not be valued at 600,000. Zhang Dong blinked and asked, "If I lose, what shall I have to forfeit?" He Tianzi stated, "Should its value exceed 600,000 for the batch of stones I purchase, I shall pay 1.5 times their value. If the actual value of this rough stone does not exceed 600,000, you offer me a 50% discount. What do you say, General Zhang?" Generally speaking, the probability of the value of rough stones appreciating is significantly lower than that of depreciating. Hence, from a probabilistic standpoint, He Tianzi's wager appears to yield more profit than loss. However, he remains oblivious to the fact that these materials have been meticulously selected by Zhang Dong, and each piece, once unveiled, is sure to appreciate. Feigning hesitation for a few seconds, Zhang Dong smiled and said, "Since Mr. He is enthusiastic, let's take the plunge." He summoned the machinery and personally conducted the cutting. The segment he extracted was precisely from the area of the highest quality. When he presented the cut material to the onlookers, two experts exchanged glances, and one remarked, "Sir, the value of this material exceeds 1 million. Having just lost over 1 billion in a wager, He Tianzi felt no pang of regret. Instead, he laughed heartily. General Zhang is indeed a master of stone gambling. I am in awe. He promptly instructed his subordinate to transfer funds and inquired with a smile, "General Zhang, I must make a trip to the high seas. A salvage team has discovered a sunken ship belonging to the Japanese. According to their analysis, during the War of Resistance, the Japanese plundered numerous cultural relics from the homeland to transport back to their territory. This merchant vessel was among them, although it disappeared shortly after setting sail." Zhang Dong's interest was piqued, and he asked, "Are the items on board well preserved?" He Tianzi replied with a smile, "Interestingly, the Japanese initially used sealed containers, so many items inside remain intact. The salvage team will auction these well-preserved boxes in the high seas." Zhang Dong inquired, "Mr. He, does this mean I can participate as well?" "Certainly. You may accompany my vessel," He Tianzi replied, grinning. "I sense that General Zhang is particularly fortunate, and I wish to borrow a bit of your luck." Zhang Dong nodded. "Very well. I shall join Mr. He on this expedition to the high seas." He summoned 2 security personnel and a secretary to accompany He Tianzi as they left the company. While seated in a vehicle together, Zhang Dong asked Mr. He, "How large are the boxes?" He Tianzi responded, "There are both large and small ones. The smaller ones measure 0.5 meter wide and 1 meter long, while the larger ones are 1 meter wide and 2 to 3 meters long. There are also some colossal boxes. Will the boxes be open for auction, or will they be sold as is? All boxes are sealed, and the contents may be either damaged or well preserved. Therefore, whether one profits ultimately relies on luck, which is precisely why we are attending the auction in the high seas," He Tianzi explained, revealing his penchant for gambling. "What are the starting prices?" Zhang Dong asked. "The smaller boxes start at 1 million, going to the highest bidder. The medium ones begin at 3 million, and the larger ones are even pricier. You'll know the specifics once we arrive." Zhang Dong queried, "Wouldn't it be better to auction the contents separately?" He Tianzi replied, "That is their clever tactic. If these items are deemed cultural relics, it is legally prohibited to auction them. However, as long as the boxes remain unopened, they do not qualify as relics and can be auctioned. Moreover, they must have already opened a batch of boxes, but the items within either deteriorated or lacked significant value. After careful consideration, they decided to auction the boxes in their entirety. Before long, the group arrived at Ningxing Airport, where they boarded a flight to Binhai and, subsequently, took a speedboat to the open sea. Chapter 79, The Sunken Ship Auction. Upon arriving at the port and spotting a 10,000-ton cargo ship, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. During the journey, He Tianxi's attendant produced a meal pack, and the group had a modest bite to eat. As they approached the cargo ship, they ascended the vessel via a folding ladder and reached the deck. At that moment, the expansive deck had gathered over 100 individuals, and the auction was about to commence. The auctioneer, a middle-aged man clad in sunglasses, addressed the crowd, stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, the auction is about to begin. All purchased crates will be transported to the dock by the cargo ship." After explaining the rules, the man concluded, "Today, we will auction 356 crates, each with its own price. We shall commence with crate number 1, weighing 57 kilograms. With a starting bid of 1,500,000. Each subsequent bid must exceed the previous by no less than 100,000. As the auction commenced, Zhang Dong cast a glance at the contents of the crate, discovering a shattered ceramic figurine, its colors faded by water damage, rendering it nearly worthless. He Tianxi inquired with a smile, "Zhang, do you think this item will fetch a bid?" Zhang Dong replied, "Let us wait a while. With hundreds of crates, there is no need for haste." Consequently, He Tianxi refrained from bidding, and crate number 1 was ultimately sold for 1,800,000. Next, crates 2 and 3 were presented, yet Zhang Dong abstained from bidding as their contents were similarly damaged. It was not until crate 4 that they encountered a well-sealed container, its contents intact. Inside, wrapped in soft grass and paper, lay 20 exquisite blue and white plates, each nestled in its own compartment. These plates hailed from the Yuan dynasty, genuine examples of Yuan blue and white porcelain. The starting bid for crate 4 was 3 million, with increments of no less than 300,000. Zhang Dong declared, "I will bid on this one." He Tianxi nodded in agreement. Very well. Due to the crate's relatively pristine condition, competition was fierce, and Zhang Dong ultimately secured it for 8,400,000. The purchased crate was promptly delivered to him. He Tianxi chuckled, "Zhang, your sudden bid must have a reason. May I open the crate?" Within crate 7, they discovered 4 exquisite vases, all crafted from the Jun kiln of the Song dynasty. Zhang Dong remarked, "You may proceed with your bid." He Tianxi, having awaited an opportunity, immediately joined the bidding. The starting price remained 3 million, and he eventually acquired it for 7,100,000. Following this, He Tianxi took the initiative to bid 7 times independently, while Zhang Dong suggested 6 additional bids, culminating in He Tianxi purchasing a total of 14 crates. In contrast, Zhang Dong was somewhat restrained, bidding only 9 times among the 300 crates, each time expending several millions, while his secretary repeatedly rushed to process payments. As the auction concluded, the man in sunglasses grinned to all present. "Those who have spent over 30 million, please follow me to the cabin." He Tianxi winked at Zhang Dong. "See, the finest treasures await below." They left some individuals to guard the crates and followed the man into the cabin. The interior was dimly lit, filled with a distinct fishy odor and various crates. Both large and small were stacked within. He Tianxi glanced at his watch. The countdown begins. He then eagerly grabbed a handful of slips, rushing forward with a smile, selecting appealing crates to label, inscribing his name on each. Zhang Dong was not in a hurry, leisurely strolling within, having perused dozens of boxes before finally locating one with a label. Occasionally, he would come across several labeled boxes in succession, affixing 2 or 3 in one go. 15 minutes swiftly elapsed. Within such a brief span, some had labeled dozens while others had merely a few. He Tianxi labeled 29 boxes, whereas Zhang Dong managed 16. Of the 16, 7 were small boxes, 4 were medium, and 5 were large, totaling a staggering 94 million. The secretary processed the payment, and all the boxes were transported to the deck via the elevator, placed alongside the 9 boxes Zhang Dong had previously photographed. By this time, dusk had settled. Both He Tianxi's and Zhang Dong's boxes were hoisted directly into the cargo hold of the speedboat, which could easily accommodate over 1,000 tons of goods, more than sufficient for these boxes. Upon returning to the port, Zhang Dong rented a truck, personally having the secretary oversee its transportation, ensuring all boxes were delivered to Ning City. He Tianxi, being rather impatient, rented a large warehouse upon the box's arrival at the port and immediately opened them all. It must be said that the new gambling king was quite fortunate. Half of the boxes he selected were well sealed, and overall, he did not incur losses. In comparison, the 6 boxes selected by Zhang Dong contained items of considerable value, totaling over 270 million. Gazing at the contents within the boxes, Tianzi was somewhat astonished, then burst into laughter, summoning his secretary and addressing Zhang Dong. Mr. Zhang, I am prepared to invest 20 billion to purchase a batch of artworks. We can sign a contract now. I believe that collaborating with lucky individuals will bring me fortune as well. By 10 o'clock that evening, the truck arrived at the warehouse, unloading 25 boxes of various sizes. Zhang Dong, already aware of their contents, was in no rush to open them. Zhang Dong inquired, 1 billion? What is the background of the Zhou family? Yi Rou replied, do you remember Zhou Tsong from our last encounter in Yin City? He is the son of a Zhou family. Zhang Dong questioned, what does the Zhou family intend to do? 1 billion is an astronomical sum that not just any family can afford. Even if they can, it requires considerable deliberation. Yi Rou answered, it remains unclear. After all, even if the Zhou family secures a mere 10% stake, it may not be very advantageous. Moreover, the transfer of shares requires the consent of Dong Fenglan. The current actions of the Zhou family seem rather deliberate. Zhang Dong remarked, we sold some of the materials, and together we garnered 547 million. With this sum, we could have entirely purchased that 10% stake. Yet unexpectedly, the Zhou family intervened. Yi Rou added, Zhou Tsong has invited me to discuss the acquisition of my uncle's shares tomorrow. Zhang Dong pondered for a moment and replied, I will go over early tomorrow. I am curious to see what Zhou Tsong intends. Chapter 80, Zhou Tsong's Scheme. Yi Rou responded, all right, I will await your return. With no pressing matters that evening, Zhang Dong continued to study the hypnosis notes. Over the past few days, he had gradually gone through various contents and attempted to practice, though he was yet uncertain of the effectiveness. Practicing hypnosis was quite draining, and before he realized it, he had fallen asleep. The following morning at 10 o'clock, Zhang Dong's car parked at the Minggu Group headquarters parking lot. In the headquarters office of the Minggu Group, Yi Rou was already waiting, seated opposite her uncle Yi Shou and his sole son, Yi Xian. Yi Shou reclined comfortably on the sofa, cradling a thermos cup in his hands. He gently blew on the goji berries floating atop the liquid before taking a small sip. He was of modest height, quite slender, with dark circles under his eyes, indicating a significant depletion of vitality. As Yi Rou glanced at the time, the door swung open, revealing the secretary followed by Zhang Dong. She exhaled in relief and stood to invite him to sit beside her. Zhang Dong exchanged a brief glance with Yi Shou and his son, nodding as he settled into the seat to Yi Rou's left. Yi Shou raised his gaze, smiling as he addressed Zhang Dong. You must be the young Zhang I've heard about. It is said that you have managed Minggu Xian remarkably well. Commendable for someone so young. Zhang Dong replied modestly, you flatter me, Mr. Yi. He then turned his attention to Yi Rou. Uncle, she interjected. Zhang Dong, being friends with Dong Fenglan, understood that only by acquiring the shares in Yi Rou's possession would Dong Fenglan consider the deal. As for the Zhou family, even if they offered 1,000 billion without Dong Fenglan's consent, their transaction would be futile. Yi Shou scoffed lightly. Even if she disagrees, it matters not. I shall retain my shares, for they yield dividends each year. Furthermore, you must arrange for Yi Xian to have a board position, participating in the group's management. Zhang Dong chuckled. Mr. Yi, if the Zhou family is genuinely interested in purchasing the shares, I can persuade Director Dong to agree to this transaction. Yi Shou paused, his eyes lighting up. Director Zhang, are you truly willing to assist me? Absolutely, Zhang Dong affirmed. Immediately, Yi Shou retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Is this Director Zhou? Ha! Director Dong has agreed to our deal. When shall we sign the contract? The voice on the other end conveyed something, causing Yi Shou to frown slightly. More discussions? Director Zhou, you wouldn't be playing me for a fool, would you? You explicitly stated 100 billion. And now you mention further deliberation. I must inform you, if I do not receive a definitive answer by noon, I shall sell the shares to someone else. With that, he angrily hung up the phone. Yi Shou chuckled softly and said to Zhang Dong, Director Zhang, I shall step out for a moment. You two continue your discussion. He hurriedly left the office, accompanied by Yi Xian. Once they departed, Yi Rou turned to Zhang Dong. I intended to reserve that 10% of shares for you, and yet you choose to assist him. Zhang Dong smiled. On my way here, I contemplated this matter. The Zhou family's business overlaps with that of the Minggu Group, and they're performing quite well. There is no reason for them to invest heavily in our company. Since their intentions remain unclear, It seems prudent to step back and allow him the shares. Yi Ro replied, "We are to meet Zhou Tsong at noon. We'll hear what he has to say." Zhang Dong then mentioned the upcoming auction on the open sea, stating, "Those items are exquisite, and I plan to sell them at Minggu Xian." Yi Ro responded with a smile, "Had I known, I would have joined. However, it matters not. The day after tomorrow, the great collector Lu Juzi will hold an auction, and there should be many fine items available. I intend to acquire some." Zhang Dong remarked, "Lu Juzi, you say? It is said this individual leads a most legendary life." "Indeed," Yi Ro affirmed. "Years ago, when foreign powers invaded Beijing, they looted over 1,000,000 invaluable treasures, scattering them across the globe. Lu Juzi's ancestors were esteemed officials of the late Qing dynasty. Later, he studied abroad and began to focus on those cultural artifacts that had been lost overseas. For half a century, he has acquired hundreds of thousands of cultural relics from abroad, donating over 100,000 pieces to the National Museum. In pursuit of these acquisitions, he diligently engaged in commerce, ultimately establishing a trading company with assets that once exceeded 100 billion euros. Zhang Dong, why auction them? Yi Ro, I heard that Lu Juzi has fallen into a coma, and his 7 children are vying for their inheritance. Fearing losses, they decided to auction first and then divide the proceeds. Zhang Dong chuckled wryly. It seems they have little interest in antiques. Yi Ro, indeed. The trading company has been operating at a loss in recent years. The only valuable assets the Lu family possesses are these antiques and paintings. Zhang Dong. The items collected by Lu Juzi should be genuine. Yi Ro shook her head. That's not necessarily the case. After all, he is not an exceptionally skilled expert and could easily overlook fakes. However, the items up for auction will all be valued at over 1 million. Some smaller pieces will have their prices clearly marked. Yi Ro, the 7 children of the Lu family are all novices. They truly squander what they have. Zhang Dong. So, it seems we can set aside the matter of equity for now. Yi Ro smiled. I'll join you when the time comes. If the opportunity arises, we shall seize it. At 11 o'clock, Yi Ro and Zhang Dong shared a ride to meet Zhou Kong. In a CAF located in the business district, they found Zhou Tsong already seated. Upon seeing Zhang Dong, Zhou Tsong frowned slightly and said, "Miss Yi, did you not come alone?" Yi Ro, Zhang Dong is now the president of Minggu Xian. His presence is warranted. Zhou Tsong nodded. "Please have a seat." He summoned a waiter to take their orders. Yi Ro candidly expressed, "I am curious about the Zhou family's intention behind promising 1 billion to purchase Yishou's equity. Setting aside whether the Zhou family can muster such funds, even if they can, this business does not seem advantageous." Zhou Tsong chuckled. "Today, my meeting with Miss Yi is precisely to discuss this matter. Our Zhou family has reached an agreement with the second master of the Lu family to act as the agent for the sale of hundreds of thousands of antiques from the Lu family. However, the main business of the Zhou family revolves around gold and jewelry, while the arts sector comprises only a small fraction. Thus, we require the assistance of the Minggu Group." Yi Ro frowned. "The Zhou family is not adept in this area. What gives the Lu family reason to collaborate with you?" Zhou Tsong laughed lightly. "I'm already engaged to the daughter of the second master Lu. We are practically family. Naturally, collaborations should involve one's own people." Zhang Dong. "So, what is it that you seek?" Zhou Tsong replied casually. "This is a substantial business. Once completed, the profits will amount to at least 100 billion. Therefore, I must acquire equity in the Minggu Group. Once the group goes public, I will sell the stocks, while the Minggu Group remains yours." Yi Ro scoffed. "The prospect of going public is not even on our agenda. You truly have audacious aspirations." Zhou Tsong, are you too unaware? Dongfang Lan is preparing to take the Minggu Group public, and this grand enterprise from the Lu family can significantly enhance the company's performance and elevate its valuation. Yi Ro, so you intend to use 1 billion to purchase 10% of Yishou's equity? Zhou Tsong, not enough. I require at least 15%. However, the funds for purchasing the equity will only be available after I sell the stocks. Yi Ro shook her head. This is nothing more than a scheme to profit without investment. We cannot agree to this. Moreover, Minggu Xian has been flourishing and does not require the business from the Lu family. She then glanced at Zhang Dong and inquired, "Mr. Zhang, has the contract with the new gambling king been signed?" Zhang Dong nodded affirmatively. "Yes, it has been signed for 200 billion. Chapter 81, 12 jade plates. Yi Ro remarked, "The wealthiest individual in the harbor city has dispatched his young son to participate in the Lu family's auction. It would be an opportune moment for me to engage with him." Zhou Tsong was taken aback and said, "Mr. Zhang has actually secured He Tianxi's contract. Quite impressive. It seems I should collaborate with both of you." Yi Ro replied nonchalantly, "I have already agreed with Yishou to transfer the shares to the Zhou family. Henceforth, we shall all be shareholders of Minggu Group and enjoy a pleasant partnership." Zhou Tsong's expression changed. The Zhou family primarily engages in the jewelry business, ostensibly possessing assets worth billions. Yet their cash flow is limited, making it unrealistic to present 100 billion in cash. To be honest, I have already contacted Dongfang Lan, and she is quite intrigued by my proposal. Is that so? Zhang Dong immediately dialed Dongfang Lan's number. Sister Lan, has Zhou Tsong reached out to you? Dongfang Lan, who was dining, responded. Zhou Tsong, I believe I have met him. What is the matter? Zhang Dong explained. He wishes to acquire 15% of Minggu Group's shares in exchange for entrusting us with the sale of several 100,000 cultural artifacts from the Liu family. Zhang Dong added, I believe there is absolutely no need for such an arrangement. Dongfang Lan replied, I just reviewed your contract with ETNC. A substantial deal of 200 billion. Well done. Therefore, I will heed your counsel and refrain from collaborating with the Zhou family. Zhou Tsong could overhear Dongfang Lan's words, and his expression darkened as he fixed a piercing gaze on Zhang Dong. After ending the call, Zhang Dong smiled and said, Young Master Zhou, if you're genuinely interested in those shares, I can assist you. Zhou Tsong scoffed, rose from his seat, adjusted his attire, and replied coolly, Then there is nothing further to discuss. We shall wait and see. He stormed out in a huff without settling the bill. Yiro chuckled. If it weren't for you, Zhou Tsong's scheme might have succeeded. After all, once the company goes public, Dongfang Lan would also reap benefits. Zhang Dong remarked, Sister Lan is not short-sighted. She would never invite a wolf into the fold. Yiro stated, Uncle, I just spoke with Zhou Kong. In his plan, he would not provide you with a single cent, but would only pay you after the company goes public and he liquidates his shares. Yishou's expression soured as he said, Does this Zhou Tsong take me for a fool? Zhang Dong nodded, All right, let us first sign a letter of intent and conduct the formal transaction next week. Yishou had no objections, and thus both parties signed the letter of intent, agreeing to formalize the share transfer procedures the following Tuesday. After the father and son left, Zhang Dong suddenly asked, Can we get in touch with the Liu family? Yi Ro smiled and replied, What? Do you wish to visit them in advance? Zhang Dong nodded. Good things should indeed be seen early. Otherwise, once the crowd gathers, others might snatch them away. Yi Ro said, Actually, my grandfather has a good relationship with Old Master Liu and the Third Master Liu. I will make a call. After completing the call, she informed Zhang Dong. Grandfather said we can visit Old Master Liu. Zhang Dong's eyes lit up right now. Yi Ro glanced at the time. We will depart in half an hour. In casual conversation, Zhang Dong learned that Old Master Liu, named Liu Gongxin, has had a passion for calligraphy and painting since childhood, though his own skills in these arts are rather modest. The possessions of the Liu family are entrusted to Liu Gongxin, making him the most authoritative figure within the family. Half an hour later, they set off, arriving directly at the entrance of the Liu residence. The estate is remarkably expansive, originally constructed by Liu Juzi to preserve cultural relics. It encompasses over 1,000 acres. A man in his 60s, slightly portly, and with graying hair slicked back, briskly approached, warmly greeting Yi Zhouji with a handshake. Uncle Yi. Yi Zhouji replied with a smile. Gongxin, it has been a long time. How is old Liu faring? Liu Gongxin sighed. He remains in a state of unconsciousness. Yi Zhouji responded with a sigh. At nearly 90, each day is a blessing. Hello, Uncle Liu, Yi Ro chimed in. Liu Gongxin chuckled, Little Ro. You're becoming more beautiful by the day. It is a pity my wayward son is not more ambitious. Otherwise, I would certainly encourage him to pursue you. Yi Ro laughed. Uncle Liu, you jest. Liu Ku is quite diligent. Seemingly reluctant to discuss his son further, Liu Gongxin turned his gaze to Zhang Dong and inquired, And who might this be? Zhang Dong introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Liu. I am Zhang Dong, the president of Jiangbei Mingguxian. Ah, so you're President Zhang. Liu Gongxin acknowledged. Yi Ro then remarked, Uncle Liu, I have heard that the items for sale have been organized. May we take a look? Liu Gongxin replied, Of course. All items are available for purchase. If you're interested, you may take them now. He gestured for a butler-like individual, saying, Old Yang, please show them around the warehouse. While Yi Zhouji and Liu Gongxin conversed in the living room, Zhang Dong and Yi Ro followed Old Yang to the warehouse. The entrance of the warehouse was formidable, equipped with surveillance and guarded by personnel. As Old Yang opened the door, they were greeted by an expansive space exceeding 3,000 square meters, filled with shelves of various sizes, some 3 tiers high, others 5, each item meticulously labeled with a price. Old Yang addressed them, President Zhang, Miss Yi, whatever you choose. I will have it brought out for you. Zhang Dong, hands clasped behind his back, strolled along the first row on the left. Every object shimmered with distinct luminescence, each tracing its origins to different dynasties, each bearing unique histories. Most items were reasonably priced, ensuring that purchases would neither yield loss nor gain. His gaze fell upon a jade plate emitting an intense white light, suggesting its complexity beyond mere appearance. As he scrutinized the jade plate, he discovered it was layered, with each layer measuring only a few microns in thickness. Each plate was composed of over 50,000 exceedingly thin jade pieces, intricately inscribed with numerous characters and images. Zhang Dong felt a surge of astonishment. Without delving deeper, he inquired, "Are these jade plates for sale?" Old Yang nodded. "Indeed, President Zhang, they are priced accordingly." Zhang Dong declared, "I will take all 12 of these jade plates." Chapter 82. The Dragon's Courage. Old Yang immediately summoned staff to pack the jade plates into boxes, transporting them to the entrance. Zhang Dong continued to explore, selecting additional items. The objects he chose varied in cost, from several hundred thousand to several million. And by the time he finished traversing the entire warehouse, he had selected a total of 150 pieces. Zhang Dong expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Liu. I have chosen over 100 items." Lu Gingxin chuckled lightly. "I haven't yet organized the other items, so I cannot present them to you at this moment. Once I have everything sorted, I shall inform you both." Shortly thereafter, Old Yang approached with a list, Zhang Dong's 150 items, valued at 500,450,000. Among them, the most precious were the 12 jade plates, worth over 330 million. Lu Gingxin reviewed the list and remarked with amusement, "I didn't expect President Zhang to have a penchant for those 12 jade plates." Zhang Dong, intrigued, promptly inquired, "Mr. Liu, where did those jade plates originate? How many of such plates exist? Are they all here?" Lu Gingxin replied, "There are 60 jade plates in total. The rest are stored in the National Museum, though they are generally not available for public display." Zhang Dong responded, "I see. Might Mr. Liu have any way to borrow those jade plates?" Lu Gingxin smiled. "That is not an issue. My father donated a substantial number of artifacts to the museum, and our relationship with them is quite amicable." Yi Rou understood that this matter could not be rushed, so she calmly reassured, "In any case, please trust in our professionalism." "Uncle Liu." Lu Gingxin laughed heartily. "I certainly believe in you. Let us say this. I will provide you with a definite answer by tomorrow." "Thank you, Uncle Liu." Yi Rou replied sweetly. "If we can collaborate, I shall ensure you receive the most favorable price." Subsequently, Zhang Dong and Yi Rou transferred funds to Lu Gingxin. Although Yi Rou purchased fewer items, she still disbursed several tens of millions. As they prepared to take their leave, Zhang Dong suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, followed by an overwhelming sense of dread enveloping him. He promptly exited the hall and cast his gaze toward the west. There, in the courtyard, a plume of dark energy surged skyward, forming a mushroom-shaped black cloud at an altitude of 100 meters, shrouding the entire Lu residence. Zhang Dong dashed outside, prompting others to follow suit. Lu Gingxin inquired, "President Zhang, what do you see?" Zhang Dong, fixated on the dark energy, asked, "Mr. Liu, what is the purpose of that courtyard?" Lu Gingxin explained, "It was originally an incense hall, but it has been abandoned since my mother passed away, and it has merely served as a storage for miscellaneous items over the years." Zhang Dong realized he needed to convey the gravity of the situation to Lu Gingxin, stating, "I possess some knowledge of feng shui. That courtyard is quite ominous." Lu Gingxin's expression shifted slightly. "Can you truly see this, President Zhang?" Upon hearing this, Lu Gingxin sighed. "Indeed, there have been some strange occurrences in that courtyard. However, those events transpired over a decade ago." Zhang Dong pondered, then asked, "Mr. Liu, if I may be so bold, did the Liu family begin to decline from that time onward?" Recalling past events, he felt a surge of dread. "President Zhang, what is the source of this malevolent energy? Is there a way to dispel it?" Zhang Dong replied, "Let us go and investigate. Additionally, Mr. Liu, it would be prudent for you to disclose the events of over a decade ago with complete honesty." Lu Gingxin nodded and exhaled. "Very well." As they proceeded toward the western courtyard, Lu Gingxin recounted the events from years prior. His mother, the matriarch of the Liu family, was a devout follower of Buddhism and Taoism, dedicating the incense hall to the worship of the Guanyin statue, visiting daily to chant and pray for the family safety. One year, while she was praying in the incense hall, a bolt of lightning struck, hitting a centuries-old tree situated before the hall. The ancient tree had stood long before Lu Jia arrived, its venerable age stretching back several centuries, prompting Lu Juzi to preserve it. After being struck by lightning, the tree split in two. A shadow darted into the embrace of old Madame Lu, and upon her glance, she discovered a long black centipede, measuring over a meter in length. Startled, she let out a shriek and leaped to her feet. A courageous maid nearby swiftly kicked the centipede out of the fragrant hall, sending it tumbling into the courtyard. Just then, another bolt of lightning struck, obliterating the centipede on the spot. From that moment onward, the Liu family began to decline. And within half a year, old Madame Liu also passed away. After Liu Gingxin recounted the tale, the group made their way to the western courtyard. The door of the fragrant hall remained tightly shut, and the charred remnants of the ancient tree stood in the yard, hollowed at its center. Zhang Dong observed a layer of dark mist swirling around the severed tree, with a beam of black light surging from the tree hollow, forming ominous clouds in the air. He halted 10 steps away from the tree and activated his enhanced vision. Ever since consuming the immortal worm, his ability had significantly improved, allowing him to see further and deeper than before. In an instant, he perceived a depth of several meters underground, where dozens of semi-transparent eggs were clumped together. The dark mist emanated from these centipede eggs. It was evident that these eggs were in a state of limbo, likely laid by the great centipede years ago. This creature had transcended into a malevolent spirit, attracting heavenly thunder, and thus its eggs were undoubtedly extraordinary. Uncertain about how to proceed, Zhang Dong retreated to a corner and dialed Chen Xuanjin, succinctly explaining the situation. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanjin's voice trembled slightly as he uttered, "Heavenly Dragon Gallbladder. This is a precious medicine." Chapter 83. Collecting the eggs, Heavenly Dragon Gallbladder? Zhang Dong whispered, "Master, what is its purpose?" Chen Xuanjin enunciated each word. "It can revive the dead, flesh and bones." Zhang Dong gasped, "Master, is this substance harmful to people? This family has been plagued by misfortune since acquiring it." "Indeed," Chen Xuanjin replied. "The centipede is a malevolent creature, its eggs inherently imbued with sinister energy, affecting any living beings in proximity. Master, how should this be contained?" "Use a snakeskin bag and place it within a silver vessel." After clarifying, Zhang Dong turned to Liu Gingxin. "Mr. Liu, I believe I have identified the source of the malevolence. However, removing this evil will demand considerable effort on my part." Liu Gingxin, being astute, immediately responded, "Mr. Zhang, as long as you can dispel the malevolence, feel free to set any condition." Zhang Dong smiled. "There are no conditions. I merely hope that the Liu family can collaborate with Minggu Xian in the future, which would be mutually beneficial." Liu Gingxin nodded. "That is easily arranged. Henceforth, any items the Liu family procures will be entrusted to Minggu Xian." Yiro added with a smile, "Thank you, Uncle Liu." Liu Gingxin waved his hand. "This is but a small matter. Mr. Zhang, shall we commence? Is there anything you require from me?" Zhang Dong requested that he procure an excavator to remove the dead tree and continue digging further. Additionally, he asked for a snakeskin bag and a silver chest to be prepared. The Liu family wielded considerable influence locally, and within 20 minutes, an excavator arrived in the courtyard. In order to allow the excavator to enter the courtyard, Liu Gingxin ordered the demolition of 3 walls. The efficiency of the excavator was remarkable. Within mere minutes, it had unearthed a deep pit exceeding 10 meters. When the distance to the Tianlongdan was reduced to 30 centimeters, Zhang Dong instructed the operator to halt. He then leapt down, continuing the excavation with his tools. In no time, he unearthed a centipede nest filled with cotton, hay, and feathers, containing a cluster of centipede eggs the size of chicken eggs, emanating a sinister black mist. Zhang Dong donned gloves, placed the Tianlongdan into a snakeskin bag, which he subsequently stored in a silver box. After securing the centipede eggs, he cradled the box in his left arm, leaping into the air, executing a series of agile movements to reach the ground with ease. Liu Gingxin's eyes sparkled with admiration, exclaiming, "Master Zhang, your skills are extraordinary." In a brief moment, Liu Gingxin had altered his address for Zhang Dong twice, first as Zhang Zong, then as Zhang Xiansheng, and now as Master Zhang. Zhang Dong replied, "Mr. Liu, this substance is exceedingly malevolent. I must take it away for proper handling." Liu Gingxin promptly responded, "Then I shall trouble you, Master Zhang." He beckoned to the housekeeper, who presented a check. Receiving the check, Liu Gingxin handed it to Zhang Dong with both hands, saying, "Master Zhang, this token of gratitude is but a modest expression of respect. Please be sure to accept it." Zhang Dong glanced at the check, noting it was for 30 million. In today's world, even the fees of the most esteemed masters seldom exceeded this amount. He accepted it graciously, stating, "Mr. Liu, I must attend to this matter, so I shall take my leave." The group departed from the Liu residence. Yi Rou, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What exactly was buried underground?" Zhang Dong replied with a smile, "Do you recall the large centipede that Liu Gingxin mentioned?" Yi Rou nodded. "Yes, you mean those were centipede eggs?" "Indeed, they are also known as Tianlongdan, a precious medicinal substance." Zhang Dong affirmed, "Our journey was not in vain." Yi Rou smiled. Indeed, with the Liu family no longer collaborating with the Zhou family. Everything has been resolved, Zhang Dong remarked. Zhou Tsong does not strike me as benevolent. I fear he may not relent easily. In Haicheng, every inch of land is invaluable. The price per square meter for Yi Ro's apartment is 250,000, totaling over 50 million. The residence is a duplex, featuring 2 bedrooms and a living room on the top floor, with 3 additional rooms and a living area below, as well as a balcony measuring over 30 square meters. Upon arriving at the apartment, Yi Ro handed Zhang Dong a key, saying, "You may stay here whenever you come to Haicheng on business." Zhang Dong chuckled, "Thank you, boss." Yi Ro playfully retorted, "Why is it that you can call Dongfang Lan Sister Lan, but not me Sister Ro?" Zhang Dong winked. "Your age is not necessarily greater than mine. Perhaps I should call you sister instead." Yi Ro produced her ID card, stating, "Take a good look. I'm 2 months your senior." Zhang Dong examined the card and indeed found it to be half a month older, sighing, "Very well, Sister Ro." Yi Ro responded sweetly, "Good little brother. Remember to heed your sister's advice." After sharing a few light-hearted moments, Yi Ro's expression turned serious as she said, "Dong Di, Zhou Tsong's words have reminded me. Ming Guxian's performance is outstanding, and with such excellent assets, it would indeed be easy to go public." Zhang Dong gazed at Yi Ro, "Sister Ro, we're not in need of funds. What purpose would an IPO serve?" Yi Ro replied, "It seems that Dongfang Lan hopes for the company to go public. Thus, we must prepare in advance to avoid any confusion later." Zhang Dong had no objections, saying, "I will fully cooperate with you." Yi Ro smiled and replied, "Then let us exert ourselves a little more, striving to secure the wealthiest individual in the port city as well." Zhang Dong remarked, "For the auction in 2 days, even the son of the wealthiest man in the port city will be present, and I suspect there will be many other prominent figures." Yi Ro's expression turned serious as she said, "I have heard that several buyers from the land of the rising sun will also be attending. During the war, they seized many treasures, and now a collection of these artifacts is to be auctioned on the high seas. Their presence is likely to draw attention, encouraging our compatriots to participate in their auction." Zhang Dong frowned. "These audacious individuals dare to sell our possessions on the high seas. There is little we can do. The Japanese pilfered over 1 million treasures, some of which are in museums, but the majority are hoarded by their financial magnates and aristocrats. Whenever they find themselves in need of funds, they will auction off a portion." Zhang Dong inquired, "When will the auction on the high seas take place?" Yi Ro responded, "Next Tuesday. I have heard that 3 significant treasures have attracted numerous esteemed collectors." Zhang Dong, intrigued, asked, "What are the 3 treasures?" Yi Ro replied, "The Lantinggi Su, the Sangwan Tai, and the Chaoshu Shirdian one." Zhang Dong narrowed his eyes. Each of these items is a highly valuable piece of calligraphy, and the Lantinggi Su has historically been considered lost, yet it has been plundered by the Japanese. "We shall go see it when the time comes," he declared. That evening, Zhang Dong continued his studies in hypnosis. The next morning, shortly after breakfast, Lu Dajuan called, informing him that he had arrived in Haicheng. For the past few days, Zhang Dong had been absent from Yunshi, so Lu Dajuan had come to Haicheng to find him. "Mr. Zhang, have you had a chance to review the notes? Have you practiced?" he asked eagerly. Zhang Dong replied, "I believe I can awaken your teacher now." "Where is he?" Lu Dajuan rejoiced, "Thank you, Mr. Zhang. My teacher is in Haicheng. Can you come over?" Zhang Dong affirmed, "Certainly. I have no other commitments today." Chapter 84, The Eightfold Illusion. Upon receiving the address from Lu Dajuan, Zhang Dong traveled for about 40 minutes before arriving. Lu Dajuan's teacher resided in the Old City area, where the roads were narrow and traffic congested, yet life was extraordinarily convenient, filled with elderly individuals. The vehicle halted at the entrance of an alley, and Zhang Dong proceeded on foot. Lu Dajuan awaited him not far away and hurried over, exclaiming, "Mr. Zhang, you must be weary. I should have come to greet you." Zhang Dong replied, "There is no need for such formality. Where does your teacher live?" Just ahead, Lu Dajuan gestured, inviting him to a small red brick building. He opened an old iron gate, revealing a small courtyard. Directly across was the entrance to the house, and he ushered Zhang Dong inside. The house, over 60 years old, though aged, boasted an elegant interior, adorned with numerous paintings and calligraphies. Upon a cursory glance, Zhang Dong realized that these artworks were all authentic, with each piece valued at several million. "Mr. Zhang, my teacher is resting inside and has been cared for by a nurse. Please take a look." Upon entering the bedroom, a nurse in her 30s was massaging a comatose individual lying on the bed. The person appeared younger than Lu Dajuan, seemingly no more than 40 years of age. He bore a striking resemblance to a movie star, undoubtedly a handsome young man in his youth. Zhang Dong could even sense that the female nurse had developed a profound attachment to him, her gaze imbued with an extraordinary tenderness. Lu Dejun remarked, "Xiao Han, you may step outside for a moment." The nurse nodded, casting a glance at Zhang Dong before turning to exit the room. Zhang Dong stood before Lu Dejun and inquired, "Do you know how he managed to break through?" Lu Dajun responded, "The teacher failed while attempting to unlock the 8th layer of the illusion." Zhang Dong recalled having heard that an 8th-tier hypnotist could access 8 layers of illusion, while a 7th tier could only access 7. With each additional layer unlocked, the intensity of hypnosis would increase exponentially. Thus, it seemed he was ensnared within the 8th layer of illusion. Zhang Dong furrowed his brow slightly. Had he recklessly attempted a breakthrough without solid foundations or proper preparation? Lu Dajun sighed softly, explaining, "Mr. Zhang, the teacher undertook this endeavor to rescue his beloved. 3 years ago, she fell victim to a treacherous scheme, her spirit trapped in the 9th layer of illusion." Zhang Dong raised an eyebrow. "Was it a 9th-tier hypnotist who conspired against your teacher's beloved?" Lu Dejun nodded. "The individual, known by the moniker Phantom Realm, is a master of hypnosis." Zhang Dong gently closed his eyes, resting his left hand upon the man's body. Drawing upon the knowledge he had acquired from his notes, he adjusted his mental state and swiftly entered the 1st layer of the illusion, progressing to the 2nd and then the 3rd. In approximately half a minute, he reached the 8th layer. The 8th layer was suffused with white light, punctuated occasionally by bursts of vibrant color that rapidly faded. Due to the compatibility of the illusionary layers, communication was easily established. Within his own illusion, he perceived a door and chose to step through it. Upon crossing the threshold, he found himself on a black pathway, flanked by black walls. His consciousness ascended, revealing that he was ensconced within a labyrinth of darkness. No wonder he was trapped. He had constructed a maze. He shook his head, quickly pinpointing the other's location, and strode purposefully forward. There stood a man, identical to the one on the bed, but in his 20s, young and handsome. Despair etched upon his face as he silently wept before a black wall. He felt utterly trapped, lamenting, "I cannot escape. I truly cannot escape. I deeply regret this, being ensnared here. I cannot save you, Han." Suddenly, Zhang Dong entered with a cheerful smile. Startled, the young man exclaimed, "Who are you? How did you enter my illusion?" Zhang Dong replied, "I am here at the behest of your disciple, Lu Dajun, come to rescue you. Follow me." Grasping the young man's arm, he led him forward. When confronted by a high wall, he kicked it down with ease. Thus, they rapidly emerged from the maze, standing atop a tall building, beneath which lay an abyss of darkness. With a decisive shove, Zhang Dong sent him plummeting down. The man on the bed jolted awake, his body trembling as he opened his eyes wide. Zhang Dong released his hold, observing the man now drenched in cold sweat, and asked, "How do you feel?" Lu Dajun was overjoyed, assisting the man to sit up, saying, "Teacher, this is Master Zhang. I have summoned him to save you." The man gazed intently at Zhang Dong, abruptly leaping from the bed and kneeling on the ground, exclaiming, "I shall never forget the life-saving grace you have bestowed upon me." Zhang Dong replied nonchalantly, "It is but a trifling matter." After a brief exchange, Zhang Dong learned that this individual was named Chun Zhan, who possessed extensive experience in the art of hypnosis. Chun Zhan pondered for a moment and remarked, "If Mr. Zhang cooperates, there will undoubtedly be no issues. Your prowess has already reached a masterful level. You could accomplish this task single-handedly." Zhang Dong chuckled, admitting, "I am lacking in experience, thus I still require your assistance. Please take good care of yourself over the next few days, and I shall reach out to you." "Excellent," Chun Zhan agreed. Zhang Dong continued, "With that item absent, it is entirely normal for the elder to recover." Lu Gongxin interjected, "My father has been informed of the circumstances and holds you in high esteem. He has instructed me to host a banquet tonight, hoping to engage with you directly and seek your counsel on several matters. I sincerely hope Mr. Zhang can grace our humble abode with his presence." With little on his agenda for the evening, Zhang Dong consented. Upon returning to headquarters, he retrieved the jade discs, selecting one at random to delve into its contents. Within the disc lay a plethora of symbols and images, yet the characters appeared exceedingly peculiar, none of which Zhang Dong could recognize. However, as he observed for an extended period, the symbols seemed to come to life, conveying an extraordinarily rich array of meanings that vividly materialized in his mind. A truly ineffable experience. Astonished, he promptly summoned Yi Ro and transcribed one of the characters, inquiring, "Sister Ro, do you recognize this character?" In Yi Ro's eyes, it was an exceedingly complex symbol, far more intricate than any QR code she had encountered. leaving her utterly bewildered by its significance. You say this is a single character? Yiro exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Indeed, it is but one character, Zhang Dong affirmed. Yiro contemplated thoughtfully. Last year, I attended a symposium on ancient languages where several experts proposed a theory. They posited that the more advanced a civilization, the richer the information conveyed by its written symbols. Some nuances that lower languages cannot encapsulate can be expressed perfectly in advanced languages. Zhang Dong replied. This must certainly be a character from an advanced language. Curious, Yiro asked, where did you come across this character? It is inscribed on the jade disc. Zhang Dong explained. Yiro smiled, exclaiming, no wonder you were keen on acquiring those jade discs. There are 4 in total, each recounting wondrous tales. If one were to crudely interpret them using contemporary language, they would be akin to talismans, spells, seals, and formations. Chapter 85, Learning and Applying Knowledge. However, these interpretations are but an inadequate approximation, as within the confines of lower linguistic vocabulary, these few terms barely suffice. After some contemplation, he resolved to study the seals first. Among the 4 jade discs, one specifically focused on seals. There exists a myriad of seals, including hand seals, spiritual seals, and heart seals, all manifestations of the seal concept. The initial section addressed theoretical knowledge, and he began his studies with hand seals. By the end of the afternoon, Zhang Dong had mastered the first set of hand seals, known as the spirit sealing seal. This particular set required the execution of 36 gestures within approximately 12 seconds, averaging 3 gestures per second, demanding both speed and precision. It is a feat that most would find challenging. However, endowed with inner strength, this task posed little difficulty for Zhang Dong. This was merely the first step. Next, he aimed to complete 36 gestures within 6 seconds, then 3 seconds, and ultimately, 1 second. Only when he flawlessly executed 36 gestures within a single second could he truly unleash the formidable power of the sealing spirit talisman. Zhang Dong practiced in front of the mirror, repetitively refining his technique. By the end of his workday, he had honed his skills to such perfection that his hand movements created afterimages. At 6 in the evening, Zhang Dong arrived at the Lu residence, where Lu Gingxin personally greeted him at the door and ushered him into the courtyard. The awakened Lu patriarch, still recovering and seated in a wheelchair, was wheeled into the living room. Zhang Dong rose and said, Elder Lu. The elderly gentleman, slender and exuding an aura of scholarly elegance, wore glasses and smiled. Master Zhang, I am grateful for your esteemed presence. Lu Gingxin added, Father, Master Zhang is the president of Minggu Xian and an esteemed expert in art appraisal. The Lu patriarch responded, Master Zhang, you are indeed a remarkable young talent. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Dong took a seat, and a servant prepared a cup of fragrant red tea. After sipping the tea, the Lu patriarch said, Master Zhang, I have summoned you today to request your assistance. Lu Gingxin brought forth a box, which the patriarch opened himself. Inside, wrapped in red cloth, lay an object. As the cloth unfurled, Zhang Dong beheld a transparent crystal stone containing an eerie eyeball, roughly the size of a human eye. The sight of the eyeball startled Zhang Dong. It emanated a deep red light, reminiscent of blood. Elder Lu, what is this? Zhang Dong inquired. The Lu patriarch explained, 35 years ago, I discovered this artifact in a temple ruin while venturing into the South American rainforest with an expedition team from Europe. Ever since acquiring it, I have been plagued by frequent nightmares. I sought the help of various sages, but they could only mitigate the nightmare's duration. Master Zhang, can you assist me? Zhang Dong, who could perceive what others could not, was uncertain how to resolve the matter. After a moment's contemplation, he replied to the Lu patriarch, Elder Lu, I shall give a try. He rose and began to form the sealing spirit talisman. As the hand gestures took shape, an ethereal force extracted itself from the void, weaving into a golden net that enveloped the eyeball, sealing it within. The eyeball emitted an even more intense blood-red glow, attempting to break free from the seal. However, as Zhang Dong completed the sealing spirit talisman, a subtle tremor resonated through the air, and the golden light net radiated brilliance, swiftly suppressing the blood light. The transparent crystal transformed to white, obscuring the eyeball from view. The Lu patriarch's eyes brightened, and he asked, Master Zhang, is it successful? Zhang Dong, feeling a sense of relief, responded, I have sealed this malevolent object. You should no longer be haunted by nightmares. The Lu patriarch gazed at Zhang Dong with immense admiration, exclaiming, For decades, I have sought the guidance of many sages, journeyed to sacred places, and consulted priests, yet they could only alleviate my symptoms. I never anticipated that Master Zhang would resolve this torment that has plagued me for so many years with such ease. Lu Gingxin had prepared a banquet, inviting Zhang Dong to the seat of honor. As the feast progressed and the Lu patriarch had consumed a modest amount of liquor, his face slightly flushed, he remarked, "Master Zhang, do you know why I purchased this plot of land all those years ago?" Zhang Dong smiled and asked, "Pray tell." The Lu patriarch continued, "At that time, Haicheng's economy was thriving, and many warlords sought to acquire land and property here. The land I purchased was once the estate of a warlord. This warlord perished in battle, leaving his companion slain, thus rendering the territory unclaimed. By chance, I learned from a descendant of one of his concubines that this warlord hailed from a lineage of tomb raiders. Upon ascending to power, he plundered numerous royal tombs, including that of the emperor, amassing a wealth of treasures. To safeguard these valuables, he clandestinely constructed an underground repository to house them. After his demise, the location of this repository became a closely guarded secret, even unbeknownst to his concubines. After acquiring the land, I enlisted a team to conduct extensive surveys with instruments. Yet they failed to uncover the repository. At this juncture, Lu Juzi sighed, expressing that if he could locate those treasures, he would die without regret. Zhang Dong interjected, questioning whether the inability to find anything indicated that the rumors might be unfounded. Lu Juzi conceded that it was a possibility. He then inquired of Zhang Dong if he could assist in divining whether there was indeed an underground repository within his estate. Lu Gingxin led the way, guiding Zhang Dong through various courtyards. Zhang Dong activated his vision, but discovered no trace of the so-called underground repository. Eventually, they arrived at an eastern courtyard, which boasted an entrance allowing vehicles to pass directly through. Opposite this entrance stood a European-style building, occupying over 1,000 square meters. Once again, Zhang Dong found nothing of note, until his gaze shifted across to the neighboring courtyard. There, at a height of several meters above ground, he discerned an underground repository spanning over 200 square meters, brimming with items. The realization struck him. The treasures were indeed next door, and Lu Juzi had mistakenly purchased the wrong property. Maintaining his composure, he remarked, "There is no underground repository within your estate." Lu Gingxin was not taken aback. He chuckled. "After nearly a century, it is hardly reliable. Nevertheless, my father did not incur a loss when he acquired this land." Zhang Dong inquired whether the property across also belonged to the Lu family. Lu Gingxin waved his hand dismissively. "That belongs to a friend of mine. It has been built for over 20 years. He is currently in financial straits and is preparing to sell, but his asking price is exorbitant, and he is yet to find a buyer." Zhang Dong mused that such a vast expanse must be valued at over 100 million. Lu Gingxin held up 3 fingers, stating, "He is asking 300 million. Someone offered 290 million, but he refused." Zhang Dong smiled. "Then I would appreciate it if you could act as an intermediary. I wish to acquire this land." Chapter 86. Entering the game. Lu Gingxin was taken aback. "Master Zhang desires this land? The price of 300 million is rather steep." Zhang Dong replied, "The feng shui is auspicious. It is worth the investment." Lu Gingxin chuckled. "Very well. I shall contact him shortly." Upon returning to his seat, Lu Gingxin relayed the situation, prompting a gentle sigh from Lu Juzi. "Ultimately, it is merely a rumor. If it cannot be found, so be it." Zhang Dong interjected with a smile, "Collaborating with Ming Gu Xian, Lu Lao will undoubtedly have no regrets." After departing from the Lu residence, Zhang Dong sat in his vehicle, contemplating the urgency of transferring ownership of the property to avoid protracted complications. He received a call from Qin Yin, who said, "Donggu, my father is heading to Haicheng for some auction. Could you persuade him?" Zhang Dong felt a stir of intrigue. "Uncle is coming to Haicheng? What auction is it?" Qin Yin sighed, mentioning the auction hosted by the esteemed collector, Lu Juzi. Many attendees were expected, and her father had somehow procured an invitation. Zhang Dong inquired, "Do you know the location of the auction?" Qin Yin replied, "Yes, it's indicated on the invitation, but my father said this matter must remain confidential." Zhang Dong suggested, "Why not have your uncle come along? I will accompany him." Qin Yin cheerfully responded, "That sounds wonderful. I'll go with my dad." Zhang Dong playfully asked, "Aren't you working tomorrow?" Qin Yin explained, "I sprained my ankle, so I have a few days to rest." The father-daughter duo planned to arrive in Haicheng the following morning, where a special vehicle would be arranged to transport them to the so-called auction. Zhang Dong decided to head over early, curious to see how the situation would unfold. That evening, as Ero was not staying over, Zhang Dong continued practicing his hand seals. With each session, his speed improved significantly, reducing his initial 12 seconds to a mere 6. This meant he needed to execute 6 gestures per second without a single mistake. The practice was exhausting, and he fell into a deep slumber after reaching the 6-second mark. At 9 the next morning, he met with Qin Zhongyi and his daughter, Qin Yan, at the high-speed train station. Qin Zhongyi was evidently unaware that he had fallen into someone else's trap. Upon seeing Zhang Dong, his excitement was palpable as he exclaimed, "Xiao Zhang, this opportunity is incredibly rare. I spent a considerable sum to obtain this invitation." He added, "Do you know Lu Juzi? He is a titan in the industry, a patriotic collector who has donated numerous precious artifacts to museums. His collection is undoubtedly remarkable." Zhang Dong, concealing his knowledge, smiled and asked Uncle Qin, "Where did you acquire this invitation?" Qin Zhongyi, with a hint of pride, recounted, "I was conversing with a fellow collector when he inadvertently let slip some information. When I pressed for details, he clammed up. Days later, he contacted me, claiming an urgent family matter prevented him from attending and offered to transfer a spot to me. I paid a whopping 100,000 for this little invitation." Zhang Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. "You spent 100,000? Qin Zhongyi chuckled, "Though it's not cheap. Attending Lu's auction is worth it. Xiao Zhang, you have a keen eye. Please help me select a few valuable items." Zhang Dong nodded, reassuringly, "Rest assured, uncle." Qin Yan rolled her eyes and interjected, "Dad, I believe this is a scam." Qin Zhongyi's expression darkened. "Xiao Yan, even if you don't trust your father, you should believe Xiao Zhang. I've researched, and Lu's auction is indeed happening. There is no mistake." Zhang Dong merely smiled, choosing not to engage. Qin Yan glared at Zhang Dong, questioning, "Are we really going?" Zhang Dong winked, "Of course." Qin Zhongyi then waved to a group approaching them. One young man, seemingly in his 20s, stepped forward and said, "Mr. Qin, we are here to escort you to the auction site." Qin Zhongyi replied, "Thank you for your effort." The young man glanced at Zhang Dong and Qin Yan, stating, "Mr. Qin, the auction has a limited capacity, and with 3 of you, it may not comply with the regulations." Zhang Dong immediately remarked, "Oh, I too have heard of the auction and came over to select a few items. If you do not permit it, then so be it." Qin Zhongyi added, "Indeed, young Zhang possesses considerable financial resources, and I specifically invited him to accompany me." Upon hearing of Zhang Dong's wealth, the individual promptly declared, "In that case, I shall make an exception. Please, gentlemen, come in." The 3 were ushered into a luxury vehicle, which then proceeded towards the auction venue. After approximately 40 minutes, the vehicle halted in front of an opulent mansion. While it too was grand, occupying several hundred square meters, it paled in comparison to the true Lu residence. The Lu estate boasted a far larger yard, appearing modest on the outside. Yet the interior decor was nothing short of extravagant. In the courtyard, there stood around 50 individuals, with more inside the house. An elderly man, leaning on a cane and sporting a head of silver hair, emerged. Remarkably, he bore a striking resemblance to Lu Juzi. The person accompanying Qin Zhongyi and the others addressed the elder, saying, "Mr. Lu, this is Mr. Qin and his companions." Lu Juzi smiled and said, "Greetings, Mr. Qin. Today's auction is on a smaller scale. Feel free to take a look." Suddenly, a commotion erupted nearby as 2 individuals began to argue, an elderly man in traditional Tang attire and a middle-aged man. The latter exclaimed loudly, "Esteemed collector, I had my eye on that item first. How can you snatch it from me?" The elder held a large blue and white vase with another similar one on the table. "Indeed, a pair," he lamented. "What exquisite yuan blue and white porcelain. I recall 4 years ago, a slightly smaller vase fetched an astonishing 84 million. Together, these 2 must be worth over 100 million. Might you consider yielding it to me?" "Absolutely not. Such a rare and precious treasure shall not be relinquished." The quarrel drew Lu Juzi's attention, prompting him to approach with a smile. "Gentlemen, there is no need to dispute. Today is an auction, and this pair of blue and white vases will be sold shortly." Qin Zhongyi gazed at the vases, both astonished and delighted, frequently glancing at Zhang Dong, silently urging him to take a look. Zhang Dong inquired with a smile, "Uncle Qin, what do you think of this vase?" Chapter 87, A Counter Scheme. Qin Zhongyi examined the vase closely, marveling at its beauty and accurate colors, stating, "I believe it is indeed yuan blue and white. Young Zhang, what do you assess its value to be?" Zhang Dong remained silent, grinning as he replied, "Let us participate in the auction when the time comes. We can hardly wait. Let us commence the auction now. I must acquire this item." The elderly man in Tang attire asserted loudly, "Patience, elder, the auction will begin shortly." He then helplessly gestured towards Lu Juzi, who summoned someone and whispered a few words to him. The individual then approached the crowd with a smile, announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down. We will now auction a pair of blue and white vases. The starting bid is 60 million, with a minimum increment of 5 million. Upon hearing the starting price of only 60 million, Qin Zhongyi swiftly tugged at Zhang Dong's sleeve, exclaiming, "Young Zhang, at 60 million, acquiring it would be a profit." Zhang Dong had already assessed the items displayed, realizing that they were all authentic. Based on his expertise, he estimated the value of this pair of blue and white vases to be at least 120 million. He then stated, "If the price does not exceed 80 million, we shall proceed with the bid." His voice was not low, deliberately meant for those around him to hear. As the auction commenced, the auctioneer called out loudly, "Please place your bids." The elderly gentleman in traditional Tang attire was the first to bid, 60 million. A middle-aged man contending with him immediately raised the bid, 65 million, 70 million. The elderly gentleman continued to counter, 75 million. Before Qin Zhongyi could utter a word, Zhang Dong interjected, 80 million. The elderly gentleman hesitated, and the middle-aged man furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Zhang Dong. With a cheerful demeanor, Zhang Dong appeared utterly unconcerned. 80 million once, 80 million twice, 80 million thrice. "Sir, you have successfully acquired these two exquisite blue and white vases." A person approached politely, asking, "Sir, how shall we package your vases? And how do you wish to pay?" Zhang Dong replied, "With a check." For the auction, he had prepared several checks issued under his company's name. As the company's president, he possessed the authority to write checks up to 3 billion. With Yi Ro's permission, he could even elevate that limit to 100 billion. Someone carefully wrapped the two vases and placed them in a briefcase beside Zhang Dong. Satisfied with the arrangement, he promptly issued an 80 million check. Qin Zhongyi rubbed his hands together, chuckling, "Zhang, 80 million is indeed quite steep. I shall not contest you." Zhang Dong smiled, lifting the briefcase and moving toward the painting. He scrutinized the artwork, recognizing it as a landscape by the Song Dynasty artist Fan Quan, notably large and authentic. He inquired, "How much for this painting?" The seller replied with a smile, "This one is available for direct purchase at 30 million. Zhang Dong estimated that a piece of similar size and quality by Fan Quan would be valued between 80 million and 100 million. Thus, 30 million was indeed a bargain. He nodded, "I'll take it." In this manner, he selected 4 more collectibles and participated in 2 additional auctions. In total, he spent 590 million on 8 items. He was meticulous, keeping all his acquisitions close. Once the final payment was made, Lu Juzi exchanged a glance with one of his subordinates, who lowered his head and spoke into his earpiece. Suddenly, a group in uniforms burst in, led by an officer of considerable rank, his gaze sharp as he scanned the room, and declared, "We have received reports of illegal cultural relic trading. Everyone, please come with us." Zhang Dong instantly grasped the scheme. They sold genuine items only to summon a host of fake officers to confiscate all the collectibles. He marveled at the audacity of these individuals. The extras immediately complied, raising their hands in surrender, indicating their willingness to cooperate with the investigation. Qin Zhongyi panicked, whispering, "Zhang, what should we do?" Zhang Dong reassured him, "It's all right, I'll handle it." Lu Juzi was taken aback, stammering, "What are you doing?" Zhang Dong laughed heartily, shouldered his belongings, and beckoned Qin Zhongyi and Qin Yin to follow him outside. The foe Lu Juzi, witnessing their attempt to leave, dropped the pretense and bellowed, "Seize them." At that moment, Zhang Dong had reached the doorway. He shut the door and deftly wedged a steel rod into the lock, twisting it gently until the rod bent. The individuals within were frantically attempting to escape, yet no matter what they did, they remained trapped. Soon, they heard the nearly deranged roar of Lu Juzi. Qin Zhongyi, in a state of bewilderment, inquired, "Xiao Zhang, what is happening?" However, Qin Yin had already discerned the situation, responding, "Father, haven't you realized? They have orchestrated a trap, deceiving us with fake police officers. Fortunately, Brother Dong is astute." The group quickly hailed a vehicle and departed the scene. Qin Yin asked, "Brother Dong, are the items we purchased all genuine?" Zhang Dong affirmed, "Indeed, they are authentic, valued at over 1 billion. We have struck gold this time. Uncle Qin, I shall take you to a real auction." Qin Zhongyi was immensely excited. "Is that true? Splendid. You must help me select a few items." "Rest assured," Zhang Dong replied. Upon arriving at the auction venue, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Each courtyard of the Lu family displayed collectibles, some marked for sale, while others were slated for auction. The auction was also divided by categories. Porcelain was auctioned in one courtyard, while paintings and calligraphy occupied another. Yi Ro had also arrived, accompanied by a team, as today's auction was facilitated by Minggu Group, attracting numerous attendees from Minggu Xian. Manager Zhang. The staff greeted Zhang Dong as he entered. At that moment, Yi Ro was conversing with a man from the east, who was in his 30s, of short stature, and whose aggressive gaze roamed over Yi Ro in a most impolite manner. Mr. Lin, we shall discuss the collaboration at a later time. You may browse the items here and see if anything catches your eye, she suggested. Mr. Lin chuckled. The items here hold no appeal for me. Your country's treasures were thoroughly pillaged by our ancestors. There is nothing worthwhile to behold. Upon hearing this, Yi Ro frowned, prepared to respond, when Zhang Dong approached, coldly interjecting. You, a thief, dare to flaunt your actions here? If you wish to purchase, you are welcome. If not, be gone. Mr. Lin's expression darkened as he glared at Zhang Dong, demanding, Who are you? Chapter 88. Lin Quanming. Mr. Lin scoffed. Zhang Dong of Minggu Xian, I shall remember you. Zhang Dong, utilizing hypnosis, needed to evoke an emotional response. Sensing hostility from Mr. Lin, he seized the opportunity to plant a seed of fear within him. You would do well to remember me, he stated coolly. Behind Mr. Lin appeared a man in his 40s, exuding a deep, imposing aura, who coldly fixed his gaze on Zhang Dong, declaring, Should you act presumptuously again, I will take your life. Although he spoke in Japanese, Yi Ro comprehended his words. Retorting icily, This is not a place for your arrogance. Zhang Dong furrowed his brow, inquiring, What did he say? Yi Ro provided a brief explanation. With a resounding slap, Zhang Dong struck the man across the face, the sound echoing through the air. The skilled individual collapsed, blood streaming from his ears. With a swift kick, Zhang Dong sent him flying several meters, rendering him unconscious. You! Mr. Lin was both shocked and enraged, yet the fierce gaze from Zhang Dong chilled him to the bone, compelling him to retreat 3 steps. You wretched cur, were it not for my good mood today, I would make you regret your insolence. Mr. Lin's face turned pale as he signaled for his subordinate to be helped up, hastily departing. Applause erupted around them as an elderly gentleman in traditional attire approached, smiling. Little Jean, well done. This group of scoundrels, bold enough to behave arrogantly in our nation, deserves to be reprimanded. This individual, Zhang Dong, is acquainted with Tang Kegong. The Liu family's auction is replete with treasures, and as an esteemed collector, he would certainly not miss the opportunity. Zhang Dong chuckled. Old Tang, you have also arrived. Of course I am here, Tang Kegong replied, turning to the young woman beside him. Nini, this is the young man who saved my life last time. He then introduced. Young Zhang, this is my granddaughter, Tang Fei. Standing next to Tang Kegong was a woman with fair skin, clad in a flowing white gown, her lips a fiery red, and her figure exquisite, rivaling even Yi Ro. She possessed an elegant aura, ethereal and poetic, leaving an indelible impression upon first sight. Tang Fei offered a slight nod. Her curiosity piqued as she observed him. Noticing her reaction, Tang Kegong expressed his surprise with a smile. Nini, do greet young Zhang. Tang Fei gazed at Zhang Dong and said hello. Hello, Nini, Zhang Dong replied with a smile. Since studying medicine under Chen Xuanjin, his discerning eye allowed him to perceive that Tang Fei was not like an ordinary girl. Tang Kegong, evidently pleased, remarked, Young Zhang, please keep an eye out for me. If you come across any fine calligraphy or paintings, do let me know. Zhang Dong laughed. You old master are a luminary. Do you truly require my reminders? Rather, if you happen upon something remarkable, kindly inform your junior. Tang Kegong chuckled heartily. Very well, let us remind each other. At that moment, Qin Zhongyi dashed towards the courtyard displaying porcelain, prompting Qin Yin to follow quickly, fearing he might make indiscriminate purchases. Meanwhile, after exchanging a few words with old Tang, Zhang Dong was called aside by Yi Ro. Dong Di, that person earlier was named Xiao Lin Quanming. His great-grandfather was a war criminal responsible for plundering cultural relics and treasures from our nation. He has since hoarded a vast collection of treasures and became one of the most prominent collectors in the East. Zhang Dong assured her, do not worry, Ro Jia. Since he dares to auction on the open sea, I shall teach him a lesson he will never forget. Yi Ro replied, yes, if you have a way. Do not hold back. She continued, I spoke with old Tang earlier, subtly suggesting he join Minggu Xian. He did not refuse. Zhang Dong chuckled. You wish to invite old Tang to join Minggu Xian? Yi Ro nodded. Old Tang is a master in the appraisal of calligraphy and paintings. If he consents to join, it will enhance Minggu Xian's reputation within the industry. We are not short on funds. What we lack is credibility and influence. His participation would significantly bolster our authority. Zhang Dong remarked, Ro Jia, when you speak of authority, you refer to the qualification to set industry standards, correct? Yi Ro smiled. You grasp it immediately. Indeed, with such authority, when Minggu Xian declares a piece authentic, it is accepted as genuine by both insiders and outsiders alike. That is the essence of industry authority. Zhang Dong glanced at Tang Kegong from a distance and said, Old Tang lacks nothing. Persuading him to join may prove challenging. Yi Ro responded, Mo Fong Company is already in contact with Old Tang and has offered a substantial price. Zhang Dong inquired, Oh, what price? 5% equity in Mo Fong Company. Yi Ro replied, I cannot offer such a high price myself, so this matter depends on you. Zhang Dong sighed with a wry smile. What can I possibly do? Yi Ro added with a grin, Isn't Old Tang's granddaughter quite beautiful? Zhang Dong widened his eyes. Sister Ro, are you asking me to sell my body? Yi Ro lightly punched him, chiding, What are you thinking? Tang Fei has suffered from autism since childhood. But I noticed she spoke to you just now. Do you realize that I have met her 6 times, and she has never acknowledged anyone, let alone spoken? Zhang Dong pondered. This suggests that she's intrigued by something within me. Yi Ro replied, Regardless, you should spend more time with Tang Fei. If it aids in her recovery, and Tang Lao is pleased, wouldn't he join us? Zhang Dong sighed, I will give it a try. A few minutes later, he approached Qin Zhongyi. At that moment, Qin Zhongyi was engrossed in examining a porcelain vase, with the helpless Qin Yan standing nearby. Uncle, have you set your sights on this? Zhang Dong inquired, glancing over and immediately recognizing it as a genuine piece. Qin Zhongyi remarked, This vase is quite nice. I rather like it. Can it be had for 60,000? No problem. Zhang Dong nodded, but let's not rush. If we come across something better, you and T want to be left with an empty purse. Reluctantly, Qin Zhongyi set the vase down and said, All right, I will heed your advice. Zhang Dong spent half an hour selecting 3 pieces of porcelain for Qin Zhongyi, totaling over 3 million. However, in his estimation, these items were worth no less than 5 million and had significant potential for appreciation. Just as he contemplated selecting 2 more pieces, Yi Ro sent a subordinate to summon him. Upon finding Yi Ro, he noticed a pair of individuals conversing with Tang Kegong. Sister Ro, what's the matter? He asked. Yi Ro glanced at the couple and said, Yi Mimi and Fong Longting. They are attempting to woo Tang Kegong. Mo Fong Company is willing to do anything to go public. Zhang Dong replied, Sister Ro, it seems you're not in favor of Mo Fong Company going public? Yi Ro affirmed, Of course not. Once Mo Fong Company is public, it will be pursued by capital, inevitably suppressing Minggu Group. The first place is easily remembered, but no one pays attention to the second. The woman noticed them and approached with a confident stride. She was quite beautiful, with large eyes, long eyelashes, and an appealing figure, adorned in a shimmering blue gown, though she still fell short of Yi Ro's elegance. Sister, I didn't know you were here, she said sweetly. Yi Ro coldly retorted, I'm not your sister. The woman, Yi Mimi, sighed wistfully. Well, it seems our Mo Fong Company is about to secure Tang Lao's allegiance. Once we go public, Minggu Group will be nothing. You dare to say that? Yi Mimi boasted, Don't you believe it? Longting has invited a hypnotist who can cure autism. Once Tang Fei is healed, Tang Lao would be willing to join Mo Fong Company without even asking for shares. Hypnotist. The hypnotist Chun Zhan, you must have heard of him, Yi Mimi declared triumphantly. Master Chun is on his way. Zhang Dong interjected blandly. Chun Zhan may struggle to heal Tang Fei. Yi Mimi scrutinized Zhang Dong and remarked, You must be Zhang Dong? Indeed, he replied. Yi Mimi continued. They say you rose to the position of CEO by relying on someone else's support? Yi Ro's face displayed anger. Yet Zhang Dong remained unfazed, calmly stating, I would indeed prefer to enjoy such support, but my abilities do not permit it. Since joining the company, I have secured contracts worth hundreds of billions from Ingukchuan. How about you? How many contracts has your boyfriend brought to the Mofong Company? You, Yi Mimi, found yourself at a loss for words. Zhang Dong continued, Moreover, even if you find Xinjiang, he won't be able to cure Tang Fei. As he spoke, he walked towards Tang Fei, with Yi Ro and Yi Mimi hastily following suit. At that moment, Fong Longting was boasting to Tang Kegong about Chun Zhan's hypnotic techniques, asserting, with Master Chun around, Tang Fei is certain to recover. Zhang Dong approached and extended his right hand towards Tang Fei. She glanced at him and surprisingly reciprocated the gesture. Seizing the opportunity, he took her pulse. Chun Xuanjin had personally demonstrated pulse-taking to him numerous times, so he was already well-versed in various pulse patterns. Before long, he withdrew his hand and informed Tang Kegong, Tang Lao, Tang Fei does not suffer from autism. Tang Kegong was taken aback. Is that so? But throughout her life, doctors both domestically and internationally have diagnosed her with autism. Fong Longting immediately scoffed. Were you to pose as a doctor? Yi Mimi interjected, Longting, he is Zhang Dong. Realization dawned on Fong Longting as he raised an eyebrow. Oh, is that you? Seeing that Tang Lao is about to join Mofong Company, are you feeling anxious? Zhang Dong ignored him and continued. Based on the pulse, Tang Fei likely began to withdraw from communication around the age of 6. Am I correct? Tang Kegong was astonished. Young Zhang, how did you deduce that? Fong Longting was equally surprised before breaking into a cold laugh. Tang Lao. He must have conducted a covert investigation into Tang Fei's condition. Tang Kegong trembled with excitement, his voice quivering. Yes, yes. Young Zhang, do you truly understand medicine? Zhang Dong replied with a smile. Please remain calm, Tang Lao. I happen to be familiar with this condition. Tang Fei experienced extreme trauma in her childhood, leading her to retreat into herself as a protective mechanism. Tang Kegong promptly inquired, what kind of trauma? Zhang Dong responded, that is something I need to discuss with her to uncover gradually. Tang Kegong agreed. All right, I will stay in Haiqing for the next few days. Please make sure to engage with Tang Fei. As it seemed Zhang Dong was about to take Tang Lao away, Fong Longting could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, Zhang Dong, what do you mean by this? Unable to compete with me, you come here to deceive Tang Lao? Zhang Dong looked at him, calmly stating, Fong Longting, do not speak about matters you do not understand. At that moment, Yu Mimi's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, Tang Lao, Master Chen has arrived. Lu Dejun wheeled Chun Zhan toward them, and Fong Longting rushed to greet him. However, Chun Zhan merely nodded in acknowledgement, and Lu Dajun positioned him before Zhang Dong. Mr. Zhang is also here, Chun Zhan remarked. Zhang Dong replied, did I not advise you to rest? Why have you come out to assist others? Chun Zhan appeared somewhat embarrassed, saying, after lying down for several years, I just wanted to earn some money. Had I known you were here, I would not have come to embarrass myself. Zhang Dong introduced, this is Mr. Tang Kegong. His granddaughter has experienced trauma, leading to emotional withdrawal. Chun Zhan furrowed his brow. That complicates matters. I once encountered a little girl who concealed her emotions within an 11-story mental labyrinth. I nearly got trapped myself. Seeing that the two were acquainted, Fong Longting and Yi Mimi exchanged glances. Tang Kegong asked, Master Chun, young Zhang, is there still hope for Tang Fei's recovery? Chun Zhan smiled and said, Mr. Tang, Mr. Zhang's skills surpass mine. If he claims he can heal, then I have no doubts. Tang Kegong, filled with joy, eagerly looked at Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong zipli, Mr. Tang. I will get my all. Tang Kegong grasped his hand tightly, exclaiming, if you can cure Lady Tang, I would gladly welcome my own demise. Yi Ro quickly interjected, Mr. Tang, we wish for your longevity. Tang Kegong laughed heartily, declaring, regardless of the outcome, I am eager to collaborate with Ming Gu Xian. Fong Longting's expression darkened as he realized his chances were gone. With a heavy snort, he took Yi Mimi and departed. At that moment, the auction of calligraphy and paintings commenced, hosted by Lu Gingxin. He presented a painting, stating, this piece, titled Landscape of Rivers and Mountains, was created by Zhu Zhishan in his youth. The starting bid is 15 million, with increments no less than 1 million. In high spirits, Tang Kegong was the first to bid, and after several rounds of bidding, he acquired it for 34 million. Lu Gingxin then introduced an unsigned piece of calligraphy, noting its extraordinary aura, and set the starting price at 5 million, with minimum increments of 500,000. Due to the anonymity of the artist, the audience approached with caution, resulting in conservative bids. Tang Kegong examined the calligraphy, appearing contemplative. He chuckled, then I shall not compete with you. This time, Zhang Dong decisively entered the fray, securing the piece for 7,500,000. Subsequently, Yi Ro made several successful bids, procuring exquisite items for Ming Gu Xian. Qin Zhongyi's funds were finally depleted, and he even borrowed a few million from Zhang Dong to purchase 7 or 8 pieces of porcelain. As the auction reached midday, the Lu family prepared a banquet and arranged a special table for Zhang Dong. Yi Ro, Tang Kegong, Qin Zhongyi, and Qin Yin, along with Chun Zhan and Lu Dejun, were seated at that table. Tang Kegong suggested that Tang Fei sit next to Zhang Dong, stating, although an eye has been ill since childhood, her memory is remarkable. She can recall everything she reads. Over the years, though she has not attended school, the books she has read could fill 2 rooms. Zhang Dong nodded. When the heart is undistracted, memory becomes exceptionally strong. Qin Zhongyi, encountering a figure like Tang Kegong, repeatedly toasted him and even sought a photo together. Witnessing Zhang Dong's respect towards him, Tang Kegong gifted him a piece of calligraphy he had photographed. As the banquet progressed, Qin Zhongyi received a phone call, and after listening for a moment, his demeanor changed. Zhang Dong felt a stir in his heart. Taking the phone to hear a chilling voice on the other end. Opposing us will lead to you and your family being humiliated to death before your very eyes. The items can be returned. Meet us at Pingshan Park at 9 tonight. The voice continued. If you dare to play tricks on me, I will make you regret it. Spare me the threats. If you truly wish to teach me a lesson, bring more people. Let us see what you can do. With that, the call ended. Chapter 90. The Rescue of Ni. Qinyan asked anxiously, is it them? Zhang Dong replied, yes. Do not fear. I will handle it. In the afternoon, the auction continued, while Zhang Dong seized the opportunity to finalize the transfer of ownership with the property owner next door and settled the remaining payment. Since the house had not been lived in post-renovation, it was fully furnished and equipped with appliances. Upon the auction's conclusion, he invited Tang Kegong, Qin Zhongyi, and others to rest there. Zhang Dong requested Chun Zhan's assistance. After obtaining the permission of Tang Kegong, he brought Tang Fei into a bedroom and instructed her to lie down. Soon, Tang Fei fell into a deep slumber, her breathing steady. Qin Zhan cautioned, sir, entering another's consciousness is perilous. Please exercise utmost caution. If danger arises, signal me with your breath. 2 short, 1 long. Zhang Dong reassured him, rest assured. He placed his right hand on Tang Fei's forehead and, as before, entered a layer of illusion, progressing until he reached the 8th layer without any discoveries. After a moment's hesitation, he ventured into the 9th layer. At last, within the 9th realm of consciousness, he beheld a black door. Approaching it, he opened the door, revealing a viscous black substance that writhed incessantly. Taking a deep breath, he plunged into it. She was terrified, emitting soft sobs, her petite form trembling. Zhang Dong knelt beside her and gently inquired, Nini? The little girl looked up, her large eyes brimming with tears. Big brother, I'm so scared. The monster wants to eat me. Observing his surroundings, Zhang Dong reassured her, do not fear. Your big brother will protect you. He grasped the girl's hand, which felt icy. Suddenly, a shadow flickered in the distance, accompanied by a piercing, shrill laughter. Little girl, quickly discard the lantern and come play with me. One to you? Nini clutched Zhang Dong's arm tightly, shaking her head vigorously, fear evident on her face. Zhang Dong frowned, growling, what are you? Show yourself. The creature continued its shrill laughter. Then emerged, a 2-meter-tall shadow clad in garments woven from bird feathers, possessing a bird-like head with eyes glowing an eerie blue, advancing towards them. Zhang Dong's scalp prickled in dread. Taking a deep breath, he began to perform the sealing talisman. As his hand movements changed, his body suddenly radiated light, particularly at the center of his brow, which shone brightly. A golden net materialized, swiftly enveloping the creature and constricting tighter. The monster emitted a piercing shriek, struggling momentarily before becoming immobile. Moments later, the avian-headed creature transformed into a stone statue, which subsequently shattered and dissipated. The surrounding darkness vanished, revealing a gentle luminescence. To his astonishment, a moon appeared in the sky, accompanied by scattered stars. A soft melody sung by a woman echoed in Zhang Dong's mind. The little girl's face blossomed into a smile as she grasped Zhang Dong's hand, gratefully saying, thank you, big brother, for defeating the monster. Zhang Dong gently patted her head, saying, Nini, you may awaken now. He then withdrew from her mental realm and snapped his fingers. With a sharp sound, Tang Fei slowly opened her eyes and, upon seeing Zhang Dong beside her, smiled. Big brother. In Tang Fei's subconscious, Zhang Dong was the great hero who had vanquished the monster, leaving an indelible impression. Zhang Dong asked Nini, how old are you this year? After pondering, Tang Fei replied, 20 years old. Zhang Dong smiled, correct. Now you may sit up. At the same time, he signaled Qin Zhan to invite Tang Kegong in. Tang Kegong hurriedly entered the study, taking rapid steps. Upon seeing Tang Fei seated there, smiling and conversing with Zhang Dong, he was momentarily taken aback. Tang Fei then asked, big brother, what is your name? Zhang Dong. My name is Zhang Dong. Henceforth, you may call me Brother Dong. Tang Fei nodded, Brother Dong. Nini. Tang Kegong, with tears streaming down his face, exclaimed, you are well. Tang Fei, upon seeing Tang Kegong, radiated a bright smile. Grandfather, I have caused you worry over the years. Although she had not interacted with the outside world, she had retained memory of all that transpired around her. Tang Kegong nodded. As long as my dear I is well, that is all that matters. He then performed a deep bow to Zhang Dong. Thank you, young Zhang. Zhang Dong hastily replied. There is no need for such formalities, Tang Lao. It was merely a small favor. Tang Kegong remarked. To you, it may be a trivial matter, but to me, it is of utmost significance. Young Zhang, should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to let me know. I shall do my utmost to help. Zhang Dong smiled. Thank you, Tang Lao. Yiro also entered to check on the situation, smiling. An eye has recovered. This is a moment of great joy. Shall I invite a few chefs to celebrate? Tang Kugong, brimming with happiness, laughed heartily. Yes, let us celebrate. Yiro summoned several private chefs who prepared a feast at home, and she also procured a few fine bottles of wine for an evening meal together. Pingshan Park is rather secluded. By 9 o'clock at night, the number of people had dwindled. At this time, on the basketball court of Pingshan Park, a dozen individuals stood, including the counterfeit Lu Juzi. From a distance, Zhang Dong spotted them, his hands in his pockets as he strolled leisurely towards them. A middle-aged man with a buzz cut stepped forward, clad in a black tank top, his gaze icy. The elder, witnessing Zhang Dong's arrival, inquired, "Where is the item?" Zhang Dong replied, "Of course, it has been secured. Those were purchased with my money. At the time of transaction, it was a case of cash exchanged for goods, hence they now belong to me." The elder scoffed disdainfully. "You are seeking death." The buzz-cut man suddenly lunged forward, executing a swift kick aimed at Zhang Dong's head. His movements were both rapid and precise. Should he connect, Zhang Dong would likely suffer severe injury, or worse. However, to Zhang Dong, the opponent's action appeared as sluggish as a snail. He deftly sidestepped and retaliated with a sweeping kick. The opponent's foot was still 30 centimeters away when Zhang Dong had already struck, landing a blow to the man's calf. Crack! The middle-aged man's leg snapped on impact, causing him to crash to the ground with a muffled groan of pain. Stop! At an unknown moment, the elder brandished a firearm, the dark muzzle aimed squarely at Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong remarked nonchalantly, "That weapon holds no value against me." As the elder prepared to pull the trigger, his pupils dilated in sudden shock. He then raised the handgun, directing it towards his own thigh. Bang! A gunshot echoed, and he cried out in agony, blood gushing forth. His expression turned to one of sheer terror as he shouted, "What have you done to me?" Zhang Dong approached, causing the remaining individuals to retreat in fear. "How did you select Qin Zhongyi?" The elder, having witnessed Zhang Dong's formidable presence, gritted his teeth and replied, "We have some informants within the antique circle. It was they who identified him." "How many of you are there?" 14. "With a few temporary actors we hired." Zhang Dong inquired. "To date, how many have you deceived?" Chapter 91, Master Lu. The elder fell silent for a few seconds before responding. "Our targets have all been wealthy individuals. The total amounts to over a dozen. Your team appears quite professional. You must have conducted a thorough investigation into Qin Zhongyi beforehand," Zhang Dong stated. "Indeed, we discovered that his wife is a general manager at Chonglu Group." The elder remarked that according to our original plan, we intended to gradually lead Qin Zhongyi into the trap, then ensnare his wife as well. However, your sudden appearance, coupled with your substantial financial prowess, compelled us to alter our strategy, shifting our focus onto you. Zhang Dong nodded, acknowledging, "Those are indeed genuine assets. You have invested quite a sum to deceive." He chuckled, "So how much have you wagered?" 15 billion, the elder replied, his lips trembling as he spoke the figure. "With such formidable capital, you must have a significant backer." Zhang Dong scrutinized him, inquiring, "Who is it?" The elder closed his eyes and said, "My friend, I can see that you are formidable, but I advise you against delving further. That individual is not one you can provoke." Zhang Dong scoffed, having come this far. What is there left to discuss about provocation? The elder opened his eyes and fixed his gaze upon him, saying, "He is known in the underworld as Master Lu. We all work for him. The majority of the profits also go to him. Where does this Master Lu reside, and what is his real name?" Zhang Dong pressed for more information. The elder replied, "We have never seen his true face, nor do we know where he resides. Each time we meet, he wears a mask, and we refer to him as Master Lu. His reputation is vast. He is one of the top figures among the 8 outer gates." Suddenly, Zhang Dong's ears perked up as he turned his gaze towards the woods. From within the trees emerged a figure donning a Sun Wukong mask, hands clasped behind his back, moving with such stealth that he barely made a sound. Clad in black attire, his tall frame was striking, and through the mask's openings glimmered a pair of sharp, discerning eyes. "My friend, are you asking all these questions in an attempt to capture me?" he queried. Zhang Dong glanced at him and replied, "You have plotted against me, yet you expect me not to retaliate?" The masked figure responded, "If you are willing to leave now, we shall consider the matter settled. We can forego the items and acknowledge our losses." Zhang Dong's gaze pierced through the mask, revealing the true identity of the man before him. He was a man in his 50s, with a wallet in his pocket containing his identification and work credentials. Su Shirong, a professor at Danhai University? Upon recognizing the identity of this con artist, Zhang Dong was taken aback. The ringleader was astonishingly a university professor. "Settled, you say? That may be acceptable, Zhang Dong replied. But how can I trust you 1T retaliate? The man assured him, Master Lu's word is always his bond. Zhang Dong regarded him intently, then burst into laughter. Since you say so, very well. With that, he turned to leave, his form blurring into a fleeting shadow as he vanished into the woods. Those surrounding them were left in a state of shock, with one exclaiming, Can he teleport? Master Lu narrowed his eyes, observing, He is indeed an elite master. How could you be so blind as to target such an individual? The elder chuckled bitterly. Master Lu, the target was not him. Who could have known he would appear? Alas, this venture has cost us 3 years of effort. Master Lu replied, With profit comes loss. In your future investigations, ensure you conduct thorough research. Do not repeat the same mistakes. The elder questioned, Master Lu, are we simply going to let this go? Master Lu fixed him with a steely gaze. What audacity you have to provoke an elite master. Whoosh! A stone flew from the woods, striking the old man squarely in the left eye, causing a splash of eye fluid. With a cry of anguish, the old man crouched on the ground, clutching his injured eye. Louis abruptly turned around but found nothing amiss. He sighed, remarking, This individual's prowess surpasses my expectations. What a waste of your eye. Upon returning, he discovered that Qin Yin had not yet retired and had followed him into the house. Zhang Dong inquired, Xiao Yin, why are you still awake? Qin Yin replied, I cannot sleep. I want to talk to you. Clad in a silk camisole, her graceful curves were perfectly revealed as she seated herself on Zhang Dong's bed. Zhang Dong's heart raced, lost in his thoughts, when Qin Zhongyi entered, holding his phone, and announced, Xiao Yin, your mother is calling on video. Irritated, Qin Yin shot him a glare before snatching the phone and storming out. Qin Zhongyi scratched his head and asked Zhang Dong, Xiao Zhang, did you two have a quarrel? Xiao Yin seems upset. Zhang Dong sighed. Indeed, I'm not particularly pleased either. Qin Zhongyi patted his shoulder. It's all right. It's normal for young couples to argue. You should rest while I continue my study of ceramics. After closing the door, Zhang Dong settled down in a cross-legged position to practice his hand seals. Today, he had performed the spirit sealing seal within the mental realm of Tang Fei, yielding unexpectedly excellent results, which fueled his motivation to practice further. After several hours of diligent practice, he had managed to execute 36 movements in approximately 3 seconds. He proceeded to the headquarters, where he sold over 150 pieces of artifacts he had purchased from the Lu family, along with several items acquired from a group of swindlers, totaling 1.65 billion. This sum, combined with his profits from selling jade, after deducting recent expenses, amounted to nearly 5.6 billion, sufficient for him to acquire 10% of the shares. The following day, Monday, Zhang Dong formally completed the equity transaction with Yishou, purchasing 10% of Minggu Group's shares for 5 billion. With the conclusion of the transaction, Zhang Dong became the third largest shareholder of Minggu Group. After finishing all procedures, it was already afternoon. Yiro received an invitation sent by Shaolin Quanming for a maritime auction scheduled for the next day. The envelope detailed the ship's geographical coordinates. Upon receiving the invitation, Zhang Dong summoned Chunzhan and Lu Dejuan, and the three proceeded to the port to rent a yacht. They rested for the first half of the night, and at 3 in the morning, Zhang Dong navigated the yacht towards the vicinity of the specified coordinates. Around 4:30, the sea was shrouded in darkness. Zhang Dong did not even turn on the lights as the yacht sped forward. From several miles away, he spotted a large cruise ship where Shaolin Quanming was hosting the auction, and he swiftly approached. Upon reaching the vessel, he instructed Lu Dajuan to remain behind, then tossed out a climbing rope. Grasping Chunzhan with his left hand while pulling on the rope with his right, he leapt aboard. Once on the cruise ship, Zhang Dong quickly subdued 2 crew members with a strike. Then he and Chunzhan donned their uniforms. As they walked along the deck, Zhang Dong surveyed the area and noticed Shaolin Quanming directing the crew to arrange the auction items. Chapter 92. The Ancient Scriptures of Feeding the Gods. Chunzhan queried, Sir, what is our plan? Although he recognized Zhang Dong's formidable abilities, he still felt a twinge of concern, stating, Sir, there are many of them. Please exercise caution. Zhang Dong smiled softly and lowered his head as he entered the room. Everyone was clad in the attire of crew members, and with the sheer number of people present, he seamlessly blended into the crowd without being noticed. Amongst them, 2 individuals possessed formidable mental fortitude. Yet they could not withstand for long and were quickly entranced by Zhang Dong. Sleep now, he uttered gently, rest well. As a result, these individuals collapsed onto the ground, soundly asleep. He promptly accessed the safe, collecting all its contents into 2 large boxes, lifting one in each hand as he made his way out. Glancing at the time, Zhang Dong remarked, They will awaken in 10 minutes. Let's depart. Moments later, a fierce blaze erupted, and Xiao Lin Quanming and the others stirred from their slumber, soon catching the scent of smoke. He was momentarily dazed, but his expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Fire! Extinguish it!" However, the flames had already taken hold, engulfing the warehouse as all crew members fled in panic. Without a moment to ponder, he was the first to leap onto the inflatable boat, followed by the others who hastily abandoned the cruise ship. Within minutes, they had distanced themselves when the vessel exploded, consumed entirely by flames. Shaolin Quanming knelt on the inflatable boat, letting out a wail of despair. It must be noted that only 30% of the lost items belonged to the Shaolin family, while the remainder had been provided by numerous esteemed collectors from the East. Now, with the treasures gone and the multi-billion-dollar cruise ship reduced to ashes, he found himself at a loss to explain the situation to his family. At this juncture, Zhang Dong hummed a little tune, admiring a painting, a beautiful depiction of a lady by Tang Bohu. Chun Zhan remarked, "In both public and private matters, your actions are commendable, sir." Upon returning to the port, the trio loaded the items onto a truck destined for the main Guxian headquarters. After securing the items in the vault, Lu Dajuan suddenly inquired, "Sir, could you assist in rescuing my teacheress wife?" Chun Zhan frowned and replied, "Dajuan, I can handle this matter myself." Zhang Dong asked, "I heard from old Lu that it was the illusory world that plotted against your wife?" Zhang Dong continued, "Why would he do such a thing?" Chun Zhan sighed. "He has threatened me with Yuhan, coercing me to surrender the Divine Feeding Sutra." Zhang Dong queried, "What is the Divine Feeding Sutra?" Chun Zhan explained, "It is an unparalleled ancient Indian esoteric knowledge, demanding immense insight. Throughout Indian history, only 3 individuals have comprehended it, one of whom later founded Buddhism." Zhang Dong was taken aback. "How did this scripture come into your possession?" At this point, Chun Zhan produced several sheets of handwritten notes and handed them to Zhang Dong, stating, "Sir, this is the Divine Feeding Sutra. You may study it at your leisure. I attempted to comprehend it, but it is exceedingly profound, and I could not even grasp the basics." Zhang Dong accepted the papers, nodding, "Very well. When you plan to rescue her?" Chun Zhan clenched his fists, declaring, "Yuhan is still in his grasp. It vexes me that my lack of strength prevents me from acting rashly to save her." After some contemplation, Zhang Dong offered, "I can assist you with this. Tonight, I shall pay him a visit." Chun Zhan inhaled deeply and nodded earnestly. Zhang Dong observed the translations, which were word for word, yet he found them somewhat peculiar. He requested Chun Zhan to send him the images taken at the time for comparison. He discovered that the structure of these ancient characters was quite unusual, sharing similarities with the script he had seen in the jade plate. These ancient characters, when grouped in sets of 4, would form the type of inscriptions found on jade plates. He could not resist dialing Chun Zhan's number, inquiring, "Old Chun, who did you consult for the translation of these characters?" Chun Zhan replied, "An expert in ancient texts." "What's the matter? Is the translation incorrect?" Zhang Dong lamented. "He is quite remarkable, having deciphered perhaps 1% of the content." Chun Zhan was taken aback. 1%? Zhang Dong replied, "I will discuss it with you later." After hanging up, he scrutinized the newly formed characters, which now conveyed a much clearer meaning. This represented a process of releasing a portion of one's consciousness, nurturing it with incense until it ultimately transforms into what is termed a deity. Zhang Dong found this so-called method too esoteric. To divide one's consciousness seemed akin to a form of schizophrenia. In the evening, Chun Zhan and Lu Dajuan arrived, and the 3 of them shared a vehicle to seek out Huan Shi. Huan Shi resided in an old Western-style house. As they approached, Zhang Dong glanced at the residence. Noting forced servants within, a man occupied the 2nd floor, while a woman sat in a nearby room. The man was peering down through the window. Upon exiting the vehicle, Zhang Dong pressed the doorbell. Shortly after, a Filipino maid approached, inquiring in somewhat broken English, "May I ask whom you are looking for?" Chun Zhan responded, "Su Yuanhu. Is he here?" At that moment, a man's voice emanated from the electronic doorbell. "Let them in." Upon seeing Chun Zhan, he greeted him coolly, "Senior brother." Chun Zhan shot him an angry glare, stating, "Su Yuanhu, release Yuhan. Direct any grievances towards me." Su Yuanhu's stick paused momentarily against the floor, and he replied, "Senior brother, I have said that if you are willing to hand over the feeding god ancient scripture, I shall release Yuhan immediately." Zhang Dong interjected, "The scripture can be given to you, but you must free her first." As he spoke, he retrieved a stack of papers, waving them in the air. Su Yuanhu's eyes lit up, and he scrutinized Zhang Dong, asking, "Who are you? A disciple of Chun Zhan?" Chun Zhan replied, "This is Mr. Zhang, my friend." Su Yuanhu extended his hand, saying, "Hand it over." Zhang Dong approached, his steps deliberate, each footfall resonating clearly. Boom! In less than half a second, Zhang Dong made a judgment. He stood before Su Yuanhu and suddenly tossed the sheets into the air. Su Yuanhu, momentarily taken aback, instinctively reached to grasp them. In that instant, Zhang Dong swiftly formed the spirit-sealing seal. His latent potential was unleashed. A sequence that typically required 3 seconds to execute was completed in merely 2. To the naked eye, the 36 gestures Zhang Dong performed blended into an astonishing visual spectacle, conjuring countless golden threads that entwined the bluish-gray figure within Su Yuanhu. The bluish-gray figure emitted a roar that reverberated through the soul, causing both Chun Zhan and Lu Dajuan to clutch their heads in agony. The figure struggled desperately, its eyes resembling 2 black voids, fixed on Zhang Dong with palpable resentment. Unmoved, Zhang Dong continued to reinforce the seal. After employing the spirit-sealing seal 3 times, the bluish-gray figure was rendered utterly immobile. He then produced a talisman and affixed it to Su Yuanhu's forehead. The shadow, cloaked in blue-gray, began to emit wisps of ethereal smoke, contorting in shape and displaying an expression of agony. As the smoke dissipated, the figure transformed into a fist-sized orb of blue and white energy, gradually detaching itself from Su Yuanhu's body. Subsequently, he seated himself in a meditative posture, employing the methods delineated in the divine feeding ancient scriptures to refine this spiritual energy. Before long, a beam of white light descended upon his forehead, enveloping the azure orb. After approximately half an hour, the blue orb was absorbed by the white light. At that moment, he felt invigorated, his mind remarkably clear. Chun Zhan had located his wife, a woman clad in a blue dress, whose gaze was vacant as she sat upon the sofa. Noticing Zhang Dong rise, Chun Zhan remarked, "Sir, Su Yuanhu is deceased." Zhang Dong tugged at Su Yuanhu's collar, revealing the livor mortis marking his skin. "He has been dead for quite some time. Merely a walking corpse," he stated. Chun Zhan was taken aback. Then Zhang Dong interjected, "He was possessed by some entity. This entity's aim is the divine feeding ancient scriptures." Lu Dajuan swallowed hard and said, "It must be an evil spirit. When I lived in the countryside as a child, there was an old woman in our village who experienced something similar. She had been dead for 3 days and was on the verge of burial when she suddenly sat up, terrifying everyone present. The old woman possessed extraordinary strength, pushing everyone aside and running off, disappearing in no time. It was not until 2 weeks later that someone discovered her corpse, already in a state of decay." Chun Zhan inquired, "Sir, how long do you believe Su Yuanhu has been dead?" Zhang Dong observed for a moment before responding, "Approximately 3 days." Chun Zhan concluded, "So, the one who confronted me was indeed him." Zhang Dong summoned a servant, a dark-skinned woman, and asked, "Pray tell, what was Su Yuanhu doing 3 days ago? Do you know where he went?" She shook her head, "I do not know." Chun Zhan proposed, "Sir, should we contact the authorities?" Zhang Dong nodded, "Not urgently. I shall first rescue your wife." He approached the woman, placing a finger upon her forehead. Having just absorbed spiritual energy, his hypnotic abilities had significantly enhanced, allowing him to swiftly access her mental realm. Within this ethereal domain, the woman was ensnared in a cavern illuminated by a fire, surrounded by ferocious beasts lurking outside. Zhang Dong entered the cave directly, grasping her arm and leading her out. Upon exiting the cave, the woman's surroundings transformed into a vibrant valley adorned with blooming flowers, a mirage conjured by Zhang Dong. Behind them lay a pond. He chuckled softly and, with a sudden push, propelled her into the water. She gasped, jolting awake. Upon seeing Chun Zhan before her, the woman comprehended everything and leaped into his embrace, exclaiming, "Zhan Ge." Chun Zhan's eyes brimmed with emotion as he replied, "Yuhan, I am relieved that you are safe." Zhang Dong addressed Chun Zhan, "You may handle matters here." Chun Zhan nodded. "Rest assured, I will make the arrangements." A thought crossed his mind, and he ascended to the 2nd floor, activating the concealed surveillance. The 2nd floor cameras provided a view of the entire courtyard. He discovered that less than half an hour after he had left home, 7 or 8 individuals had entered through the front door, wielding instruments as they searched the yard. Could they be members of the Liu family? As he pondered this, the doorbell rang. It was past 10 o'clock in the evening. Who could it be? He descended the stairs and opened the door, revealing a business vehicle parked outside, with an elderly gentleman and a young man standing at the entrance. The elder, appearing to be in his 70s, smiled and said, "Good evening. I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour." Zhang Dong scrutinized the duo and inquired, "Who are you, and what brings you here?" The elder responded, "I am Wu Xiuquan. I became interested in this villa 6 months ago, but the price was prohibitive, thus I was unable to purchase it. To my surprise, someone has indeed acquired it at a premium. Zhang Dong asked, "What is it that you seek from me?" Wu Xiuqun replied, "I hope to buy this residence from you." Zhang Dong chuckled, "I've only just acquired it. Why would I sell it now?" Wu Xiuqun continued, "I am willing to offer an additional 10 million. What do you say?" Zhang Dong replied, "I'm afraid I'm not inclined to sell at this moment." Suddenly, the young man beside the elder fixed a cold glare on Zhang Dong and stated, "You must sell regardless." Zhang Dong raised an eyebrow. "Pray tell, why must I sell?" The young man, who appeared to be in his 30s with sharply angled brows, spoke menacingly. "You may inquire. My Wu family is no ordinary clan in Haicheng." After a brief moment, both men's pupils widened, and Zhang Dong smiled. "Gentlemen, let us converse in the courtyard." In the courtyard, there was a small pavilion where he beckoned them over and asked, "What is your interest in this property?" The elder, seemingly entranced, replied, "We have heard from our ancestors that treasures were buried by a warlord in this vicinity, and we suspect they might be near this villa." Zhang Dong queried, "If you are aware of the treasure, why not act sooner?" The elder responded, "We are uncertain if the treasures lie here. They may also be with the Liu family or elsewhere. After all, it has been a long time, and the memories of those from the past can be flawed. Have you previously conducted any measurements with instruments? Did you find anything?" The elder replied, "Nothing was discovered. To unearth the treasure, we must excavate the entire courtyard." Zhang Dong snapped his fingers, causing both men to shudder, perplexed as to their sudden change of location from the door to the courtyard. Zhang Dong coolly stated, "You may take your leave. I am willing to sell the courtyard, but the price shall be an additional 50 million. 350 million. Come to me when you have the funds." The two exchanged glances, sensing an oddity in the air, and hastily departed. Once they left, Zhang Dong realized he must excavate promptly. He retrieved a shovel from the tool shed and began to dig with determination. Chapter 94, Consultation. Fortunately, his training had endowed him with strength and endurance far beyond the average person, yet he still perspired profusely. By the early hours of the morning, he had dug down over 10 meters, nearing the ceiling of the storeroom by less than a meter. Below lay a stone slab. As he stepped upon it, a muffled crack echoed, and the slab shattered, revealing a large hole. He leaped down through the opening, discovering a remarkably dry storeroom containing 22 wooden boxes, varying in size. Opening one smaller box, he was met with a bounty of golden fish, specifically gold bars weighing approximately 300 grams each, totaling around 500 bars, or over 300 pounds. At current market value, this box of gold was worth 70 to 80 million. The entire storeroom held 4 boxes of gold. Moreover, there were 5 boxes of calligraphy and paintings, 1 box of gemstones, 2 boxes of jade and ivory, and 4 large boxes of porcelain, with the remainder being a handful of silver coins. After a cursory glance, he gradually transported the items to the surface. Fortunately, even the largest of these boxes was not overly cumbersome, with only the gold being somewhat heavy, yet posed no challenge for him. Early in the morning, he had summoned 5 workers to excavate the yard and lay stone-carved tiles, completing the task by afternoon. Zhang Dong smiled, suspecting that Xiao Bai might be on the mountain. Indeed, at that moment, Chen Xuanjin was seated in the orchard practicing his skills, while the little fox crouched nearby. Upon seeing De Huang, it immediately rushed over, and both the dog and the fox were filled with joy. "Master," Zhang Dong laughed, "when did you arrive?" "I've been waiting for you for 2 days. Where have you been?" Chen Xuanjin inquired. Zhang Dong felt a bit embarrassed. "I had some matters to attend to in Haicheng." "Have you practiced what I taught you?" "Yes, I practice every day," Zhang Dong replied, akin to a nervous schoolboy. "Well, prepare yourself. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me on a house call." Zhang Dong blinked and asked, "Where to?" "To the People's Hospital of Yin City," Chen Xuanjin replied. "Remember, before 7:30, to the traditional Chinese medicine orthopedics outpatient clinic." Zhang Dong scratched his head. "All right, master." Having grown quite familiar with Chen Xuanjin, he ventured, "Master, Wu Tai Xian mentioned that you are over 100 years old?" Chen Xuanjin chuckled. "I was born in the 30th year of the Guangxu era." Zhang Dong's mouth fell open in astonishment. "Master, you are over 120 years old and still appear so youthful." Chen Xuanjin replied, "I have cultivated to the realm of Baodan, hence my longevity. Yet, death is an inevitable part of life. I have 5 years left." A wave of anxiety washed over Zhang Dong. "Master, if you were to break through again and become a celestial being, would you not then escape death? Above Baodan lies the realm of celestial beings." Chen Xuanjin shook his head. "A celestial being is a hybrid of human and immortal. At my age, if it were possible to break through, I would have done so long ago. Do not dwell on such thoughts. Everyone must eventually take this step." Noticing Zhang Dong's despondent mood, he added, in the coming years. You should acquire all my skills. In fact, I have been accepting disciples for over a decade. You have an elder brother and an elder sister. However, their talents are limited. Your brother has grasped 1.5 of my medical skills, while your sister, being a bit more astute, has mastered 3/10. You, on the other hand, possess greater aptitude, and your future achievements may even eclipse mine. As a physician, one saves lives and alleviates suffering. From this moment, you will practice medicine under my tutelage for a year. I will not bind you daily. You need only work 20 hours a week. Once you complete 20 hours, you may rest. If you wish to work a month's worth of tasks in 1 week, that too is permissible, allowing you to practice medicine for a week and rest for 3. Master, I do not have a medical license. Do I need to take an exam? Zhang Dong's eyes, capable of seeing bones, made his learning remarkably smooth. He studied until 1 in the morning, at which point Qin Xuanjin departed. Upon articulating his requirements, Zhang Baoxing rubbed his eyes and asked, Xiao Dong, are you preparing to get married? Zhang Dong replied, not to marry, but to provide accommodation for my master. Oh, Mr. Chun, I shall seek a construction team tomorrow. After an uneventful night, the next morning, he hastily consumed breakfast before driving to the People's Hospital of Yun City. Arriving at the traditional Chinese medicine orthopedics outpatient clinic, it was precisely 7:30. He observed Qin Xuanjin donning a pristine white coat. Seated there as a long queue formed at the entrance, comprising both elderly individuals and young children. Zhang Dong noted a sign beside Qin Xuanjin, inscribed with the words, Professor Qin Xian of Traditional Chinese Medicine, Jinghua University. It appeared to be his alias. Master. He stepped inside, and a young nurse promptly handed him an isolation gown, assisting him in putting it on. She was youthful, with a round face and large eyes, and cheerfully introduced herself. Hello, my name is Su Xiao Xiao. I am a student from Yun City Health School, interning here. Zhang Dong nodded in acknowledgement, and after changing, he took a seat outside, while Qin Xuanjin remained within. As time elapsed, Su Xiao Xiao began admitting patients. The first was an elderly lady, her wrist swollen with a large lump that a mere touch caused her pain. Upon noticing Zhang Dong's youth, she requested Qin Xuanjin to examine him. After inquiring, he pressed both hands onto the lump, and with a crisp crack, the elderly lady gasped, her discomfort vanishing, leaving her wrist feeling liberated. Her eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, Doctor, you are incredible. Thank you. Zhang Dong waved his hand, signaling for the next patient. Orthopedic ailments can vary in their healing speed, largely dependent on the physician's experience and technique. The second patient was an older gentleman, in his 50s, who recounted having twisted his ankle over a decade ago. Although he sought treatment at the time, the pain persisted and subsequent surgery yielded no relief. Zhang Dong assessed the situation and discerned that the realignment had been improperly executed back then. It was no wonder he still felt pain. However, this misalignment was minuscule, undetectable by instruments. Master, please guide me on the technique. The previous night, Qin Xuanjin had imparted several bone-setting methods, which Zhang Dong was now struggling to recall. Qin Xuanjin placed his hand atop Zhang Dong's, imparting a tingling sensation, prompting Zhang Dong to nod enthusiastically before applying a pull and a push. With a resounding crack, the gentleman's discomfort dissipated, and he exclaimed in astonishment, Ah, it's gone. No more pain. Chapter 95, Complete Surrender. Observing the growing number of patients behind, Zhang Dong hastily waved his hand, signaling for the next individual. The patients varied in age, from mere infants to those in their 80s and 90s. Zhang Dong welcomed them all, averaging about 1 patient every minute. However, the allure of an expert from the capital only served to extend the queue outside. Su Xiao Xiao, witnessing Zhang Dong's remarkable medical skills, was filled with admiration. From 7:30 until 12:30, Zhang Dong diligently attended to patients for 5 continuous hours. Whenever uncertain, he sought counsel from Qin Xuanjin, who sat with half-closed eyes, occasionally glancing over. In truth, he was exceedingly pleased with Zhang Dong's performance, a subtle smile gracing his face. As lunchtime approached, Zhang Dong's stomach rumbled, prompting him to inquire, Master, what shall we have for lunch? Qin Xuanjin replied, You may go eat on your own. I have matters to attend to this afternoon. Acknowledging this, Zhang Dong initially intended to rest in the afternoon, but upon seeing the queue outside, he could not bear it and instructed Su Xiao Xiao to fetch 2 bread rolls, which he devoured quickly before resuming his consultations. It was not until after 4 in the afternoon that the line began to dwindle. By 5:30, as the workday concluded, he had spent a full 10 hours attending to nearly 600 patients, alleviating their suffering. Even for a practitioner of the way, he felt weariness as he exited the hospital. Upon returning home, he discovered that a section of the mountain had been leveled by an excavator, with plans to begin piling tomorrow. After dinner, he loaded all the boxes onto the vehicle, personally overseeing its departure to Ningxing. These items were of considerable value, and keeping them at home was inherently unsafe. Thus, storing them in a safe deposit box was a more prudent choice. Zhang Dong immediately made a phone call, but the noise on the other end was overwhelming. Wu Kai was agitated, shouting as if he were about to engage in a physical confrontation. Old Kai, hold off for now. Wait for my arrival. Dongzi, you need not come. I can handle them. Listen to me. I will arrive shortly. After obtaining Wu Kai's address, Zhang Dong quickly requested Lu Chong to drive him there. In a vacant lot not far from the construction site, Wu Kai was gathered with a dozen of his subordinates, facing a group of 40 to 50 individuals clad in blue work uniforms. Behind them were the newly acquired excavators and bulldozers of Wu Kai. I'll tell you this. All projects in Xinyu Town, including sand, earthworks, gravel, and machinery, are to be sourced from our Lu village. You, an outsider, have quite the audacity to come here and take work. Wu Kai sneered. Am I easily intimidated? I will take this job, and we'll see how you deal with me. Quite the bravado you have. However, you can forget about using our machinery, exclaimed a burly middle-aged man from the opposing group. Zhang Dong stepped forward with a cheerful demeanor. Wu Kai said, these people are preventing me from taking on factory contracts and have confiscated my machinery. Several workers were even injured by them. Zhang Dong approached the group, and the burly man stepped forward to confront him. Who are you? Zhang Dong replied with a smile. In a society governed by law, how can you still resort to violence? The burly man glared at him fiercely, declaring, and what of it? I'll tell you. Several of these men behind me have blood on their hands. If you wish to live, mind your own business. Is that so? Then you should promptly turn yourselves in. Zhang Dong feigned surprise, then extended his right hand, igniting a lighter. As the flame flickered, he emitted a series of sound waves. In an instant, the consciousness of the opposing group began to blur. Who among you has blood on their hands? To his astonishment, 4 individuals stepped forward. Zhang Dong beckoned them closer and asked one, how many have you killed? 2, 1 child and 1 adult, the man replied. Zhang Dong said, when the officer arrives, you should confess. You might just receive a suspended sentence. The man nodded gently. At that moment, a police car approached. It turned out that Zhang Dong had informed Tian Shi before arriving. Tian Shi, accompanied by 4 colleagues, arrived on the scene. Officer Tian, this man claims to have killed. The man immediately stepped forward to recount his deeds to Tian Shi, who promptly instructed his colleagues to record the statement. Zhang Dong then inquired about the other 3, and indeed, they too had committed murder, albeit discreetly and using fake IDs, which had prevented their capture. Zhang Dong urged them to confess to Tian Shi. Finally, he turned to the burly man and asked, have you ever committed a crime? The man's pupils widened as he slowly replied, I have injured a few people and forcibly taken advantage of several girls. Zhang Dong patted his shoulder, saying, you should come clean to the police. Yes, I will confess. He replied. Despite the group being only mildly hypnotized, Zhang Dong's words surprisingly prompted them to disperse. Wu Kai stood in stunned silence. Once everyone had departed, he turned to Dong Zi in astonishment and asked, how did you manage that? Zhang Dong chuckled, hypnosis. By the way, why are you still at work so late? Wu Kai replied, who would have imagined encountering that gang of local bullies? If it weren't for you, I would have surely fought them. He continued, it should be fine now. Those 5 were the ringleaders, and now they've been apprehended. They won't return. Wu Kai nodded appreciatively. Dong Zi, I owe you one. After a long day, the others soon dispersed, fatigue evident in their demeanor. Tian Shi had completed her notes and looked at Zhang Dong with a peculiar expression, asking, hypnosis? Zhang Dong replied with a smile, I simply encourage them to speak the truth. Officer Tian, you must keep this confidential. Just say that after receiving the report, you managed to persuade these murderers through dialogue. Tian Shi gave a wry smile. If I were to speak the truth, they would undoubtedly consider me insane. She then pulled Zhang Dong aside, saying, could you assist me with one more thing? What is it? He inquired. We have a murder suspect, and we have been unable to find any evidence of his crime. I thought, could you hypnotize him to reveal the truth? Zhang Dong nodded. This is quite manageable. What is the suspect's name, and what crime is he accused of? The face-skinning case, have you heard of it? She asked. Zhang Dong was taken aback. You mean Lu Kaifeng is a suspect in the face-skinning case? Tian Shi confirmed. Everything points to him, but we lack direct evidence, and since he refuses to confess, we cannot prosecute. The face-skinning case involved 6 incidents, all victims being young women whose faces were removed post-mortem, spanning over a decade and causing a sensation. It once instilled fear in the young women of Ning City, making them hesitant to venture out at night. All right, I will assist with this. Tianxi exclaimed with delight. Then let us not delay. Let's interrogate him tonight. Zhang Dong agreed. Upon arriving at the criminal investigation unit, she handed the 5 criminals over to her colleagues, while she and Zhang Dong proceeded to the interrogation room. Team leader Zheng Wuqing had been awaiting their arrival and extended his hands upon seeing Zhang Dong. Mr. Zhang, I must trouble you again. Zhang Dong replied, it's my duty, Captain Zheng. She added, Captain, we just apprehended several criminals, 4 of whom are implicated in homicides. Zheng Wuqing was taken aback. 4 homicide suspects. She nodded. I've already sent them for interrogation. For now, let us address Lu Kaifeng's case. Zheng Wuqing agreed. Right. Mr. Zhang, I have brought Lu Kaifeng here. He possesses a remarkably high level of psychological resilience, making him difficult to deal with. Zhang Dong acknowledged, understood. I will interrogate him with Tianxi. Please provide me with the case files. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Dong and Tianxi finally entered the interrogation room. A man in his 30s, with an elongated face and a bald head, sat before them, his triangular eyes flashing malevolently and dully as he lowered his gaze. Zhang Dong settled down, sipped his tea, and stated, Lu Kaifeng, are you not prepared to speak? Let me remind you, the reason we sought you out today is that we have gathered evidence. Tonight is your final opportunity to confess. Lu Kaifeng lifted his head, disdain and mockery evident in his eyes, and replied coolly, is that so? Then why don't you present the evidence? Zhang Dong was somewhat taken aback. Lu Kaifeng was not an ordinary suspect. At that moment, he observed a blood-red visage materializing behind Lu Kaifeng, a face stripped of its skin with crimson eyes. Contemplating this, he recalled the nefarious cultivation method mentioned by Chun Zhan, sacrifice. Although Lu Kaifeng may not comprehend the essence of sacrifice, his ritualistic killings unwittingly achieved an effect akin to that of sacrificial rites. This process resembled a form of spiritual practice, enhancing his mental prowess. Having reached this understanding, he approached Lu Kaifeng, placing his hands upon his shoulders and locking eyes with him. The proximity amplified the hypnotic effect tenfold. Lu Kaifeng's pupils dilated once more, and even the blood-red visage behind him appeared dazed. Moments later, Lu Kaifeng fell completely under hypnosis. With excitement glimmering in his eyes, he exclaimed, 8 individuals. Tianxi and Zhang Dong exchanged glances and continued their inquiry. Did you flay their faces? Lu Kaifeng smiled. I have peeled 8 faces, yet there's still 1 left. If only I could gather 9. Where did you place those 8 faces? I soaked them in a jar of pickled vegetables. He then meticulously detailed the locations of the 8 murders, prompting Zheng Wuqing to dispatch several teams to investigate. Meanwhile, Tianxi led a group to Lu Kaifeng's residence in search of the jar of pickled vegetables. After Zhang Dong finished his inquiries and exited the interrogation room, Zheng Wuqing remarked, Zhang, once this case concludes, I shall express my gratitude to you. Zhang Dong replied, no need for formalities, Zhang. By the way, Lu Kaifeng claims he has killed 8 people, 2 more than the known victims of the skinning case. Upon returning to his apartment, Zhang Dong found himself unable to sleep, so he chose to practice the Feeding God Sutra. During his meditation, the visage of the flayer suddenly invaded his consciousness. Startled, he realized his mind had been disturbed and promptly enacted a spiritual seal to forcibly suppress the apparition. Unsatisfied and fearing it might evolve into a mental demon, he began to cultivate the heart seal. This seal was a more clandestine form of imprints than hand seals. The first heart seal he practiced was the diamond heart seal, which could counter all mental demons, precisely capable of restraining the image of the flayer. Soon, he achieved a state of tranquility, and within his consciousness appeared a luminous mark resembling a lotus seed, inscribed with glowing runes. The flayer did not reappear. However, Zhang Dong's expression remained grim as he murmured, such malevolence. It seems Lu Kaifeng's case is far from simple. The following morning, Tianxi called, her voice imbued with fatigue, yet tinged with joy. Zhang, we have found evidence of Lu Kaifeng's murders. At the bottom of the pickled vegetable jar in his home, 8 faces were concealed. Zhang Dong replied, that is good news. Have the other 2 victims been located? Yes. One was discarded in a dry well, and the other was abandoned in a cave. Tianxi exhaled in relief. Once we present the evidence, Lu Kaifeng admitted to his deeds. However, he claimed a voice in his mind urged him to commit these acts. Zhang Dong fell silent for a few moments before saying, you should rest well. If anything unusual occurs, inform me immediately. Tianxi, not dwelling on it further, replied cheerfully, all right, I'll treat you to dinner tonight to express my gratitude. Suddenly, Enrusha knocked and entered, saying, Zhang, mister. Li from Harbor City will visit the company this afternoon. Will you accompany him? At the last auction held by the Liu family, the scion of the wealthiest family in the Harbor City was originally slated to attend, but due to unforeseen circumstances, he was unable to do so. To everyone's surprise, he made his way to Mingguxian instead. Was he considering an investment in antiques? And Ru Xian nodded. Initially, Mr. Yi had instructed me to host, but with Mr. Zhang present, I believe it would be more fitting for you to take the lead. Zhang Dong contemplated briefly and replied, Very well. I shall take the lead. Please arrange the exhibition hall, as I intend to present some of our inventory. Since he has come to us, we must not let him slip away. And Ru Xia smiled. Certainly, I shall have everything prepared at once. Shortly after the arrangements were made, Li Yin Sheng, the scion of the Harbor City's wealthiest family, arrived. Although Mr. Li was nearing 50, he appeared to be in his 40s, having maintained an impressive physique. Mr. Li, welcome to Mingguxian, Zhang Dong greeted as he shook hands with Mr. Li. Li Yin-sheng chuckled. I have long heard of Mr. Zhang's esteemed reputation. I am a close friend of Tang Lao, who recommended that I visit Mingguxian. It was then that Zhang Dong realized it was due to Tang Kugong's influence and responded with a smile. You flatter me, Mr. Li. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Dong invited them to the reception room. Accompanied by a dozen individuals, Li Yin-sheng was clearly well prepared. Thus, it wasn't too long before Zhang Dong ushered them into the exhibition hall. Upon seeing the artifacts displayed, those accompanying Li Yin-sheng visibly perked up. Li Yin-sheng picked up a Schwanda furnace and remarked, I have heard much about the Schwanda furnace and have encountered many. However, I have been informed that discerning the authenticity of a Schwanda furnace is quite challenging. Does Mr. Zhang possess any unique criteria for identification? This was undoubtedly a complex question, as there remains considerable debate within the industry regarding the evaluation of Schwanda furnaces. It was evident that Li Yin-sheng was testing Zhang Dong. Li Yin-sheng held the Schwanda furnace and continued. I have heard much about the Schwanda furnace and have encountered many. However, I have been informed that discerning the authenticity of a Schwanda furnace is quite challenging. Does Mr. Zhang possess any unique criteria for identification? Zhang Dong smiled, as this particular Schwanda furnace belonged to him. There are 3 methods for identifying a Schwanda furnace: observing its color, listening to its sound, and feeling its surface. He supported the base of the furnace with his left hand and flicked it with his right index finger, producing a crisp, resonant sound. He then shifted its position, creating a slightly higher tone. He repeated this process across 3 additional points, generating 5 distinct sounds. Did you hear that? He inquired with a smile. Li Yin-sheng expressed his astonishment. Is that the 5 tones? Zhang Dong nodded. Indeed, the 5 tones correspond to the 5 elements. This is the true Schwanda furnace of Tiansu. He continued. As for its color, this incense burner has been handled by countless admirers. Its surface adorned with a layer of patina that is both vibrant and lustrous. Li Yin-sheng nodded repeatedly. Indeed, it radiates a treasure-like glow that brings me great comfort. He pointed out the minute particles etched within the surface and the base of the furnace, which were, in fact, subtle marks left by the artisans. Inviting Li Yin-sheng to touch the base, he confirmed that Li Yin-sheng could feel the tiny protrusions. What do these marks signify? Li Yin-sheng asked. Zhang Dong replied with a smile. They are known as Zhou Lao Lu. This is a kind of coded language used by craftsmen during the Ming Dynasty, akin to Braille. Li Yin-sheng expressed his admiration. Mr. Zhang, you are truly an exceptional appraiser with profound knowledge. You are too kind, Zhang Dong responded. Li Yin-sheng then inquired, Mr. Zhang, would your esteemed company be willing to part with this Schwanda furnace? Zhang Dong Dao. Indeed. The finest destiny for a rare treasure is to be discovered by a connoisseur who truly appreciates it. Li Yin-sheng examined several exquisite items. Utterly captivated by Zhang Dong's profound knowledge, he promptly purchased over a dozen pieces and entered into a collaborative agreement with Mingguxian. In the future, the Li family intends to invest no less than 100 billion in the art market, establishing a profound partnership with Mingguxian. After the signing, Li Yin-sheng remarked, Mr. Zhang, my father has encountered an ancient family in Europe who once plundered a significant number of cultural relics and now seeks a domestic buyer. However, the artifacts in their possession are quite diverse, and I require professional appraisal. Zhang Dong replied, Since we have signed a contract, it is our duty to assist. Li Yin-sheng continued. The other party wishes to conduct the transaction privately to avoid taxes. Thus it will not be protected by law, and hence we cannot afford any mistakes. Zhang Dong assured him, I shall personally take a trip. Li Yin-sheng nodded. Once everything is confirmed on their end, I will reach out to you, Mr. Zhang. After bidding farewell to Li Yin-sheng, and Ru Xia said, Mr. Zhang, The Li family has invested several hundred billion in Europe. Their sudden interest in acquiring art seems rather peculiar. Does it not? Zhang Dong responded. Diversified investments are hardly unusual. And Ruxia elaborated. In fact, we engaged with the Li family several years ago, but at that time, they displayed a rather indifferent attitude towards art. Their sudden willingness to invest over 100 billion must be driven by some significant reason. Zhang Dong inquired, such as? And Ruxia suggested, perhaps the items are exceedingly affordable, leading the Li family to perceive a profitable opportunity. Zhang Dong pondered, we shall soon find out. During dinner, he dined with Ruxia and several senior executives in the cafeteria, discussing work as they ate. Recently, Ming Guxuan's progress had been remarkably smooth. And with today's agreement with the Li family, the executives were elated, announcing commendation within a group. Midway through the meal, Tianxi called, her voice trembling as she said, Mr. Zhang, we all experienced a nightmare, pursued by a faceless entity. My colleague Cheng Xiaoyu remains unresponsive, currently in the hospital undergoing emergency treatment. Tianxi added, all right, I will notify them immediately. As Zhang Dong prepared to rush to the police station, and Ruxia could not help but ask Mr. Zhang, what has happened? He replied, a minor inconvenience. Please continue dining. Wiping his mouth, he hurriedly departed, swiftly arriving at the police station. Tianxi and several individuals involved in the Lu Kaifang case were present, their faces ashen and grim. Upon seeing them, Zhang Dong noticed a dark aura hovering above each of their heads, causing a weight to settle in his heart. He had witnessed a similar darkness above Chen Yuan's head before she was tragically harmed by her boyfriend. Tianxi asked, Mr. Zhang, why do we experience nightmares? Zhang Dong replied, I will explain shortly. I need to see Lu Kaifang first. Zhang Wuqing's expression was grave as he nodded, instructing someone to bring Lu Kaifang in. Before long, Lu Kaifang entered the interrogation room, his gaze vacant and chilling. Upon seeing Zhang Dong, he grinned maliciously. You possess some skill to have captured me, he taunted, his eyes locking onto Zhang Dong with a provocative intensity. Zhang Dong retorted, who are you? Lu Kaifang replied with a sinister smile. I am an entity beyond your comprehension, an existence you cannot grasp. In my eyes, you are nothing but a mere insect. Zhang Dong responded, is that so? Tell me, esteemed figure, do you dare to present yourself before a mere insect, such as myself? Lu Kaifang remarked, however, I find you rather intriguing. If you're willing to work for me, I may spare your life. Zhang Dong replied, working for you is not out of the question, but you must demonstrate your capabilities first. Lu Kaifang instructed, if you wish to meet me, proceed to the rooftop of the tall building opposite the police station. I will be waiting there, but you must come alone. Zhang Dong affirmed, very well, I shall go alone. He exited the room and instructed Tianxi, await my news. Across from the police station stood a towering structure of over 50 stories. Zhang Dong swiftly ascended to the rooftop via the elevator. Upon opening the door, he spotted an individual with their back to him, dressed in tattered clothing, their hair unkempt. Instinctively, he recognized this person as a controlled puppet, suggesting that the puppeteer was not far away. He scanned his surroundings, his gaze penetrating a wall over 100 meters away, where a man in his 40s crouched, his eyes emanating an eerie blue glow. Instead of rushing, Zhang Dong approached the side of the vagrant and remarked coolly, did you not say you would be here? Why, then, are you merely a puppet? The vagrant, fixated ahead, replied, if you wish to witness my power, you need not see me in person. Gradually, his pupils dilated, then constricted, and finally his expression turned apathetic. Chapter 98. The golden-headed, silver-backed little dragon. The middle-aged man stood 2 or 3 meters from Zhang Dong, still smiling. Suddenly, Zhang Dong moved, closing the distance in an instant. Before the man could react, he delivered a punch to his abdomen. With a muffled grunt, the man crumpled to the ground, unable to make sound. Although he possessed considerable skill, in a fight, 10 of him would not match Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong seized the man's hair and, during his moment of agony, forcibly hypnotized him. Their gazes locked, and the man's pupils gradually dulled and expanded. By what means do you control others? Zhang Dong inquired. Soul transference technique, he replied, which is essentially a form of hypnosis. Enlighten me, Zhang Dong urged. The middle-aged man then explained the principles of the soul transference technique. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dong sensed that the method bore a resemblance to ancient esoteric practices, though it was merely superficial. Why do you strip the faces of young women? He pressed further. For sacrifice, the man stated, through sacrifice, I can amplify my will. Unfortunately, I'm still one short. My offering would then be complete. Are those individuals from the police station also your doing? Zhang Dong abruptly pressed his finger to the man's forehead. The middle-aged man let out a piercing scream, his body stiffening, frothing at the mouth in excruciating pain. It became clear that Zhang Dong had utilized his own mental imprint to instantaneously dismantle the years of cultivation the man had accrued, rendering him incapable of causing harm in the future. He made a call, and shortly thereafter, Tianxi arrived with reinforcements. After hearing the situation, the middle-aged man was apprehended. The issues plaguing Tianxi and the others dissipated as well. A colleague named Xiao Yu also regained consciousness, now free of serious complications and expected to return to work in a few days. Upon returning to the police station, Zheng Wuqing grasped Zhang Dong's hand tightly, expressing gratitude. "Mr. Zhang, I cannot thank you enough. Were it not for your intervention, we would have been at a loss. Who would have imagined the potency of hypnosis?" Zhang Dong replied, "There's no need for thanks. Indeed, were it not for my presence, this enigmatic figure would not have emerged." "He's here for me," Tianxi inquired. "Who is he, and what motivates his actions?" Zhang Dong, having heard numerous rumors from Wu Tai Xian and Qin Xianzhen regarding the martial world, replied, "Such individuals are of the martial realm. They possess extraordinary skills, making them formidable adversaries." Zheng Wuqing asked, "Zhang, could he be hypnotizing us? Should we implement special measures?" "No, I have neutralized his abilities. He is now no different from an ordinary person." Zhang Dong reassured him, suggesting they discard their apprehensions. Upon returning to the apartment, the clock neared midnight. After a refreshing bath, he settled into a recliner by the floor-to-ceiling window and brewed himself a cup of tea, allowing his body to completely relax. As he closed his eyes, an unsettling image of a face stripped of its human skin emerged in his mind, grinning menacingly at him. He abruptly opened his eyes, a surge of fury igniting within him as he muttered, "This is far from over." Regaining his composure, he dialed Qin Xianzhen's number to relay the situation truthfully. Having lived over a century, Qin Xianzhen had encountered myriad experiences. Upon hearing the account, he immediately remarked, "This is a curse. The one who manipulates others has succumbed to a curse. By neutralizing his powers, the curse has transferred to you." Zhang Dong furrowed his brow. "Master, does this imply I have been deceived?" Qin Xianzhen replied, "Had it been anyone else, they would undoubtedly meet their demise. However, as my disciple, you shall remain unharmed." Zhang Dong asked, "Does my master possess a remedy?" Qin Xianzhen inquired, "Do you still have the Tian Longdan?" "Yes, it is in my refrigerator." By the time he returned home, it was nearly 3 in the morning. De Huang was crouched at the door, while Qin Xianzhen sat on a nearby stone bench, cradling a small fox. "Master," Zhang Dong rushed over. Qin Xianzhen glanced at him and nodded. "Indeed, it is a curse." Zhang Dong asked, "What exactly is a curse? Is it energy?" Qin Xianzhen chuckled. "The mind of an ordinary person cannot comprehend curses. Go retrieve the Tian Longdan." Zhang Dong brought forth a box, opened it, and Qin Xianzhen extracted the largest Tian Longdan. Subsequently, he produced a silver needle, pierced Zhang Dong's ring finger, and gently pressed, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the Tian Longdan. The Tian Longdan absorbed the blood, and the small centipede within sprang to life, writhing vigorously. Next, Qin Xianzhen retrieved a jade vial and poured 3 drops of a translucent gel onto the Tian Longdan. The centipede became even more animated. Qin Xianzhen then took out a slender silver rod, inscribed with intricate runes, and lightly touched it to the Tian Longdan. Crackling, a slender arc of electricity struck the Tian Longdan, causing the centipede to convulse. After a series of sparks, the Tian Longdan suddenly shattered, and a golden-headed, silver-backed centipede emerged, measuring over a foot in length, adorned with faint crimson runes along its back. Zhang Dong was taken aback, instinctively retreating. However, the centipede leapt gracefully onto his shoulder. Feeling a prickling sensation, Zhang Dong asked, "Master, will it bite?" Qin Xianzhen laughed. "Golden-headed, silver-backed. This is the finest among the Tian Long. Its lineage is extraordinary, imbued with innate intelligence. Now that it has absorbed your blood, it will regard you as kin and dispel the curse afflicting you." With that, the centipede settled on Zhang Dong's neck. Subsequently, he felt a tingling sensation in his spine, as if some force had been siphoned away by the centipede. His body, nourished by myriad insects, possessed blood that was a veritable delicacy for the centipede. In no time, the creature crawled onto his hand and coiled into a silvery sphere. Qin Xianzhen glanced at it, astonished, and remarked, "How quickly it has satiated its hunger. It seems particularly well suited to you. This little creature you shall keep, for it will be able to subdue any serpents or insects you may encounter in the future." Zhang Dong placed the centipede into his pocket and inquired, "Master, am I free from harm now?" Chun Xuanjin replied, "The curse remains, yet with each episode it triggers. The centipede will grow stronger, while you shall remain unaffected." Zhang Dong sighed in relief. "Thank goodness for your guidance, Master. Otherwise, I would have been compelled to practice the ancient scripture of spirit feeding, forcibly suppressing this curse." Zhang Dong was not short of funds and added, "Master, whether or not money changes hands is inconsequential." Chun Xuanjin responded, "Provide me with 2 pills of Tianlongdan. I shall go to rescue someone. This favor shall rest upon you." Zhang Dong asked, "Master, who is this person that you hold in such high regard?" Chun Xuanjin explained, "This individual is a master of feng shui, proficient in the esoteric arts, known as Master Wui. The current few elders revere him as a guest of honor. However, the practice of feng shui often shortens one's lifespan. Thus, he has lost his sight and hearing, and now suffers from sores all over his body. With his days numbered." Zhang Dong felt a stirring in his heart. "Master, are you saying he is near death? Do you truly wish to save someone who is on the brink of demise?" Chun Xuanjin chuckled. "I must cultivate more benevolent connections on your behalf." Deeply touched, Zhang Dong was reminded of his master's own limited time left on this earth, causing his eyes to grow misty. Chapter 99, The Esteemed Expert. Chun Xuanjin smiled and said, "I once made a pact with the leader of the Qingmen. Should I find a worthy disciple, he would give his granddaughter in marriage to him. When you have the opportunity, spend some time with that girl. If you find her to your liking, then marry her." Zhang Dong's eyes widened. "Master, that seems inappropriate. After all, we are strangers." Chun Xuanjin reassured him, "The girl, I have met twice. She is quite beautiful. Moreover, she possesses a unique constitution, a partner that many men dream of. Should you reject her, do not lament your decision in the future." As he spoke, he handed Zhang Dong a slip of paper. "This contains her contact information. The choice is yours." Reluctantly, Zhang Dong accepted it and nodded, "Very well, Master." The following day, upon awakening, Zhang Dong went to the hospital where Su Xiaoxiao greeted him with delight, exclaiming, "Dr. Zhang, the director is waiting for you in his office." Zhang Dong acknowledged her and promptly made his way to the director's office. To his astonishment, the results of his previous consultations had been so remarkably effective that a considerable number of patients from other provinces had come seeking treatment the day before. However, both Zhang Dong and Chun Xuanjin were absent, leading to a tumultuous uproar in the hospital, which took considerable effort to quell. Soon after, he received a call from his immediate superior, instructing him to resolve Zhang Dong's employment status. Consequently, he had been busy since early morning, awaiting Zhang Dong's arrival to sign the necessary documents. At last, Zhang Dong entered the office, where the director greeted him warmly, saying, "Dr. Zhang, there is no other matter. I merely require your signature." Zhang Dong glanced over the contract and replied, "Director, I fear I may not be able to work at the hospital on a long-term basis." The director quickly reassured him, "No matter. Come in whenever you are available to consult." Only then did Zhang Dong proceed to sign. The dean inquired with a smile, "Dr. Zhang, do you know Lubu?" Zhang Dong replied, "I do not know him. He must be a friend of my master. He understands that the hospital operates with such efficiency. It must be Chun Xuanjin who facilitated this." The dean chuckled, "Ah, I see. Today, Zhang Dong continued to attend to patients in orthopedics. Chun Xuanjin did not come this time, indicating he had great confidence in his apprentice. Following his previous consultations, Zhang Dong's experience had grown, enabling him to diagnose patients with greater speed and accuracy. He had reached a point where he no longer required fluoroscopy. With a mere touch, he could discern the situation. On this day, he sat for 10 hours, having only a light meal at noon. Over the course of those 10 hours, he attended to nearly 800 or 900 patients. Given his status as a senior expert, he received 20 yuan for each patient, amounting to over 10,000 yuan. In the car, he spread his palm, and a large centipede emerged from his sleeve, its body glistening with gold and silver. Zhang Dong remarked, "From now on, you shall be called Xiaoyin." During the journey, Xiao Jin suddenly leaped towards the window, seemingly eager to escape. Zhang Dong felt a stir in his heart. Outside the window stood a mountain, largely uninhabited, making it a rare sight for visitors. He rolled down the window and asked, "Have you made a discovery?" Xiaoyin nodded gently, surprisingly comprehending Zhang Dong's inquiry. The driver, Lu Chong, was taken aback, exclaiming, "Zhang, this celestial dragon is remarkably intelligent." Zhang Dong smiled, "Go on." Xiaoyin promptly darted out, its speed astonishing, a flash of silver disappearing into the bamboo grove. Zhang Dong's eyes widened as he grasped the scorpion tail, exclaiming, "Impressive." "Xiaoyin, This tail is considerable. The scorpion you consumed must have weighed several pounds. He carefully wrapped the scorpion tail, recognizing it as a valuable medicinal ingredient. The scorpion's tail, which could treat various ailments, though not as esteemed as the celestial dragon's gall, it was still quite significant. Xiao Yin abandoned the scorpion tail and bounded back into the mountains. Lu Chong, filled with curiosity, asked, Zhang, is Xiao Yin off to catch more scorpions? Zhang Dong replied with a smile. We shall find out shortly. Within less than a minute, a mountain chicken fluttered its wings and flew into the car. Its colorful plumage dazzling, with Xiao Yin perched atop its comb. Ordinarily, mountain chickens are the natural enemies of centipedes. Yet Xiao Yin easily overpowered this one. Zhang Dong chuckled. Excellent, we shall stew it. Seeing the mountain chicken, Yu was overjoyed, insisting it should not be harmed. Consequently, Tang Lan secured it in a cage to keep it as a pet for her granddaughter. De Huang, upon spotting Xiao Yin, became exceedingly wary, baring its teeth and growling. Had it not been for Zhang Dong's admonition, Xiao Yin would have lunged at it aggressively. Although the mountain chicken could not be cooked, Zhang Baoxing had prepared plenty of ingredients, including various game. Not long after the meal commenced, the sound of a car approached the entrance, and a person entered carrying fruits and a case of Maotai. It was Zhang Dong's cousin, Han Exine. Uncle, aunt. I happened to pass by and thought I would come and see you. Zhang Baoxing responded, Xiao Exine, if you're coming, just come. No need to bring anything. Zhang Dong invited Han Exine to join the dinner, and Han Exine, not one to stand on ceremony, joined them for the meal. Zhang Dong sensed that Han Exine must have come for a specific reason, so after dinner, he called him into the study and asked, is there something on your mind? Han Exine nodded lightly. Brother, my father is in trouble. Zhang Dong replied, what has happened, uncle? It's nothing serious. A cerebral infarction is quite common at his age. He just needs to take care of himself. Zhang Dong reassured him. Han Exine sighed, if that were all, it wouldn't be a problem. Treatment is all that is required. However, since then, my father's left eye has been misaligned when he looks at people. Because of this, he has gone to the bureau for an entire week, fearing others might notice. Zhang Dong understood. As the director, if he were to be seen with a squint, his prospects for promotion would surely be jeopardized, potentially leading to his dismissal. Brother, I know you're capable. Could you help me think of a solution? Han Exine implored. After a moment as contemplation, Zhang Dong said, I have been studying traditional Chinese medicine recently. I will visit uncle tomorrow. Han Exine's spirits lifted, so, you do have a plan? Zhang Dong replied, I wouldn't say that just yet. That evening, Han Exine decided to stay over, and Tang Lan prepared a room for him on the second floor. After a long day, Zhang Dong practiced a bit of the Lingfei Sutra before falling into a deep slumber. The next morning, after breakfast, Han Exine drove Zhang Dong to Long County. Long County, a district under Yun City, has a population of about 600,000 to 700,000. It may not be considered developed, but its economy is relatively sound. Upon arriving at the police officer's dormitory area in Long County, they parked the car downstairs, and Zhang Dong carried the gifts upstairs. Han Exine's home comprised 4 bedrooms and a living room, with an additional room on the top floor. It was a newly constructed 7-story building, quite convenient for living and daily activities. Zhang Dong's uncle, Han Changming, was a relative he had seen infrequently. In the past, he would encounter him when his grandparents were alive, but thereafter, their meetings had become quite rare. Upon seeing Zhang Dong, Han Changming was momentarily taken aback before quickly recovering. Xiao Dong has arrived. Please have a seat. In his 50s, Han Changming displayed a noticeable strabismus in his left eye, giving him an unsavory appearance. Zhang Dong inquired, Uncle, are you feeling any better? Han Changming sighed. It's still the same. I just need to rest. Han Exine took the items and said, Dad, my brother also possesses medical skills. Let him take a look at you. Han Changming dismissed Han Exine's words, thinking that as a director, he could find any esteemed physician he desired and did not require assistance from Zhang Dong. He chuckled lightly, but said nothing further. Zhang Dong asked, Do you often drink alcohol, uncle? Han Changming grimaced, I can no longer afford a drink. Given my current state, it's time to quit. Zhang Dong shook his head. Quitting won't help. With your misalignment and slurred speech, your position as director may be in jeopardy. All those years of hard work, and in the end, what does it amount to? Han Changming trembled with anger, glaring at Zhang Dong. What did you just say? Zhang Dong regarded him seriously, stating, Do not become agitated. In your condition, excitement could lead to a sudden heart attack. With a resounding thud, Han Changming slammed his hand on the table, his military background giving him an imposing presence. Ouch! Han Changming cried out in pain, but in that moment his squint miraculously corrected itself. Han Exin initial estonid. thought to himself, "What is my cousin doing?" But upon witnessing Han Changming's transformation, he clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "Dad, you're better." Han Changming paused, confused. "What do you mean, better?" Hurriedly, Han Xian fetched a mirror and presented it to Han Changming. The latter took the mirror and discovered that his reflection revealed a left eye no longer squinting, having returned to its normal appearance. He was both astonished and delighted, exclaiming, "Is this Xiao Dong you're doing?" Zhang Dong chuckled. "Uncle, my earlier words were merely to provoke you. When your temper flared, I intended to intervene for your ailment, ensuring a higher success rate." Han Changming felt a deep sense of shame, responding, "Xiao Dong, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude." Zhang Dong laughed heartily. It was merely a trivial effort, no need for concern. Han Changming, feeling elated, requested Han Xian to open a bottle of wine, and Zhang Dong joined him for a drink. After a glass, Han Changming recounted a case he had encountered during his tenure in grassroots work. Upon mentioning this case, his face was etched with resentment. Zhang Dong, upon hearing, furrowed his brow as well. 15 years prior, the girls' dormitory of County Number 2 High School was invaded, resulting in the assault of 16 female students, 3 of whom were strangled and 1 stabbed to death. 5 masked individuals had breached the premises. Subsequently, Han Changming participated in the investigation. Strangely, the follow-up inquiries yielded no significant findings, ultimately revealing only that these intruders had scaled the school's walls. The case had a profoundly detrimental impact, with superiors insisting it must be resolved. Yet, years passed without any leads. Those 5 individuals seemed to have vanished without trace, leaving only a few footprints behind. Zhang Dong inquired, "Did they leave any evidence?" Han Changming shook his head. None was found. Those 5 were astute. Not even a single hair was discovered at the scene. Later, we enlisted footprint experts and deployed thousands of officers for extensive searches, yet there was no progress. A thought crossed Zhang Dong's mind, prompting him to ask, "Was a footprint comparison conducted? Are the data from that time still available?" The expert replied, "Yes. All the data is recorded in the computer and should be preserved." Zhang Dong said, "Uncle, have someone send me a copy. I shall take a look." Han Fangming, filled with trust in Zhang Dong, though skeptical of his potential assistance, nonetheless instructed his subordinates to retrieve the investigation files. The documents were transmitted to Han Xian's computer, where he opened them and accessed the files. The records were comprehensive, and Zhang Dong began by examining the footprints left by the criminals. Upon observing one particular print, a vague figure manifested in his mind, complete with height, weight, and walking habits vividly coming to life. After noting the footprints of the assailants, Zhang Dong opened a document containing tens of thousands of footprints, previously filtered but failing to identify the perpetrator. With a gentle motion of the mouse, a multitude of images passed before him. His left eye possessed an extraordinary ability to capture fleeting images, allowing him to scrutinize each photograph clearly. After several minutes of sifting through, the mouse suddenly halted as he clicked on one footprint. Instantly, a mental image emerged of a man approximately 1.7 meters tall, with an inward gait, a previous injury to his left leg, and a slender physique. He then noticed the annotation accompanying the footprint, which bore an identification number, and promptly exclaimed, "Uncle, have someone investigate this ID and send over the photograph." "Certainly," Han Changming responded, making a call. Within 3 minutes, relevant information arrived on Han Xian's computer. It depicted a relatively slender man, around 1.7 meters tall, with a slightly lower left shoulder and a higher right shoulder. Upon seeing him, Zhang Dong immediately concluded that he was one of the perpetrators. "Uncle, apprehend this individual for questioning," Zhang Dong declared, pointing at the photograph. Han Changming was taken aback. "Xiao Dong, are you certain?" "Absolutely. Uncle can consult an expert for further verification," Zhang Dong insisted. Han Changming nodded and promptly issued orders for the criminal investigation team to make the arrest. Subsequently, Zhang Dong continued his comparisons and ultimately identified 4 distinct footprints. An hour later, all 4 suspects were apprehended. The interrogators, seasoned in their craft, deliberately confined the 4 individuals together without posing any questions, allowing them to overhear the guard's conversation. One guard remarked, "After so many years, these scoundrels have finally been captured." Another added, "Humph, they deserve their fate. I reckon they'll be sentenced soon." The psychological defenses of the 4 crumbled instantly, and during the interrogation, they quickly confessed. Before long, the final criminal was apprehended, and all 5 were sentenced to death, execution to be carried out immediately. By the time the criminals were confessing, Han Changming and Zhang Dong had arrived at the police station, where all officers, exhilarated, clenched their fists in triumph. Han Changming smiled. "Xiao Dong, You have accomplished a great feat. I will apply for a commendation on your behalf. Zhang Dong had heard of Long Dong, located within Longshan. The cave featured water and stalactites, adorned with various colored lights, creating a stunning visual. Within Long Dong, restaurants and entertainment venues had also been developed. Han Xian suggested, "Brother, you can invite your girlfriend over. It would make the outing much more enjoyable." Zhang Dong replied, "I will check if she is available. I'll have Lu Chang pick you up. Just wait downstairs at the office," Zhang Dong instructed. The news of the resolution of the murder case from over a decade ago spread like wildfire. Before long, several families, numbering in the dozens, arrived at the station, presenting banners in gratitude. Among them were victims from that fateful day, as well as their relatives, some reduced to tears. Han Xian exclaimed, "Brother, you are incredible. You solved a case that had been cold for over 10 years in just a few hours." Zhang Dong modestly replied, "It was merely luck." Han Xian continued, "They had compared footprints back then, yet they failed to find anything." Zhang Dong suggested, "Let's find a place to wait for Qin Yan." Han Xian agreed, "All right. My girlfriend will take a while too. Let us play some billiards while we wait for them. I recall your billiard skills are exceptional. If the opportunity arises, teach those rascals a lesson for me." Chapter 101, The Billiards Hall. "You are the chief's son. Who would dare to bully you?" Zhang Dong frowned, feeling that the group was being unreasonable, and replied, "Very well." They drove to the billiards hall, which boasted a pleasant atmosphere, accompanied by elegantly dressed hostesses. Anexin, a familiar face there, was greeted by the manager with a warm smile. "Young Master Han, welcome." Han Xian replied, "I brought my brother along for a casual game." The manager promptly provided beverages, while Han Xian selected a billiards table, and the two brothers commenced a game of 8-ball. Recalling past grievances, Han Xian felt a surge of anger, though he maintained a cheerful demeanor. "It's nothing. I don't mind spending money on you." The opponent's smile faded, and he inquired, "Shall we play another round?" Han Xian gestured towards Zhang Dong. "My cousin is the real expert. If you have the guts, challenge him to a game." Earlier, I engaged in a game with Zhang Dong, and Han Xian perceptively recognized Zhang Dong's formidable prowess, which seemed to improve with every round, instilling him with great confidence. He turned to Zhang Dong with a smile, proposing a modest wager of 100,000. Han Xian readily agreed. He then remarked to Zhang Dong, "Brother, Fan Sima is considered the finest billiards player in Long County. Do not hold back." Zhang Dong, unfazed, replied, "Let's have at it." The two opted for the traditional 8-ball format, competing for the break by striking the cue ball and determining the server based on its final position. Zhang Dong's keen eyes tracked the cue ball's trajectory, and he effortlessly secured the break. With a powerful stroke, he sent 15 balls scattering, pocketing a colored ball in the process. Subsequently, he continued his streak, potting each ball with precision until he sank the black 8, leaving Fan Sima with no chance to respond. Nevertheless, Fan Sima remained cheerful, stating, "The first game was merely good fortune on your part. Shall we play a few more?" Zhang Dong replied, "Sure, let us raise the stakes to 200,000. Fan Sima chuckled, "Let us add a little more, or it won't be interesting." Before the second round commenced, Fan Sima transferred 100,000 to Zhang Dong without hesitation. This time, Fan Sima took the break, successfully pocketing a solid ball. It was evident that Fan Sima possessed considerable skill, as he managed to pot 7 balls, with only the final shot on the black 8 eluding him. When it was Zhang Dong's turn, he maintained his composure and skillfully pocketed all the colored balls, concluding with the black 8 and claiming victory once more. This time, Fan Sima's expression grew somewhat solemn. He tossed his cue aside and proclaimed, "I may have lost, but I refuse to concede defeat. Friend, shall I invite another expert to challenge you?" He beckoned, and a man in his 30s approached, his hair greasy and his beard unkempt, flashing a grin as he nodded at Fan Sima. "This is Old Su," Fan Sima introduced, "a true master. Give it your all." He then turned to Han Xian and suggested, "Shall we raise the stakes even further? How about 1 million? Zhang Dong quickly discerned that Fan Sima was attempting to set a trap. Old Su was undoubtedly a skilled player. However, undeterred, he agreed, 1 million it is. As the match commenced, the moment Old Su grasped the cue, his demeanor shifted entirely, exuding calmness and poise, his smile replaced by an air of confidence. They vied for the break, with Zhang Dong narrowly surpassing his opponent. This turn of events caused Fan Sima to furrow his brow, as Old Su typically secured the break. With a resounding crack, Old Su executed a powerful break, pocketing a solid ball. In a stunning display, Zhang Dong again pot the black 8 in one swift motion, securing yet another victory. This time, Fan Sima refrained from transferring the funds immediately, instead grinning. "Shall we raise the stakes to 2 million for the next round?" Zhang Dong wiped his cue and replied, young master Fan. This cannot go on indefinitely. Why not tell me how many more games you wish to play? Fan Sima raised 2 fingers. Let us play 3 more games, alternating breaks. Very well, let us proceed with 3 more matches. Fan Sima promptly transferred 1 million. And for this round, he wagered 2 million. Old Su took the cue, demonstrating his exceptional skill as he effortlessly pocketed the black 8 ball, leaving no opportunity for his opponent. Fan Sima chuckled. Pardon me, let us settle the transfer. Zhang Dong replied with a grin, no rush. There are still 2 more rounds to play before we settle up. The subsequent 2 rounds also involve stakes of 2 million. Fan Sima agreed readily. In the next round, Zhang Dong broke, once again denying his opponent any chance, smoothly sinking the black 8 ball. However, in the final round, it was Old Su's turn again. If he won, Zhang Dong would ultimately incur a loss. After Old Su broke, Zhang Dong gently exhaled, creating a gust of wind that slightly deflected one of the balls heading for the pocket, preventing it from sinking. Old Su frowned, appearing puzzled. When it was Zhang Dong's turn, he expertly pocketed each ball with remarkable ease, akin to plucking fruit from a tree. As he aimed for the black 8 ball with his final shot, the table suddenly trembled. This slight disturbance was enough to alter the ball's trajectory, prompting Zhang Dong to blow once more. With a satisfying thud, the black 8 ball fell into the pocket, causing Fan Sima's expression to sour. Having previously agreed to only 3 rounds, Fan Sima could find no other justification and reluctantly transferred another 2 million to Zhang Dong. You played remarkably well, he remarked, casting a lingering glance at Zhang Dong before departing with Old Su and the others. Quite the thrill. Han Xian laughed. Brother, you're truly impressive. Even with someone kicking the table, you still managed to win. Zhang Dong transferred 150,000 of his winnings to Han Xian, saying, keep this for some pocket money, but don't mention it to Aunt. Han Xian grinned. Thanks, brother, I want to be polite. After playing for a while longer, Lu Chang arrived to escort Qin Yan, followed shortly by Han Xian's girlfriend, a stylish girl named Mo. As dinner time approached, the 4 of them first dined at a nearby restaurant before heading to Longdong for some fun. The waters of Longdong were quite deep, and they boarded a motorized rubber boat. As the boat ventured deeper into the cave, they soon beheld the stunning stalactites illuminated by the lights. The space in the rubber boat was ample. Zhang Dong and Qin Yan sat on one side, while Han Xian and Mo occupied the other, engaging in lively conversation and laughter. Upon reaching the deep water zone, Han Xian remarked, Brother, the water here reaches depths of 100 meters, and many people come here to dive. Some say it leads to the ocean, though I'm not sure how true that is. Mo chimed in with a smile. I heard from my grandfather that during the Taiping Rebellion, many wealthy merchants were killed, and their riches were collected and stored in a sacred vault. Later, when the Taiping army was defeated, the treasures vanished. It is said that the Taiping army sank all their wealth into Longdong. Zhang Dong, intrigued, asked with a laugh, if there are treasures here, has anyone attempted to salvage them? Mo shook her head. During the Republic era, several warlords tried, but the underwater currents swept everyone away. In recent decades, a professional salvage company also attempted to recover the treasures, but 5 people died in the process. Since then, no one has dared to pursue the treasure. Han Xian, clearly skeptical, smirked. If there truly were treasures here, wouldn't the government know? They could simply drain the water and retrieve the riches. If the government remains silent, it means the rumors are just that, mere rumors. However, Mo remained resolute, exclaiming, what do you understand? My great-great-grandfather was the commander of the personal guards under the King of Heaven. His words must surely hold weight. Qin Yan chuckled, regardless of their veracity. Let us accept them as truth. At that moment, another rubber boat suddenly barreled toward them, moving with alarming speed. With a resounding crash, it collided violently with another inflatable craft occupied by a family, a boy of around 10, a girl of 7 or 8, and a couple. The force of the impact caused one of the little girls to tumble overboard. Due to her small stature, her life jacket slipped off, and she began to sink beneath the surface. The girl's mother screamed, calling for help. Instantly, a man removed his life jacket and plunged into the deep water. After altering its course, the colliding rubber boat surged directly toward Zhang Dong. In a moment of panic, Qin Yan shrieked. Zhang Dong grasped the handrail with his left hand and caught the approaching boat with his right, using his arm to deflect it aside. The inflatable craft he occupied merely spun a few times, narrowly avoiding disaster. The water here was treacherous. After the girl fell in, she continued to sink, while the man desperately dove deeper in an attempt to rescue his daughter. Nearby safety personnel rushed over, striving to save them. Zhang Dong activated his vision, observing clearly that a small vortex had formed around the girl, creating a downward pull that kept her submerged. The girl's father was also being dragged down, and both would continue to descend into the depths, beyond the reach of the rescuers. Zhang Dong could not stand idly by and watch a life extinguished. He swiftly removed his shirt and pants and plunged into the water. Qin Yin, unable to stop him, shouted, "Zhang Dong, don't go." Zhang Dong's swimming skills were average. Yet, after his training, he could hold his breath far longer than most. Coupled with the strength of his legs, he propelled himself through the water like a fish, swiftly reaching the girl. The little girl was gasping and swallowing large amounts of water. Zhang Dong seized her hair, breaking through the vortex's grip, and swam vigorously upward. With a splash, he brought the girl to the safety personnel who had arrived, urgently instructing, "Save her." He then dove back down, locating the girl's father. Though still holding his breath, the man was helplessly sinking. Suddenly, a hand grasped his hair, pulling him upward until he broke the surface. After bringing him to the side of the rubber boat, Zhang Dong jumped aboard, urgently administering first aid to the choking girl. His technique was proficient. With just a few compressions, she expelled the water and began to cough violently. "Thank you, benefactor. Thank you." The girl's mother knelt, hands clasped in gratitude. Qin Yin, infuriated, pounded the inflatable boat, exclaiming, "You big fool." Han Xin wore a worried expression but reassured, "Don't worry, my brother is fine. He's an excellent swimmer." Moments later, Zhang Dong spotted a bracelet spiraling downward, still several hands lengths away. Like a fish, he swiftly swam and grasped it, slipping it onto his wrist. At this moment, he was over 20 meters above the water surface, with the depths below cloaked in an inky darkness. Activating his perspective, he discerned a remarkably intricate underwater landscape, dotted with numerous caverns of varying sizes, creating a maze-like network that resulted in a plethora of hidden currents. After swimming a few dozen meters, a thought struck him. Ahead lay a vast pit, plunging over 200 meters deep, its slope descending sharply. The bottom was strewn with various ancient chests, their surfaces coated in a layer of dust, with the hinges rotting away, revealing glimpses of deep-water fish darting between the boxes. The family had already departed, and Qin Yin hurriedly retrieved a towel to dry Zhang Dong's body, her beautiful eyes glistening with emotion as she admonished, "You must not go back into the water. Others are terrified." Zhang Dong chuckled heartily, "I am perfectly fine." Han Xin handed Zhang Dong a business card with a smile, saying, "Brother, the person you saved earlier left this, insisting that you must contact him." Zhang Dong glanced at it before pocketing it. After donning his clothing, they continued to enjoy their outing, reveling in the splendid scenery for nearly 2 hours before departing. In the evening, Zhang Dong booked a hotel for the two of them. Upon arrival, he discovered that Han Xin had only reserved one room. In his mind, it was only natural for couples to share accommodations. While checking in, Qin Yan's cheeks flushed crimson, reaching even to her ears. Matters between men and women often unfold seamlessly. That night, Zhang Dong refrained from practicing his skills. Qin Yan still felt sore from the day's activities, her expressions oscillating between annoyance and delight as she gazed at Zhang Dong. Han Xin called to inform him that he would take both Zhang Dong and Qin Yan horseback riding and archery the next day. There was a ranch in Long County where they could indulge in these activities along with savoring local delicacies. Zhang Dong inquired about Qin Yan's interest, to which she expressed genuine enthusiasm. At 9 o'clock, Han Xin arrived to drive them to the archery center. Upon reaching the ranch, Qin Yan and Momo watched as they mounted their horses. After mastering horseback riding, Zhang Dong took up archery. His keen eyesight soon enabled him to hit the target with perfect precision, prompting Han Xin to cheer in admiration. At that moment, two individuals approached, one of whom was surprisingly Fan Sima, accompanied by a tall man with braided hair and a flushed face. Fan Sima greeted, "Brother Zhang, what a coincidence to meet again." Han Xin raised an eyebrow. "Young Master Fan, are you not content with losing money and have taken following us?" Fan Sima chuckled. "Would you believe me if I said no?" Han Xin scoffed. "Speak, what do you want?" Fan Sima gestured toward the distant target and remarked, "I noticed Brother Zhang shoots well. How about a friendly competition?" Chapter 103, Horseback Riding and Archery. Zhang Dong, slightly irritated by the man's persistence, shot him a cold glance and replied, "Fine. How would you like to play?" Fan Sima pointed to the archery target, 70 meters, 20 arrows each. "The one with the highest score wins. I wager 3 million. Zhang Dong replied nonchalantly, 3 million is trivial. If you truly wish to play, let us start at 10 million. Fan Sima's brow furrowed slightly. "Brother Zhang, 10 million is no small amount." Zhang Dong responded, "You are free not to participate." Fan Sima blinked, grinning, since you were so generous, very well, 10 million it is. He approached his companion and whispered a few words. The latter glanced at Zhang Dong, grinned broadly, and said, "It's a bet." Han Xin, concerned that the other party might deliberately deceive Zhang Dong, hurriedly inquired, "This brother seems unfamiliar. Where are you from?" Fan Sima chuckled. "This friend hails from the grasslands and is named Mo Rijin." The name Mo Rijin translates to Divine Archer. Upon hearing this, Han Xin furrowed his brow and remarked, "Friends from the grasslands excel in archery. My brother just learned to shoot today. Is this comparison truly meaningful?" Fan Sima cast a glance at him and replied nonchalantly, "Brother Zhang has already agreed, has he not?" "It matters not." Zhang Dong responded with a calm demeanor. "Perhaps I possess extraordinary talent and can surpass him." Mo Rijin smiled, stepped back a few paces, and stated, "The target is approximately 70 meters away. Let us proceed from here." Fan Sima added, "Both of you shall begin simultaneously, with no time constraints." Mo Rijin, adept in archery, swiftly drew his bow and released an arrow, which the staff, using binoculars, scored at 9.5. Zhang Dong took a glance and confirmed that it was indeed a 9.5. This individual's archery skills were commendable, though not yet at a professional level. He then gradually drew his bow, his eyes faintly tracing the arrow's trajectory. With a twang, the arrow leapt forth, distorting as it flew, and upon covering 70 meters, it struck the bullseye with precision. The staff erupted in excitement, exclaiming, "Wonderful! A perfect 10. Mo Rijin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly released his second arrow, scoring a 9. Zhang Dong's second arrow, however, also landed a perfect 10. Fan Sima's expression darkened. He had been quietly observing Zhang Dong's performance, noting that he typically scored 8s and 9s, with a few 7s. How had his accuracy suddenly improved? Han Xin approached Zhang Dong, pursing his lips, and whispered, "Brother, were you being deliberate?" Zhang Dong merely smiled, offering no confirmation. As the pressure mounted from Zhang Dong's consecutive perfect 10s, Mo Rijin began to feel the strain, resulting in scores of 8.5, 8, 7.5, 7, 8, and 9, culminating in a total of 172. In contrast, Zhang Dong's performance was markedly stable, nearly all perfect 10s, with only 2 arrows affected by sudden gusts of wind, resulting in scores of 9.5, leading to a final tally of 199. Han Xin clapped enthusiastically, while Qin Yin and Mo outside cheered wildly. Zhang Dong turned to Fan Sima and stated coolly, "Young master Fan, shall it be a transfer or a check for the 10 million? Fan Sima inhaled deeply and replied, "Transfer." Shortly thereafter, Zhang Dong received the 10 million transfer, smiling as he expressed his gratitude. He added, "Such individuals are not easily defeated. Should he inquire about me in the future, simply direct him to me." Han Xin nodded in agreement, understood. Initially hesitant to ride, Qin Yin eventually joined Zhang Dong, who mounted alongside her, with her in front while he embraced her waist, guiding the horse gently. Upon returning home, Zhang Dong found his parents and sister busy picking apricots, having even hired 6 helpers, with 2 varieties of apricots ripe for harvest. They needed to be picked promptly to prevent birds from pecking at them or them falling to the ground. A single apricot tree could yield several hundred pounds in a good year, making these days particularly hectic. Zhang Dong took Qin Yin to the mountains to assist, laboring until nightfall. The gathered apricots were directly packaged and sold to fruit wholesalers at 2 yuan per pound, while in retail supermarkets, they would fetch at least 4 yuan 50. In total, they sold over 8,000 pounds of apricots, earning more than 10,000 yuan. Upon receiving the money, Tang Lan handed 2,000 yuan to Qin Yin. Stunned, Qin Yin quickly inquired, "Annie, why are you giving me money?" Tang Lan replied with a smile, "I didn't know you were coming, so I wasn't prepared. Take this money and buy yourself some snacks, and do come to visit often." Despite Qin Yan's protests, Tang Lan insisted on placing the money in her hands. Zhang Dong, feeling helpless, remarked, "Just accept it. We're going out for a meal soon." At home were Qin Zhongyi and Zhu Min, with Qin Zhongyi expressing immense satisfaction with Zhang Dong's presence. As soon as he arrived, he pulled him to sit down and cheerfully said, "Xiao Zhang, I sold 2 items from the last auction. Guess how much profit I made?" He held up 2 fingers. "A net profit of 2 million. While speaking, he looked proudly at his wife, Zhu Min, who, however, seemed indifferent and retorted, "If it weren't for Xiao Zhang, would you have been able to acquire the genuine articles?" Qin Zhongyi, feeling a bit agitated, responded, "Do you think my judgment is that poor?" Zhu Min replied coolly, "All right, you are impressive. Is that sufficient?" Zhang Dong felt somewhat guilty and said, "We went to Long County, strolled around Long Cave, and even tried horseback riding and archery." At the mention of archery, Qin Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Mom, Zhang Dong is incredible. He always scores 10 rings, and even won against a legendary archer from the grasslands in a competition." It was evident that Zhu Min was a relatively open-minded elder, willing to provide her daughter ample space for choices. Regardless of her daughter's decisions, she would always offer her support. Zhang Dong nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, Annie and Uncle, for your recognition." Zhu Min then remarked, "You visited Longshan. Longlu Group is actually preparing to develop Longshan into a major tourist attraction, and Long Cave will also undergo redevelopment." Zhang Dong felt a spark of interest and asked, "Annie, when will it commence?" Zhu Min replied, "Barring any unforeseen circumstances, construction will begin next month." "Why, Xiao Zhang? You seem quite invested in this matter." Zhang Dong smiled and said, "Annie, there are some items in the deep water area beneath Long Cave that I wish to salvage. I hope to find an opportunity to retrieve them." Without inquiring further about the nature of these items, Zhu Min nodded, "Very well. When the time comes, I will grant you 2 days. We shall commence construction after you complete your salvage." Zhang Dong beamed with joy. "Thank you, Annie. A single day will suffice."